Book 5, Chapter 58, Prolong. All are free, or none. Ye of this land, suffer no compromise in this. Inscription on the founding stele of Bellerophon. My heart skipped a beat. Certainly, it was no deep secret that I had bound Aqueous Sahelian to the collar of the mantle of woe, and there would be some who suspected the true nature of the advisor Convivial. Still, none I'd not brought into the secret had ever spoken of it until now, save for Kairos Theodosian. And the tyrant could have bargained for that knowledge with the dead king, who knew all of my deeds that Masigo had known of, or even through the use of whatever aspect allowed him to be so sharply perceptive of the wants of others. Black, though? If he knew now, it was either because officers of the legions in exile both knew and had passed it along since he woke, or because it had been known to him before he was captured. Or maybe, I reluctantly thought, he'd just known me well enough from the start to tell where that story was headed. Flowery language, that was, I carefully said, perhaps a little lacking in precision. His face had grown no easier to read, for all the purported insouciance he'd been carrying himself with since he woke. Use them, Black said. Our madmen, our warlocks and sorcerers. Give them laws, give them coin and great undertakings to embrace. Else they find all these on their own. I calmed the slightest bit. It was still no small thing. He was speaking of cardinal as neutral grounds for the accords, as well as the seat of the legion that had enforced them by steel, if need be, would already be costly, but to make it a center of sorcery as well. I was no great scholar of sorcery, but I'd had a close look at the deep pockets required for the sort of research that Masigo and his father had considered to be leading edge. The cost to both found and fund a mage's school would be daunting, to say the last. He wasn't wrong about the virtues of keeping pre-sign mages occupied, though, especially those who would have before then spent much of their years learning the intricacies of diabolism. The notion of even 100 furious highborn wasteland warlocks out in the world with little left to lose was the sort of thing disasters were made of, and quite possible named, though I'd always known that dropping this large a stone in the pond would cause ripples. I'd counted on it, in truth. If instead of ruinous wars between good and evil, I could instead make the crux of the conflict strife between name that heeded their laws and did not, then it became a war of names, not nations, and Calernia avoided another coming of Aqueous folly. Did you perhaps believe I meant the shade of Aqueous Sahelian? The green-eyed man casually asked, smile sudden and sharp. His sense of humor, it seemed, had not been gentled by the loss of his name. I suppose that had been a little too much to hope for. Oh, it would please some of High Lords to have her placed in position of importance, he conceded. Yet when it comes to the doom of Lys, my advice will always remain the same. No matter how clever you believe your scheme to be, it isn't. Kill her now, in full and beyond anyone's mending. I have a purpose for her, I said. And she for you, Catherine, he chided. It would hardly do to forget that. If a single victory was all it took to bind the highborn to one's cause, the tower would not change rulers the way other lands change seasons. I know that, I said a tad sharply. There's a lot you don't know, Black. Couldn't. No, because after I told you to get your shit together, you instead decided to take a walk through the heartlands of Procure with a torch in hand. A calculated measure meant to ensure the Principate could not continue waging war as it had, he said. The morality of it I've no intention of debating, though I'll say that if the first Prince of Procure intends to use mass levies to fight wars, then she marked her peasantry as a war asset by her own hand. You condemned hundreds of thousands to a slow death by starvation, I flatly said. Not innocents, perhaps, not all of them, but certainly non-combatants. There are manners in which waging war is acceptable, Black, and you used to know them. You didn't allow sacks during the conquest, or any of the other myriad atrocities that followed the old legions like a loyal dog. I set boundaries appropriate to the manner of outcome I desired, Black calmly replied. As I did in the Principate. There can be no peace settlement with a crusade, Catherine. They end when one side is no longer capable of prosecuting the war. I took the most swift and plausible path to that ending. You also failed, I told him. Failed hard enough, my marshal had to commit Kalos armies to bailing out your own, and I had to tangle with two of the most potent heroes alive to take back your soul after. They'd fucking cut it out. I would have thought less of him. After, if he'd made the argument that the legions under Grimm had bled not long before to defend the Red Flower Valles, and so relief had been owed. It was true, and the debt that lay there was one of the reasons I'd not entirely lost my temper at Juniper's adventurous Western campaign. But it would have been, implicitly, an admission he'd expected someone to step in and save him. Coming from the man who'd taught me to pray at the altar of taking responsibility for one's actions, be they righteous or wicked, that would have been disappointing. Indeed, he frankly admitted, I significantly miscalculated in both assessing the danger posed by the Grey Pilgrim and the lay of the strategies decided by Calurnia's great powers. Marching the legions north towards the stairway would have been the correct decision, in retrospective. Klaus Pappenheim would have followed us, and so arrived to bolster the defense of Hainaut in time to avoid losing the shores. The losses would still have been bloody for both him and Melanz's hosts, still leaving the first prince in a vulnerable position, but without having committed either my legions or your army of Callow to the field. The assessment was spoken clearly and concisely, like some chirurgeon slicing open the cadaver of a mistake one word at a time. At least he wasn't shying away from admitting he could blunder. And my own hands were not clean as driven snow here. Militia might not have told him of her attempted dealings with Keter, but neither had I, so he'd made his decisions blind. And though the famine he'd wrought on the Principate was both a lasting shame and a lasting complication, it would have been dishonest to pretend I'd not also benefited from it. And from someone else doing it, too, so that my hands would not be stained by the deed. Procter wouldn't be so willing to bargain with me now if you hadn't first broken their wealthiest and most fertile territories, I admitted. And I've reason to believe that the Grey Pilgrim went after you in particular to secure a hold on me. He cocked his head to the side, sharp-boned face gone pensive. Not a hostage, he decided. That would have carried considerable risks. Forcing a confrontation on his own terms, then. I looked at him then, the mind at work behind the pale green eyes, and still saw the bones of the man who'd become the Carrion Lord. He'd lost a mold of power when he'd lost his name, but the substance of what made Amadeus of the Green Stretch dangerous remained. A fresh mold might yet be found, I thought, and if it was what came of it would not be gentle. His eyes finally flicked to staff in my hand. Pattern of 3, he deduced. I dipped my head, an acknowledgement that at least I suspected as much. Congratulations are in order, then, Black said, to my surprise. You have been marked the equal of one whose influence spans more than half of Calurnia. His lips twitched, but I'd learned to tell the difference between mockery and amusement with those, and this was of the latter. I have higher ambitions still, I admitted. Indeed, he said. You are aware that there are some who will say the council you propose will be the true ruler of Calurnia from the shadows, especially if your proposed enforce succeed at attracting named as well as funding a standing army. It's not going to be a campaign army like Juniper and Graham command, I felt compelled to say. It'll be meant for battles and hitting cornered names who gathered people to their banner. For large-scale warfare we'd call on the signatories. That will always be one of the weaknesses of your accords, Black warned. You saw firsthand the shortcomings of a ruling council in lore. Voting blocks forming and personal interests coming to command the debates is inevitable. Forming a diplomatic council including an elected hero and villain to settle disputes will only aid so much, if every signatory's designated representative fights for their country's interests alone. Outside enmities and alliances will interfere with the diplomatic mechanisms functioning as intended. That's one of the reasons in need prays to sign on and claim a seat, I admitted. I'm not sure the League will sign on, certainly not as long as the hierarch lives, however long that'll last. So without the Empire, the signatories are essentially the Grand Alliance, Callow and the Drow. It'll be too imbalanced. It is unlikely the Golden Bloom will deign to participate in such a treaty, he agreed. Or the Titanomachy, for that matter. Which meant Levant and Ashur, historically close allies since the Dominion's founding, and Procter with all its wealth and influence radiating outwards. Callow and the Empire Everdark, as nations on the outskirts who must deal with Procter to have any significant trade presence, would inevitably end up on the outskirts of the Accords Council as well. If the Empire was a signatory, the game changed. Ashur would have commercial interests on the Presai coast, and the wasteland would be closely aligned with Kallow's own interests as it would be its effective granary and strongest trade partner. If the West pulled together, so would the East, and that'd prevent any bloc from commanding a strong majority in council. Which, considering that I'd said in law that such a council could call on signatories for war against a nation in breach of the Accords, was essential if I wanted them to actually function as intended. If the Council and Cardinal became a way for an alliance of nations to force its influence at the expense of others, the lease accords would inevitably collapse. A roving band of named enforcing your laws backed by an army will earn resistance in and of itself, Bax said. Yet combined with your insistence that named cannot rule or own property of more than a specific total worth, which should be higher in general, by my reckoning. but significantly stricter on landholding in particular. It may very well be taken as the villain Catherine Foundling attempting to claim rulership of Calernia from behind a veil of shared laws. I won't have any particular authority under the Accords, I pointed out. In Cardinal itself, yes, but dash. But the woe makes up a significant portion of living villains. You are a ruling queen with great resources at your disposal, and undeniably the most famous named of your generation, he calmly interrupted. It is near a certainty you will have a seat on that council as the representative for below. That will be enough for Rumours. Fine, I said. But on the other side of the table, odds are it'll be the peregrine speaking for above. The man commands a lot of trust in the West, Black. A moment passed. It has a story's shape, he conceded, which was praise and condemnation both. That does not, however, change the truth that you would be risking war every time you tried to depose a popular ruler having come into a name. It's necessary to avoid the worst named can deal out, I insisted. Sure, a good king will usually improve things more than not, and a powerful dread empress binds praise together for at least part of her reign, allowing for growth. But if they share a border, what would be skirmishing between mundane rulers becomes much more prone to escalation, and capable of escalating to vicious heights no one else could reach. A good king being told to abdicate by a council mostly made up of foreigners will withdraw from the Accords and bitterly fight against any attempt to have its terms enforced upon him, Black said. The Dominion sees its named as figures of religious reverence, at least those from the Great Lines. Even if the pilgrim backs you, you'd be using to obtain compliance the very trait you seek to eradicate. A tower of shallow foundations that, in Procure you might find agreement, for named do not rule there, but where else? Named are under influence, I said. Below or aboves, it doesn't matter, the judgment will always be impaired. Sometimes that impairment leads to upright deeds, but even then it still remains a thinning of their ability to make clear-headed choices. Will you also place law in the Accords forbidding the crowning of a drunk or an idiot? Amadeus asked. These, too, are impairments. You know that's not the same thing, I said. I know you are attempting to dictate who can and cannot rule nations that are barely your allies if at all, nations you have not conquered or truly defeated, nation on which you are attempting to impose your personal belief in the face of centuries of culture speaking to other directions. And, most of all, this is directed at nations whose goodwill you need very badly for the lease accord to exist as more than ink and fantasy, he said, tone never rising nor ebbing low. You are overstepping. My fingers clenched. You know we'd all be better off if we agreed on excluding named from rule, I said. Gods, even just praise getting rid of some of its dash. Until the dread empire itself desires the mending of that wound, no amount of treaties will change a thing, Black said, tone bland. That was made plain to me, in knowing and truth. It is not enough to be correct in principle, Catherine. If you cannot offer a practical way to deliver on your beliefs, then they are wind. No one will agree on the Cardinal Council having right to call signatories to war to depose a named ruler, not even your own people once you've passed on the crown. It is best you make your peace with that early and prepare yourself to fight more salient battles. He didn't suggest taking the articles out, though, I noted. Of course he wouldn't. Since in his eyes it had never been something worth seriously attempting, scrapping it became an easy concession in a true negotiation. I wasn't convinced, honestly, that he was right. But I could at least consider him as a herald of the opposition I would face in days to come, and that meant at the very least some parts of this would have to be reconsidered. There was no point in making a toothless law, but one with too much bite might be even worse considering most of the signatories would have been recently at war with each other to one extent or another. Such as, I asked. Your academy, he said. True, without it the Accords die with you. If your rules of engagement are not carved into a pattern all must heed, they will fade the moment the strength behind them does. Yet you must address the inherent difficulties in gathering, named, enforcing lessons and laws upon them. I'm not making a war college, Black, I said. It won't be classes and lectures for both a 14-year-old squire and a grizzled, unconquered champion in their late 30s. That's doomed to failure. The main purpose of that academy is to teach the articles of strife, acceptable levels of violence against other named and nameless, and set out rules of behavior. I expect most will attend for a few months only and wander back out into the world. But they'll be wandering with the knowledge that seeding an undead plague in some villages well brings named killers down on their head, that calling an angel down on a city will get your throat slit and that city quarantined. I can't control a continent's worth of named. It'd be absurd to even try. But if I can teach them rules of engagement and get them to agree that those rules should be enforced, then the Accords have already done half of what they were meant to. Short-sighted, Black said, do you not realize the amount of influence Cardinal, and by extension your Academy, will inevitably accrue? The Good King, the Dread Empress, the Tyrant of Helike, the Grey Pilgrim. What do all these have in common? They are or can all be the head of their nation. I frowned. Oh, I thought. The crowns of most of Calernia will spend at least half a year studying abroad in Cardinal, I said. Shit. He didn't need to expand on the point any further. My mind was already spinning. If I wanted the spending of months in a foreign city to be seen as more than an imposition on a sovereign or sovereign-to-be, Cardinal needed to provide more than just an education in the intricacies of the Accords. That much could be provided by tutors when it came down to it, and that meant no one had motivation to fund Cardinal's existence, which meant the weakening of a heart to them, and that was a death knell in the making. Sorcerers, I said. We'll need every damned one we can get, and any grimoire we can get our hands on. Teachers and books as well, of every subject and stripe. League histories, Assuran atlases, Procession poems. It can't just be for named, can it? It has to be the school, so that when some angry kid with a sword and growing powers is offered a chance to study, there it's an opportunity and not a chore. They have to want to come. Oh, you'll get more than named and named incipient if you succeed at that. Amadeus of the Green Stretch smiled, thin and blade-like. Gather such fine teachers, such deep knowledge, and you'll find even nobles sending their children there. Do you think any tutor in the Dominion could match the education you have spoken of? In Callow, in any city of the League? Highborn and diplomats and the ambitious seeking to become intimates of named still in their rise. All these will knock at your door, demanding a place. I hesitated. It'll cost a fortune, and you don't even know where the city is to be raised. I am not a fool, my father said, sounding amused, so I do. You are still deep in your bones, Callowan. You'll have it carved out of the red flower valleys, putting neutral grounds between yourself and Proctor while also opening the gate to enriching trade. I wondered how many more people had seen through that. It wasn't like it'd be a mistake to do that. As Queen of Callow, I could cede enough fields to support the city from my side, and given the way Proctor would be gaining much from the Accord, while losing less than anyone else, getting an equivalent land grant on the other side of the Whitecaps shouldn't be impossible. It was at the center of Calernia, to the crossroads of the west and the east. Still, it would have been a lie to say I'd not intended the location of it to be boon for Callow. You'll be making the capital of a new age, Black said, and so you must reassess your negotiating stance accordingly, or see yourself outplayed. It will not be your backyard alone, Catherine. You are founding the royal court of Calernia itself. And his lips were quirking as he spoke, like the world demanded that they turn into a smile regardless of his wants. I need you to see it through, I admitted. I need you at that table, speaking for praise and signing the Accords. Gods, I need you just to have someone I can speak to about these things. Someone who, unlike Hakram and Vivian, had desires sometimes estranged from my own, who'd look at my schemes and see weaknesses I had not. Help me, I asked. Help me to break the game of the gods. He looked away at the hung parchments that laid out my fool's dream in ink and law. A better world, is it? He pensively said. Pale green eyes narrowed, something cold at the heart of them, like great cogs of steel, made to half, yet stuttering back into movement. It can be done, Amadeus of the Green Stretch said. And if nothing else, it ought to be an interesting way to spend my twilight years. Book 5, Chapter 59, Review. To repudiate what lies at the heart of praise, ambition, skill, learning, would be a mistake, yet to allow those traits to be principal rather than tool has been the mother of a great many dooms. The greatness of olden days must be put to modern purpose or see itself turn irrelevant to the lay of creation. Extract from The Death of the Age of Wonders, a treatise by Dread Empress Militia. Afternoon soon drifted into evening, and it seemed for a moment as if I'd found the lore beat of affairs once more. Too many things to do, and so little time to do them. The herbal brew Hakram had made me took the edge off the pain just enough that if I remained still while seated it didn't throb too badly. So I took full advantage of the relief when seeing to the many duties that had piled up while I slumbered. Still, I did not regret having a physical need to sleep once more even if it ate away at the hours I could work. It was a pleasurable sensation, sleeping, but also one I'd found grounding in some ways. It was easier to make mistakes when your thoughts ran uninterrupted for days and nights, like a hound chasing its own tail. Sleep was a wedge in between it, a way for thoughts to cool and distance to come down. I'd need another night's sleep, I decided, before speaking of the accords with my father again. I'd not made nearly as good an argument for the banning of ruling named as I could have now that I'd had time to better gather my thoughts. No one touched by a choir, for example, should be allowed anywhere near a throne, but I would not resume the back and forth without rest and preparation. Besides, we'd both have demands on out time for days to come. Marshal Grimm and the legions in exile had been parted from him for months. Simply getting the bare-bones reports about months of campaign in order would take at least a day. And he'd have more waiting, especially now that scrying worked properly again. No, Black would have busy days ahead, and myself even more so. By the time I'd come down from the barrow top, there was a mixed honor guard of legionaries and firstborn, Zulu from the Breslage and Soln sigils, waiting for me along with adjutant. A full line of veterans from the 1st Legion, Marshal Grimm's personal command, was waiting for Black slightly to their side. I offered them a respectful nod and got the same in return. Legio I, Invicta, had fought like lions in the Red Flower Valles, I'd been told, facing down a charge of Lycaon heavy horse the White Knight himself had led. I would not forget any time soon that the legions in exile were the same who'd fought in the defense of Callow. For those that had remained holed up in praise while the wolves howled at my gates, I had no great fondness. But these? They'd bled for my home, even though once upon a time they had also conquered it. I claimed a comfortable seat in the First Army's War Council tent, hiding under the broad table how carefully I had to manage my leg, and as Hakram stood by my side I sunk my teeth in the day's first work. Casualty reports began it all on a high note. The army of Callow and its sister legions from Praise had taken negligible losses in last night's battle, and though Iva came bearing the drow losses in Ramina's name, it revealed the losses there had been relatively light as well. Less than 2,000 dead, and though the Levantines had found a surprising amount of success while killing Mighty, my Lord of Silent Steps mentioned that the warriors of Tartessos in particular had made an impression. Most those killed had not been sigil holders, or even Rilla, but lesser mighty. The Dominion has pulled out some sort of enchanted or blessed lantern that had interfered with the night, and the least of the mighty had been struck hardest by it. Both the League and the Alliance would have gotten significantly worse off from last night, which was a damned wasted of soldiery on the eve of war to the north, but also a boon to my own diplomatic position. The situation of our supplies was a great deal less promising, unfortunately. The Hellhound had arranged baggage and foodstuffs for a long campaign, as she'd originally believed it might be necessary for the army to seize the Principality of Arrens to hold it against the dead king's advance, and the southern expedition of the Empire Everdark had been dragging around the supplies I'd bargained for with the dwarves throughout its Izaran fighting. We were not, by any measure, in danger of running out of food or necessities soon. But the army of Callow had been campaigning for months now, and probably would have suffered from a steady trickle of desertions were it not the middle of winter in hostile foreign lands. Professional soldiers or not, my legionaries needed rest and recovery before going into another fight. That would be difficult to arrange and procure, I suspected, and while the details of the use of the Twilight Ways remained unknown to me, I doubted they'd be much more efficient at moving troops than the Arcadian paths. That meant bringing my soldiers back to Callow would take them out of the war for at least the better part of a year. I couldn't do that. Victory or defeat against Keter might very well be decided by then. The issues with the firstborn were more complicated in nature, and I ignored the irritated look on Juniper's face and the fascinated one on Hakram's, while Iva expanded on them in Crepuscular. One sigil holder, the mighty Zoitsa, and 2 Rilla from other sigils had been slain in the fighting. The former Zoitsa sigil would have begun tearing itself apart over succession had General Ramina not personally intervened and broken all the limbs of the 2 most prominent Rilla aiming to claim the sigil. The other 2 casualties had prompted power struggles as well, as the complicated weave of alignments and enmities that made up the upper levels of a stable sigil was upset by the removal of 2 high-placed killers. Those had, for now, been kept under control by the own sigil holders. But my decree that Drow could not have killing duels while we were on campaign was being tested sorely by the situation, and the strain was showing. Ramina had politely suggested that I come adjudicate the matters myself, which was enough to tell me it was serious. It was almost never polite to me if it could help it, and its command of the southern expedition gave it the right to settle such disputes without my involvement in principle. If my presence was being sought, then it meant neither the respect nor the fear General Romina commanded had been enough to settle the situation. "I'll come after dusk," I said. "Unless the general believes the situation is so dire as to require my immediate intervention." I've bowed low. "It is not so, Losera Queen," it said. "The general has remarked that containment will be more arduous after the coming of night, but under pale light all will be brought to order." In other words, Romina was willing to run roughshod over the squabblers while the sun was out, but would have to get pretty hard-handed to keep it all under control after Mighty started slinging night around. Fair enough. For all that it had been appointed general and commander of the southern expedition by divine mandate, Romina remained very much a first among equal. There were limits to the orders it could give without having to spill blood to see them enforced. I've left, and I marked the whole situation as a cauldron I'd need to see settled before it tipped over and burned everybody else. And hells, this was just a single sigil holder and a pair of Rilla. How bad would it get when we started taking real losses? Another method needed to be put into place, one that didn't end up with Mighty turning on each other violently whenever one of them died. "What did the drow want?" Juniper asked. "They're having some internal disputes," I grunted. "It'll be taken care of." The orc eyed me carefully, then accurately guessed that if I believed she needed to know more about that, then she would. The conversation moved on to the debate on whether or not the old Legion tradition of ale rations being broken out after a victory should be indulged with so many other armies camped around us. I argued in favor, for not even the League would be foolish enough to think an evening of drinking would be enough to save it if it resumed hostilities now. But Juniper dug in her heels at it being an unnecessary risk regardless of the improvement to morale. A compromise over shifts that'd allow at least half the army to be on war footing at any time was being put together when Vivian joined us, a little over an hour before sundown. Wearing a practical cloak and dress over boots and trousers, the heiress designate to the throne of Callow strode, in looking pink-cheeked and well-rested. We dismissed the general staff after that, and she settled at the high table by Hakram's side when he finally took a seat instead of standing by my side like some grim green gargoyle. "Indrani?" I asked. "Wandered off after we ate," Vivian replied. "You know how restless she gets after a long sleep." From closer up than the former thief suspected, yes, though usually having slept together beforehand made her slightly more mellow about it. Knowing Indrani, she'd be having a look at the League positions or feeling out the half their paths into the Twilight ways. In the overwhelming majority of situations, she was more likely to be the danger encountered than the one encountering danger, so I wasn't all that worried about her safety. She'd drift back in to check on Masigo before too long anyway. "She'll turn up," Juniper graveled, unmoved. "Damn hard woman, the archer." Coming from the Hellhound, that was high praise. I fished out my dragonbone pipe and stuffed it, calling on the slightest touch of night as I passed my palm above the bowl. I breathed in lightly before looking up, finding the other three gazing at me expectantly. A heartbeat passed. "I've only got the one pipe on me," I said. "And I'm not sharing, folks." Irritation for Juniper, resignation for Vivian, and some sort of rueful amusement for Hakram. "Yours talks with Lord Black," Marshal Juniper said. "How did they go?" My brow rose, and I glanced at Hakram. "Everyone knows," Adjutant admitted. "Even putting the matter under seal would have changed nothing. Word began to spread before you were even all the way up the barrow. Merciless gods. No one who made jests about gossiping fishwives had ever served a term in an army. The exile legions haven't withdrawn or begun to muster, so it can't have gone too badly," Vivian noted. "The Jacks were still hard at work. It was heartening to see." "I have his backing for the lease accords," I said. "He's not committing to a stance on the tower until he knows more of what's happening in the wasteland." I caught a look between Juniper and Vivian, which had me suppressing a spike of irritation. From these two in particular, the impression that things were being hidden from me would remain ill-received for some time. "The observatory works again, though essentially crippled in capacity," Vivian volunteered. "Fatalum Buffino repaired what she could, though she maintains that without Hierophant's personally attention it is a fantasy to attain full functions." "But our scrying web is back," I flatly said. "What have you learned?" "General Sacker moved east on the Blessed Isle," Juniper said. "Our man in Summerhome, Legate Acidel, requested that she evict the Presai refugees before taking up positions on the shore. Which, considering that we were feeding General Sacker's legion out of Calawan granaries, was a request that'd carry a great deal of weight." "Legate Acidel," I slowly repeated. 15th, Juniper said. "Tagreb, originally one of General Hune's at the War College. He's loyal, Catherine. No reason to doubt that." There was always a reason to doubt that. I thought. Though if you did not learn where to draw the line, such worries could only drive you mad. I take it the refugees declined to follow the orders, I said. They also called on Governess Abriha's protection, which was granted. The orc continued. Household troops were sent to discourage Sacker, but she picked out their positions and broken them in night raids. Then she set the refugee camps on fire and ordered shot any who fled west instead of east. I let out a hissing breath. Shit, I said. Tell me the announcement was enough, Juniper. Tell me one of our own fucking legates didn't have a role in the slaughter of terrified civilians. One caravan was butchered, the Marshal of Kalos said. 200 dead, we think. Children were spared. It was enough to get everyone else running. I closed my eyes. Breathed in, breathed out. Why was it that the moment I took my eyes off anywhere it all went to shit? No, I thought, that wasn't fair. If Legate Asadel was a contemporary of Hunes, and so the rest of his back at the college, then he was no older than 25. His rank was high, for one his age, and while part of that might have been talent, it was also undeniably, because we were running out of college-taught officers, and most of the veterans of the old legions we had left had loyalties too complex to be entrusted dangerous postings. I could not put men and women still green around the edges and then become furious when they made mistakes. Recall Legate Asadel, I said, opening my eyes. Move him to a garrison where he can't do any damage and replace him with someone more seasoned. No one in praise will raise a ruckus of the civilians, Catherine, Juniper said. By going into Callow they were abandoning Tower Law. I saw Vivian wince from the corner of my eye. I said. That's true. And also the finest argument I've heard for Black's old dream of putting every highborn in the wasteland to the sword. Recall Asadel, Juniper. That's an order. She nodded. That won't be all, I said. Get on with it. Governess Abriha deemed the attack on her household troops to be treason, given her tower-granted rank, Juniper said. General Sacker replied that she was following orders from the Black Knight, Supreme Commander of the Legions of Terror, and so therefore it was Abriha's own interference with her operations that was treason. She lodged an official protest with the tower. The Empress won't knife High Lady Abriha in the back so soon, Hakram said. Not to Sacker, of all people, who has ties to the matrons and remains a close associate of the Carrion Lord. Militia might need Abriha either dead or disgraced, but if she throws her under the wheels now, then she might as well abdicate to the Black Knight. If a general's mere claim to be working at Black's behest when he was on the other side of the continent was enough to make the dread Empress back down, then Adjutant was absolutely correct. She'd have effectively stated herself to be less influential than one of her own right-hand servants, and so by wasteland standards, she'd be meat on the plate. On the other hand, could she really afford to throw to the side the legions in exile? Given that she'd lost Foramen to the Confederation of the Grey Ares and her coastlands were a bloody wound, I'd argue not. The Empress is considering the petition, Juniper said, but has yet to act on it. General Sacker seized the western shore of the Wassalidi and dug in. It's been a standoff with Governess Abriha ever since. I grimaced. We need to find out who General Sacker answers to. I said, it best be Black, because if it's the matrons we have trouble on our hands. The fledgling goblin nation south of the Hungering Sands could only benefit from enmity between Praise and Callow deepening, since history had made it clear that the tribes could only fail if they attempted to stand against the dread empire on their own. An embittered Callow, on the other hand, would have a vested interest in keeping the Confederation standing as a thorn in the wasteland side. And considering my kingdom had largely adopted the war doctrines introduced by the reforms, we'd keep needing goblin steel and munitions only they could produce. They'd have good we wanted, and we'd share a common enemy. Alliances had been built on less. Unfortunately for the matrons, they were planning their schemes blind. They had no real idea of what went on this far west, and they would not be aware of anything related to the Accords. They were fighting last century's war, not this one, playing a game of good queens and dread empresses when that was the very manner of existence I want to strike a match over. If they were brought into the talks, I suspected they'd sign. If nothing else, the clause establishing that a signatory nation attacked by a non-signatory one could call on the aid of all other signatories would get them interested, either as a deterrent for a non-signatory praise, or because praise had signed, and they could not afford to be on the other side of that rule. Yet they were blind, at the moment, at a lot of damage could be done by an assembly of vicious old goblins matrons pursuing what they saw as their own interests. Vivian, I finally said. Anything to add? She bit her lip. There are rumors, she said, that militia is calling near every highborn in praise to the tower. My brow rose. Why? I asked. I don't believe anyone knows aside from her, Vivian admitted. The usual rumors are there. The edict making it treason to claim the name of Chancellor is to be ended. She seeks another Black Knight or a spouse, but there's nothing certain. Whatever she's planning, though there's a lot of expectation. Given the recent string of disasters, such a great assembly of highborn would either see her deposed or her reign secured for many years by a great victory, Hakram opined. She's rolling the dice on her reign. Militia doesn't roll dice. I thought. She only ever plays when she believes she'll win for sure. Sometimes she was disastrously wrong about that, as she had been at second lease, but no one was without blind spots, and I suspected in some ways black was hers. This was wasteland politics, and she danced around these well-dressed killers without missing a step for decades. If she was acting now, it was because she had something in the works that'd secure her hold on praise. She would not expose herself to the wolves of the imperial court for anything less, in my eyes. I breathed out. Send an official messenger to the Carrion Lord, then, I drily said, requesting a sharing of intelligence concerning praise tomorrow. Odds are he'll know more than us. Vivian nodded. I noted, instead of Juniper. Interesting that the Hellhound would recognize her as the higher authority in diplomatic matters, even when those matters involved Black and the Legions. It was the implicit mark of a respect I'd been well aware did not exist when I left for the Everdark. We need to determine where the army's headed, Juniper bluntly said. We're wearing thin, Catherine. Your return and a win did wonders for morale. But it's been a long winter, and we fought through most of it. Even if it's up north we're headed, I want winter quarters raised and a rotation of leave for soldiers. The edge will grow ragged otherwise. I can't give you an answer to that before the diplomacy's been worked through, Juniper. I replied just as bluntly. And for that I need to sit with the pilgrim, and likely Arno Brobois, if not the first prince herself, through scrying link. Whatever the Hellhound would have answered to that I was not fated to know, for before she could speak the advisor Convivial was introduced. My eyes moved in surprise to Acua's veiled silhouette even as she entered the tent and bowed. The Hierophant is awake, Your Majesty, the shade said. I rose to my feet, ignoring the throb of pain from my leg. Meeting adjourned, I said, and they all knew better than to gainsay me on that. Book 5, Chapter 60, Melancholy. And after Okoro was taken, its king Berenger Roanon was dragged before the people in the place of fated jackals, where his hands were cut for having reached beyond his grasp, and his head scalped for having dared to claim kingship over Presai. His dread majesty ordered him driven into the wasteland, bearing his hands around his neck and his scalp scribed with for all crusaders this warning. There is only one crown east of the river Wasilidi, and once more will you be taught to dread it. Extract from Commentaries on the Campaigns of Dread Emperor Terribilis II. The sisters were in the tent. Their presence was like a whisper on the edge of my mind, and though they'd not hidden their presence by Masego's bedside, neither had they drawn my attention to it. It had my fingers clenching, and my growing ill temper was noticeable enough my legionary escort gave me a wider berth as I quickened my limping. I'd had a reputation for having a foul temper even before my anger began frosting over tables, and trading winter for night had not put away that repute. Save and OC knew what lines they could and could not cross without our bargain fraying, and they would not be so foolish as to try to force the knight onto an unwilling Hierophant. But they were not above making that offer when he was freshly awake and grieving, still in shock from the loss of his magic. Crows were carrion birds, and just like carrion, the sisters were preying on the vulnerable to attempt patronage of another powerful figure. For Masego was that still, even bedridden and stripped of sorcery. My anger was less from the crafty offer I suspected was being made, and more from the way that I had no solid grounds for wrath or recourse if I wanted to denounce what they were doing. It was a sharp reminder that the sisters were my patrons and allies, not my followers, and they had schemes of their own. And Masego, the one of the woe, was not my sworn man or a subject of the crown of Callow. Any claim I could make over his loyalties was one he'd given out by his own hand, and by the same could withdraw. The crows were never far from my thoughts, and often pointed address within those was enough to earn their attention, but they did not deign answer my insistence this time. The same tent where I'd slept was shaded in subtle ways when I found it, the shadows it cast, and kept within its folds too deep and cool, even with the falling dusk. There was power at work, the attention of sister goddesses manifest. I dismissed my escort abruptly and strode past the folds, catching sight of Save Innocy perched atop the armchair I'd slumbered in while a half-naked and sitting Masego looked at them from his sick bed, feathered in darkness and ink-eyed. The crows seemed almost too large for the chair and even the tent, not that it seemed to cow my friend. The dark-skinned sorcerer, a cloth fastened loosely over his glittering glass eyes, was still painfully thin from his time in the dead king's thrall, but his face was calm and his hands steady. His long braids were still matted from their lack of washing, the silver trinkets woven in them shining dully in the lamplight. But even Abed looking at him was like looking at an open flame. The burn was feverish, perhaps, but grief and tragedy had not seen its intensity wane. All this I took within a heartbeat, as I arrived to what must have been the tail end of the offer tendered. Faith kept will be kept in kind, Andronike said, and in the end, all will be night. Masego's eyes pivoted under the cloth to glance at me, and the sisters needed no sight to know of my presence, so when I cleared my throat there was no hint of surprise on any's face. Faith can wait until another evening, I said. There will be dash. That won't be necessary, Catherine, Hierophant quietly interrupted. Wings spread, and with a few lazy beats Kamina was on my shoulder, as displeased by my meddling as I was by hers. Andronike, though, perched herself on the side of Masego's bed, peering at him curiously with dark eyes more god than bird no matter the shape of them. You have been hollowed, Andronike caught. Miracle can yet mend this. The urge came, quicksilver and fleeting, to intervene once more. If the sisters alone had requested the stilling of my tongue, I would not have held it, but Masego had as well, and so let the urge pass. There is only one side of apotheosis of interest to me, Hierophant said, and it is not the one that involves kneeling. You are yet young, Kamina said from my shoulder. We can wait, though the bargain will not twice be so sweet. It will eat away at you, Andronike told him. From the inside, it will dash. Sudden as it was, it caught me by surprise like few things in my life before it. Masego's nimble fingers, mage deft and long, snapped up and seized the crow addressing him by the throat. They squeezed, and as Kamina caught in protest and beat her wings against my shoulder, the warlock's son let out a scornful hiss. Do not ever attempt to peer into my mind, covetous vermin, the Hierophant harshly rebuked. Night flooded the room as the behest of livid lesser gods, thick and oppressive current like veils of shadow, but his name burned like a clear and unyielding flame. I knew winter well before you fed on it, Masego said, eyes burning with summer flame. Shall I rip it out through the stitches of your belly? Ruin will run down the course of you into the heart of your entire people, little spiders. Did you believe you could make yourself the life of your kind without also being its death? He barked out a laugh. Lucky you, that it was Acua Sahelian and not I who accompanied her below, he said. Else I would have cut out your ravenous eyes long ago and made a banner of your butchered remains. Masego, I said. Enough. Summer bright eyes flicked to me, then returned to Kamina on my shoulder. My fingers clenched. Masego, I repeated sharply. Enough. Scoffing, he released his grip on Andronike. She flew away in wrath, and I saw that the flesh of Hierophant's hand looked as if it had been frostbitten where it had been touching the divine crow. And that's why, I calmly said, you speak to me before trying to bargain with one of the woe. Offense was given. Kamina cried out, the sound cacophonous and somehow blinding. You tried to look into the head of a man whose name is practically made of the death of gods. You fucking fools, I barked. What did you think was going to happen? Before they could answer, I pressed on. You didn't think, I said. You got greedy, you got hasty, and then you got spanked. Take it as a reminder that there are things up here on the surface that are nastier than you. And be thankful all it cost you was a few moments of indignity. The fury pouring out of them and into the night was like the burn of sudden ice, but I refused to be bowled over by it. They'd made a mistake, believing that dangling power in front of a grieving man was all it'd take to induce another name to bargain. They'd taken him for one of the firstborn, and for that blindness very nearly ended up losing more than a few feathers. I carried your banner from victory to victory, I said, because I've been careful, because I've been patient and cautious, and I've picked my battles. If you begin to sidle up to every named on a ragged edge and offer power for rights, you're not goddesses, you're cut-rate devils. And one of those days, sure as dusk, you'll end up stepping blind into a story that'll end you. The fury did not wane in the slightest, but I met it unbowed. I felt the slight touch of their thoughts against mine, a feather's brush looking for the taste of honesty and finding it. Still, few gods were in the habit of apologizing. The sisters flew out with malcontent cawing, blowing out of the tent and leaving it lighter for their absence. I breathed out in their wake. still feeling where Commonest talons had dug into my shoulder, even if no blood had been drawn and no mark would be left behind. Though Masego's face and torso were facing me, I caught through the cloth that his eyes had followed the crows out before finally returning to me. The radiance of his name, not visible but like a taste hanging in the air, finally dimmed into nothingness. It left him panting and visibly tired. Leaning against my staff, I limped up to his bed and swallowed a wince when he tensed up at my approach. Very slowly, I sat on the side near his legs. "I see you still get cranky when woken up early," I said. He didn't blink for the lack of eyelid, but the way he angled his head good as implied it. "I was expecting anger," Masego admitted. "For this and the rest. Stealing a city, cutting up Arcadia and nearly wiping an entire principality off the face of creation," I elaborated. "Including most of the people you care about in any significant manner." He winced. "Yes," he said. "That." I sighed. "I am angry," I told him. "But for large parts of that you weren't in your right mind. And now that you are, I expect all those things you were trying to deny, and the scope of what you nearly did, are about to start sinking in. We will, one day, have an unpleasant discussion about this. But it won't be today, and when we have it you won't be." I hesitated, looking for the right words, but Masego smiled bitterly. "My fathers will be no less dead in a few days, Catherine," he said. "Nor will." His lips thinned. "Nor will my sorcery have returned," he said, as if forcing himself. "The severing should have killed me. Would have, had it not been so improbably precise. I still wonder what stayed his hand, for it would have been child's play to snuff me out at the end. Much easier than this." It was my turn to hesitate, though the moment I did I knew I'd have to speak. His glass eyes missed nothing, and Masego had known me long enough he could discern the expressions of my face much more accurately than most people's. "I bargained for your life," I said, when I had a shard of his soul in my grasp. He tiredly leaned back against pillows that had not been there when I left in the morning. Archer's work, I thought, which meant they were probably stolen, but I could ask her about that later. "Thank you," Masego solemnly said. "For that. For coming, too." "We all came, Z's," I quietly said. "And we will again, if we need to. Don't doubt that." There was a long moment of silence, and finally he nodded. His breath rasped out along with words barely more than a murmur. "He killed Indrani. Using me." I reached out a hand towards his own, and after the moment he accepted the implicit offer. We threaded fingers and I nodded. "The Grey Pilgrim brought her back," I said. "As Trismegistus said he would," Masego quietly replied. "And yet the last thing she will remember before dying is my hand raised and my lips speaking an incantation." I let silence pass, sensing there was more he wanted to say. "That is unkind," the braided man finally said. "Isn't it? To her even more than I." He looked to me as if asking confirmation, unsure and tone hesitant. "It would be unkind with any of us," I told him, "but to her more than the rest of us." "I don't know how to mend that," Masego whispered. "Catherine, I don't know how to mend any of it." This was, I thought, the first time he'd even obliquely acknowledged that Indrani might have feelings for him. I was not certain whether his careful handling of her came out of a gentle nature, which he had, somehow, not lost in our years of war and hatred, or because he considered himself to have a distinctive relationship with Archer, and it was not my place to ask. But the acknowledgement alone was more than I'd sometimes thought this entire affair would earn of him unless Indrani pressed the matter. "She won't blame you, Ziz," I quietly said. "You have to know that. It might have been your hand, but it was not your will, and that's the part that matters." "Is it?" he asked. "Since I was a child, always I've been told these sweeping truths. Eulogies of the perception of my fellows, the triumphant veracity of ties. And near always they proved false, for though my own fathers were as much reason as they were blood, that is a rare thing. A memory, a pain, these are things that linger. Principles are beautiful. They are the bones of creation and what we make of it, but they do not course in veins. They are distant. Archer was a creature of blood and not reason. He did not say, or needed to. It was true, I wouldn't deny, that in some ways more than any of us Indrani followed her instincts. How much would principle matter, he was asking, when she still remembered the raised hand and the death that followed. "You're looking at it like the depth can only mean it'll hurt more," I gently said. "That's only half the coin, Masego. It also means you want to see the best in them, to get past the roughness, because what you love about them weighs heavier than what hurt you." I had, in my attempt to soothe the fear, somehow worsened this, I realized. The way his face clenched made that plain. He did not speak immediately, and I did not dare to further talk lest I once more stumble over something blindly. It didn't, Masigo hoarsely said. I was so angry with them, Cat. They said sorry about hiding what they knew from me, but they weren't. Not really. Not the way you showed me, where it stings. That you did the wrong thing and it stays with you. They were just sorry I knew they'd hidden things from me, and that doesn't count. And they tried, after, to say things, or give me things, or act ways that would make me less angry, makes us good again. But I couldn't trust it, because I knew they'd just make the same choice again if they had to, so I stayed angry. He swallowed. Even on the day they died, he said. I knew they were planning to bind me. I am not a fool, Catherine. They were going to put me in a cage so I'd be out of the way when the Empress went after you, when Callow was hurt until it knelt. And it rankled that they would. It surprised me, though, when it rankled they just didn't care about the rest. I know you want me to care about the people, Cat, but it's hard. They're not very interesting, as a rule, and they're so ignorant. He hesitated. But I don't want them to be hurt, either, Masigo said. If things can be made better for everyone, shouldn't they? It just seems so obvious, but my fathers didn't care. Or they couldn't see it, and isn't that worse? So I was even angrier with them. And I told them to be careful when I left, but it was almost a lie because after the battle I was going to disappear. And the last thing I said to them was, tainted, Cat. I couldn't be not angry, even if I loved them. It's all right to hate something they did. I told him quietly, thinking of hungry deaths still being reaped. It doesn't mean you hated them. Gods, but how fragile he looked in that moment. How could this be the same man who'd seized a goddess by the throat not an hour ago, threatened the ruin of an entire people for their patrons having crossed him, exposed like a raw nerve and heartfelt until he bled, yet even stripped of the sorcery he'd spent his entire life embracing, he could still daunt a lesser god? I understood. Now, why to someone like Indrani the mixture might be intoxicating. Strength and vulnerability all at once. Someone she could respect without feeling threatened. Masigo was, in her eyes, a peer without being a rival. I thought Papa I could bring back, at least, the dark-skinned man admitted. I cannot account for a soul, and Father had already passed beyond my reach. There was naught to be done there. But Papa was a devil. Sufficient precision should have been enough. But it wasn't, I said. I had seen only part of the string of failures that made a wasteland of the Arcadian shard. But they must have gone on for months before that, and there'd be no indication that success had been looming. No, Masigo said. Always something was missing. I'd believed it a question of accuracy, and perhaps if Trismegistus had not stolen the use of my aspect the gap could have been bridged. But the more I think of it, of what I had begun to glimpse, the more I doubt it. Papa was unique. He did not have a soul, Catherine, but he was unique. Of the incubus that had been one of Masego's father, the ancient devil known as Tycholosh, I knew precious little, and so I did not dare venture an opinion. What did I know of these matters, anyway, that I could disagree with my own Hierophant? If he believed his father had been singular, an exception that surpassed the stuff he'd been made of, I would believe him. And though I could not say I had been fond of the incubus I'd never met or warlock who I had known and scorned, I could at least share in the grief of this man who was family to me. Some things stay lost, I murmured. You have to learn to make your peace with that. I winced, after, realizing it could easily be taken as my speaking of his magic instead of his father's. How carefully you tread, he gently mocked me, as if speaking it out loud would break me. I have lost the gift, in every meaningful way. Which, I silently noted, did not mean every way. Given Masego's lasting obsession with being exact in all things, I did not take that as a coincidence, though it hardly seemed the time to pursue the matter. I thought of Vivian, in that moment, of the way she seemed to terribly convinced that making a mistake or losing her name meant she was no longer one of us. Like she'd be discarded the moment she faltered or changed. I would not, I decided, let Z's fall into that same pit. Losing your sorcery doesn't mean you're not one of us anymore, I told him. Being one of the woe, us loving you, it's not conditional. It's not the Hierophant I came for, and it wasn't the apprentice that became part of my family. It's you, and that's not something you can lose. He squeezed my fingers, though looking at his face I realized with a degree of strange amusement that in that moment, he was the one trying to comfort me. I did not believe that, he assured me. I won't leave you to stand alone like Uncle Amadeus did, so don't worry about me leaving. I mastered myself just in time not to breathe in sharply. Sometimes, I thought, Masigo saw things more clearly than any of us. I saw him hesitate once more, after, and made myself squeeze his fingers back in reassurance. I could have, he said. My brow rose. Could have what? I could have begun apotheosis, Masigo whispered. I had the souls, the weight, the bones. But I wanted to bring my father back, instead. But I still remember, Cat. My eyes narrowed. Remember what? I asked. How gods are made, he whispered. And so how they are unmade. I matched his gaze, hidden as it was by the eye cloth. The dead king. I murmured. Oh yes, Hierophant murmured. Even him. And Catherine, I think I want to kill him. He leaned forward, as if confiding a great secret. I believe, Masigo solemnly told me. I might have become nettled by this affair. Well, I smiled, thin and blade-like. We've certainly started picked fights with lesser gods over less. And so we spoke, just the two of us, of the last king of Sapphira's End. Book 5, Chapter 61, Reformation. Zarii, of short stride, saw the Long's pride, and carved, laughing, found them wanting, chased into shadow, by one mighty blow. Extract from the Zarii Vest, a firstborn traditional epic. Night had become my time, refreshing to my tired bones like a cool drink on a parching day. I enjoyed the quiet of it, the veil of stillness laid down by the dark under the stirrings of creatures nocturnal. Without so much spinning, my thought came clearer, less cluttered, and these days what already lay within my own mind was quite enough clutter already. It felt, at times, like I was attempting to juggle half the continent. It felt that way because it was, essentially, what I was trying to do. Yet while there might have been quiet awaiting us at the heart of the drowsed tent city, there was hardly any stillness to be found. With dusk passing, the curse of the pale light had passed, and the firstborn tread under the moon's unblinking eye like shifting shadows. After my Lord of Silent Steps report, I'd expected for there to be a tautness to the air, but that had perhaps been naive of me. Drow didn't complain or riot or indicate their displeasure, because every last one of them was born to the knowledge that all it took was irritating someone stronger than them once to end up killed. The only drow who were vocal about much of anything were the mighty, and even among those only sigil holders could really be said to be outspoken. That cabal of the few who'd spent years slaying all comers until they rose to the summit of the pyramid of strife. No, instead of a boiling cauldron about to tip over, the tent city of the firstborn looked like half a festival. A drow one, anyway. Gray-skinned Delu wearing the colors and signs of their sigils, either painted on skin or woven into cloth, had come out under moonlight to play. I was used to a soldier's vices of choice being drinking and gambling, but those were the favorites of the legions. Here it was instead the old amusements of the Everdark that reigned, and they were less bloody in nature than I'd expected. Standing before a tall heap of piled stones, drow would set on their brow a thin leathery cord set with a single small stone and claim, in cadenced crepuscular, that their tongue was made of flame. Another drow would then step up to them and call them an 8-year snake, after which they would each sing a couplet with the challenger going second. It seemed to me that, more often than not, they were citing old and well-known texts with only just enough adjusted to brutally mock their opponent or boast of their own obvious superiority in all things. Hakram sent me a look that was disturbingly pleasing, coming from an orc that hefty, and I allowed our steps to slow so we'd catch some of it. One Zulu from the Sudone claimed that its opponent was cunning as cattle, fearsome as a trout, beloved of Nerazim, quiet as a shout, which had the watching Zulu laughing in approval. The other singer, one of the Jindrik, went the other way instead. Boasting shamelessly, it announced it would swallow pale light and make it night, harvest from death its very breath, weave with loom a second gloom, which had a few of the Soln in the crowd, and most the Jindrik ululating in approval, some even calling out a name, Zarii Stridecarver. After both songs had been sung in full, the Zulu cast small tokens, trinkets, pieces of cloth, even simple stones, at the feet of one or the other, deciding whose song had been the finest. The Sudone Zulu won, that time, and triumphantly called out that for the 4th time its tongue was flame. There are traditions much like this in the lesser steppes, Adjutant murmured as we both watched another drow step up and challenge the victor. The steppes beyond the Wasilidi, I knew that meant, where the clans had been able to hang on to more of their old ways, further from Mizan steel and the tower's schemes. Duels of singing? I asked. And steel as well, Hakram said. Though there was a time, Catherine, when no great warrior would have wielded the axe without the verse. I eyed him amusedly. If you want to challenge one them, I could always translate into crepuscular for you, I offered. He looked genuinely tempted but eventually shook his head, clicking his fangs in polite refusal. Too much would be lost in translation, he said. And though I was taught old and cherished words, there are few I can claim as my own. I thought of Knock, in that moment, Knock who'd written in Dread Crown, and whose song was still sung even after the war priests of the Dominion had taken him from me. I caught the exact moment Hakram thought of him too, and we watched the firstborn trade singing barbs in silence as we shared in the same grief. I half smiled at the defending champion's verse. It had just claimed it would make a tomb for the tomb maker, and we let it flow out of us, like a mouthful of wakeleaf smoke offered up to the wind. The formula they speak, at the start, Hakram said. My tongue is made of flame. I quoted, then my lips quirked. You are but an 8-year snake. He inclined his head. What does it mean? I honestly don't know, I said. Ramina, care to share? I felt the general's mild irritation through the night at having once again failed to approach me unnoticed, and savored that for the very petty victory that it was. The general of the southern expedition strode to my side in silence, filling the empty space at my left. "It an old story, lo Sarah Queen," Ramina said. "Oh," I said, sweetly simileing. "So you were there?" "I see," General Ramina gravely said. "Now that you have servants to flatter you again, you have resumed your delusion of being amusing. I had thought you're cured of this ailment, queen of lost and found." "Careful, buddy," I said, jutting a thumb at the singing drow. "One of those just promised to put you in a tomb. Are you sure you want to spend your last moments failing to get the best of me?" Ramina glanced at Hakram, pale silver blue eyes lingering on the missing hand. "The orc has only one hand, and still a defter touch with words," it told me. "He hasn't even said anything," I protested. I winced the moment I said it, feeling the sense of mocking satisfaction wafting off of it into the night. The prick. "One of these days," I told it. "One of these days, Ramina. It is true," the tomb maker conceded. "You might truly have a chance, if I am asleep." Ouch. Well, it was probably a good thing I wasn't going up there to sing with the old bastard anytime soon. "It is from a legend of the ancient days, before the Twilight Sages," the old drow told Hakram. "There was once a manner of snake that was said to be born with the favor of the shrouded gods, manifest as stone on its head. Should it live for 9 years, and devour flesh every day, it would grow to become Ismich, that is, flame-tongued and immortal, swimming through stone with on its brow the shine of pale light. Dragon, I thought, but it was not like the dragons I knew of, which were, anyway, all but disappeared these days. And so an 8-year snake is one that could not become Ismich," Hakram thoughtfully said. "What happens if a singer is the victor 9 times? None who cast token in the contest may kill the 9-year snake for a span 9 nights, Ramina said. "Immortality, dead hand." For a time, it murmured in crepuscular. After that, citing the tenets of night. "For glory fades and stone crumbles, no victor forever crowned." The words were sobering, for they brought to mind the reason I'd come to the tent city in the first place. Under the currents of celebration here, there was a lit sharper that'd blow unless I put out the fuse quick enough. "The Zoitsa sigil is still under control?" I asked. "The children that were disciplined have recovered," Ramina said. "Yet word of your impending arrival has stayed hands for now. The Lutsuk and the Vachikna will require adjudication as well, if your intent is to prevent killing between all firstborn," I sharply corrected. "Take me to them, then." The general's pale eyes flicked to Hakram. "The adjutant's presence will be commented upon," the old drow said. "Let them comment," I grunted. "He can't understand crepuscular anyway. I'm bringing him as an advisor." "Audiveral," Ramina said, eyes narrowing. Yes, this would be accepted. It sounded the same, to an extent, but the meaning had been different. Truth-bearer, or truth-keeper maybe. It was from an older form of crepuscular, the one drow tended to use for formal titles. "Maisoncourt," I said in Shantan, just to show it wasn't the only one who could speak all fancy. When the Empire Everdark still stood, it was the title given to those who learned precedents of law and bore old scrolls of histories to provide these during adjudication, General Ramina said. "A learned servant. In service of who?" I asked. "The Twilight Sages, the Tomb Maker, or those they appointed to pass judgment in their stead." It was easy to forget, I thought, that there'd been a time where the firstborn had known laws more elaborate than the rule of the hardest hand. I nodded my assent, though in truth even an oblique tie with the fools who'd nearly destroyed their entire race for fear of death had me uneasy. Very few would remain that had known those days, I reminded myself, and of those that did, only Ramina had come south instead of marching with the sisters themselves. We moved as swiftly as my limp around, eyes lingering on the distractions that had seized the camp. Small packs gathered around the small, colorful tiles that were the centerpiece of a game of Inixian, carefully placing down their own to make or break patterns according to the labyrinthine rules of their game. Hardly any two sigils allowed the same set of patterns, and Drow from the outer rings would rather kiss a dwarf than begin the game with a lizardfish prowling pattern already on the floor instead of empty space. The way Firstborn from deeper in the Everdark insisted the game was meant to be played. There were more earthy entertainments as well, ones I was more familiar with, javelin throwing and wrestling, as well as the Madman's Bargain that was the poor Narok, the Axe Fortune. I'd yet so see anyone play that game without bleeding, and not for lack of trying. Firstborn were more prone to indulging in luxurious meals or elaborate concoctions than hard drinking, as a rule, since liquor was usually reserved for the very powerful or the very much powerless. For the former, it was a statement of might, that even drunk they could take all comers, while for the latter it was a tacit admission that their lives could be reaped at any time and there was nothing they could do about it. That might change, in time, at least if the Drow were guided towards ways that bled them less often and eagerly by their own hands. Still, I doubted they'd ever become great drinkers of the wines and liquors of Calernia, any more than the nations of the surface were at risk of becoming enamored of the Drow's own drinks. I suspected that the Firstborn tasted things rather differently than we did, because some of the things they ate and drank. Ugh, there was a reason that I'd sometimes used their mushroom-based liquor on Archer as a punishment. I set the ponderings aside as we found the heart of the 10th city and the Firstborn that awaited us there. What must have been the entire Zoitsa sigil, which would keep that name even after Mighty Zoitsa's death until another Mighty claimed the sigil, was patiently standing and awaiting us. An open space had been cleared on the snowy grounds, fitting the 1,000 or so Drow in what I could only call a hierarchy laid bare. Farilla were seated at the front, then Jara behind them, then Is behind those, leading to what must have been 900 and change Zulu. The Zoitsa were not a large sigil, though given that they had 12 Jar among their number, I could see why they wouldn't be taken as easy meat either. You stand in the presence of the Queen of Lost and Found, the first under the night, General Ramina called out. Kneel. They did, and they stayed kneeling, as I considered the approach I wanted to take. Iva's report had mentioned Ramina savaging the two most prominent claimants, and through the night I could easily tell who those would be. They were significantly stronger than the other two, though not so much that the weaker pair lying against one would not see that particular Rilla killed. Unless they had a particular lethal secret, anyway, but that struck me as unlikely. Drow that lucked into one of those tended to rise quickly through the ranks until they either died or became sigil holders. I limped forward, leaning on my staff of yew as I cast a cursory glance around us. This was no Legion camp. There was no such thing as restricted sections of it. Anyone brave enough linger where they could either hear or see could, unless someone chased them away. And there were plenty of curious Firstborn, though I noted they were largely ISP. The lowest of the mighty. Sigil holders, I grasped, were sending people to keep an eye on the judgment I was meant to render. Whatever decision was handed out tonight, it would not be long before the greatest mighty of my host knew of it. That was trouble, for already I'd once denied them the prize that had been the Twilight Crown. If I further chipped away at their ways, I might begin to encounter resistance, which given the hold sigil holders had on their followers would be more than inconvenient. You who would claim the Zoitsa sigil, rise, I said, and come before me. I'd fully expected all 4 Rilla to rise, but instead it was only 3. One of the weaker pair, I thought, must have been convincing enough to earn the other's backing. The Drow came to stand before my scrutinizing gaze, calm-faced and straight-backed. Decree was given, I said. The Southern Expedition is as one great cabal, and until it has ended no Firstborn may slay another. Yet I am told you would have broken the edict, if not for General Ramina's reminder. Explain yourself. The weakest of the 3 kneeled. Lo Sarah Queen, it said, I am bereft of a name or my mercy. Until you have given me an answer, I mildly said. It didn't flinch at my words, though its face blanked, and I felt the malicious pleasure of the other 2 Rilla through the night. It had earned the rebuke, I thought, the moment it tried to smooth-talk me out of anything. Night cannot be left to fade, O Great One, the Rilla said. Mighty Zoitsa must have successor, and when strife is had over who that mighty should be, there is only one manner of settling the claims known to us. I aim not to break the Night's decree, only to obey the tenets of Night, meaning that none of the 3 were willing to back down, and let one of the others harvest the night from Zoitz's corpse, which meant duels to the death were the traditional solution as established by Save NOC. Lovely. The leftmost Rilla knelt. Losera Queen, this one recognizes the truth of the great cabal binding us, it said. And so this one implores your holy judgment in deciding who is worthy of rising, in place of strife. And there it was, my opening. All I needed to do was accept the invitation, and this could all be settled in moments without blood being spilled. That this particular Rilla had been clear-eyed enough to realize both that I wouldn't allow blood being spilled, and that easing my way to judgment would incline me well towards it made it a strong candidate for sigil holder, I thought, though also someone to watch. And yet I stilled my tongue, because what I did hear would echo through the ears and tongues of the ISP lingering at the edges of this clearing, yes, but also through the years to come. I was setting a precedent, and it was not something I should do lightly. I turned my eyes to the third Rilla, the last one still standing. And you? I said. What words would you speak? It knelt, smoothly. None, Losera Queen, it rasped. I do not presume to reach beyond my grasp. Tasting its words through the night, I decided it was speaking the truth, or at least that it believed what it was saying. If I was to wade in and make an appointment through the awarding of Zoitz's corpse, then this one was the safe bet. Not too ambitious, steady, likely more set in the old ways than either of the other two, but with enough deference for Save NOC, and through them myself that it would broadly balance out. This one, I decided, was the choice if I wanted to avoid making waves among sigil holders. If I appointed the second speaker, it'd be seen as my raising ambitious lickspittles. Those not willing to become my creatures would feel threatened and react accordingly. The first speaker, the one I'd chastened, was trickier to parse in implications. It was the weakest of the three, which would ruffle some feathers, but perhaps also raise the hopes of firstborns who'd hit the limit of what they could claim with their own strength that in my service they might rise further still. I wasn't one to particularly enjoy a smooth talker, and this one reminded me a little of Presci Highborn, but vague dislike was not reason enough to exclude them as a candidate. If you had the pick of 3 Highborn for a lordship, I said in Carsum, what measure would you use to weigh the right choice? Adjutant was at my side, a towering presence of calm that passed on a portion of that serenity to me. The 3, he replied in his native tongue. Are they the only people I can pick? Without making a mess, yes, I said. And no matter which I choose, I'll have intervened in the succession of a noble line, while using royal authority. Religious, in truth, but it would not be too inaccurate to compare the kind of influence I now commanded among the drow to what a good queen might have commanded in the Old Kingdom. Letting the succession pass without intervention isn't in the cards, he half-asked, half-stated. They go at each other like wasteland nobles over it, I said, only without the subtlety. It'd be setting an even worse precedent, as far as I'm concerned. If I exempted strife over the succession of sigil holders from the ban on drow killing each other, then the gate would be cracked open. As far as I was concerned, any possible benefit to be obtained from a higher concentration of night in some former Rilla's hands was far below what I got by keeping the drow who knew how to use their own tricks in possession of those tricks. And that was in a military view, anyway. The moral aspects of it were, well, I couldn't keep raising my nose at ritualized murder for power being a central tenet of drow culture if I simply allowed it to keep going on when I could do otherwise. If you are bound to rancor for any intervention at all, Adjutant pragmatically said, appoint the most apt candidate. At least you'll be getting the most out of what it cost you. Sound advice. Following it, all that remained before passing down judgment was considering which of the 3 Rilla would be most valuable to my intentions. Gods, probably the first of the 3. No, that was the wrong way to think about it. The most apt candidate was the one that'd best serve the interest of the sigil it led, not necessarily my own. I thought. But why appoint a lord at all? I thought of a thin man in ragged robes, keeping records no one would read for a revolution that pulsed out of him like a titan's breath. How many of us are there, tyrant? He'd asked. And how many of you? I could not use old means save to reach old ends. General Ramina, I said. Send for the firstborn. The old drow's head bowed by a fraction. Which sigils? It asked. All of them, I said. Every last one of you. If I was to hand down judgment, it would not be to seek the least of 3 evils. I would try to do better. Book 5, Chapter 62, Pledged. Power is as wealth. That which is yours has always been snatched from another. Dread Emperor Venal. General Ramina had sent for them, and they had come. The firstborn, I'd understood since my first steps past the murk of gloom, were the ruin of a people. Even the name of their realm was the remnant of olden nights, from Empire Everdark to a brutal tapestry of sigils haunting the last gasps, simply known as the Everdark. They had been, when I journeyed through their ancient broken cities and their endless tribal wars, little more than a desperate ritual masquerading as a people. Save NOC had bargained for their salvation of their people, made a pact with below, yet it was survival they had sought, and there their ambitions had ended. Wise of them, perhaps, given how insistently the Twilight Sages had courted the doom of their kind until they were slaughtered in their own seat of power to earn audience with those the Drow called the Shrouded Gods. Under the auspices of Kamana and Andronike, the Firstborn had carved out their old glories and made of them hovels and walls, forgotten how to read their own sacred writings, and traded steel for obsidian. Cut after cut, they'd forgotten what they used to be until what they'd become was but distant kin to the people who'd raised the great works I'd seen but the barest fraction of. I'd taken me some time to understand how much more they'd lost than things like knowing how to build sewers or make steel tools, or 100 other small practical bits of knowledge that made life easier for people who knew them. No, the wound was deeper than that. There'd never been a day in my life where I did not know that if I sought the right books or the right stories, I could not know the history of my people, who we had been in ages past, and through that how we'd become who we were. What it meant when a well-dressed Procerin tread a street and my people began humming the tune of Read the Flowers. Why at every summer fair there was an evening where primroses were hung from the tallest tree or roof, and comical plays were had under them until dawn, a last defiance in the name of the Albans, smothered in madness so long ago. Hells, I'd even been able to find out why early in the spring so many grizzled old men and women filled the taverns of lore, and that had actually been fairly dangerous to openly acknowledge. That old soldiers still mourned the last defeat of the conquest drink in hand had not been one of those things people talked about fit. They didn't want to draw the attention of the eyes. Not too loudly, anyway. Even during Black's decades of occupation, the old histories had not been burned. Oh, he was a cannier man than that. He'd restricted grimoires and weapons, eradicated every legacy of the paladins of the White Hand, but the histories he'd not even tried to torch. Viciously elegant as always, he'd simply made the histories he preferred cheaper and easier to obtain before letting human nature do the rest. Yet for someone designated enough to digging, Kalos past was there to find. Even under the Presci, I'd known more of the truth of my people than any drow born in the last 1,000 years could claim to know of theirs. I'd seen the truth of that laid bare between the Lord of Silent Steps and the Tomb-maker, Iva and Ramina. The younger looked at the Firstborn and saw the only thing it had ever known, a history that was closed circle of murder under the night, while the older drow held a rank in the host of an empire that no longer existed, commanding soldiers that were long dead. Ramina treated even other sigil holders as children because that was what they were, in its eyes. Children putting on the regalia of the empire that had birthed them, thieving magpies making a nest of rubies and golden bracelets. It wasn't wrong, I thought, to believe that. It was true that the Firstborn born of this era wore old honors and spoke old words without knowing the truth of them, having made mystical of mundane through the passing of the years. And still, looking at this host of magpies before me, I could not deny that they were beautiful. 50,000 strong, spread out before me as a sea that had swept away tents and bedding and distractions until all that stood in the moonlight was flesh and bone. They were a riot of color, these warriors sworn to 100 sigils, red and silver, yellow gold and radiant green and deep azure blue. Few sigils shared the same colors, and none the same symbols. My own Losera, stayed mine through even winter's death, had taken to drawing the silver tree down the ridge of their nose and encircling their eyes to finish the pattern. The effect was striking, a mask of purple and silver whose roots were the lips and teeth of warriors. The golden sunflower on ochre that was Ramina's own sigil symbol was more often tattooed with needles on cheeks or necks, though every drow out there seemed to have their own manner of bearing their sigil. Their manifold banners traced the air lazily under the trailing fingers of the wind, each speaking a claim or story or boast, and even their armaments were as works of arts. Oh, the Zulu bore spears and shields and practical tools of killing, but the mighty? Every one of them treated both their body and armaments as works of art. Artifacts shaped in night likely older than some Calawan cities had been painted or polished or touched with strips of cloths and ribbons. The warlord in me, the general, looked upon them and saw only chaos. An army of wild folk, without standardized equipment, the doctrine to use them, and the discipline to do so well. But part of me I'd stolen back from eternity along with my death, the one that could savor a good smoke and a sunny day and the chill of cold against my cheeks. That part looked at them and saw that even though they were the bastard children of the Empire, ever dark, the firstborn were nothing less than splendid. Like a precious vase shattered and made into mosaic, still imperfect and broken, but no less lovely for it. I would not forget that, I told myself, looking upon the proud ranks of the mighty and their Zulu warriors behind them. In some ways I knew less of their people than even the least of them, and if I was to have a hand in the shape their kind would take long after my death, I would move that hand with aware of my own ignorance. Our ways are harsh, but they are not without graces. Militia had told me that once, years ago, because even what she hated about the wasteland was still part of praise. And so it had been part of her bones and her flesh and her breath, taken in with her mother's milk. I could not mold the nature of the firstborn like clay, uproot everything that was at the heart of them because it displeased me. I was a cold-eyed stranger speaking hard truths, not any kind of savior. And truth was, the closest the firstborn would ever have to watchful angels was the pale ink-feathered crow slowly circling above us all, high under the stars. I breathed out, watching the mist and wishing it was smoke instead, but I could hardly nurse a pipe throughout this. Merciless gods, I wish. Are you worthy? I asked, and it rippled across the night. Thousands of lips spoke the same question I had asked of the mighty before the twilight crown. Verge. The tale of that moment had already spread through the throng last night, when it was still fresh. Not to all, but to enough. And though my question found echoes aplenty, none dared to answer it. The mighty Zoitsa was slain, and its night awaits a worthy taker, I said. Yet it was decreed under night that no firstborn may slay another before the southern expedition has ended. And so now I am asked who is worthy of that night, who is worthy to rise. I laughed. Did we not answer this question already, you who were born of blood? I sang out. Did you not learn that answer well? Fear and anger and uncertainty wafted up in the night. A sea of emotion I could hardly touch lest I risk drowning in it. High priestess or not, I was only one woman, and a mortal one at that. I wonder, you who claim might, I said, are you ashamed now to speak again before Zulu what you admitted in the shade of dusk? Is vanity the truest answer you have to give? That stung them, as it had been meant to. No, some said. I did not reply, and in the silence they were forced to confess the word again and again, louder and louder until none among the entire host of the firstborn could claim they had not heard it. It was mighty who had been questioned, but it was all who answered in the end. For if the great among them could not be said to be worthy, which of the lesser dared claim themselves to be instead? There is no shame in this, I said. I am first under the night, and I do not claim to be worthy where you are not. Else would it not be my right, my due, to rip the night out of every single one of you? Fear strengthened, but also respect. The drow were not a people to resent threats, or for that matter to think well of weakness. A reminder that my power towered over that of even their greatest mighty made everything else easier to swallow. For was it not the privilege of the strong to do as they would of the weak? That was the principle anyway. As it always was with those, the reality was rather more nuanced. But there is shame, I spoke, and there my voice sharpened, in knowing yourself unworthy and remaining. So, there is shame in sloth, in apathy, in seeing the flaws in what you are and not seeking to be more. A fine line I must walk here, for though the sentiment I spoke was old and beloved to their kind, it also went hand in hand with the spilling of blood. At least, I wryly thought, I was by now an old hand at riding tigers, and I'd yet to be eaten for it. I see before me hands hallowed in blood and little else, I said. What have you offered the night, save for strife? I struck my staff against the snowy ground, the yew hitting it with a clapping sound and kicking off a gust of wind. When the last dusk comes to take you all and tally is taken of the deeds of the firstborn, I said, what will any have you fill the pages with, save for death? There I sneered. Death, I said. Every creature's given end. No great gift, to hurry what is certain. And there came the turbulence, for I had begun to speak of worthiness, of who was fit to hold a sigil, and now I was sneering down at the only measure the drow knew how to use, the long arm and blade it wielded. If not killing and claiming night, what then was to be the path taken? And there I could not bestow upon them an answer like a saving grace made flesh, because I could hardly see to my own soul, most days, and dared not speak to an entire people's, because I still knew so little of the firstborn, of what they were and might yet be. Because I would not be my father, a well-meaning tyrant with a blade in hand intent on cutting out the ugliness of a culture until no imperfections remained. The drow were not children, to be led by the hand. I could speak to them of a horizon, but if they chose to chase it, that decision would be of their own making. Those of you who hold sigils stand only below save in OC and those they have raised of their own hand, I said. You possess deep wells of night, have bloody deeds of valor and cunning to your name. You have the weight of many years behind you, and an edge honed by as many victories. Yet the keen blade you have made of yourself goes unused. It was sent south in these lands to teach the burning lands the return of the empire ever dark. Yet what will follow our victory? I paused, my gaze swept the crowd. Rust, I said. Rust awaits you. Your sharpness will grow dull, your fire gut out, lest you find higher purpose and seek it with those of like soul. I raised my voice, pitched it to resound. The mighty Zoitsa was slain, I said, and its night awaits a taker. None under this sky are worthy, yet it must not remain so. And so, firstborn, I charge you to strive, to seek excellence in all things, and through this conquer eternity. I felt the feather-light touch of the sisters against my thoughts, like a finger sliding down a page. My patron goddesses perceived the shape of my thoughts, the decree I would pass down to their people. I felt them brush up against me, those great looming presences, and taste of their judgment. Kamina sat astride the wall, the remains of the woman who'd once commanded soldiers displeased, but the idol of sacred strife pleased. It was Andronike whose attitude would settle the scale, and her judgment came more slowly than her sister's. Beyond even my own thoughts, she gazed upon the many ends such a decree might lead, the scattered strands, and where she went I could not follow. One who had touched the Godhead, as the sisters had, could follow the strands in ways beyond my comprehension. In silence, save NOC drifted down from the darkened sky on long wings. Down and down they went, until they dropped on my shoulders with sharp talons. I had their blessing, silent as it was, and the simple act of them perching on my shoulders had 50,000 drow shivering. This was not an omen or an oracle, some religious text interpreted through the lens of years. Save NOC was true to them, true as snow or shadow or obsidian's edge, and they had granted me their blessing beyond dispute. I raised my hand, palm up, and on it coalesced in night what I had taken from the corpse of the mighty Zoitsa. Power, given the shape of the sigil symbol, a heavy-set key, whose 4 teeth were as tortured antlers. This is the sigil of the Zoitsa, I said. It will be held before the pale light comes. A shiver, a ripple, excitement like a crowd awaiting the first blood of a duel. All of you who are Zoitsa, I said, may lay claim to the sigil. I leaned forward. I took oaths from some of you, once, and though those nights are past there was truth to our ways, I said. To hold this sigil is to make an oath, to strive to be worthy of the honor bestowed. And through this oath, power is gained, for the oath is the promise of a deed to come. I grinned, sharp and mean. Yet there can only be one oath, and many will be posed, I continued. And so there must be a beginning and an end, for no victor can ever be crowned. And in the end, all will be night. The drow returned, finishing the verse from the tenets of night I had cited. I had thought of the terms, as Ramina assembled all the sigils, and found that the irony of them pleased me. It ran deeper than that, of course. A foundation set in song was set in something deeper than stone, more poignant than law. And if you knew the right song, the right stories, all you needed was to give the first push, and stone would tumble down the slope on its own. The oath will hold for 9 years, I said. And upon the last dusk end, the sigil opened to claiming once more. The keeping of oaths and bestowal of night is a duty I bestow upon my own sigil, for the Losera are the children of the lost and found. I raised a hand. That burden will be the duty of the Losera, to discharge without friend nor enemy, so long as there is empire, I said. And so in the keeping of oaths they will not rise or fall so long as they remain Losera. Balance must be had. If I was going to make Iva and my warriors the priesthood that harvested and bestowed the night, then they could not partake of that bounty. Otherwise I might as well simply name the Losera the founding nobility of the empire Everdark, saving their kind a few centuries of intrigue and treachery before we reached that result anyway. My sigil would serve as a priesthood, taking no sides in the discharge of their duty, and that meant barring them from the greater games of power. Which oath will be worthiest? I said. You wonder this, do you not? If I will speak for the night when every great one passes, choosing oath. I laughed harshly. Are you children, firstborn, that you must be held by your hands? I said, are you without eyes, without ears, without tongue? Can you not choose your own path? I struck down my staff once more. I give you nothing save for tenets under the night, I said. To perish or flourish will outcome brought by your own hand, and the shrouded gods take any who speak otherwise. My grin returned, for it had been some time since fate had last allowed me to bask so deeply in well-tailored irony. Any who are Zoytsa may lay claim to the sigil, I said, and so any of the Zoytsa may offer oath that will be sought for 9 years as they hold the sigil. I let that sink in, then struck again, and it will be the same hands as it has always been, that will tell between Snake and Ismich, I said, for when oaths are offered, it will be the Zoytsa who choose which will own their sigil with tokens. They would, in the end, vote on the oath that would bind their sigil together for 9 years with the elected sigil holder keeping the night for that duration. It would, I believed, force the strongest of sigils mighty to care for the weakest, lest, when 9 years had passed, they find the strength that had led them to the summit lent to another for another purpose. There would be more beyond this. The sigil holders that still lived would be charged to make oaths as well, though they would keep their night when the 9 years had passed. It would only be the rulership that would be open to challenge on that night, though it would be decreed that any sigil holder that died while in that role would see their night turned into oath night. The trick to all of it, what they wouldn't care about until it was too late, was that it would be sacred under save NOC for any drow to leave a sigil whenever they so wished without violence being visited upon them. Sigils would still make their own laws for those they allowed into their fold, but no longer would mighty be able to keep other drow in their service by force. I meant to hang tyranny with the rope of expedience, for if sigil holders treated their followers like animals, what drow would willingly remain in their sigil? Still, the deeper workings could wait for a time still. You who are Zoytsa and would put an oath to the Zoytsa, step forward, I said. I smothered a madwoman's grin, when this time instead of 3 candidates I got 39. Hear that? I murmured, low enough only the sisters could hear. That's the sound of your people taking an axe to the old order. I was hearing it too, and it warmed the cockles of my damned villainous heart. Book 5, Chapter 63, Draft. Rebel prisoners, Black Knight? Ah, you must mean the fresh orc rations. Dread Emperor Foul I, the frugal. Under moonlight Iva of the Losera sat at my side, wielding ink and parchment, and made record of oaths. We begun with the Zoytsa, for they were the reason of my coming as well as the first attempt to make old stones into a fledgling temple. I had given this crucible of acclamation the shape of their singing rites, and that aspect they embraced with relish. It was not merely oaths that were offered to the many waiting ears of the Zoytsa sigil, but verses crafted with deft hands and heady cadence. The first pledges were mundane, enemies that would be defeated and protections that would be ensured. One Isp then hazarded the pledge of sharing the sigil's night with all Zoytsa, and though the oath was met with shocked and disapproving silence, the words had broken the levy. It was not merely prudent, if well spoken, promises that were made, but instead ambitions unveiled. A Jarrer spoke of raising a city where no pale light would ever reach for the Zoytsa to live in, another of arming even every Zulu with coats of steel and shining blades. The Rilla, older hand, and the subtler games of sigils, let others come forward to gauge the sigils once before speaking their own oaths. The same drow that had not presumed to speak to me before now swore to swell the ranks of the Zoytsa, so it would become one of the great sigils, while the ambitious one who'd invited me to pass judgment instead swore that the night of every Zoytsa to die in the wars would be passed to a Zulu proving themselves worthy. I felt through the night the last oath earned the most approval, at least until the 4th Rilla, the one who had not even stood forward to lay claim to the sigil until now, spoke its own pledge. Host of Empire will we be, servants first to right. If Zoytsa bend the knee, let it be only tonight. The night thrummed with approval, and not only from those drow who bore the colors of the Zoytsa. Moravoy was the name of the Rilla that had made the oath, and it had been clever in its shaping. The verses of it made it clear that for its span of 9 years it would have the sigil suborn its own ambitions to the needs of the reborn empire Everdark, serving as army and obeying the orders of leaders appointed by the night. The other firstborn had sought to earn a claim through pretty ambitions and heady boasts, but Moravoy's pledge instead hearkened back to the old dream, a nation of drow, proud and mighty under darkened sky. It was opening the door to any who wanted to bear blade for that purpose, at least for a span of 9 years, and in offering such selfless oath was making all the pledges of those that had spoken before it seemed base. Almost petty. When tokens were set down to match oaths, Moravoy earned more than half those cast, and more than double of its closest rival. I sent Iva to bestow the knight I had shaped into a sigil, after that chosen oath was written down, and so the first crucible of the nigh was passed. The hurdle, after that, was that those already holding sigils need take oaths of their own. It had taken hours to gather 50,000 drown, and even longer to clear room for them all to stand, so I'd had time to do more than ponder the shape of the Reformation I wanted to offer. I'd made arrangements as well, quietly reaching out to those in the southern expedition that were most beholden to me. It was why the Losera had not stirred, when I set them apart from the rest of the kind, and charged them to never rise too high nor fall too low. It was why, though many of the sigil holders were taken by surprise by the changing tides, not all were. In the silence that followed the ascension of Moravoy, mighty Gendrick strode forward. The same hard-headed, choleric warrior that Ramina and I had taken to using as a battering ram whenever we needed something dead or broken. It was feckless and brutal, though prone to forgiving those that amused it. Yet its faith in save NOC was deep and militant, and it thought nothing of making oath if it was the will of the knight. And so mighty Gendrick stood before tens of thousands of its kind, white-toothed and red-handed, and it sang a pledge. To be the point of the spear, ever furthest from the rear. To battle under veil of night, and the glare of palest light. Hear me, 9 years spread. 100 victories tread. I'd expected the Gendrick sigil to flinch at the pledge of fighting as the vanguard wherever fight was to be found, and to forge 100 victories in 9 years, but that was not what I felt from them. Oh, far from it. They were burning with the kind of hard pride that would have any people but the firstborn howling. In the Gendrick, their faces painted azure and white with the jagged fawn-like wings of their sigil symbol, I found boiling blood and a thirst for blood. They took after their sigil holder, and other drow listened to such an oath with envy. Oh, some would leave the sigil, but there would be twice as many petitioning for entry. One after another, the sigil holders who had once been of my peerage followed suit. Mighty Soln's pledge to found a cabal with any other sigil willing to help raise another Tferigu in the heart of the burning lands had the crowd rippling in approval and a few feet stomping down. But when after it finished speaking Ramina stepped up, 50,000 drow went still as statues. The old drow laughed, softly, and offered the trace of a bow at the crows on my shoulder. It spoke simply, cadenced, but with an implacability that was beyond boast. Before 9 years have passed, Keter's gates will lie broken, as Tremble's deaths hold fast. I breathed out sharply at the oath the general had just made. A heartbeat passed, and the sheer wave of fervor that raged through the night had me leaning against my staff for support. Drow raised their voices in an ululating cry, honoring the old monster who'd promised it would lead any following it to smash down the gates of the crown of the dead. The ancient creature closed its eyes, breathed the cool air of Prochor's winter night, and smiled the smile of one who would cast their wrath against even gods. And still Iva wrote, ink on parchment, for the Losera would keep records so long as there were records to be kept. I only left the firstborn 2 hours before dawn, having granted delay to those few sigil holders who had no oath yet to pledge, but that number was few. Before dawn my Lord of Silent Steps would have begun transcribing its records to a book whose pages would be the one of the greatest things I had ever made. Whether it would be a great triumph or disaster, only time would tell. Hakram and I found our way back through the dark, passing legionaries on watch and the odd still-lit tent, but it was a surprise to find that my own was lit up with sprites and mage lights. My feet slowed as I heard laughter from inside, glimpsing 2 silhouettes, one on a bed, the other seated by its side. A man and woman, I thought, and though the words were indistinct and Ronnie's voice was a familiar drawl. I can hear what they're saying, Adjutant murmured, the offer implicit. I'd be able to as well, if I drew on the night. Instead I breathed out slowly and shook my head. Leave them to it, I said. The orc's eyes moved to me, unreadable. They have their own matters to settle, I said. And if I'm there, the war follows you. Hakram completed, clicking his fangs. I shrugged, affecting nonchalance, though I held out little hope so shallow a deception would not be seen through by my adjutant. Hell's Hakram, I said, I might as well be. The war, to those two. No, let them have a night without red on the horizon and talk of plans. It doesn't have to be that way, he gently told me. I thought of Vivian, scared she would be cast out and left out in the wilds, and the way I'd used that fear to bring her a little closer to the woman I needed her to be. Not lightly, not without qualms, not for selfish reasons. But I'd still done it. It does, I disagreed. There might come a day where that was no longer the case. But until the continent no longer teetered on the brink, then the Queen's needs were more important than the woman's wants. I clapped Hakram's shoulder, and together we went to find somewhere else for me to sleep. I woke up with morning bell, still tired but knowing there was too much on my plate to be able to justify sleeping any longer. Adjutant, already awake, passed along that both Masigo and Indrani were still sleeping, and so, instead, I broke fast with Juniper and Vivian. The Hellhound had always been, rather despicably so, in my opinion, a morning person, so while cheer was no more in the cards than usual, she was still noticeably more animated than either myself or Vivian, who, I'd noted over the years, had never really gotten used to staying awake most of the day. Neither thieving nor heroics were always work to be done under the sun, at least not in an occupied Callow. So while Vivian and I blearily drank our morning brews and poked at porridge, Juniper sprinkled bits of jerky into hers and dug in with relish as she began expounding on this Procession book she'd found. Some history of the First League War penned by a prince of Lyonese she'd found a lower Misan translation of. The title, one of those long, elaborate ones highborn Procession scholars were so fond of, she spoke scathingly of, but apparently it was a fascinating look at the events and much less drilly written than most histories. Vivian leaned towards me as the Hellhound told us all about how Helikian cataphractoi had actually begun as a tradition before Theodosius, contrary to popular belief. This is torture, the heiress designate to Callow murmured. Just don't mention the commentaries, I whispered back. It'd be like tossing meat at a wolf. Usually it only got this way when we drank, though, so I was somewhat surprised. By now Aisha should have. I thought, looking at the empty seat where Staff Tribune Aisha Bashara would usually be seated. There's your trouble. The living and breathing person that served as the better part of Juniper's social graces was missing, and so we were being subjected to the full Hellhound treatment. Fascinating. I lied, just after a sentence. Where's Aisha, by the way? Liaising with the legions in exile, Juniper growled. We're taking full stock of the armies down to company size so we can adjust the doctrine for whatever battles are ahead. And there was no one else in the Hellhound's general staff that'd get that done nearly as quickly or neatly as Aisha, so there she went. She'd probably been absent from general staff meetings too, which would only make the Hellhound grumpier. I'm sure it'll be done soon, I said. It'd help if you could tell us where winter quarters will be, the orc bluntly said. I'll see if I can get that settled today. I sighed, then sipped at my tea. The warmth of it seeped into me, and I glanced at the other Callowan at the table. As much out of need as out of mercy, I threw Vivian a bone. I'll need you to send a messenger to Arnaud Brobois, I said. Today will be convenient for the audience he requested. I'll be expecting you at that table, Lady Dartwick. She nodded. And the Dominion? She asked. I glanced at Juniper. We're overdue a fireside evening, the lot of us, I said. I expect at some point during that evening the Pilgrim will swing by for a chat, if he's ready to talk. Tonight, the Hellhound asked. We've all got competent subordinates, I interrupted. We can afford a few hours by a fire, Juniper. If you believe your staff so incompetent that if you have a drink, they'll be lost. I never said that, the Hellhound bristled. Good, I smiled. Then you can bring the Eric. I hadn't had a taste of that since becoming mortal again, and I was curious if my recollections from the old days were still accurate. You baited me, Juniper growled. Can't win them all, Marshal. I grinned, and toasted her with my steaming mug. Vivian shot me an amused look before making her retreat, and a wise woman she was. This time, when Juniper began to talk about the logistics of the army of Callow, the glint in her, I made it very clear the torture was entirely on purpose. It was not until noon bell that I met with Arnaud Brobois, plenipotentiary envoy for the first Prince of Procure. I'd been ready for talks earlier, but the other side had not. Apparently the Grand Alliance's camp was like an anthill that had been just gotten a good kick now that scrying was restored to Isère and Hazenbach's Order of the Red Lion could arrange talks with Salia. Not just Salia, though, likely most of the Alliance's signatories. No doubt the Blood wanted to speak with Levant and their holy Seljun, if only to gain a veneer of lawfulness for whatever they'd get up to regardless of what their figurehead ruler wanted. Given the number of highborn of all stripes who'd want access to scrying, and what must be a highly limited amount of mages that could use such sorcery, as well as spell formulas a generation behind the empires, which meant the further two-way scrying went, the more relays would be required, and the more prone to failure the magic would be. I wouldn't be surprised if they were working their practitioners to the edge of burning out. Still, at least the development meant I could rely on the former Prince of Cantal having freshly spoken with Hazenbach. This was the closest I'd get to speaking directly with the first prince before getting to Salia, I suspected. This was not a formal negotiation, only a private audience, so I'd seen no need to overburden this with ceremony and entourages. On the side of the oaken table, I'd claimed Hakram sat at my right and Vivian at my left, while Arnaud Brobois had brought with him only a pale red-headed scribe whose accessories seemed to indicate was meant to serve as both note-keeper and scholarly expert. The ink and quill made the first plain, while the veritable pile of tomes and scrolls he'd brought in with the legionaries' help implied the second. I knew from experience that someone well-learned in where the writing you were looking for tended to shave hours off of discussions such as these, so I rather appreciated the expertise the Allemans had brought with him. "Your Majesty," Arnaud Brobois greeted me. "Lady Dartwick, Lord Adjutant." I craned my neck back. "I'm unfamiliar with the proper address for a plenipotentiary envoy," I admitted. "It is Lord Envoy, though it is only a courtesy title," the middle-aged replied, smiling amicably. Yet if I may be bold, my brow rose, and I nodded permission. "It is my understanding that you are not partial to formalities," Brobois said. "We could dispense with them, if you would allow it, and you could simply call me Arnaud." I smiled back. "Did you know that I could hear heartbeats, back when I was sovereign of moonless nights?" I mildly said. "If I pricked my ear, I could ever hear blood flowing in someone's veins, smell their fear and anger." His face expressed only confusion. He really was, I thought, one of the finest actors I'd ever seen. The Allemans might even be better at it than Acqua, which was impressive in all the worst ways. "I'm aware I'll find about as much genuine emotion at the heart of you than I would in Hinge, my Lord Envoy," I said. "So spare us both the affability." The ruddy face slackened, moving towards blankness though not quite reaching it. To be entirely vacant would have been an effort as well, while this was simply the release of a pretense. "If you'd prefer, Your Majesty," he calmly said, "shall we attend the matters at hand?" "If you would," I agreed. "Her Most Serene Highness has, after consideration, decided to honor the Grey Pilgrim's non-binding promise of a peace conference," Brobois stated. How magnanimous of her. I'd really thought. I'd grown more diplomatic in my old age, so I refrained from rolling my eyes. Hazenbach might not be happy about Tark agreeing in her name to anything, but she needed the truce and conference badly. Refusing to honor the Pilgrim's agreement with the tyrant would have been cutting off her nose to spite her face, considering it had set the League back on the warpath and mortally offend the Dominion. "And the guarantee of truce until the conference has ended?" Vivian asked. "Will be honored in full," the Allemans agreed. "Including the legions in exile?" Hakram asked. "So long as the Queen of Callow formally agrees to take responsibility for their actions while they remain on Procerin soil," Brobois said. So, Cordelia had recognized that at this point she didn't have the strength or influence to push the issue when it came to the exile legions. Making them my problem was a way to deal with it, since she knew by now I needed the goodwill of the Grand Alliance for the Accords, and letting the Preci loose anywhere in Procer was a good way to throw away every inch of progress I'd made there. "Still, I'd take it." "Agreed," I said. The redhead scribe's quill scratched against parchment. "However," the former prince said, "the highest assembly formally requests that the escaped prisoner of war Amadeus of the Green Stretch be turned over for trial." "The highest assembly has been heard," I mildly said, "though I will caution that considering he never surrendered to the Principate and was tortured while in custody, by Callowan law you have no grounds for such a request." "Indeed, this has been acknowledged," Arnaud Brobois said, to my surprise. That, I thought, had been much too easy considering how despised Black was in these parts. Was Cordelia sparing him as a favor to me, so she could call that favor in elsewhere? Shit, if it came to that I might actually have to agree. However, as a named military commander who carried out plans of mass murder of civilians, he would be considered in egregious breach of the lease accords, the former prince said. I thought. And there it was. Procer has not signed the lease accords, I said. It will, if you agree to apply them to the Black Knight, Arnaud Brobois plainly said. The bluntness of it jolted me. He was actually serious, I realized. And he wasn't just speaking hot air. The powers Cordelia had invested in him meant he could sign agreements in her name in a legally binding manner. It would be selective application of the articles, unless you also intend to pursue the trial of the Grey Pilgrim for the massacre of a port town and an entire half-legion of Presi legionaries, Vivian noted, or of the Queen of Callow for the particulars of the Battle of the Camps. Guarantees can be made that this will not be the case, the envoy said. You're missing the point, I flatly said. If the Accords are used from the very moment they're signed as a tool to pursue enmities, they'll not last the decade. Hakram, at my right, was looking intently at our Alaman's friend. He'd noticed something, then. A matter to be discussed in more detail at a later date. Then, Brobawaz said. The First Prince is offering to host the conference in Salia, Your Majesty, and seeks your opinion on the matter. Adjutant moved a fraction, and so I stilled my tongue. I inclined my head towards him without looking. In the eventuality this is agreed on, where does the First Prince suggest the army of Callow and the legions in exile march on? Hakram asked. Escort would be allowed up to 4,000 for every ruler attending the conference, the envoy replied. 400 into the city itself. And the armies themselves? I asked. Arnaud Brobawaz glanced at his scribe, who bowed at him, then myself before rising to snatch a half-dozen scrolls from the pile. Maps, I realized, reading the letters on the seals. In this matter, the former Prince of Cantal said, Her Most Serene Highness is willing to entertain your proposals. I grinned. I've been a while since I last had a good haggle, I mused, so this ought to get interesting. Book 5, Chapter 64, Brief. 53. A trusted companion who, after a string of personal disappointments, begins to dress in darker colors should no longer be considered a trusted companion. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author, unknown. I didn't mind heading out to Salia for the talks, and there were so many of those to be had. The peace conference, Callow's petition to join the Grand Alliance, and the lease accords themselves. The treaties making up the Grand Alliance had first been signed in the Procession capital, so the symbolism in Callow doing the same there would be powerful, and for the rest having the highest assembly at hand would save a great deal of time. Considering most armies in Isère had fought months of strenuous skirmishes and battles, I foresaw the First Prince's invitation would be accepted. In truth, considering it was Arnaud Brobawaz who'd approached me with the notion in private, odds were the Dominion had already agreed and Hazenbach was simply sounding me out to avoid public embarrassment if I refused. The First Prince was too clever not to know the moment she got everyone else to agree on Salia, she'd effectively forced Caro's hand. Since him having a fit, then would mark him the enemy of everyone invested in seeing peace secured. No, I understood why Cordelia Hazenbach's capital would be the seat of the talks, and indeed preferred it that way for reasons of my own. But we were haggling, so damned if I wouldn't get something in exchange. The First Prince, through her envoy, had been pushing for the army of Callow and the exile legions to make camp in northwest Brabant, but we flatly refused. Reports from the Jacks made it clear that the Principality of Brabant was overwhelmed by refugees from the lakeside holdings to the north, and that the front against the dead king in Hainaut had been on the edge of collapse for some time. If we raised winter quarter there, my armies were the second line of defense whether they liked it or not, and we'd be surrounding by hungry, desperate people. We pushed for northern errands instead, which was more than reasonable in my opinion. It put my soldiers close enough to the northern passage they could be supplied by Callow through it, while propping up the right flank of the Hainaut front. Where it got messy was my insistence that the armies be allowed to raise their camps close to a city, and my soldiers be granted access to said city while on leave. Brobawaz had not been particularly inclined to grant me adjacency to anything but the dead until I started hinting Salia might be a little too far for my tastes. That had the tune-changing pitch, as I'd thought it might. He still demurred from outright agreeing until Prince Ariel of Arons was consulted over the matter, though I threw in agreement to the 4,000 escort and 400 retinue in Salia to make sure it'd be worth the candle to Cordelia. I made it plain that the drow were not my slaves or minions, but allies from another nation, the Empire ever dark, and that the firstborn required an emissary when time came to discuss both peace and the accords. You want the highest assembly to recognize the legitimacy of this Empire ever dark, Brobawaz mildly said. If you'd prefer, I said, the princes and princesses could come explain to the sigil holders why without a vote being held in Salia, they can't belong to a real nation. It'd be extending diplomatic recognition to, well, and there the envoy looked faintly embarrassed, the grisly minions of some wicked foreign deity. I'm not asking you to trade embassies, I patiently said. I'm asking you to recognize that 50,000 warriors would get the firstborn a seat at the table even if they required newborn babies as refreshments. How many more enemies can Procure afford to make right now, Brobowas? There was more nuance to the situation that I would have liked, as it happened. As a rule, the Principate didn't usually consider itself bound by treaties to entities beholden to the Hell Gods. Whoever held the tower was usually arch-heretic of the East, which meant no agreements with them need be upheld, and neither the Kingdom of the Dead nor the Chain of Hunger offered treaties. Agreements in the free cities were subject to the authority of the League itself, which meant none of those cities sworn to below were usually a direct interlocutor to the Principate save in secret pacts not admitted to. In short, there was very little precedent for Procure making any sort of treaty with a state that worshipped the gods below and considering it worth more than what the ink and parchment had cost. Largely, I could admit in the privacy of my own thoughts, because very few of those states ever put much stock in keeping to their word. On the other hand, as of now I was still Queen of Callow, and if the Principate was incapable of negotiating with me, still a villain, regardless of the waning of my name, then this would all head downhill rather fast. The former Prince of Cantal retreated somewhat gracefully at that, noting that even if official recognition could not be guaranteed, then at least a legal equivalent could be. It'd do. I would not expect miracles, even when the Principate was so deeply in trouble. It had been the preeminent power of Calernia, on the surface at least, for too long. The arrogance had been bred into its rulers by generations of genuinely being some of the wealthiest and most influential individuals on the continent. I'd not coddle the highborn when the time came, but neither would I got out of my way to step on their toes. My deep personal dislike for most royalty of the West was no reason to get in my own way when it came to greater purposes. We discussed a few other details of logistics, namely where the escort of 4,000 would be offered amenities, as it turned out, from towns less than a day's march from Salia itself, and the practicalities of bringing an armed retinue into the capital. I had no intention of turning over any of my people who were alleged to break laws to Procure for trial, but I indicated I was willing to hold them to that standard while they stayed in Salia, so long as it broke no laws of Callow or regulations of its army. I gave an inch on my insistence that any such lawbreaking would be dealt with by Callowan trials, allowing for an observer appointed by the first prince to sit in on the proceedings should it come to that. We ended the talk soon after that, since Hazenbach now needed to herd her royal cats before she could agree to what I required. Vivian and Hakram both stayed with me after the man left, the three of us seated in a silence that was rather contemplative. The former thief had kept notes herself throughout most of the talks, though mostly on the exact language of what had been agreed between Brobowas and myself. It had been a surprisingly large amount, though less than one might expect from literal hours of talking. Still, I could not help but notice that a great deal of the tediousness I associated with diplomacy vanished when I ended up in an arguable position of strength. Fancy that, I sardonically thought. I shook away the cynical amusement. Pleasant as indulging it could be, I had no time to waste on indulgence at the moment. You saw something, didn't you? I asked Hakram instead. Not in him, but in what he spoke, Adjutant agreed. It is a question of logistics, Catherine. Hazenbach cannot agree to signing the accords without having first consulted the highest assembly, yes? I cocked my head to the side, not bothering to assent to something we both knew to be true. Arnaud Brobowas has had the written text of them since the night of the battle, Hakram continued. Which means that, up to this meeting being held, Hazenbach and the highest assembly had a day and a half to both read the papers, debate their content, and hold a vote. The offer made, of the Carrion Lord turned over in exchange for a signature? It was lawfully binding, coming from an envoy with the man's invested powers. Which is doable, I pointed out. They could call session at night, if necessary. They don't necessarily need to read the whole thing themselves, either. They can have scholars they trust sum up the contents. Not if the assembly also has to wrangle together succession for 7 principalities too, Vivian quietly said. Even in times of war they have conventions, Cat. And they'd have to arrange it all over scrying, too, which is faster than messengers, but still a devil's delay. I drummed my fingers against the table as I began thinking back on all that had been said. They were right, these two, and more than they knew, considering all the different things Brobowas had agreed on in the first prince's name. They'd need to vote over hosting all this in Salia, I said. Over the amount of soldiers allowed in the capital. Shit, that should have been a tip-off, shouldn't it? That this is diplomacy, and we still got so much done. Bad faith negotiations? Vivian suggested. Hazenbach could be making promises without having held vote over them yet, banking on confirmation afterwards. That's too sloppy for who we're dealing with, I grunted. Setting aside anyone wanting her deposed would be handed a pretext if she did it. She'd be playing with fire when it comes to us, and she won't risk that when Procur's out in the wilds with the wolves prowling. Then there remains one plausible alternative, Hakram said, which is that Hazenbach has held those votes and rammed them through the highest assembly by virtue of having the votes to pass essentially anything she'd like without debate. That can't be the case if the royals who abdicated here got their pick of successor on their throne, I flatly said. There wasn't a lot of loyalty to Cordelia Hazenbach in that crowd, even before the campaign cost them their crown. I grimaced. That meant 7 empty seats in a voting assembly of 23, which was a significant chunk, and considering the main opposition to the first prince had coalesced around Princess Rosala, who was here in Isère, there'd be no one with the influence to seriously get in her way. No, by simple arithmetic, I could see Hazenbach having finagled what was essentially run of the place. Between the Lycanese, the lakeside principalities, and those in the south that were quaking in their boots at the thought of the League coming in to stay, on one hand, this meant I could actually make bargains with the first prince and expect to see them bear fruit. On the other hand, this whole situation had the potential of turning into a nasty brew if accusations of tyranny were thrown around and enough people listened. Nothing we can do about that from here, Vivian pragmatically said. And I've just begun to restore contact with the Jacks and broader Procure, so it'll be some time before we can hear of what's happening in Salia. I leaned back into my seat, closing my eyes to think. I tended to think of Hazenbach as a largely reasonable woman when it came down to it. Arrogant and high-handed, yes, but not bloodthirsty or blind in her principles. She despised me and all I stood for, but never closed the door to negotiation because to her diplomacy was a preferable path to war if it could lead to the same ends. I couldn't say I liked the woman, but I held to a degree of professional respect towards her. She had, after all, held her own against Black and militia for years and come out ahead as often as not. So when I'd heard that she was dredging something out of Lake Artois through Kairos, I'd suspected it wouldn't be pretty, but also been inclined to take it as a precaution on her part. A weapon to unleash if all else fail, not a stick she'd begin waving as a club near everyone else to get her way. I'd been reasonably certain, deep down, that she wouldn't ever use what it was she was having dredged. Now though, they were all justifiable, practical steps she was taking. I knew that. But there was a word for people who did things like seizing control of the highest assembly and digging up ancient weapons, and it wasn't heroin. Vivian, I said, opening my eyes. Lean on the Jacks. I don't care how many you end up burning. The situation in Salia is no longer the highest priority. The dredging, Hakram gravelled, studying me closely. Find out what Hazenbach is fishing out of the lake, Lady Dartwick, I said. And find out. Quickly. The woman who was likely to be my successor nodded decisively, and we left it at that. If there was anyone who still kept to the ancient faith that it had had the stones on the barrow top raised, they'd be within their rights to call this desecration. My affairs had been removed from the heart of the Mavian prayer, brought back to my tent. But given that this would be the first fireside night we held in more than a year, I'd charged Adjutant with furnishing it properly. Which was why where some old and thinning boundaries had once been arranged, now a deep and broad fire pit had been dug by legionaries with shovels. Benches were brought up, the roughly hewn kind that regulations frowned upon but appeared just as inevitably as washerwomen. Both the kind that actually washed clothes and the one that did, as well as those impressively enterprising souls that did both, and peddlers when an army stayed in the same place for a time. The only reason the benches were discouraged were because they were a waste of wood and often got in the way of the swift deployment that legion camps were meant to enable, though so long as legionaries left them behind, most officers let the matter lie. They made for a comfortable enough arrangement around the fire, and with a handful of seats they made up the heart of the arrangement. The drinks were as broad in arraignment, Adjutant having gotten his hand on a barrel of Loire ale as well as what I suspected to be a wide array of confiscated liquors. In an exercise of nostalgia for our college days, we'd killed 2 pigs and put them to roast on spikes, before prudently arranging skewers of horse, as well given the number of greenskins among us. For those of us with cow teeth, there'd be a massive communal plate of biryani as well. Out here in Procure, the cumin and pepper that went with the rice, almost more expensive a luxury than the rest of the meal put together. I claimed my seat there not long before night fell, abusing my queenly prerogatives to get a decent bottle of wine while I read through the last of the reports Juniper had sent me. There was speculation among our general staff that the League's armies were less than a month away from running out of food, which would be rather interesting if it were true. Already preparations for the likely march on errands were beginning, too, though Tarek and I would have to see to the practicalities of that. A named or two might be able to slip in and out of Twilight on their own, especially here in Isare, where it would be so thinly parted form creation, but not an army. That would require a gate and a great deal of power. I handed back the reports to the officer who'd brought them to me in the first place just before the first two of my little band of miscreants strolled in. The first I'd seen not too long ago in this very place. The robber had apparently since led his cohort in a reckless ambush on Levantine mages he'd somehow lived through without taking a wound. The other, though, it had been quite a while. Senior Sapper Pickler had never been what you'd call a sociable woman even at her most convivial, and between her suddenly expanded budget in building engines and my ever-broadening duties it had been ages since we saw each other outside our work. She had, like Robber, visibly aged, her leathery skin was more deeply creased, her angular face grown gaunter. She'd gotten bigger, too, larger in height and frame than most goblins. It was said that matron lines, and as a matron's daughter, Pickler was of a purer strain of that than most could claim, grew larger and lived longer than most of their kind, though the rumors of sharper intellect, as well I'd never put much stock in. It was easy to claim superior wits when the opposition was kept ignorant on purpose. Your Majesty, Pickler greeted me. To my surprise, without a hint of irony. I glanced at Robber with a cocked eyebrow. It is your title, he defended. She's never that deferential, I flatly said. None of you are ever that deferential. The sapper was, I noticed only then, carrying a handful of scrolls. Pickler, I said, reluctantly amused. Are you trying to sweeten me up before asking funding for your latest project? A heartbeat passed. No, she tried. What's in the scrolls, Pickler? I nonchalantly asked. Recipes, she slowly said. For cooking, which is a pastime I took up since we last spoke. I thought cooking was a strictly male thing for goblins, I said, eyeing Robber. No matron would ever eat anything another female had a hand in making, he agreed. I began out of my deep respect for human culture, Pickler said, which I never mentioned until now because, out of genuine curiosity, I let her try to think her way out of this one without interruption. Because I believed it so obvious it did not bear mentioning, she triumphantly finished. Her professed respect was slightly undermined by the way she'd said human culture instead of, mentioning an actual culture. Still, I knew how to bring this to a solid finish. That's a shame, I mused. I mean, I need to blow all that dwarven gold on something, and you know how I love a good siege engine. I sure wish someone had schematics to show me. Robber discreetly shook his head, the filthy traitor, but she wasn't paying attention. I also have schematics, Your Majesty, the senior sapper immediately said, voice almost visibly brightening. For unrelated reasons. So close, Robber moaned. So close. Pickler. I glanced at the cup in my hand, finding it mostly empty, then shrugged. What the hells, I said. Drag a seat here and show me what you've got. So long as Robber keeps pouring me wine, anyway. By the time the others began drifting and we were half an entire bottle in, I'd ordered our mutinous manservant to begin cupbearer duties for her as well, and loudly arguing about the practicality of even greatly ameliorated scorpions against undead. It's not like I don't think siege has a role to play, I said. But bolts aren't going to win us an engagement, Pickler. Mass catapults. That's our force multiplier. Why don't we just pick up stones and throw them at Keter while we're at it, she hissed back. Or better yet, import a dwarven pebble and toss that. Shame on your line. Foundling. And you were so sweet to me earlier, I mourned. Oh, a human put on a crown and started ruling other humans, she scathingly said. How unprecedented. You still can't do abstract mathematics properly, I bet. I've had other things on my plate, I replied, perhaps a tad defensively. What's this about shaming Catherine? A voice cheerfully called out. I can't believe you'd leave me out of that. The rest of the lot had come as a wave, it seemed. Archer, who'd just cheerfully thrown her hat into the ring, and with her Hakram and Masigo. At a glance, Juniper and Aisha was further down the slope and climbing up while talking animatedly. Everyone then. I leaned back into my seat. Don't mouth off, wench, I replied to Indrani. I bet you can't do abstract mathematics decently either. Funny you would say that, Archer said, and grinned like I'd just made a mistake. God's damn it, I thought, and prepared to take my lumps. Seed 2. Patience is the art through which rivers shatter mountains. Solon of many decrees, founder of the Secretariat. Deep beneath the beating heart of the wasteland, in a repository of secrets ancient and terrible, two accomplices debated the truth of empire. Alea of Satis had been born to the green stretch, but her roots were not of the mud. Sonic of no great line was she yet Sonic still, and though some of the ways she kept to had sprung from the shores of the Wasilidi, her years in Ater had seen her embrace the wasteland's rights. A caged bird in the dread empire's most gilded cage, she had learned the songs of power from the carrion circling the carcass of nefarious ring. With watchful eye and steady hand, she'd taught herself to kill without ever bearing a blade, and to sow ruin with but whisper, the trade and tongue of those born high. Patient and smiling, she had learned the mistakes and the triumphs of those who called themselves her betters, and behind the smile taken the measure of the ailing empire falling apart around her. Like a chirurgeon and a sculptor, her hand had marked the cut. And so Alea of Satis asserted this. Praise is a game that can be won. Amadeus of the Green Stretch was the son of corpses now buried, born of a land tread by soldiers under different banners with every season. Dunny, he was, his skin the pale shame of old defeats that praise had deemed filth even in name, and never did he forget it. It was not the tower's promises that whispered in his sleep, but the footsteps of his youth, the wheel of unending defeats seen from the side with cold eyes. In indignation he had become squire, and so sharp a blade found it that it slew his rivals and knighted him in black. To the banner he'd raised the disgraces of the wasteland had flocked, be they green of skin and red of hand, named hunted from above, or every sharp mind and soul of steel that knew contempt but no captain. His was a company of the hungry and the lost, sworn to bleed for those unworthy of that blood. And so Amadeus of the Green Stretch asserted this. Praise is a mold that must be broken. An emptying bottle of wine stayed on the table, and as arguing the fate of a realm was thirsty work, it was not long before a second was opened, just as awful as the first, though to Amadeus the smile it brought in his friend was sweeter prize than the finest vintage would have been in its stead. Tipsy as they were, the Black Knight found that he more disposed to poetic language as he might have been otherwise, though Alea hardly seemed to mind. If a mill only makes poor flour, Amadeus said, one must first look at the wheat that is brought to it. Yet if, no matter what is fed to the millstone, the flour remains poor, then the trouble is not with the wheat, it is with the mill. You argue then, that preci are not of poor make, Alea said, that the empire is as a broken mill, and so will only ever make broken things out of us. Sonic, Tagreb, Dunny, Black replied, goblins and orcs, and even ogres. There is no inherent blemish in any of these people, yet the dread empire spits out madmen and monsters with historical consistency. If the people are not the weakness, Alea, it can only be the empire itself that is the flaw. And no amount of clever schemes can ever change that, because cleverness is the virtue of an individual, and it is the structure itself that is faulty. Dark-eyed and lounging, long hair unbound, the imperial concubine. Oh, how it had something at the heart if him clench in hatred every time he heard the title, sipped at the cup in her hand before raising an eyebrow. Yet this mill has ground out more than what you castigate, Amadeus, Alea pointed out. It has whelped derelicts and disasters, true, but not only these. Maleficent first and second, Terribilis of the same, Sorceress and Maledicta. Some of these were greater than others, but all were potent rulers. Ah, Black smiled. But what circumstances were these? The praise that Maleficent founded, that Maledicta and the first Terribilis ruled, is estranged from ours by more than 1,000 years. And the others you name all inherited debacles, an empire falling apart. Maleficent II came after the secret wars, Terribilis II after the 40 years of shame, and Sorceress' predecessor broke 3 armies in 3 years on the walls of Summerhome. He shrugged. All 3 of these reigned over days where the order of things was fraying. And so I argue that our skilled rulers rose despite the lay of the empire, not because of it, Amadeus said. There we disagree, Alea frankly said. Maleficent II was of middling birth, and only a general in title. Sorceress rose to prominence as the warlock, not by ancient blood. Terribilis II was of a great line, true, yet never ruled as High Lord. In any other realm, they would have been the shining star of a few years, then doomed to disappear when the adversity that raised them passed. The dark-skinned beauty elegantly pointed a finger towards the ceiling, and so the tower above it. The tower and all that comes with it ensured they were able to rule, not merely serve, she said. Praise does not merely follow the line of succession of an old blood, as the Calawans do, and hope greatness will come of that roll of the dice. We seek out greatness, and do not find it, Amadeus frankly replied. Or at least not sufficiently often to balance the lunacy and incompetence that is much more frequently obtained. More often than not, the tower is claimed through murder, which ensures that the crown tyrant is a skilled murderer, but guarantees none of the traits desirable in a ruler. As a method of seeking greatness, it is ineffective. Alea's brow rose. And so what is to be the cure to this ailment you have pronounced? She asked. To shatter the tower, and to establish instead a royal line. A monarchy in the Western manner would not take, Amadeus said, agreeing with what she had not said. And to collapse the tower would be more symbolic a gesture than practical. And yet you sound pleased, she said. You have led to the exact point I wanted to make, Black said. The reason a broken tower or a proclaimed royal house would both be futile gestures is the same. The high seats, Alea said. The reason no madman or madwoman's folly has been enough to break the dread empire is that, functionally speaking, more power lies with the high lords and ladies than the tower. It was a bold claim to make, though he believed it the truth, so it was not without expectation of contest that he'd spoken. You are not the first to make that claim, Alea said. Always the haunted scholar's old work stands at the heart of it. The same three reasons given different wording: Ater, the legions, and accretion. Ater, city of gates, the great capital of praise and seat of the tower. At more than 500,000 souls, it was the largest city and most populous city in the dread empire, the queen of the wasteland. Within its walls the greatest works of 100 tyrants stood, among them sown secrets and wealth beyond one's wildest dreams. The empire could not be ruled without holding Ater, for without it the bureaucracy was masterless, and near every instrument of rule save for military strength MDE beyond reach. It was also a city that could not feed itself, could not pay for its own upkeep, and must keep its gates agape to even enemies for the imperial court to be worth holding. Anyone holding Ater must either rely for food on the ever-vulnerable green stretch, on the practice of bloody mass-field rituals, or on a highborn ally who'd then gain great power and influence from that alliance, if not outright become chancellor. The legions of terror, in principle, balanced the scales of power as the largest and strongest standing army in the empire. In practice, without the backing of the high seats, the legions would always begin to decline. It was taxes and tributes that funded their ranks, and a tyrant attempting to assert authority over the lords and ladies of the wasteland would see the flow of gold and steel dry up. War on the wayward nobility was one way to force the matter, and often nobles would flock to the tower's banner in those conflicts, but with the expectation of reward, always. Besides, the gains were temporary, and civil war typically opened the empire to Calawan raiding as well as extortion over trade by Ashur and the free cities. Greenskins, the clans and the tribes, might serve as loyal and effective soldiers if trained, but fear of the strength they might gain from such meant they were allowed to serve only as expendable auxiliaries. The legions were a noose, but one not always tightened around the neck of the ruling tyrant's foes. The last of the three, accretion, had first become known to Black as Sanaa's ruse, an old sonic story about a young girl outwitting her uncle in claiming her mother's inheritance. The eponymous Sanaa proposed that to avoid strife within kin, a contest be used to choose who'd inherit, the rolling of a great stone over a set distance. The uncle was reluctant until Sanaa told him he would only have to roll the stone for a mile, while hers would be for 3, in deference to his age and power. And so he did not disagree, when Sanaa decreed that to ensure there was no cheating the stones could only be rolled in daylight. And only then did the uncle learn that his mile was up a steep hill slope, while Sanaa's 3 were on flat grounds. And though he was a strong man, one day's span was not enough to finish the trial, and when night fell he could no longer lay hand on his stone. So it rolled back down the slope. In a way it was the same with whoever claimed the tower, for the tyrant usually became the enemy of near every high seat simply by rising to the throne. And all those hallowed and ancient lines had at their fingertips centuries of accumulated power, influence, and wealth. They ruled from cities impregnable by most means, and though no ancient bloodline was without its murderous squabbles, the kinsmen banded together when the family itself was threatened. A dread emperor, on the other hand, rarely inherited the allies and influence of their predecessor. A decade of consolidation of authority in Ater, enforced by wars and a river's worth of gold, could evaporate into thin air the very moment the slide of a knife decided succession. A dread empress must undertake the great game with only what she had brought to the tower, while the high seats had behind them the weight of all their line. It was not that the tyrants were powerless, for they were not. A tear was the key to ruling the wasteland. The tower a beacon gathering named, and with the throne came the treasury, as well as the legions. It was possible for a tyrant to rule largely as they wished, and indeed this was regularly the case. But not without the support of some of the high seats, and struggle against others. With every fresh rain the tower's stone went back down the slope, while the great lines slowly but surely rolled their own forward. It is a well-written treatise, Black said. It is the tedious lament of disgraced second-stringer, Alea mildly replied. One who fundamentally misunderstands the reason the tower stands at all. Amadeus inclined his head to the side, inviting her to elaborate. No tyrant is meant to rule absolutely save if they triumph at the same games you now condemn, she said. That is by design. From inception, the tower has been a way to keep praise as a single nation through what the first tyrants knew to be inevitable civil wars. It is the greater prize that prevents the wasteland from splintering. The rise of the bureaucracy in a tear under Terribilis concentrated power there, which was dangerous to the fabric of praise. A succession of Sahelian tyrants wielding such authority, for example, would have seen Aksum attempt secession within decades. And so resistance from the high lords became entrenched, the difficulty in wielding greater authority increasing. She flicked a finger at the side of her glass. This is not an accident or a flaw, Amadeus. It is the very intent, Alea said. No tyrant may wield absolute authority without being exceptional in a way that no contemporary high seat can dispute. The middling and the lucky are removed when they overstep, leaving only the splendid to undertake great works. Your argument, then, is that the empire's difficulty in regularly producing effective rulers is not a shortcoming because it is on purpose, the Black Knight calmly replied. Which is absurd, Alea, even if it is true. A government is meant to function. If it does not, there is no compelling reason for it to keep existing. It does function, she said. It does exactly what it was meant to do, which is keep the dread empire together and serve as means to power for the individuals of excellence who do claim the tower. For all our pretense of being an empire, we are in truth a pack of tribes, requiring a charismatic warlord to move us to accomplish anything of scale or ambition, Black said. We both describe as disastrous method of rule, Alea. The only difference is that in your understanding the disaster is a deliberate one. No, she disagreed. That reform is required I don't deny in the slightest, so do not imply otherwise. Where our opinions differ is that you ascribe the empire's failures to institutional blindness and idiocy, where I believe them to be the consequence of an initially sound structure having survived beyond its relevance. Let us compromise, then, Amadeus drily said, and say it was blindness and idiocy that kept the structure standing past its time. That earned him the flash of a smile, seen and gone in the heartbeat span. Reform is long overdue, Alea said. On that we agree. Yet I suspect the manner of it required will see us differ again. Reform is perhaps too mild a word, Amadeus conceded. Though rebellion has an implication of haphazardness, I find rather insulting. While Black saw no particular issue with slitting the throat of unfit authority, he had no use for sloppy tools like riots and secession. Such matters were best settled with swift, steady-handed precision, the scalpel and not the torch. It would need to be comprehensive, he said. Seizing the tower, and then? Alea murmured. Dismantling the underpinnings of the power of the high seats, Amadeus said. I would begin by arranging for mage academies under the tower's direct authority and outlawing those of the nobles. And already we have civil war, she smiled. He was no fool, and so had suspected that might very well be the case. Though household troops represented the foundational military strength of any wasteland highborn, it was through mages that most lines rose or fell. A talented practitioner, helped by a cadre of skilled mages and using a potent ritual, could turn around a campaign or make all manners of obstacles disappear. All the great lines had sunk fortunes into finding, teaching, and binding all those born with a strong gift in their holdings, though some such policies were better implemented than others, with Wolof and Cottons traditionally the finest in praise. There will be civil war regardless, Black bluntly replied. That is inevitable. Resistance by the high lords can then be used as a pretext to begin purges of the aristocracy. To weaken the lines? She asked. It would cow them for a time. It would be convenient to pretend as much at first, Amadeus noted. Though the intention is the extinction of every high seat and significant landholding line in praise. Alea went still, then after a moment studied him very closely. You do not jest, she stated. I am aware a significant amount of mages would be lost by doing so, the Black Knight noted. Yet if the cities of the Empire are to be purged of demons, their wards and walls pulled down, and their private armies folded into the legions, then no highborn of influence can be allowed to live. I suppose children younger than 6 could be spared, but offering any further mercy would be guaranteeing an insurrection some years down the line. It would be best to exterminate the aristocracy entirely, to my eye, but Weexa is certain that would represent a catastrophic drop in mage births in the following generation. Minor lines can be folded into the bureaucracy instead, with the old high seats turned into provinces in the Misan manner, with appointed, non-hereditary governors of limited terms. There was a long moment of silence. Maddie, they would fight you to the death over this, she said. That is, the Black Knight smiled, thin and blade-like, the idea. The Civil War, assuming you can even win it, and, she raised a hand to silence his interruption, and I know you believe you would, given time to prepare, or we wouldn't be having this conversation, but Amadeus, you've not even begun to see what they can do when feeling truly desperate. Yet even assuming you do win it, it would take decades, and it would ruin praise as thoroughly as Triumphant's conquests. And we would never entirely recover from the losses, not after the purges you describe. Amputating a diseased limb is not weakening yourself, Amadeus calmly replied. It is salvaging one's body whilst it can still be done. We would be lessened in some ways, perhaps, but from that position, we would then be capable of genuine growth. It is an acceptable loss. It is a brute force solution, Alea retorted. A chirurgeon's garb with a butcher's blade. The violence itself is not inherently unfit a means, but the impatience you would wield it with spoils the broth. Black's brow rose, but he did not interrupt. Slaughtering an empire's worthy of influential, wealthy, and well-armed highborn sorcerers through war is impractical, she told him. First, a more traditional reign need be established, to carefully oust them from the bureaucracy and the legions. Then one must constrain their wealth, lead them to spend their soldiery outwards, and only then would they be ripe for the taking. It would still come to violence, Amadeus said. The last step will be blade in hand. The last step will be unnecessary, Alea smiled. Irrelevance serves essentially the same purpose as extermination, without the massive losses your method would entail. War to the knife is a messy affair, Maddie. Best to fade away instead, slowly, quietly, inexorably. What you describe can't be done, Amadeus of the Green Stretch said, without first seizing the tower. No, Alea of Satis softly agreed. It cannot. The Black Knight sighed and reached for his cup, draining the last of the wine. Had he the choice, he'd prefer this conversation to continue for hours yet. There was still so much to say, to debate and plot. Yet what had been said here was already enough to see them both killed, if reported to the wrong ears. And if the Chancellor learned he was boon companion to a member of the Emperor's seraglio, then the very kindest outcome would be the both of them leashed through that secret being held back. No, it was time to see to the loose ends. His hand came to rest on the pommel sword, and as librarians hid in the shadows, they thought him blind till he set down the empty wine cup. You always end up having to get your hands bloody for the both of us, don't you? Alea said, watching him with hooded eyes. I think I might grow to despise that, one day. Black's sword cleared the scabbard, and dimly he heard a few of the more cautious librarians begin to flee. As if that'd help. But not today, he said. But not today, she softly agreed. He went out into the dark, sword in hand, and screams followed. Book 5, Chapter 65, Convivial. Note: while the assertion that one's friends are an anchor held up to examination, said individuals, either dead or alive, seem no more effective in that purpose than a stone anchor of the same weight. The popularity of the saying remains baffling. Extract from the Journal of Dread Emperor Malignant 2. With 7 expectant gazes remaining peeled on me, I was starting to feel a mite cornered. Just a mite, mind you. I'd gotten out of tighter corners than this through cunning use of diplomacy. I began, perhaps less than correct. Without missing a beat, the crowd began to boo me, and that vicious little wretch Robert even threw something at me over the fire. I didn't quite manage to catch it, but it slid into a fold of my cloak, and I picked it up there. I blinked, finding a rather fancy glass eye looking back at me. Where had he even? No, I didn't want to know. It had to be someone of stature, though. Part of it was painted, but there was also colored glass, and that at expensive as all. No, if I asked, then he won. I'd get Hackram to find out later. Still, I pocketed the eye without any qualms. He could make a tidy little sum from selling that, if he got around to it. So we'd just call this a preemptive fine. Hells, maybe I could get General Abigail to believe I'd had one of those on the whole time. Do the apology, at least, Aisha called out, too well-bred to grin, but with suspiciously twitching lips. I sighed. Archer, I began, ignoring Indrani's enthusiastic affirmation of that's me. You know, you peerless beauty whose approval I secretly crave. And that's why I'm so mean to you dash. That sounds about right, Hakram gravely agreed. The filthy traitor. I was surrounded by treachery of the worst tonight. I retract any implication that you are incapable of abstract mathematics. I valiantly soldiered on. There. Finished. There was a heartbeat of silence. Masigo, swaddled in a rather unnecessary amount of blankets, leaned towards Adjutant. Is it on purpose that she did not apologize at any point in that sentence? Ziz asked. God's damn it. Now even Masigo was getting in on it. The little shit absolutely did know that I'd done it on purpose. I pulled this on him all the... And suddenly his sordid betrayal made a little more sense. Asked to be made a countess, Juniper suggested to Indrani. Even odds she'd take that over actually saying the word apologize. That was a lie. I wouldn't go any further up the ladder than Baroness to get out of this. Honorary, mind you, not landed. I shuddered to think of what Archer might get up to with regular tax revenue. I apologize all the time, I protested. I got a few skeptical looks in return. Here's one for the road. Then, I sneered. I'm sorry you're all so thin-skinned you need apologies in the first place. Alas, the resuming of the loud booing was the herald of diplomacy's failure. Sometimes, I sadly reflected, the other side simply wasn't willing to take the very generous and reasonable terms you offered them. That was not on you. It was on them, I reminded myself. Robber once more tossed something at me, though this time I caught it. It was, to my surprise, another glass. Just as prettily made, although the heft was lighter, and oh night the iris was brown on this one instead of blue, and angled in the opposite direction, implying my special tribune might have murdered not one but two foreign highborn officers just so he could use their glass eye as toy. For once the actual specifics of something he'd done had managed to surprise me, though the spirit of the affair I was painfully familiar with. I pocketed it too, because the little bastard would have hit me with it on the chin if I hadn't caught it. It was decided by a tribunal of the people that I would have last pick of a cut from the pig that was nearly done roasting, my threats to have them all tried for treason leaving the unruly mob indifferent. Truly, they had gone mad with power. Juniper insisted on making the cuts herself when Shed judged the meat properly roasted, ignoring Indrani's protest that it should have another quarter hour of being turned with spices sprinkled on the searing fat. I sided with the hellhound, half out of spite for Indrani knowing all about Stygian abstracts when she'd been raised in the middle of the damned woods, and half because I rather did miss the taste of a pig roasted in the college way, mostly unseasoned, and still juicy the way orcs preferred meat to be if it couldn't be bleeding outright. Adjutant squatted by the fire with plates while Robber was charged with bringing the communal plate of biryani. Aisha was, to my mild amusement, the first to receive a plate, and by sheer coincidence got some of the choicest cuts. Masigo requested belly meat, and the Marshal of Callow allowed him a fat slice, which Robber claimed to be blatant favoritism, and as bickering exploded I reached for my pipe with a smothered smile. Indrani sidled up to me casually, leaning on my shoulder like a pest as I stuffed and lit a packet of Wycliffe. We're missing some people, Archer said. Her tone wasn't quiet, not exactly, but it was pitched not to carry. Vivian will come when she's done with the jacks, I said, whenever that happens to be. Not who I meant, she replied. I craned back my neck just to glance at her. Indrani looked down at me, eyes serious, though face to face like this I felt the urge to kiss her. I set aside the impulse. Acua can't really be here if Vivian is, I murmured. And if she's allowed to sit with us just until Vivian arrives, that's worse than not being invited, I'd wager. Not the last, because it made plain the tensions between my appointed successor and the monster I'd absurdly enough come to like, and more importantly, rely on. I could expect Acua to take such a situation with a degree of elegance, if not necessarily enthusiasm under the mask, but I doubted Vivian would be so agreeable. I think they'd both surprise you, Indrani said. It's personal, between them, but our little thief also knows a thing or two about sitting around a fire with people you were trying to kill not so long ago. Still, once more not who I was speaking of. Oh, her. I lowered my head and breathed in through the shaft of my pipe, the acrid smoke filling my throat and my lungs. I let the taste and warmth of it stick with me, and only then breathed out a long stream. I should learn to do tricks, I decided. With the smoke. I bet Hakram's been tiptoeing around it all careful like, she drawled. Like he doesn't want to needle tender skin. But you're made of rougher stuff than that, aren't you? Tiptoeing wasn't the right way to put it. A perch had been offered, on occasion, and my refusal to grasp it had seen the matter implicitly closed without it ever being outright put into words. You'd know, I murmured, not wagging my eyebrows but conveying the sentiment by voice. Although it's been a while, so maybe you forgot. God's damn. Archer whistled, sounding impressed. You never get that racy where people might hear. You, really, don't want to talk about it, do you? There's nothing to talk about, I stiffly said. She declined twice. I don't see the need to keep inviting her. I wasn't a bloody widower in desperate need of a second wife, in so dire a bind eyed by a white stallion, and learned to recite Valencian poetry just to impress. Cordial disregard suited me just fine, and to be honest it was probably safer for her. Enemies wouldn't bother going after a love affair gone cold if trying to get to me, not when there were deeper and more obvious bindings in my life. You won't even say her name, Indrani grunted, undertone amused. Yeah, you're. Totally. Over how that went down. How dare I suggest otherwise? Senior Mage Killian can be fetched if you require it so deeply. I replied in a clipped tone. If she declines, shall I have dragged in chains? She doesn't fucking want to be here, Indrani. It's a bad habit, that thing you do, Archer seriously said. When if it's not a blade at your throat, you let relationships stay ambiguous by doing nothing. Bet she might have changed her tune, if you'd let a few more months pass before asking again. It's been quite a bit longer than that, I coldly said. I won't open up a casket just so you can sate your curiosity, Drani. Oh, that one's probably cracked beyond mending, she casually replied. But it doesn't have to be that way all around. Send for Acua, and make her stay, even when Vivian joins. My eyes narrowed. You don't give a shit about Killian, do you? I said. You just wanted me to feel raw enough I'd agree to this. The ochre-skinned woman grinned, sharp and pale. Sure, Indrani admitted. But that doesn't mean it isn't true. We should have gotten her started on the liquor earlier, I darkly thought. Might have spared me all this. I turned to meet her gaze, unflinching, until our silence was interrupted by Hakram sliding a plate full of pork and biryani on my lap. He glanced at us, dark eyes missing nothing. Juniper cracked open a bottle of Eric, Adjutant said. Or do you two need to take a walk? Nah, Indrani smiled. Eric sounds good. We're done here. She broke our stare first, strolling away nonchalantly, and Hakram cocked a hairless brow at me in her wake. Underestimating them both, was I? I doubted it, but beyond that assertion I saw a truth she'd not mentioned. If there was going to be strife, when would we next have so relatively safe a moment to handle it? Certainly not in Salia, or up north fighting the dead. Fuck. I really hated it when Indrani pulled the whole incisive insight thing on me. But now that I knew I was taking a greater risk by not handling this now, I couldn't really justify not doing it. Knowing Archer had maneuvered me didn't make it any less effective. Invite Acua up, I sighed. He cocked his head to the side. Ought to make for an interesting evening, he simply said. Adjutant moved away, boots crinkling against the icing snow, to tread downslope until he'd cross the wards and send one of the legionaries to pass the message along. Oh well, it wasn't even guaranteed she'd come. I glanced down at my plate and frowned. Tenderloin. I called out at Juniper. Really the tenderloin? I should have you hanged. I saw Indrani pout and flip Robber a silver as Aisha hid a smile behind her hand. Let me go halfsies with Aisha's cuts, I wheedled. Robber cursed in Tagraby and flipped back the silver to Indrani, who took an overly showy bow. No one seemed particularly inclined to consider my suggestion, the bastards. None of you are ever becoming a countess, mark my words, I bitterly said, and dug into my pork. Pickler passed me the bottle of Eric, though, so maybe at least one of them would make it to Baroness. My Waycleaf was half finished by the time Acua glided her way through the raised stones of the Mavian prayer. She'd chosen a rather conservative appearance, by her standards, a high-waisted dress with a long ruffled skirt, in red and yellow touched by eldritch patterns of gold brocade. Given that it was long-sleeved and went up to the beginning of her neck, it was one of the tamer things I'd seen her wear. Still, it was well-fitted, and on a woman who looked like Acua Sahelian did that was enough to draw a lingering second look. I puffed out a mouthful of smoke as she approached the fire, bowing slightly towards me as she came to warm hands that needed no warmth against the roaring fire. I nodded back, and both of us pretended not to notice every conversation had died the moment she arrived. I took a moment to study reactions, and Ronnie was pleased, Hakram pleasant, and Masigo, staring with fascination at her torso, must have been an arcane pattern that interested him. Those I'd anticipated rather well, though, so it was the others that got me curious. Robber was grinning, one of those needle-filled offerings that meant amusement, so sharp it might as well have been spite. Pickler was indifferent, though the way she'd shuffled on the bench implied surprise and maybe a little curiosity. Aisha had put on the highborn face, a mask of pleasantry so perfect it might as well have been made of marble. Her I wouldn't get much out of unless I asked. Juniper's face was disgruntled, and without any hint of the respect I'd expected an orc to bear for someone who'd faced more than half the armies of praise and callow on the field without flinching. Robber would test her, then, which I wasn't all that worried about. Juniper, though? Contempt might be more dangerous there than antipathy, and I suspected that was the way she was leaning. Spooky Sadie, sit your ass down, Archer called out. You're not fooling anyone with the warming hands thing. You're a damned ghost. How have you not run out of those by now? I said, reluctantly impressed. Also shade. Shade is the word you were looking for. What can I say? Indrani mused, blithely ignoring my correction. I'm just a giver at heart. She has a list, Acua slyly said. She keeps it in her arrow bag, and her next one is Revenant Rags. Archer spluttered out it was lie. Robber cackled loudly before swearing to steal it, and just like that the spell of silence was broken. Conversations resumed. Wasteland Highborn, huh? I suspected she'd be on decent terms with half the people here before the night was out. She had a knack for charming others, even those who should know better. I let the warm chatter wash over me as I leaned back into my seat and smoked my pipe, following the threads of two different conversations at the same time. Juniper and Pickler had dragged a highly amused Indrani into a debate about whether or not her bow, due to its ridiculous size and the way her arrows were closer to javelins, was still a bow or in fact an exotic siege weapon. Pickler's insistence that it was a derivative of a ballista by any reasonable set of principles ran into Juniper's flat reminder that she draws the string with her arm because it's a bow, while Archer's insistence that while she was a trebuchet in the sack, she was also handy with a string did absolutely nothing to help. Robber was spinning an elaborate yarn about smuggling an ass, a donkey, not the other kind, in a cadet captain's room back his war college days for the benefit of a seemingly amused Acua, with the occasional dry correction by Hakram. Masigo and Aisha, significantly more sober than most people around this fire, were discussing whether the old Alaman's legends about the Morians, barrow and underground dwelling creatures that had a rapacious hunger for gold, silver, and jewels, were an extinct people or simply dwarf sightings made legend by the passing of time. It seemed the subject was of particular interest to Aisha, because I was bestowed the rare sight of Hierophant knowing visibly less about a subject than his interlocutor. As the one of the few people here who'd actually seen and spoken with dwarves, I contributed a few details, though mostly I enjoyed the sensation of closest thing to home I'd felt in a very long time. Still, I was not so much at ease I'd not kept an eye and ear on where the first knife would come from. And as expected, 2 yarns later Robber turned a sharp grin and sharper words on Acua. Mind you, the fun didn't end when we left a tear, he drawled. There was this one time. This was when you were still governess and lore, before we murdered your every ally and broke everything you ever strove for. When the boss sent me south to kill your buddies as they moved west. Would have kept it up for even longer, except I was torturing this guy named Mulin who claimed to be under your protection and dash. Acua's brow rose. Mulin, she said. Would you happen to mean Muladhumin, by any chance? Friend of yours? Robber grinned. No, but the lady of Salizan sent a cart's worth of gold ingots with him. Acua mused. Never did get these. He was the heir to the holdings, so his mother was rather cross, but I did wonder what had happened to him. Borer slit his throat, the goblin said. And I'm not saying we ate him, but hells we were low on rations, and if it's Wasteland Highborn, anything goes, right? He was, I thought, looking to shock her, to get a reaction out of her. But then Robber had known little of the Empire's high nobility, save when standing against them on a battlefield. As a student in the war college, he would have been considered under the protection of my father back in the day, who was known to brutally murder any highborn meddling with the college, and quite publicly at that. He believed it he knew what Acua Sahelian would be like, I thought, but he rather didn't. Was he a screamer? She asked. Robber blinked. When you tortured him, Acua clarified. Was he a screamer? Because there's been these persistent rumors about the Humin dash. Oh, come off it, Aisha interrupted. Even if spice birds did exist, which no one has ever proved dash. There's Mizan records, Bishara, Acua solemnly said. By Calavia. The Tagreb replied, sounding deeply offended. The same hack who wrote about giant crabs living in the Wasilidi and insisted the blessed isle was a nest for crocodiles that spoke riddles in High Tyrian. She wrote to entertain patricians in Mysa, not as true historian. I can't comment on Calavia's accuracy in all things, Acua said. Yet I once shared a table with Muladhumin when we were 9, and by the noises he made when I ate the last spice cookies you'd think I ate his firstborn using only forks. Is it me? Or is it kind of titillating when those two argue about things? Indrani pensively asked. God's damn it, Archer. If you're going to say things like that, at least say something I don't kind of agree with deep down. So both of them were rather good-looking, and them getting heated over debate was a good look. It wasn't my fault I had eyes. Still, best not to say that. Acua hardly needed the encouragement, and trying to get Aisha into bed had terrible idea written all over for all sorts of reasons. I set aside the distracting though, but focusing on more practical matters. The more the two of them spoke, I saw, the more out of his depth Robert looked. I sympathized, but then trying to take the shade on in courtly games like this was not the wisest choice he'd ever made. I'd seen few people outright chew through Acua when it came to this, Vivian most vividly coming to mind. Even Black's attempt to humiliate and terrorize her into doing something unwise by making her nail her own hand to a table had not borne the fruit he'd wanted it to. Back in the day, and Acua in those years had been nowhere as smooth as she now was. Without having ever drawn blood as he meant to Robber was turned aside, and the conversations moved on. When lively debate over the kind of riddles in High Tyrian a talking crocodile might have feasibly asked, Archer, the filthy show-off, started quoting riddles from Tyrant and the Fool in the play's original trader talk, a tongue that had common Balite roots. I found Aisha elegantly sitting at my side. My queen, Staff Tribune Aisha Bishara said. I thought I'd trained you out of that. I sighed. It's been some time, she smiled. And this is a serious enough affair. My brow rose, and I decided to pass the last of the Eric to a distracted Hakram instead of drinking it. I'm listening, I said. Aisha's lips thinned, then she leaned forward and lowered her voice. Do you mean, she softly asked, for Acua Sahelian to be dread Empress of Praise? Book 5, Chapter 66, Silvered. Trust given is a gift, costing only the giver. Trust earned is in balance, worth as much to earner as grantaire. King Edward Albin of Callow, best known for annexing the Kingdom of Lys. The urge was there to laugh in disbelief, though I didn't. Aisha was deadly serious in her question, and she was one of the better-informed officers at the highest rung of the army of Callow. She had Juniper's ear, working relationships or personal connections with most the Woe and the rest of my closest collaborators. She was, as it happened, one of the few people who knew of the Lys Accords even if that knowledge was modest. If she could believe that, then others would. I do not, I said. The Staff Tribune nodded in graceful acknowledgement, lovely heart-shaped face touched by the firelight. Then this is a mistake, she murmured, discreetly glancing at Acua without turning. I kept any hint of displeasure from showing on my face. Of all my old college companions, I'd always had one of the more complex relationships with Aisha Bishara. Her high birth in an old wasteland line had made it difficult to trust her, at first, and back in the days where Juniper and I had been more frequently at odds, her open siding with her friend has made her one of the hellhounds and not one of mine, so to speak. We'd gotten past that, over the months and years, but I'd never hidden my belief that quite a few wasteland highborn belonged dangling from a rope, and that had always lain between us. Aisha was more careful not to offend, ever stepping lightly around matters she thought our very different origins would make contentious. Frowning now or thinning my lips would have her shuddering immediately, and that was the opposite of what I wanted. I gazed where the Tagreb had flicked the glance, finding Acua effortlessly drawing Masigo into what had become a debate over the poetries of the East by mentioning the riddling sorcerers of the nameless city. The blind mage let out an amused huff and began declaiming something in a dialect of Mtethwa I could barely make out a few words from. There are lines in praise that are older than the Sahelians, Aisha Bishara murmured. Others who have more often climbed the tower, or through whose veins greater gifts flow. Yet one of that shade's kin ruled Wolof, when the empire was first founded, and where every other great line of that days has withered and died, the Sahelians still thrive. I rolled my cup against the flat of my palm, eyes hooded as I listened to Aisha in pensive silence. That woman right there is of the blood of the original murder, Catherine Foundling, she whispered. The first iron-sharp treachery. All under the sun have known this since the tower was first raised, and yet again and again the Sahelians have betrayed through surprise. Because they are charming, my queen. They are beautiful and fascinating and so very useful that certainly it couldn't hurt to bring them into the fold just the once. Aisha bared the fainted hint of teeth at me, almost like an orc would have. They are like ink, that lot, she said. It only takes one drop in a cup water, and no matter how much you pour from that day on, it will never be entirely pure again. And now you have let one of the finest makings of that line into your hearth, Catherine. Her fingers clenched, her gloves crinkling. She'll have half of them charmed by the end of the night, the staff tribune clinically said. The rest uncertain. I expect she could ever turn Juniper's opinion of her around, given long enough. You make her sound like a force of nature, I said. We watched the laughter and warmth unfolding before us, separate from it, as if a transparent wall of dread had been slammed down between us. She was named, Aisha simply said, and she rose high during years where the iron was sharp like rarely before. An elegantly backhanded compliment sent my way, that there was a reason I'd more than once mulled stealing the staff tribune away from the army and making her my foremost diplomat. She remains impressive, even as a shade, I admitted. And you're not without reason to worry. And yet, Aisha said. And yet, I agreed. A heartbeat passed. This is indiscreet, and perhaps insolent to ask, Aisha delicately said. But are you dash? I waved the notion away before she could even finish. I am, I said, Callowin. I'd come to learn that just as the wasteland's worst excesses needed to be excised from its flesh, so did Kalos' own spiteful inclinations. But in the end, I was more than mind and principle, more than thought. I was flesh, too, and like so many of my people, my bones were made of grudge. There were some trespasses that could not be forgiven or forgot. 100,000 souls. Some follies were beyond forgiveness, even were it wished. Sometimes, tough, forgiveness was not the heart of a story. I will have long a price as I can conceive, in due time, I murmured. Worry not of that. You have lingering eyes, Aisha hesitantly said. They've lingered on you as well, I amusedly replied. Shall I make you empress instead, Lady Bashara? Her cheeks reddened the slightest bit, which was unexpectedly charming. Ah, if it didn't have. Terrible idea. Written all over it. The embarrassment passed, swiftly mastered. Rarely has there ever been more poison to chalice than the tower, the dark-eyed woman somberly said. I would not dare drink of that cup. Yet someone must hold it, and that person cannot be Militia. Something hard and cold passed in the cast of her face. At that, whisked away by the noblewoman's mask, but not quite quickly enough. Agreed, I replied. And Aisha, about rat-face dash. She curtly shook her head. I thank you, Catherine, but I will grieve Hassan in my own way, she said. Aisha was the only person I'd ever known to call him Hassan instead, or Ratface regularly. They'd been lovers, back at the college. A strange pairing, given Ratface's deep hatred of the nobility and Aisha's open pride in her own heritage. But they'd both been incredibly lovely, and the intensity of a passion could make up for a lot of differences. They'd parted ways before I met either of them, though Ratface had remained inclined in the years after. I'd thought Aisha less attached, but now I wondered. Faded affections could find fresh life in other forms, and remain sweet at heart for the good times once shared. I nodded in deference to her grief, for it was greater than mine, and it had older claim on the shade of the man who died in my service at Militia's order. Damn her for that, and so many other things. It'll be black, if I have my way, I said. A moment passed as Aisha mulled over what I'd just said. You usually do, she finally said, tone faintly rueful. It will be a bloodletting that makes the war of 13 tyrants and one pale, if he rises. Change will come, I said. If fought, it will not come gently. They'll fight, Aisha tiredly said. That is our nature, for good or ill. It can't be like it was before, I told her. You know that. Nor should it. We've come too far for that. And her, the lovely tribune said, glancing at Acua. Where does she stand, in this new world of yours? Nowhere, gentle, I said, though that will be a choice of her own making. Will it? Aisha said. I imagine many have thought themselves her captain in days past. I see none still drawing breath. If I were trying to conquer her, I'd fail, I softly said. I've known that from the start. She has ever been my better at those games. And yet, Aisha repeated, the echo almost chiding. Always she's had a knack for masks, I said. More than wearing them she became them, you know. It was why she wielded her name so well. Masks are shed, eventually, Aisha warned. What if you didn't want to shed it? I said. What if wearing that mask you got all these things that some part of you, deep down, had been craving? Because Sahelians are still humans, Aisha. There are some things you can't train yourself out of no matter how hard you try. There are things she will crave deeper still, she said. For that too was taught. And when the opportunity comes, the same choice that has always been made will be made. I smiled, and remembered a winding talk had some time ago under morning sun. You have seen the worst of us, she'd said, and through that knowing taken our measure. But there is more, Catherine. She'd seemingly been speaking of her own kind, of the high lords and ladies. But there'd been the slightest chink in the mask when she'd spoken of her great-uncle who'd fled to Nice. If even a Sahelian can have the taste for peace, there is yet something left to be kindled. A little too sharp, a little too brittle. The first hint of the bile she'd vented on Kairos Theodosian the same dawn that seen the birth of the ways. And I knew, of course, that she was not beyond such exquisite deception, that she might have been weaving that intricate web around me since the moment she saved my life in the Everdark. But it wouldn't matter, I thought, watching Aqua Sahelian letting out a snort of laughter at some pointed comment Indrani had made. It wouldn't matter because she'd want it to be true. Be watchful, Aisha, I said. I will be as well. But that arrow has already been loosed, and I will not gainsay it now. May the gods avert their eyes from it all, she murmured. You've always had an uncanny way for seeing what others do not, Catherine. I will trust in it once more. With open eyes, I smiled. Is that not the finest manner of trust? Aisha smiled back. She drifted away just as easily as she'd come when there was a lull in the conversation for her to slide into, adding her thread to the weave of it with practiced grace. Sometimes I envied how easily it seemed to come to the highborn around me, the social graces I still struggled with even when I genuinely meant to use them. There was something to be said for training from one's youth, even if the other aspects of nobility held little worth in my eyes. The hours passed smoothly. After that, eased by the wine and food and warmth. Twice more Robert tried to needle Aqua into anger and struck only at smoke, until even Pickler looked discomfited on his behalf. He did not try a third time. With the greenskins swiftly moving for second portions of meat and the cask of ale being opened, conversation bloomed in every direction, sometimes coming together for virulent debates, but just as often staying a chaotic multitude. A warmth had seeped in me that had little to do with the fire or the drink, though I'd partaken of both generously. Still I sensed it immediately when two people passed through the outer wards surrounding the tumulus, maybe half a bell before midnight. I wove night to have a look, and to my surprise found two familiar faces walking up the hill. Marshal Grem One Eye, the grizzled old orc who was still thought by many the finest general alive, was carrying 2 bottles of Eric and from the sounds of it complaining that my father hadn't even offered to carry one, to which Black piously informed him that as a recovering hostage he could not trust himself to carry out such strenuous labor. A few of my people heard the steps before the two came in sight, but there was a beat of surprise when they were fully seen in the firelight. Black, Marshal Grem, I greeted them. Have a seat, it's not like we're lacking room. The orc marshal, Black's, not mine, sniffed the air with a bemused look on his craggy face. Is that horse I'm smelling? Grem One Eye said. Haven't had a skewer of that in decades. Last time was fleeing after that raid on the wall, Black said, lips twitching. When those IRs my riders went after us. Wait, I think I had a name dream about that back in the day, I said. When you lot went after the commander of the watch. Oh man, I heard about that, Archer enthused. I mean, no lie, the lady is terrible at telling stories dash. No lie indeed, Black said, lips quirking outright. But this one she actually made pretty entertaining, Indrani finished. Did she mention the part where the commander beat Black like a rented mule? I said. It was almost embarrassing to see. That detail certainly never made it to court, Aqua slyly added. A grave exaggeration, Black said, eyeing me from the side. I was maneuvering her into a killing blow. While she was maneuvering you down a set of stairs, head first, I drily replied. He slid into a seat not far from me while Grem passed the bottles to a, oh gods, that was just wrong. Blushing. Juniper. I'd forgotten she had this, intense sort of admiration for Black. She half glared at me for having the gall to mention that the legendary Carrion Lord had once been thrown down a set of stairs. Gods, I should find a way to pass along that one dream I had where he and Ranger were getting all bright-eyed at each other. That ought to cure her from this right quick. We must have been fleeing on foot for half a day before they caught up, the Marshal of Praise said. Flat grounds, maybe a bell from the marches proper. 20 of them, with this big man and Male the ranking officer. The cousin to Duchess Keegan's husband, we later learned, Black said. The old orc grinned. The watch is coming, he said. Marshal Graham recounted. Soon you will be in longbow range. You cannot escape our sight. Surrender now, or dash. Indrani made a whistling sound, like an arrow loosed, then a fleshy hit. So High shot him, naturally, Black said. Right in the throat. And Weeksa, still drenched in sweat from the running and looking like a rumpled cat. He leans forward, and he says all cool as ice. Grim when I began. Guess he didn't see that coming. The two old killers guffawed together. They chuckled with the ease of two old friends sharing a worn and beloved joke, now thrown around as much for the fondness of the tale as for whatever waning humor it might have once held. I shared a look of second-hand embarrassment with Masigo and Indrani. Calamities, huh? They were a great deal less dignified once you'd had a close look at them. Those left, anyway, I thought with a grimace. Sabah I'd mourned for she was worth mourning, but the warlock I grieved more for how his death had pained and would pain Masigo more than anything else. Little about the man had endeared him to me. Here, Marshal, Juniper said, passing him a skewer of juicy horse meat. Thank you, Marshal, Graham replied, openly amused. Sisters take me. Let's be done with the titles for the night, I grunted. Your majestic high-reachingness, I must protest, Indrani gravely said. It would be most improper of your loyal subjects to behave in such a manner. And also us. Reaching high shelves is her only weakness, as it happens, Robert drawled. Really, I flatly said. The goblin is going to make height jokes. I am a veritable titan, by my people's standards, the special tribune shamelessly lied. I've seen piles of apples taller than you, I scathingly replied. Ah, Robert replied without missing a beat. But did you see? Over. Them. That cut a little too close to home, so I replied with a gesture more than mildly obscene and a few curses in Tagraby that had Aisha tittering in amusement before her face suddenly went blank. Ah, I sadly thought, my own memory prompted by the sight. It had been the same man who'd taught them to the both of us, then. I have a question, Marshal Graham, about your assault on the wall during the conquest, Pickler said. If you don't mind. Grim will do, around a fire. The old orc gravelled. Your old Wither's daughter, I hear? Pickler's face tightened with discomfort as the mention of her mother, the matron of the High Ridge tribe. I am, she said. She tried to have my liver ripped out, once, Grim said. Not even because she disliked me. Mind you, she was just trying to insult rancor by eating an ally's flesh. I am, Pickler slowly said sorry. The grizzled orc quietly laughed. Not much like that old horror, are you? He said, baring teeth. Ask your question, girl. Even as Pickler began a long question about the order of battle for siege, when attacking the fortresses of the wall, I tuned out the taking and leaned closer to Black. You actually here for the company, or the other thing? I quietly asked. I expect the pilgrim will arrive come midnight. He replied just as quietly. And if you were to speak of the wandering bard, as I expect you will, one whose veracity might be ascertained might be of some use to you. I felt a sliver of gratefulness at that, though I knew he would bring as many complications as he did uses by being there. Tarek could no longer see through me unless save NOC let him, these days, and even if they did let him, it would be considered suspect. Black, on the other hand, was no longer even named. The peregrine should be able to use his trick without any complications, though I doubted someone like the Grey Pilgrim would find much to approve of in my father. My brow raised when I caught a detail. I'd never actually told him that the sisters could ward of the attentions of the Choir of Mercy, and likely an aspect, as I doubted angels would so frequently lend a helping hand even to their apparent favorite. Come now, Black smiled, before I could say anything. Pacts with lesser gods are not so rare as to be unheard of. Weeksa spent many a year trying to mimic through ritual the benefits one gains through such patronage without the drawbacks, though to only middling success. It's not quite as clear-cut as that, I said. We have give and take. No doubt, the green-eyed man said. Besides, considering the trials you've put your soul through over the last few years, I doubt there are many takers left. I gasped. Are you making fun of the state of my immortal soul, you perfidious heretic? I said, I suppose I must be a heretic indeed, if the arch-heretic of the East deems me so, he mused. Gods, but I'd missed insulting the man. There were still so many things left unsaid between us, recriminations still simmering and hard arguments yet to be had, but what had been so deeply wounded in the aftermath of Acua's folly felt lighter tonight. Not healed, and perhaps it never would be, but not quite so raw. It helped, I thought, that I had been allowed to feel for my own path so far from him that it was impossible for any part of it to have been his notion. Whatever the reasons the two older men had come, they certainly kept the conversation going. Black eventually went to sit by Masego's side, the two of them conversing quietly, and that I did not approach. The grief they shared went back to long before I'd entered either's life, and I would be an unwelcome interloper if I attempted to be part of it. Vivian had yet to come, which had me frowning. She would not snub an evening like this out of anger at Acua being here, so it likely meant the Jacks were finding something of us. I'd like for her to be there, regardless, but I couldn't deny that finally getting even a bare-bones report about whatever it was the first prince was dredging out of Lake Artois would be a relief. As it turned out, though, like so often Black was right. Mere heartbeats before midnight, the wards shivered as the gray pilgrim passed through. Book 5, Chapter 67, Starlight. Without enemy, without backbone. Callowin saying. I didn't even have to say anything. Black had been watching me discreetly ever since midnight's threshold, and a simple nod of acknowledgement did the trick. Unlike me, the green-eyed man had no connection to the wards that surrounded the tumulus, but by using me as a tripwire, he'd effectively learned of the peregrine's arrival mere heartbeats after I did. Just because the man had lost his name hardly meant he'd ceased being perceptive or dangerous. I slowly rose to my feet, hand reached for my staff, and watched from the corner of my eye as the former Black Knight drew away from the circle that had gathered to listen to an old campaign story of grim one-eyes. Hakram's eyes found me, silently questioning in the dark, but I shook my head. The fewer people there for those talks the better, for though I trusted Adjutant as I would trust my own hand, the gray pilgrim had no reason to do the same. I'd not further muddle the waters of what might already be troublesome talks simply for the base comfort of having Hakram at my side. I slipped away, not unseen of my friends, but at least unquestioned, and tread between the dark silhouettes of the stones raised by the ancient Mavii. Far above, stars hung in the night sky, pale constellations set in ink. Leather boots creaking against the snow, I advanced, the edges of the cloak on my back skimming against smooth stone. Tarek Fleetfoot stood a few feet further down the slope, upright and steady for such an old man. Robes of faded gray fell loosely down his frame, so used as to be halfway to raggedness, and the last wisps of white hair on his head stood out starkly as he gazed up at the stars. He did not have a staff, the gnarled old thing he'd snapped over his knee as the finishing touch to the twilight crown. In the days since that he could have easily found another, I knew, yet he had not. It tasted to me of a loss, something surrendered that would never be had again. None who'd given away their crown would ever find a way to fill that void, and the lack of a walking stick was the least of it. Black drifted out of the stones a heartbeat after I did, tread quietly as the long coat he wore trailed behind him. Tarek's jaw shifted as I looked, a tensing so slight I might have missed it were I not already studying him. Wariness, I thought. The pilgrim recognized Black's footsteps, near silent as they were, and he was wary of the man they belonged to. I knew not what had passed between those two when my teacher was held prisoner, before his soul was mutilated, but the cold spite in the Carrion Lord's eyes and the strain in Tarek's shoulders did not speak to anything pleasant. Still, they were both pragmatic men in their own way. Like it or not, they were in the same boat, and neither would be inclined to behave in a way that might just tip it over for all of us. Your Majesty, the pilgrim calmly said. A beautiful night, isn't it? Isère has its beauties, I acknowledged. The old hero half smiled, then turned to dip his head respectfully. I invited myself to an evening of camaraderie, and for that I apologize, Tarek said. You should, Black noted. I brought liquor, at least. Is your presence meant to be the gift? There was a slight pause, then he muttered, Heroes, in a scathing tone. I sent him a warning look, but he was visibly unmoved. A consequence, I grimly thought, of having me try on those when I'd been a great deal less dangerous than I now was. Apologies twofold then, Black Queen, the pilgrim lightly replied. Yet I believed it wiser to have this conversation away from prying eyes, and before too long had passed. An opportunity he'd not have again soon. I understood, even if he did not spell it out. I was not all that surprised that the peregrine had somehow slipped past a dozen layers of wards, patrols and watchmen to arrive unseen in the very heart of my camp. He was, after all, the gray pilgrim. Appearing sudden and unexpected was his wont, as much a part of his name as the ashen-colored robes. But he'd pulled this off because I was apart from the rest of my army and my watchful patrons. If he'd tried to pull this on the tent where I slept, the sisters might just have taken offense, and good luck trying to keep That. Quiet. You were not unforeseen, I said. I require no apology. Your kindness is appreciated, the old man said. I received the papers sent by the Lord Adjutant, Queen Catherine. They were an interesting read. Well, it wasn't like I'd expected the man to gush, slap me on the back and ask where he had to sign. Had I hoped for that? Just a little bit? Oh, night, yes. I was in no way above easy victories when I could have them, which was tragically infrequent. Fingers tight on the dead you in my grip, I carefully stepped down the slope until I was standing at the hero's left. Black, never one to allow subtle theatrics to pass him by when they cost nothing, nonchalantly cut through behind me and came to stand at my left. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, knowing it'd only further entertain him. I expect you have questions, I said. Objections, too, but best get the clarifications out of the way first. Those were not the full text, the pilgrims said. The simplified manuscript, I said. Though no tricks were plied, Peregrine. I did not hide anything I thought might be contentious. Only remove the many inkwells worth of minutiae that the full treaty will need to properly function. Function, Tarek repeated, blue eyes crinkling. Yes, that is the word I was seeking. He breathed out, mist rising up easily on such a windless night. I have issue, as you must have anticipated, with some of the laws you would set, the old man said. Yet that is not so great a thing. For even if your terms were accepted without amendment, I would wager the lease accords being harbinger of more good than not. The pilgrim's already creased face, wrinkled by long years of saving lives and taking them, grew serious. And so I must ask, Your Majesty, he said, what it is you intend as the function of your accords. Their purpose, for I have glimpsed the lay of your work, and it is neither salvation nor abolition. Oh, that was an ornate way to put it, but no less true for that. I'd known from the very moment the thought of the accords had begun to haunt me that there was only so much I could accomplish through them. It'd be a pretty thing, a treaty that promised 100 or 1,000 years of peace between all who signed it. But that was a fool's dream. Old Terribilis II, the canniest of the old tyrants in so many ways, had once said that armies were like water. They took the path of least resistance. The line had stuck with me, even more than the rest of the commentaries, and I'd seen since that the wisdom of it ran deeper than Terribilis had claimed. People, more often than not, took the path of least resistance. Because it was easier, because it was encouraged, because no one liked to struggle or get hurt. If I raised a dam in the way of our own nature, and, like it or not, people had been waging war on each other since the first dawn, then perhaps it might hold for a time, but it would inevitably break, and perhaps wreak greater destruction than before for the containment attempted. I could not change what lay at the heart of mankind, or orcs, or goblins, or even the drow for that matter. I was not even sure the gods could, and even at my most arrogant I'd never claimed to reach those heights. What I could do, though, was create a set of rules. Not, too, limiting, lest they be bucked, but limiting enough that never again would a city be broken by the strife of named. I told you the first time we ever spoke, I said. What I cannot break dash. You will regulate, Tarek softly finished. I remember. You spoke of your teacher too, that day. Black looked mildly curious, eyeing us both. He cannot conceive of a word where he does not win, you said. The Peregrine reminded me. And this is not a victory. He left unspoken. I'd known that was going to be one of the harder parts to navigate, though, for some time. That the accords required trust in more than just me on the side of Below's champions, lest trust in them die when I did. Part of me wondered if my teacher would take as an insult a remark I'd never intended to make it to his ears, though I stood by it still, and I flicked a glance to the side. He did not seem aggrieved, though only a fool would take what could be seen on Amadeus of the Green Stretch's face as the sum of his thoughts. Yet I have lost, Black said. Undeniably so. I stilled. I'd not expected for him to speak in answer, save perhaps to send the occasional measured barb towards the Peregrine. Indecision warred in my mind, for though the accords were my creation, and I was circumspect of letting my teachers speak to or for them, I could not hold them in my arms like some babe in need of soothing. They would grow larger than me, I knew, from the moment they were signed. They must, for if they did not, this was no more than some old tyrant's madness. Though I would have chosen law and treaties rather than an invisible army or fortresses aflight, the doom of it would be just as certain. And so, though it felt like control of this was slipping through my fingers, I kept my mouth shut. Have you? Tarek mildly asked. You stand free once more, a leader of armies. Aligned with one of the rising stars of our age, shielded from judgment, and assured seat and voice when the lay of this war, and what will follow is writ. Have you lost, Amadeus of the green stretch? Part of me was almost offended on my teacher's behalf, for I had seen victories of his making, and they had little in common with the stuff of these days. Yet there was another quieter voice in the back of my mind that, while not agreeing with the pilgrim had said, found it was not senseless. For someone who'd been a severed soul mere days ago, Black had returned to a degree of prominence with almost blinding swiftness. The itch was there to speak up, to intervene, because there was too much riding on this talk and this night for me to feel content in silence. I mastered it with some difficulty, knowing stepping in now might end up disastrous. My teacher had turned to look at the pilgrim, pale green eyes considering, until he suddenly let out a biting sting of laughter. Hey, victory, Peregrine, he scorned. This night, this moon, this year? The span of my days I have spent in the service of that searing, fleeting thing that'd even the scales for the smallest of instants, and you would claim this to be it. The dark-haired man, though those locks now knew white as well, laughed once more. It was a sound like a bag being peremptorily emptied, a cup drunk to the last drop. More will than instinct. Those few I love are dropping like flies. Amadeus of the green stretch harshly said. My kindred atop the tower spirals ever deeper into old follies, and the order I have worked my hand to the bone raising has burst like an overripe fruit. The manner of things that have been lost. He shook his head, then smiled. Thin and wide and much too sharp, the blade smile I'd come to know so well. These have been calamitous years, Peregrine, the carrion lord said. What gains were had always came at too high a price. And while I will not partake of regret, neither will I shy from the truth that not a single of those games proved worth the candle. You bleed, Tark acknowledged. You rage, frozen and bitter as that poison is. But you are not cowed. You have ruled, but what do you know of rules? Am I to believe you will now put a yoke around your neck out of sentiment? The old hero eyed the aging villain with disdain. There is only so much of that in you, the pilgrim said, and it never bore more than a feather's weight on the scales, Lord of Carrion. I have seen the laws that would be the fabric of the accords, and I see good in them, for even if the children of above will find their hands bound in some ways, it is but a pittance to what it will cost below's favored monsters. You will be stripped of manners of terror and brutality in myriad, forced to measure your wickedness and moderate your cruelties. You will be bound by fetters and told at the edge of the blade that ambitions cannot be without restraint. I see nothing, have seen nothing, in you that would take any of this as more than wasted ink. It must be a pleasant world to live in, where any that stand opposite of you must be either grasping or grasped, Black smiled. Either the creature of the gods below or their apostle in wickedness. Either way, what sin can there be in breaking us? He chuckled. Well, if I must be wicked to hold regard, then wicked I shall be, the carrion lord said, eyes coldly glinting. I'll speak for the crooked and cruel, pilgrim of gray, and give you the answer you demand. Under starlight, the dark-haired man took a dramatic bow, and I could see in the cast of his face that he was relishing this. The chance to speak without measuring every word, considering the consequence on the balance of his role and name. To cut loose, after a lifetime of ironclad control. Precise, I thought, not entirely without fondness. The first conspiracy will bloom, the carrion lord said, before the ink is dry. My fingers tightened. That was not what I had expected of him, or wanted. He grinned, a slice of pale bone cutting through the dark. We will twist around the spirit of every rule while obeying the letter, the green-eyed man said. We will lie and cheat and hide our sins, while dragging into light those of our foes and rivals. We will seek to twist the laws as a tool for our ambitions and a sword to slay our enemies. We will hide behind every protection afforded and make red art of the details that save or slay. We will defend our advantages and seek to unmake yours, never once faltering in our callous greed. The grin went wider still, a madman's grin. A challenge. And yet we will uphold the lease accords, you broken old thing, and wage war on any that would unmake them, the carrion lord said. Merciless gods, you think they tip the scale in your favor? Your entire breed are servants of stillness, shaped from the clay of recoil. You came out victors of the age of wonders, but this age of order will be ours body and soul. You are mad, the gray pilgrim said, tone hushed. That may well be, the carrion lord laughed, but am I lying? Tarek's face tightened. Peace will smother your kind out of existence, the old hero said. This I know and have seen many a time. Under law you will reach too high and pay the price of vainglory. Why now? Tarek Fleetfoot, the carrion lord, replied with languid amusement. That rather sounds like a wager. The Levantine's fingers clenched. This could have been a beautiful thing, he said. The principles of good made into law, however slightly. You soil this by your very existence. I have only ever recognized one sin and one grace, the green-eyed villain replied. Your whimpering sense of virtue is as dust to me, Peregrine. Choke on it and perish, as you should have decades ago. Well, this was just lovely. Still, it rung close enough to an accord from both sides that I wouldn't be interceding for everybody if I stepped in now. You know, before two of the most powerful people on the fucking face of Calernia started pulling each other's pigtails and calling their gods a lie. Charming stuff all around. Though I'd give it to Black that while he might have been a vicious shit about this, he'd at least more or less gotten results. Glad to see we're all friends now, I said, perfectly willing to keep repeating the sentence louder and louder until objections died out. Neither of them contradicted me. Well, would you look at that? Maybe they were clever after all. I am in agreement with the principle of the lease accords, Tarek tightly said. Though when talks are had in Salia, I will argue against the articles I believe to be unsound. I expected no less, I said. It was an effort to keep my voice steady, to keep the sheer fucking triumph out of it. Because if Tarek was in agreement with even just the principles of the accords, then I was pretty sure a majority of living heroes would fall in line. There were probably heroes out there more powerful, but there were none more respected or influential. Getting below side of the fence in order would be trickier, but if Black held the tower and the tyrant's head ended up on a spike, it could be done. The fucking shape was there now. It could be done. My excitement ebbed, though, when I remembered this conversation was not yet over, and that what we had to speak about might shake the foundations of the rest if it went poorly. I hesitated on how to bring it up at all, and to hide the indecision reached for my pipe once more. Black gave me a mildly disapproving look. Wakeleaf is an ungainly vice, he said. One of the few things I ever agreed with Tychelash about. I've tried that wine you keep bottles of, I replied, stuffing my pipe. And I'm not getting a lecture on ungainly vices from a man who regularly drinks something that tastes like rat poison. Muddy. Rat poison. The mud makes all the difference, my teacher pleasantly agreed. I passed my palm over the pipe, black flame bloom amongst the stuffing, and breathed in sharply. Well, indirect talk had never been my strong suit, so it was doubtful trying my hand at it now would somehow yield success with the goddamned gray pilgrim of all people. Direct it was, then. I breathed out, let the smoke rise up towards the night sky, and took the plunge. Pilgrim, I said, we need to talk about the wandering bard. Except I didn't. I was, instead, standing to the side of the three people, the gray pilgrim, the Black Queen, and the carrion lord, standing in the starlight and snow as they spoke. I could even see the smoke wafting up from both my mouth and pipe. Shit, I thought. Catherine, Catherine, Catherine. A woman's voice said, sounding almost pained. You were so close, but now you're fucking it all up. I looked at where the voice had come from. To the side, perched atop one of the raised stones, the wandering bard was seated. Slender and dark-haired, with blue eyes and a rather attractive face. The accent, though, I had recognized. Allemans. Really, I said, Allemans? What? Were there no other bodies left? The bard cocked her head to the side, looking surprised and more than a little amused. That is uncanny, she muttered. Raising a silver flask I'd not seen her grab, she shrugged and took a swallow. Right. The intercessor grinned after wiping her mouth. So I'd say it's about time we had a little chat, you and I. Book 5, Chapter 68, Apropos. A good liar finds every lie a fetter. Arlezite saying. It shouldn't be possible, I thought. How did this somehow not qualify as direct intervention? I was looking at myself standing between the peregrine and the carrion lord, smoke coming up from my pipe hanging still in the air like it had been frozen stiff. The bard had what? Stolen my soul out of my body under the nose of Save NOC, and slowed the flow of time to a crawl. Considering anything sorceress touching upon time was known to be requiring the kind of power that'd break a kingdom to steal away a mere heartbeat, this had to be a named thing. But even if that proved true, this was. My fingers clenched. No, Cat, you damned fool. I grimly thought. You're looking for a heavy-handed miracle when this one's the reigning queen of smoke and mirrors. I'd stood here before, though I'd been brought into such a folded moment by another old monster's will. The difference was that the dead king preferred titanic scenes, an old crusade assaulting the walls of Keter, The chaotic field some had already taken to calling the prince's graveyard, while the intercessor had subtler tastes. A lighter touch that hinted at powers she likely did not possess, but who could know for sure? Some sardonic jest at my expense, or an attempt to rattle me. Going in circles, are we? The bard drawled. That's fine. We got time, cat. This was an illusion, I thought, or perhaps a memory made into something both more and less. Yet it was exquisitely woven, I'd admit, for the silhouette of the intercessor perched atop the old stone was flawlessly touched by the cast of starlight that could not truly exist. The shoddy lute on her lap, more driftwood than instrument, was as much one of her signatures as the shining silver flask in her hand. This thing of many faces and 100-fold in years, there were some who might call it a god. One that sat astride the boundary between the gods and creation, like some fickle high priestess of inscrutable designs. And for all that Kairos Theodosian had whispered in my ears secrets of her nature, there was still much more that remained unknown to me. So it seems, I finally said. What name do you happen to go by these days, Almirava? Marguerite of Balins, at your service, the bard said, bowing foppishly. Does it not get tedious? I curiously asked, trading names and faces so often? You'd be surprised what people can get used to, the intercessor said, then looked me up and down. Or maybe not. You've had an interesting few years, haven't you? Same as you, I calmly replied. Heard you a little spot of trouble down south. Tyrant's a tricky one, eh? You get a particularly sharp one every few centuries, Marguerite nonchalantly admitted. Mind you, that boy's not making it to 30. I don't think he's trying all that hard to. I thought. I did not voice it, though, for though Kairos Theodosian was my foe and had betrayed me many a time, and would again, given occasion, I would still choose him over the intercessor every time. Is this a warning, then? I mildly asked, that I need to fall in line if I want to make it to that age. She laughed, dark-haired and blue-eyed and looking frightfully young for what I knew her to be, barely out of girlhood, and on such an ancient creature that was almost obscene. Shit, cat, you think this is what, some kind of intimidation racket, she grinned. Behave now, young girl. No more slaughtering your enemies, or I'll slap your buttocks with a wooden branch. Her tone was gently mocking, though her face turned serious quickly enough. This is a favor I'm doing you, Catherine, the wandering bard said, because you're trying real hard to do some good, and it might even work. If you stop getting in your own way, just once. Oh, so we were starting with the friendly, smiling face then. Like I'd swallow that. I do make it a point of always believing ambiguous immortal creatures without question, when they assure me they're doing me a favor. I prettily smiled. So, do I need to sign something before you take my soul, or will a spoken bargain be enough? I winked exaggeratedly. For the first of my 3 wishes, I began. You really are a terrible asshole, the intercessor said, almost admiring. Hells, I bet even Nessie gets a little vexed at times, and he's gotten pretty hard to ruffle over the millennia. I was never going to get those wishes, was I? The disappointment only grew with the passing of years. You would know, I smiled. A heartbeat passed as she studied me. Spinning this out won't allow the sisters to take you out of here, Marguerite sighed. You can stop trying to delay now. Shit. And I've been trying hard not to actually think about it just in case she could pick up on things like that. Fine, I said. You want to talk, Bard? Let's talk. What do you want? I'd like for you to not help Nessie wiggle out of this, is what I'd like, the intercessor said. I don't mind your accords, Catherine. I think they might even do some good for a century or two, before they become a noose around the neck of Calernia. If you get them signed, well, congratulations. But you're about to scrap most your efforts before the year is out, and while that's mostly on your head, and I'd usually abstain from the mess, what does matter to me is that you're endangering more important endeavors. Even if we'd been under the noon sun instead of under the veil of night, I thought, I would not have been able to read the woman perched atop the stone. She'd been a weaver of words for longer than Callow had stood, and though the wandering bard was hardly unbeatable or infallible, she was not someone I'd ever have a solid grasp on. Still, even knowing she might be spinning a web of lies tailored exactly for me, I had to keep her talking. When else was I ever going to have the opportunity of stealing a glimpse of what she intended? And what would those endeavors be? I pressed. Killing the dead king, the intercessor said. For good. Not a soul shard or an inhabited corpse. Not his endless legion of expendable intermediaries. Neshama king, he who once reigned over Sapphira and so doomed it. I've no quarrel with that end, I shrugged. Which was nothing but the truth. Creation would be better off without the dead king. There was no denying that. I fully intended on seeing it done, too, if the price for it was not ruinously steep. That did not mean, though, that whatever the bard had planned was to be blindly welcomed, assuming she was speaking the truth, which I would not. And now, I thought, comes the demand. Oh, it'd be disguised, but the tricks being plied on me were not unfamiliar. A common enemy, a common striving, had first been established. Then it had been hinted that she would not oppose my own heart's desire, seeing the lease accord signed, so long as I did not begin a feud with her. Now she'd make her demand, reasonable and modest, and she might even go a step further by throwing in a bribe. Some secret that'd be of use to me, or a light nudge that'd help me along the way. So, I wondered, what was it to be? Was I to bite my tongue when it came to sharing with the pilgrim what I knew of her? Or perhaps it'd be something subtler, a particular secret that need be kept. Good, Marguerite smiled. Then when he offers you a truce, and he will, that much is certain, do not put your weight behind accepting it. I pushed down my surprise, keeping my face a bland mask. What? I'd considered the offers Neshama had half extended while in lease, since the end of the battle, the truces of 10 or 100 years. Tempting as they were, in retrospect the former more than the latter, I'd been growing increasingly inclined to refuse them outright. The long game was his more than ours, in the end, and the dead king would never have made the offer if he did not gain from it more than we. Yet this was not what I'd expected of the bard. I'd taken this little aside of ours, much as she pretended otherwise, as a tacit admission that my speaking against her to the pilgrim might do damage, that she must prevent it. Yet she now spoke as if her great concern was war on Keter and nothing else, which was raising my hackles. I'd seen her act in the name of below as well as above, which meant she was not the heroine she oft presented herself as, but what she truly wanted did remain a mystery to me. The destruction of the dead king was a believable striving for this entity, along with the admittedly chilling notion that there was little she was not willing to sacrifice to see it done, but it was too clean. The two scheming immortals, plotting and scheming across the span of history with Calernia as their pawns. It had the shape of a story to it, and that was what had me wary. The bard's trade was the peddling of stories, and I could not help but think I was being sold one right now. And why shouldn't I? I said. A reprieve would allow us to gather stronger forces before marching on Keter. Was I playing into her hand? I thought, by keeping her talking no matter my true intent? I could not know, but ignorance was cure to nothing at all, even lies taught something of what was. You'd be clinging to the wrong story, the bard calmly explained. In truce he will hold the territories he seized in Procure, and after the truce runs out, you'll take them back from him. Drive him back to Keter, and that'll be your victory. She paused. And so nothing will change, she said. Oh, I burned a shard of him when he got greedy in Arcadia. That's a loss for him. It is, but it's a drop in the ocean. I did not wait centuries to let him slip away now, Catherine Foundling, not when he could be destroyed instead. You're implying that if the war is unbroken by truce, our victory will be in Keter instead, I slowly said. That by cutting a deal, we dilute the substance of the triumph that could be had, which, while sounding to me of a repugnant repudiation of the practical for nebulous principles, sounded quite a lot like some of the hero talk I'd heard over the years. No truce with the enemy and all that. And coming out of the intercessor's mouth, it was a lot harder to dismiss, I thought, for though I still doubted the virtue of such a stance, I wouldn't deny that as a story knife it might just hold up. The more complicated a tale, the less strongly it bound, in my experience, and I doubted anything short of steel fetters would keep the dead king dead. Besides, this entire affair assumed we'd be able to win the war in the first place, which was far from certain, in my opinion. He needs Keter, you know, Marguerite idly said. Everything else he can spare, but Keter? Without it he's no longer the king of death, he's simply evil in a box. And that, my dear, delivers him into my hands sure as dawn. So he'll fight for the city tooth and nail, and that's how he ends. If that's true, I said, why would he ever wage war? Why not simply close the borders of his kingdom and avoid the risk entirely? After a grisly demonstration of power or two, harsh enough they were seared into the Principate's cultural memory, it was unlikely Procure would try his lands again. Few rulers would be fool enough to seek war with the peace of death to the north when there were better lands south and east to annex instead. Because I haven't given him a choice, the bard candidly said. If not regularly bled of strength by a war, he'll gather enough to try something genuinely dangerous, like conquering another hell or ingesting another kingdom into the serenity. So I've arranged for the war to be taken to him, again and again. Not this time, though, I said. He's the one who wanted to sally out, and he's taking risks. What? She laughed, fiendishly pleased. Because he's been cornered, Catherine, the bard said, by the passing of time. The kingdom under will have taken the entire continent underground soon. And on the surface cities are getting larger. Sorcery and learning keeping crawling forward. Larger, more stable alliances are forming. By the time there is a 20th crusade, it'll be able to win. So he needs to do something now, I said. A sweeping change of some kind. Oh, he caught on to that some time ago, Marguerite said. There's a reason Procer is such a bloody mess. Ever wonder why the dead strike so often at the Lycanese while the Alamans by the lakes are an afterthought? Because there are much fewer Lycanese, and they lack allies in the broader Principate. I'd thought it was much more feasible to slowly eradicate the Northerners and their smaller population than it was with the lakeside Alamans, whose principalities tended to be more populated further from the coast regardless. You're implying he's been sabotaging the Principate, I said. He's been sowing hate between those tribes since before there was a Principate, Catherine, she replied, keeping them estranged, shaping their stories one incursion at a time, so that when the black days come they'll be too far gone to band together. If you've known for so long, then why did it come to this? I flatly said. First Prince isn't a name, the intercessor sighed. That's what I work with, like your teacher told you. Names. I can't touch the nameless outside of some very narrow boundaries. And what a funny coincidence it is that the Principate took the shape it bears to this day after Nessie and his friend in the tower ran roughshod over it. You following me yet, foundling? Kairos isn't the only one who's ever pulled a fast one over me. The entire bloody nation has been a fire in my lap since its founding. It was, I thought, believable enough. Though there was one detail more than the rest I focused on. Narrow boundaries. I repeated, hinting at a question. She looked amused. You spoke of me, the bard said. It was enough, given who you are. And wasn't that just the loveliest of ambiguous sentences? Who I was. It might even be true, given that I'd avoided speaking of her as much as I could. The last time I could recall, in truth, had been with the tyrant of Helike, and we'd been hiding behind the madness of the hierarch unleashed on that night. She would not have known anything that was spoken in that carefully forged blind spot. Kairos, having no doubt, made it largely to check her. And that, more than anything else, was what had me convinced she was lying. Because it was a pretty story she was selling me, but she did in fact have a way to get to the first prince. The augur, her cousin and most trusted of advisors. She'd had that way in for years now, and still the 10th Crusade had headed east instead of north. There was, I thought, a greater game afoot than she would have me believe. Oh, if I pressed, no doubt she'd have an answer for me. A reasonable one, too, as for why it had all unfolded the way it had. But my instincts were screaming I was being had, somehow, for some reason. Why would you tell me any of this? Why are we having this conversation at all? You'd have me believe this is your first true opportunity. But since when would you see this as an opportunity at all? A sculptor does not owe a chisel an explanation. Gods below and ever burning. What was her fucking game? What are you really? I quietly asked, looking into eyes that were not the first she'd ever worn. You're named, but like none I've ever seen. And for all your pretenses, you're not a heroine. I'm what was made so that no one ever eats the world, the intercessor said. I am herald before the ruin, envoy when it waxes beyond restraint. What I am has no name in any tongue still known to the living or the dead, and many have gone mad seeking it. I've had as many faces as there are graves, and never once did I taste true death. The old thing smiled. I am not an arbiter, she said. When the hour is kind, I am granted kind purpose. When the hour is wicked, I do what I must. And when the hour is mine, I seek the story that will free creation. Until I have found it, you grasping thing, I see to the monsters that slip through the cracks. So crawl through the muck and do the passing things you can, but do not once presume to meddle in the greater works beyond your understanding. I will not tolerate the meddling of amateurs. She had given me, I thought, reasonable enough answers. Not justifications, and only barely would I call them explanations, but it held up, more or less. Enough that I could glimpse the shape of tale that'd make sense of it all. And that was why I doubted it. But I did have to wonder, had I sunk too deep into lunacy, that a plausible tale was enough to have me disbelieve? Had I become like Kairos, bearing knives at the faintest hint of weakness? Or is this kind of hesitation exactly what she wants from me by doing this? The trouble here was that I had so very little to bring out as argument if I wanted to qualify the intercessor an enemy in the eyes of the pilgrim. She'd pulled strings for the death of Captain, it was true, But Sabah had spent a lifetime as an enforcer for my teacher and threw in the tower. She'd had a hand in the sundering between Black and militia being so deep and bitter. But again, what sin would that be in the pilgrim's eyes? I had the words of Kairos Theodotion, which to Tariq would be less than nothing, and the memories of the sisters when they had sought out below and encountered the bard as an envoy, which, while less than sunny a cast for the intercessor, was not utterly damning. What else could I bring up, save the words of the very dead king we were not gathering against? Even I could not that deny that for all the hints of more sinister intent, I'd seen her put the finger on the scales for good rather more often than the other way around. I had little to say, which begged the question of whether or not I was truly looking at an enemy. Oh, she'd sought my death once or twice, but then I'd been a rising villain attempting to claim Callow, and considering the amount of deaths I'd personally brought down on creation, since I couldn't fault her on principle either. In strategy, perhaps, but then given the scale she worked on, it would have been painfully arrogant of me to pretend I knew everything she did. I kept my fingers from clenching, for it was too obvious a tell. Was that the answer then? That I was to kneel and trust in the benevolence of some eldritch creature's designs, to step only where she deigned to let me step and babble out thanks for the privilege? No, I thought. Even if all she'd spoke was true, she no more owned the right to shape the creation than any of us. She was my enemy, come what may, but not one I could face tonight, with preparations so feeble. If she caught even a hint that I was coming for her, I'd only be able to act in surprise once, and I doubted there would ever be a second chance. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them, allowing the conflict I genuinely felt to touch my face. You'll back the Accords? I asked. I'll let them stand on their own merits, the intercessor said. Neither more nor less. I spat to the side. Then we're done here, Bard, I said. She peered at me, seemingly amused. That we are, she agreed. I blinked, tasting the warmth of smoke in my mouth, and Tariq Fleetfoot's face creased. Why must we speak of her? The old hero asked, tone wary. And this was the moment, I thought, where I hinted arrangement had been made and began to bide my time until I could strike. Plotted behind bling spots with the Hierophant and learned from the sharp madness of the Hierarch. Like a clever little villain attempting to snuff out a great light. It was a story, I realized in a moment of cold dread. I'd been sold yet another story, on the sly, and come so very close to embracing it wholeheartedly. I'd not bit the bait when she'd approached me as a smiling offerer of advice and bargains, so she'd changed the story. The immortals warring over the world I'd again refused, silently as I had, and in doing so tumbled down the most dangerous of the three stories she'd woven. Believing it was my own notion every step of the way. I do believe she just tried to kill me, I thoughtfully said. So let's drag out into the light every dirty little secret I know about her. Back in the old days, if I'd gone down the hill to meet the exiled prince in an honorable duel, he would have made sport of me. I would have been, after all, fighting him on his own terms. Why would I offer the intercessor the courtesy I'd refused him, even if clothed differently? I would not fight a weaver of stories the way she wanted to be fought. Damn her. Elegant had never been my strength, so time to drag us both into the mud. Book 5, Chapter 69, Repute. Assertion that the end justifies the means in truth embrace of the heavens, for it is they who will decide the last dusk, and so all justice then derives from them. Hector the Ecclesiast, Atalanta preacher. It was a little unsettling to see that even without the name my teacher could still shed the face of Amadeus of the Green Stretch and become the Black Knight. A single sentence and humanity slid down his face like morning dew, leaving behind a cold-eyed thing weighing the necessity of harsh violences to visit. The gray pilgrim, on the other hand, did not look surprised. Troubled, the lines on his face deepening with weariness, but not surprised at all. The blue-eyed old man cast a glance at Black, fingers tightening with something like concern at what he saw, but the faint weight that was the attention of the choir of mercy scrutinizing him was batted away like overbold fingers. Perched atop the same stone where the intercessor had sat, two great and shadow-feathered crows gazing down with merciless eyes. They had no claim on my father, I knew, and he was the kind of man who would rather die straight-backed than accept patronage. The extended warding had been offered as a courtesy to me. Their thoughts whispered against mine, though all three of us knew they'd have mourned losing out on an opportunity to take a swipe at a choir without starting a celestial war. I breathed in smoke, disconcerted by the way it was warm and barely touched when it felt like that pipe had been lit for so long. Masigo had told me, once, that there was no such thing as time, only the perception of it, and entropy's ruining touch. I couldn't quite grasp that, truth be told, for even entropy's encroachment must be measured by something. Yet the disparity between the acrid smoke against my tongue, the weight of the dragonbone pipe still mostly full, and the span of the conversation I'd had with the wandering bard, they'd lent me a glimpse, perhaps, at what he meant. Had I still been Winter's queen, such a sliver of understanding would have been turned into peril and artifice without batting an eye. As the priestess to dark goddesses, instead I hoarded it away the way I did so many other half-espied revelations and the secrets they led to. I had little wisdom of my own to offer, but I was not above passing through that which had been bestowed upon me by wiser souls. That is an accusation not without gravity, the Peregrine said. He flicked a glance at Save NOC, as if he'd felt their intervention, though what he saw there had him recoil from the unpleasantness. The cold night went colder still, and as the stars above grew more radiant from the wrath of the Ophanim, the sisters cawed out in mockery, though their touch against my mind was agitated, as the attention of an irate choir of mercy felt like a burn on their godhead. To my eye, there were times and places where Save NOC would cow the Ophanim should it come to a contest of might. After they'd taken a petty shot at Mercy's own favorite son was not one of them, though. I cleared my throat, intent on distracting the angels by distracting their champion. You don't look all that surprised, though, I mused. Something you'd like to say, Tarek? The white-haired hero turned his attention to me, and as expected the weight of Save NOC's chiding began to wane with the turn. You're welcome, I uncharitably thought. Now please cease screwing with the hero I'm trying to convince, if you would. Kamina cawed in irritation at my gall, though Andronike signified amusement. I forced myself to ignore the distracting dance of their thoughts against mine, for this was too important a talk to attend to it only half listening. That though you've been known to have broad an understanding of what constitutes as such an attempt, I have no difficulty believing there was dispute, the Peregrine said. Younger bestowed might defer to my decision to take a chance on you out of respect, even if disagreeing, but the bard is both my elder and greater in the service of the heavens. She would not feel bound to yield to my decisions. I breathed out and did not clench my fingers, for it would have been an obvious tell of my sharply risen anger. Hey, broad fucking understanding, was it? Coming from a man who tried to send me to my death or shackling down the spine of a redemption story, that was a little rich. He could try to pretend he'd kept his hands clean all he wanted. In the hands of a named story was no less murderous a tool than a knife. You admit to the likeliness of an ally's attack and in the same breath castigate her for having a dainty disposition, Black mildly said. Come now, Pilgrim, if you're in the business of betrayal at least have the decency to display some skill at it. He looked like a person again, and not a monster with a mask of clay, but beneath the calm affability he'd painted over his face I could see the blades were still bare. I'd seen him smile just as pleasantly before he spoke and ordered Acua to nail her own hand to a table. I scheme no treachery, Carrion Lord, the old hero bit back. And jeering at me will not serve whatever purpose you seek from it. And he's going to stop anyway, isn't he? I sharply said, wondering, beneath the sharpness, if he was being so acerbic with the Pilgrim for the very purpose of my reining him in, or if he was simply enjoying mocking a hero. Knowing Black, I grimly thought, it was likely to be both. If I must, he nonchalantly shrugged. Shall we then return to the Peregrine simultaneously absolving himself of responsibility for the actions of his ally, while also refusing to denounce her? 'Twas a charming bit of rhetoric. Add a few insincere protestations of friendship, and it'll be like I never left praise. Ouch. That one had to sting a bit, especially when taken by someone whose understanding of the wasteland would be through the latest horrors mighty enough to leave praise and become a peril for everyone else. I do not condone attack, if attack was had, the Grey Pilgrim sharply replied. Do not speak for me, much less with viper claims. Yet neither will I pretend that all servants of above will follow me in making bargain with the Black Queen. As for the wandering bard, her bestowal forbids as much as it allows. Behaving with grace will ensure she neither wants nor can act against any of you. She's not a heroine, Pilgrim, I said. I've seen her make pacts on behalf of below. If you don't believe me, I'll even ask the sisters to let your little winged friends have a look at me to ascertain the veracity of what I saw. That either the Ophanim or Tarek Fleetfoot himself would feel entitled to have a look at my bloody soul simply so that my words would be given due weight was infuriating, but that was the nature of the game. Trust was ever in short supply in matters such as this, especially when accusations were being thrown around. So have I, the Grey Pilgrim calmly said. I went still with utter surprise. What? I suspect I am a great deal more learned in what the duties of the wandering bard entail than you, Queen Catherine, the old man continued. An envoy does not decide the substance of the offer they carry, and some of the bargains the bard was sent to offer were dark indeed. You know she has a greater game then, I pressed. I know that across the faces she has warred against Keter wherever there was war to be had, and ever done good over evil whenever the choice was given to her, Tarek said. That the gods above do not have sole claim on her works does not mean she is not a heroine. The moment before this conversation began, she dragged me out for an aside, I flatly said. And she dashed. It does not matter what was said, Queen Catherine, the pilgrim told me. For you were being tested, as I have seen others bestowed be, and once was myself. By choosing rectitude over baseness, you emerged unharmed and proved you were not a menace that must be seen to. So you're agreeing, then, that the wandering bard just took a swing at me, I slowly said. He frowned. She would have if you were less than you are, he said, as if it was evident. You were not, and so this was merely confirmation. Black laughed, softly, the sound of it like cool silk. See, Catherine, there was nothing to it, he smiled, sharp and cold. The ordeal would only have stung were you a heretic, which makes wanton use of it perfectly permissible. Indeed, how dare any of us question the wandering bard's right to pursue our demise whenever the whim takes her? How very impious. He's being a bit of a shit right now, I said, so it rather pains me to agree with him, Tarek. Even if you trust in the bard and gods, I'd like to know what you have on her for that to be the case. Then how the hells does that translate to her getting the right to pull things like this? Nobody here is your fucking vassal, pilgrim, much less aboves. This wasn't a test, it was a fucking act of war. And you're defending her right to have done it. I trust in a woman I have seen dedicated a lifetime to carrying out good deeds wherever and whenever she could, the pilgrim said. I have known her to do this since before either of you were born, and in her deeds she has not spared heroes when they courted disaster. I do not know what she intended by acting as she did tonight, nor do I blindly presume it was righteous. Nor will I, just as blindly, accept your belief that she is, by your words, some manner of sinister immortal schemer. You've seen part of her work, I flatly said. I've seen others, and they're hardly pleasant. Her enmity with the dead king is more or less the only thing I take as a given with her. She was part of the lone swordsman band, before he called down contrition on Lys. She was in the free cities before it all went to shit there, and she had a hand in Acua's folly as well, though the exact nature of what she did remains unclear. And so she fought the occupation of Callow through every means at her disposal, when the rest of the servants of the heavens forsook their duty to the fallen kingdom, Tarek kindly said. I've no doubt her actions were harmful to you or others beloved of you, but that does not make her sinister. Only a foe you never even your scores with. This wasn't going to work, I thought, and it was why the bard had been so utterly unworried about my talking with Tarek. She'd known she had decades, if not half a century, of a solid record with the man that'd wait against whatever I said. And the more I made this about the places where I'd fought her, the more this became a personal grudge between myself and his old friend. Bringing in Black's run-ins with her would make it even worse, given that the pilgrim would wholeheartedly endorse the decimation of the calamities and the breakup of the partnerships that had kept Militia's reign so strong. My teacher had mentioned she'd openly admitted to allowing a heroine to die, so that Sabah's death would be set in stone by a story, but she'd also likely been fucking with his head at the time, so that his break with myself and Militia burned all involved. And even if he believed us, well, Captain had killed more than a dozen heroes over the span of her career. From a practical good perspective, trading a young heroine for the death of an old monster and the first crack into calamities would be worth it. I'd been counting on the shock of the intercessor having acted on Belos' behalf to create the night to jar him into re-examining their history, but there'd been no surprise, which left me only with a second-hand memory in which the bard had still outright advised annihilation overtaking the bargain. Shit, she'd covered all her angles there, hadn't she? It made sense. The Grey Pilgrim had been Above's foremost agent in the west of Calernia for at least half a century now. By sheer dint of the stories he'd have been involved in, they would have encountered each other quite a bit. Plenty of time to work on him, which once more made sense considering how influential a man he'd been headed towards being for a very long time. No, it would have been absurd for the intercessor not to foster strong ties with him. She was too old and too fair a hand at weaving to have left such an obvious loose end unattended, and to have attended to it in a manner that I couldn't feasibly shake right now, I grimly thought. I had interests in common with the Peregrine, maybe even some shared principles, but also a red history that had turned amicable only very recently. Hell's-eyed. Killed. The woman that had probably been the closest thing he had to a friend, without wings not even a week ago. Truce, and my begetting the lease accords was not enough to have him cut ties with the bard. It'd be like going at an iron chain with a butter knife. How long had she spent to ensure the strength of those ties? How much time had been? Oh, no. I'd been thinking about this all wrong, hadn't I? I'd learned a few tricks in the art of bargains and how to wag my tongue instead of my sword hand. But in the end, I was not more silver-tongued than the silver-tongue. It had been laughable of me to even try, because once more I was letting the bard pick the face of our struggle. The intercessor had invested time and effort and trustworthiness in her relationship with the Grey Pilgrim, but while he trusted her, he did not seem to defer to her outright. When he defended her actions, it was as an act of trust. Trust she'd earned over decades, and I tried to fight with respect mere days old. I'd been so fixated on removing the wandering bard from this entirely, I'd missed the obvious, that the ties went both ways. That if she was relying on relationships she'd forged in the past to have a finger in every pie, then she had to live up to the terms she had set to those relationships. And considering the high esteem in which the Grey Pilgrim apparently held her, the standards she'd set could not be low. So if I made a reasonable request born out of reasonable, if, in the Pilgrim's eyes, still unwarranted, fears, then unless she had a damned good reason, then she couldn't go against it. No, wouldn't be enough, I thought as I parsed out what doors it closed for her in truth. Relying on the decades of trust, she'd be able to make apologetic noises, but get away with it by simple virtue of producing one of various skeleton keys. It was necessary to beat the dead king. Allowing it would have caused suffering in years to come, had to prevent the rise of a great evil. The pilgrim would be angry, maybe, but the expectation would still be there that as long as the damage wasn't too bad for the greater good, I'd have to grin and fucking bear it. On the other hand, was I good? They couldn't both treat me like triumphant incipient and expect me to be their own personal choir of endurance. I'd surprised heroes pleasantly over the last few years because their expectations of me were low. Well, they were certainly the easiest kind to live up to. Feigning indignation here would be risky, for though Tarek's inability to understand that one could be good without being good had left him strikingly naive in some ways, he was frighteningly perceptive in others. Thankfully, I wouldn't have to. My jaw clenched, and I did not have to look far for the anger. I'd stowed away the wrath, chosen the benefits of a clear head over it, but it had not disappeared. How many times was I supposed to let the whip crack against my back because my betters were not willing to see to their own? How many times was I supposed to let it go, that to kill me or mine was a virtue, but that daring to crawl out of the ash alive, much less fight back, was a sin? I blew out the Waycleaf smoke, and the bitterness that lingered against my tongue was not only from the herb. There were parts of my father's madness that I would never make my own, but some that had always rung true. In the end, in their eyes we were not equal, and we'd never be people until we followed their rules and spoke their prayers, until we'd admitted that their way was right and ours was wrong. For small slights, I hissed, long prices. The pilgrim's blue eyes widened in startlement, and he raised his hands in appeasement. Your Majesty, he began. Yes, I coldly said. That is who I am, Peregrine, the Black Queen, the arch-heretic of the East. It seems you have forgot how we came to stand here on this night. Shall I help you remember? There is no need for threats, the pilgrim evenly said, and yet I could see it in his eyes, the rising awareness of who it was he was dealing with. Remember, you arrogant old priest, I thought. Remember that you did not take me for triumphant come again, without reason, and then curb your fucking priestly tongue. You sing the praises of she who strikes at me and declare her worthy of passing judgment upon my works. I mocked. You, Tarek Fleetfoot? By what right? I grinned, sharp and vicious. You are not victor here on this field, I said. You are the defeated, breathing only by the grace of the aspect I ripped out of you with my own hand. Your plots I shattered, your armies I routed, and your own choir stepped aside when faced with the glare of my purpose. And now you strut about like a green boy, arrogating the rights to lecture me when it is only my mercy that spared your throat my boot. This is not the talk of an ally, the Grey Pilgrim warningly said. You do not behave like one, I snarled. And if you can only conceive of amity as vassalage, then this truce is at an end. You have sacrificed much to deliver it, the Peregrine reminded me flatly. And through such savage actions you would end any chance of the accords being signed. I laughed, full-throated and cold. You think I'd give you a choice? I smiled. You think I chose peace because I fear the other path? I'll not fight the Grand Alliance, Pilgrim. I'll leave and let you die like whimpering dogs, alone in the dark. I took a step forward, limping, and he drew back. I'll return only when I have the full might of the East behind me in array of war. And when I come back, wherever the veil of night falls, all will have a choice. I snarled. You can take up a sword and join my war against Keter, or you can do it as a walking corpse. If treaties and alliances fail, I'll take steel and fire to the dead king as Dread Empress, victorious. His eyes went cold. You will find me waiting at the end of that road, the gray pilgrim said. At the end. I grinned. You'll be the first damn thing I step on, Peregrine. He looked at me searchingly, looking for lie or weakness, and found none. Harsh as my words had been, gods, but the truth of them simmered in my belly. I had chosen peace, but I was not beholden to it. And if the only way through was crowned in dread, then so be it. What do you want, Black Queen? The old man finally asked. Wandering bard, I screamed out into the night. Intercessor. I waited a beat to see if she would appear. She did not. No matter, it would be enough to attract her gaze. You spoke for that faceless thing, Peregrine, I said. And so now you answer for her as well. If you shelter and safeguard her, then you are responsible for her actions. If she schemes against me or mine, if she moves against truce or accords, then I will take it as betrayal from both of you. My jaw clenched. That will not be without consequence. And I would tell every soul willing to listen. I'd tell the first prince. I'd tell Princess Rosala. I'd tell the blood, and every hero willing to hear me shout from behind a blood wall. But most of all, I'd just told the pilgrim himself. From now on, if she acted against me, she was knowingly fucking over the accords and the truce that was the only thing keeping Procure standing in the war on Keter. If she pulled something, she now had to justify it to Tarek as something more important than the death of several million people. Silvertongue or not, there wasn't much that would even those scales. This was, I ruefully thought, the principles of the accords used once more, the practical realities of creation being used to restrain its stories. Ties went both ways, didn't they? Sure, if the prize was worth it, the bard would make her move anyway. But she'd lose the pilgrim, and when she did strike, I fully intended on being ready for her. If you're without ties, you have no strings to pull, I thought. If you keep them, though, then a strong enough tug on the strings makes it a thin line between puppet and puppeteer. Tarek looked tired and grieved, but I was out of pity to spare. At dawn I'll begin work on the gates into the twilight ways for the armies, I said. Be there or not, as you wish. I began hiking my way back up before he answered, intent on returning to the soothing warmth of fire and booze and good company. And before the end of the night, I thought, there would be a need to speak with Masigo. He'd get whatever he needed to test his quartered seasons theory, even if I ended up cutting corners elsewhere for the allocated resources. Deicide, sadly, was unlikely to come on the cheap. Book 5, Chapter 70, Dawning. For light blinds just as surely as the dark, and hatred binds just as surely as love. Scheherazade the seer, Tagreb poet. I woke up to the feeling of bony elbows digging into my ribs. It surprised me not because I'd forgotten that Indrani and I had ended up in bed. I still felt pleasurably sore from those exertions, so it'd have been a shame to, but because she was still here, in my bed, though for once she was only mildly hogging the covers. The gift of awareness save NOC had granted me, I sometimes suspected without strictly meaning to, had me mindful that dawn was a little more than an hour away. It had not been a long night of sleep, and to be honest I still felt a little drunk, but worse come to worse I'd take a nap come the afternoon. I might need to whatever my intentions, if raising a gate into twilight was as exhausting as I suspected it would be. My mind recoiled at the thought of it, for I would need the guidance of the sisters to see it done, and that was rarely pleasant or gentle thing. I stretched and yawned to keep my thoughts moving instead of lingering on the coming unpleasantness, sliding out of the blanket and sitting on the edge of the bed. Indrani began to stir awake, and I smoothed away a puzzled frown. I'd wondered if our arrangement would be set aside until she'd resolved whatever she was going to resolve with Masigo, but truth be told, I'd not been entirely surprised we'd ended up in bed after the rough few days we'd had. Honesty compelled me to admit I'd not needed much convincing when she'd offered, either. That she'd stay afterwards, though, that had me wondering. Not at whether or not this was blooming into something more romantic in nature. For all that Acua had once claimed I had difficulty separating bed play from attachment, Indrani and I had always been very clear that neither of us was likely to ever fall in love with the other, but at the nature of whatever accord she was trying to reach with Z's. I doubted a man raised by the warlock and an incubus would be all that inclined to give a single thought to what people might or might not consider proper, but I disliked not knowing what I was involved in, even if only peripherally. That was on a personal note, anyway. As the nominal leader of the woe, there were concerns about what all this fumbling might mean for our little band. Though in all fairness, I grimly thought, if it's such a great concern, I probably shouldn't be sleeping with Archer. I bet Black would never have. No, he most definitely had. With Ranger, of all women. I cast a speculative look at Indrani as she opened her eyes. Comparisons between the woe and the calamities had begun before the Queen of Summer had even granted us the name. So if I was to be my generation's equivalent of Black and Indrani of Ranger? Ugh, that did feel a little sordid. Indrani took my lingering gaze for something else entirely, and just so happened to stretch in a way that pushed back the covers and arched up her breasts. Pure coincidence, no doubt. Well, it would have been rude not to appreciate the sights, really, if you thought about it. Best not to mention that earlier thought about equivalences, I decided. Archer was not, as a rule, all that opposed to sordidness. She did like to rub my nose in it, though, so no need to hand her a full quiver. Don't suppose I could convince you to stay in bed a little longer, Indrani said, voice still husky from sleep. And perhaps something else as well, though that might just be my continuing look at the smooth expanse of brown skin laid out before me. Any more of that, and we'll break the cot. I smiled. Wasn't made for two people, much less that sort of exercise. Wouldn't be as an issue if I tied your wrists again, Indrani airily said. Now that was just unfair, and surely I could spare a bit of time before leaving the tent. Or perhaps half my time. Unfortunately, my awareness of looming dawn made it clear that was not the case despite my body's insistence otherwise. I'll need time to prepare the grounds for the ritual, I reluctantly said. She sighed, though from the sly look in her eye I'd say my hesitation had been the prize she'd been after from the start. Indrani always turned pixie after a shared night, as if the shedding of clothes brought out her vainest sort of guiles. Boring, she said, waving a hand in dismissal. Still, I'm already up. No point in going back to bed alone. I snorted. Yeah, she hadn't been expecting me to accept then. It was still night out, and so it was not all that difficult to spin black flames around the stone basin to the side of my bed until the water within it was warm. I took the cloth to the side of it and began by washing my face, though I ceased when I felt Indrani looking at me. Not happening, I said. I swept my unbound hair back over my shoulder as I spoke, aware from how frequently Indrani liked to grip it that she had something of a fascination there. I didn't have curves to display, unlike my friend, but I was hardly unattractive to her. It was my arms, though, that she was looking at. You're getting wiry, Archer said, sounding fascinated. Haven't seen your body change that much since the folly. Had I gained muscles? Strange, since I wasn't walking around in plate or sparring regularly anymore. Some of my surprise must have shown on my face as she continued to speak. You were bulkier when we first met, Indrani said. Warrior-framed. You look more like a hunter now, made for the long stride instead of the shield wall. You're feeling rather poetic this morning, I drily said. Been a while since slept in the same bed, she smiled. Don't get used to it. I wet the cloth again, for the wetness had cooled, and wiped the lower half of my face to hide my hesitation. Ah well, if I waited for either Indrani or Masigo to tell me what was going on, I'd still be waiting on my deathbed. Should, I delicately began, I get used to this. I flicked a few fingers at the messy bed we'd been sharing. Her expression was difficult to parse, and not for the lack of light in the tent. A sliver of night had seen to that. Not sure yet, she said. But I did tell you, back in Great Lodo, that is that, and this is this. For you, maybe. I thought. I wasn't sure exactly what she was trying to have with Masigo, but any manner of pairing would rather imply he could have an opinion as well. It wasn't that I expected Z's to suddenly make like an Alaman's priest and condemn the pleasures of the flesh as wayward. Mores aside, he was not above those himself. Me might not have any interest in bed play, but I'd seen him dig into fresh apple tarts like a starving orc would a pig. He'd not been overweight when we first met without reason. Still, I honestly had no idea of what he'd want of a relationship. Any relationship that wasn't friendship or family. Didn't help that I'd never heard him express a desire for one. His fathers had been married and a closed circle, as far as I knew, and among the rest of the band of named who'd raised him Sabah had been happily wed, and mother, while Black had his rapport with the Lady of the Lake, though I'd been made to understand that they only met every few years for a short span. Gods, none of us had been raised in a traditional family, had we? Orphan, diabolist, and incubus. Ranger. Vivian's mother had been assassinated by the Empire, after all. Although, now that I thought about it, Hakram's childhood had not been all that unusual by Orc standards. He'd simply been an ill fit for his clan, and later the college. Hells, that might actually go some way in explaining why he tended to be the most stable of us. Still, I'll not be offended if our company lapses until you have your house in order, I told her. She ought to know already, but sometimes it was best to have those things stated outright. And who will you work out your tensions with, then? She grinned. I suppose our shady friend might be up to scratching that itch, but you'll have to train her up to snuff first. I frowned. That's thrice now that people have commented on that, I said. Hakram had asked me directly, and though last night Aisha's question had been a great deal more circumspect, it had been of the same vein. Come off it, Archer said. It's hardly the first time I've jested about the mighty shadow lass neckline plunging whenever she thinks you're looking. No need to be troubled over it. Cat. She's a looker, and invites the looking. It's hardly a sin to accept the invitation now and then. On occasion it felt otherwise, though that voice was the same that reminded me there could be no just reason for allowing the doom of Lys to breathe free air. That 100,000 souls demanded, if not lasting torment, at least as painful an execution as I could carry out. I could not entirely articulate why it was worse that I found her attractive added to the rest, but it had always had that taste against my tongue, that I'd grown to like, and in some ways even trust. Aquasahelion was worse still. The fate I meant for her was just in the ways that mattered. I truly did believe, but I suspected many would disagree. And so the wheel spun, the endless loop of wondering if I being swayed or played, or if the whispers were black and brutal vengeance indignant at being denied. I'd wondered these wonderings before, and no truth had come of the spinning, which had me glancing thoughtfully at Archer, curious if that had all been as skillful to steer the conversation away from a subject she was not yet ready to speak of. Given her enduring reluctance to simply state as much, for which I blamed Ranger, who'd beaten into her head while young that admitting anything of the sort was naked weakness, I wouldn't put it past her. Best let those sleeping dogs lie for now then. You can't lecture me about sin, you wench. Who's the priestess here? I lightly replied. That devolved into petty bickering. Not that there'd been any doubt, and we washed up and dressed in quick order after that. Hakram was sleeping, for once, but we still found a fire going outside my tent and a pair of legionaries awaiting by it with breakfast. We chatted over the porridge as cuts from last night's meal, hoarse, by the smell of it, were put over flame. The two were lieutenants, one from General Istrid's old legion, and the other one of mine since Marchford, though she'd first seen combat, when winter struck at my domain. The lieutenant from the 6th was an old Sonic and quite obviously a bastard from some noble line by the cultured, high-born manner of speaking. They were both respectful, but neither gazed at me with the near awe I got from so many young legionaries these days. It was both a great deal more comfortable and made conversation easier. Archer left early after stealing half my horse meat, alleging she was going to have a look at Masigo. Bring him, if he's awake, I said. Pilgrim might not like it, but I was less than charitably inclined towards the man right now. As for the sisters, unless they wanted to be present at every gate crafting, then the knowledge of how to craft it would have to be passed, and I could think of none more fitting than Hierophant to hold it. Their last talk had, not been all that civil, but no grudge should be kept over that. They'd acted like carrion and so been treated as such, and it was doubtful Masigo would keep a grudge on his side. I felt save NOC's attention, brought by the thought pertaining to them, and their silence was implicit agreement. They gained nothing from being at odds with Hierophant, though I doubted it was writ in their fates they'd be bosom friends any time soon. I finished breaking my fast, thanked the officers, and claimed a steaming cup of the herbal concoction adjutant had arranged to be waiting for me before I began my trek back up the slope of the barrow. My fondness for the place had grown with the use I'd made of it, but save NOC and Acua were all adamant. The heart of the old Mavian prayers was where the boundaries were thinnest. It'd be significantly easier to make a passage there, though sentimentality aside, I'd had more practical objections. The raised stones would make it more difficult for large amounts of people to pass through, and this gate into the twilight ways was meant for my armies to use. The footpaths up the slope were difficult, which meant there were no roads for supply carts and siege engines to feasibly employ. Besides, unless we knocked down the stones, it'd be effectively impossible to take them through. My advisory triumvirate of assorted crows and shade had uncertain when I'd asked them whether after the passage was made it'd unmake it to bring down the stones. Acqua insisted that it was a boundary echo that made the place appropriate, and so it wouldn't matter, but Andronike had disagreed. Something about an indent having a particular shape and not existing without that shape. I was a decade of schooling in sorcery short to understand Acqua's opinion and short in apotheosis to properly understand Andronike's. Still, even if the entire thing proved unworkable without the stones, then at least we'd have a working pathway into Twilight for small groups and schematics for the second one to be made. The wards and workings around the tumulus had been removed, so there was nothing keeping the cold bite of the night wind away as I limped up the hill. I drew on night to chase away the cold, though it was more an illusion cast on myself than true warmth. I'd been able to feel her through the night, even before calling on it. So my face betrayed no surprise when after passing between the circle stones, I found Acqua Sahelian waiting atop the barrow. She'd eschewed dresses for a heavy yet elegant cloak lined with fox fur, its deep red tones perfectly married to the heavy velour robes she wore below. She did not turn as I limped forward, nor when I came to stand by her side and sipped at the herbal brew in my hands. Deep thoughts, I said. I've a copper or two to spare for them. She did not immediately reply. Unlike with the drow, I could not taste of Acqua's emotions through the night. The sisters had told me it was because she partook of their bounty only through me, and the nature of that tie was older than the touch of the night itself. It had been inherited through the mantle of woe and winter's last gasps, which made things rather more complicated. Amusingly enough, in some ways my patron goddesses were as much in the dark as I. There was no precedent to any of this, and no understanding of sorcery or power was so comprehensive that this extraordinary and unfolding would be perfectly grasped. A reminder, perhaps, of the unbridgeable gap between gods and gods. The shade's eyes were not on me, or even the dry riverbed of what had once been a place halfway to Arcadia. She was, instead, gazing at the now empty fire pit that had been dug yesterday. "Do you remember Barika and Auntie?" Acqua suddenly asked. Truth be told, for all their high birth and purported importance, most of the then heiress helpers had half faded from my memory. Sneers and tittering and arrogance could only have so many flavors without my keeping them in my remembrance only as some wasteland brat who'd insisted on crossing me until death ensued. Barika, though, her I remembered. The way I'd broken her finger, the first time I attended court in the tower, and been punished for that mistake. More for the way she'd died. Convinced she was untouchable, even after helping Acqua open a lesser breach straight into Lys. I'd put a crossbow bolt in her eye as she knelt, and she died before she could even be surprised. And that death I'd made an assault to rub into Acqua's wounds that day, when I'd ordered her buried in consecrated grounds so that nothing of her could ever be brought back from the afterlife. "I do," I said. "She taught me a valuable lesson." "Looking back now," Acqua said, "I suspect she might have been my friend, or as close to that as our understanding of the sentiment allowed." And still, I thought, the young heiress had left her behind as an illusory decoy, knowing I might very kill her for what was about to be unleashed. Part of me scorned her for that, though another wondered of the cold choices I'd made sending some of those I loved into battle, and wondered if the difference there was not shallower than I'd wish. I did not answer, in part for my role in how Barika Anani had died, no matter how worthy of that death she had been, but also in a moment of wonder. I'd suspected, even back then, that of all her followers Ananti was likely the only one she had any degree of real fondness for beyond that which usefulness garnered. It had been years since I killed the girl, much less thought of her, but her mistress remembered her still. It was a small thing, and fragile, and it tasted like triumph to my tongue, for the fate I had promised Acqua Sahelian was beginning to take shape. "I used to think you lacked the knack for cruelty, did you know?" the shade smiled. "Oh, you've a way with the striking, to evoke fear or loyalty with an act and turn of phrase. Yet I always found your ways to be clear, lacking that touch of malice my people drink along with mother's milk." A moment passed, wind stirring both our long cloaks. "But not anymore," I said. "Last night," Acqua pensively said, "might be the single most cruel act I was ever subjected to." I did not protest, because it was true, because this was the sound of bile being bled out of tainted veins. "I cannot even muster rancor, Catherine," she said, "for it was a misery entirely of my own making, and exquisitely brought besides." "It doesn't have to be that way," I said. She laughed, bleakly. "Doesn't it?" Acqua said, for I was allowed, for just a moment, the taste of something I might have had. And oh, it was a heady thing, my queen, a place by your hearth, partaking of the warmth and belonging that radiates from it. And though they love you and have long despised me, your favor alone was enough for me to be made welcome. For them too. She turned to me with burning golden eyes. Do you not understand that the laugh should have been empty? She hissed. That it should have been artifice, a show put on for purpose. I am a better liar than any of them, Catherine Foundling, than any of you. I know the face of truth. After years of enmity, all it took for them to make room for me by the fire was a word from you. I could have had all of this years ago. Yes, I agreed. You could have. The closest I have to match to last night is a girl I sent to die. Acua bitterly said. You've devised a poison so sweet, I will crave the taste of it. I looked at her, in the dark before the dawn, and knew that in that moment either I had been made a fool or I had won. Once more I chose silence, knowing that the slightest hint of what might be taken as gloat would send the entire delicate edifice tumbling down. We were silent still when the others arrived. Book 5, Chapter 71, Verge. I am told, awe is made half of reverence and half of fear. Let us find out, Knights of the Callow, if terror alone will be enough to teach it to the likes of you. Dread Emperor Nihilus I, the Tanner. The last of them arrived half an hour before dawn's start. Since I'd been granted my first command in the legions, I'd gotten used to the way that large-scale ritual magic tended to require more people than you'd think, at least when it needed to be done quick and dirty, as was usually the way when on campaign. It was often a question of needing to pool power so no one died or burned out feeding the ritual, though I'd lucked out more than I'd realized when Masigo, in those days still the apprentice, had joined the 15th. There was a reason that Black had preferred mass spells to the old standard of ritual cadres when he'd rebuilt the Legions of Terror from the ground up after the precise Civil War. It standardized the arsenal of a Legion's casters. It had become increasingly clear over the years that the way it was mostly Wasteland Highborn that used cadres of ritual mages along with their personal armies wasn't a coincidence. The heart of the matter was that for a circle of sorcerers to be able to use a ritual together without significant preparations, it required for them to be highly skilled, familiar with each other, and learned in that particular ritual. That meant keeping mage cadres together, for the legions, which Black would very much try to avoid, since by simple odds it'd mean a lot of Sonic and Tagreb officers of noble birth forming cliques with disproportionate influence inside a legion. One set of rules for the aristocrats and another one for the soldiers was something my teacher had spent decades trying to dismantle. He wouldn't tacitly endorse its resurrection in the very institution he'd spent so many years shaping. The 15th, and later the army of Callow, had avoided much of these issues by simple virtue of having Masigo along. I'd not understood the importance of the role he played in large-scale battlefield sorceries until our last campaigns, where his absence had effectively made disappear half our ritual arsenal into thin air and robbed me of the high arcana savant I'd turn towards for answers whenever some strange phenomenon appeared. Oh, Ziz had taught my mages some rough and relatively simple rituals to use on battlefields. His lightning strikes and the spears of fire remained a staple of the army of Callow, who, unlike the legions, simply didn't have enough mages to be able to afford mass spells as a tactic. But even with those, without his presence there was significant drop in range, power, and rate of fire. It wasn't just that he'd used to have rather impressive reserves, but rather that having Masigo standing among a ritual was like having someone to conduct a choir. He made up for the imprecisions of others, guided through the stumbles, and kept precise the manipulations in the way that someone who wasn't him just couldn't. Acua had once compared it to having one of the finest swordsmen on the continent running recruits through formation drills, and she wasn't entirely wrong. Still, with the Dead King's Cut, those days had seemingly come at an end, and the crowd that had gathered was not a throng of half-awed young mages taking Masego's every word for sorceress gospel. With the mere arrival of Hierophant and Archer, our company had grown to the sort of dawn tales we're made of. Two black-winged goddesses, silently looming atop raised stones in the shape of great and terrible crows. The doom of Lys, veiled and silent, but not grown much the lesser from her hour of folly. Hierophant, stripped of sorcery but still vivisector of miracles, and the kind of man whose insights even gods flinched from. Archer and myself were perhaps lesser figures, for what mattered. All that was required from me in this thinning darkness was a steady hand and the wielding of night, while she was here as the hand propping up Masigo, as well as one who had more than once tread the demimonde between creation and the twilight ways without needing any guidance. Should the pilgrim demur from coming, It would be Archer whose intuitions would be relied on when the burn was made. Yet Tarek did come, in the end, though not alone. Bleary-looking and huddling inside a thick cloak of fur, the rogue sorcerer was with him. And with those last two there were none left to await, so I drew first blood against the silence. "Morning," I said. "We're close enough." Only Masigo, I noted, was kind-hearted enough to reply with a full return of the courtesy. Roland shivered inside his cloak, and the peregrine merely nodded. His face bore the manner of calmness that one wore around a foe, I thought, and though I'd known provoking a return to that was necessary to tie the intercessor's hands, I still regretted it. It would have been pleasant to be on decent terms with the unspoken doyen of Above's champions. Dawn's just around the corner, and it'll make everything more difficult when it comes, so I'll spare us all the small talk, I said. Most of my advisors in matters eldritch say this is where making a stable gate into twilight will be most straightforward. You'll need an anchor for the other side, the sorcerer said. If the aspiration was a clean cut followed by material shoring up, perhaps, Masigo dismissed. Night is not so precise, from what I've observed, and none of the appropriate ritual substances have been gathered here. I glanced at Roland, who, unlike most people subjected to Z's mild puzzlement at their ignorance, did not seem to have taken offense in the slightest. If anything, he rather looked like he wanted to have ink and parchment on hand. That ought to take care of itself without my intervention, then. Good. The rogue sorcerer was by a significant margin the friendliest hero I'd encountered, and I had no intention of letting academic rivalry get in the way of that. The Hierophant is right, I said. What I'll need, though, is the sense of where to aim for, which I don't have, unlike some of you. Archer might be able to help, but the person atop this barrow with the deepest tie to twilight should need no introduction, namely the man who had once borne the twilight crown, for however short a span. Bearing a mantle like that left marks, I'd know that better than most. It was no coincidence that I'd been able to feel this very place's affinity with Arcadia long after having divested myself of the last of winter within me. The gray pilgrim eyed me warily, though he did not outright decline. As expected of the man, he could already tell where this was headed and was less than enthused. "Oh," Roland said, shivering from the cold. "Resonance, to shape the depth at which the damage will be inflicted." Yes, that would work. A brute force solution, though. Archer could serve that purpose as well, but her ties were nowhere as deep. She'd tread the grounds of twilight for longer than any of us, journeyed through its nook and crannies, and even stood open-eyed while the transition from stolen shard of Arcadia to a realm took place. None of these were small things. But the gray pilgrim had given the last crown and borne the burden of giving the twilight ways their face and shape. The difference was extensive and would likely make a difference in my being knocked out for a day or a week. Figuratively speaking, one hoped, though my advisory triumvirate had not been willing to commit to it. Fine tools come from refinement over years and decades, Acua said. This is work without precedent, sorcerer. The last word she spoke with the faintest hint of dubiousness. Had I been worried about the wrong Sonic, then? Shit. She was usually better about this stuff than Z's, but then this one was a hero as well as a practitioner. He is correct, Masigo noted. This is not unlike making a gate by melting stone and shaping it into a threshold. And we've so many people observing to establish if there's a better way to do it. Next time we must, I said, cutting in before pride could get anything started. Mages, huh? And I thought it was the brawlers like Indrani and myself that had troubles with surfeit of swaggering. And how is this resonance to be acquired, Black Queen? The gray pilgrim asked. I suppressed a grimace. A close look at the traces twilight left on you, I said. Soul-gazing, Tarek flatly said. Little thick, coming from a man I was pretty sure had an aspect essentially dedicated to that and constantly used it on everyone. But I'd cut him so slack considering who'd be doing that gazing. Namely the sisters, who for all my occasional appreciation for them were not the kindest or best inclined of entities on creation. An intermediary will be provided, should you so wish, I said, inclining my head towards Acua. Wouldn't be as precise a reading. As for all her talents, the shade did not benefit from the indescribable senses and perceptions that sprang from apotheosis, but she was talented. What she did pass along to me would be more than enough, and as she was not sworn to serve the sisters, the scrutiny might be more acceptable. Maybe. I wasn't sure where mercy would fall on that, much less Tarek himself. And who would you be? The pilgrim openly asked, eyeing Acua cautiously. We have met before. That much is undeniable. And yet I now see you standing as a bound spirit before me. They'd met, I frowned, raking my memories and finding no instance. Even during the prince's graveyard there should have been no acquaintance. The Battle of the Camps, I realized. Acqua had run around wearing my body while I'd been stranded in an endless winter nightmare, and she'd even fought in a assembled band of heroes. The pilgrim would have had a look at her then, and though she had body of her own now, I suppose the substance of what she was had not changed too much. I am one in the service of the Black Queen of Callow, Acqua smilingly said. Naught else is of import here. You chose this appearance, Tarek frowned, but are not bound to it. What are you, spirit? I have never seen the likes of you, not even in the oldenmost barrows of the Brocelian. Dawn's coming, Peregrine, I flatly said. She's bound to me, and can wield night without being in the service of save NOC. There will be no more offhand a manner to see this done, if you'll accede to it at all. Presumably the Ophanim would slay all here, if attempt was made to wound your soul, Roland pointed out in an aside. That is a presumption, yes, Masigo calmly agreed. Archer smothered a smile, and to be honest so did I. It was hardly the time, but the earnestness he'd spoken what would be a boast in another man's mouth made it amusingly endearing. The pilgrim's eyes were closed, no doubt conferring with the Ophanim, and glimmered still with light when they finally opened anew. So be it, the gray pilgrim said. Trespass not, spirit, lest you find more than you bargained for. Worry not, Peregrine, Acqua amicably said. I've always held angels in high esteem. It was an effort not to choke. I suppose she technically wasn't lying, considering she'd wanted to use one of the Hashmalim as fuel for her doomsday fortress. After all the posturing, I'd expected some degree of ceremony. But what unfolded instead was the shade striding forward and silently asking for permission before laying her hand on the pilgrim's shoulder. He acceded with a nod and closed his eyes once more as hers remained wide open. After a long moment, she let out a long breath and jerkily nodded towards me. I hobbled forward and raised my hand, which she caught by the wrist. The sliver of night she'd called on seeped into my own. I'd expected this process to be far beyond my ability to fathom, but to my surprise found it rather familiar. It was not unlike the sensation of opening a fairy gate, the sense of the needle going through the fabric and being fated, for a lack of better term, to leave the cloth again in another place. What Acqua had sensed from the pilgrim and passed to me was not so sharp and narrow, but it was kin to that. A way to put it, I thought, would be that fairy gates under winter had been the act of needling while what the shade had shared was having touched the cloth. I already knew from experience that trying to grasp the knowledge perfectly would result mostly into a searing headache, so I let it linger half-known and instead breathed out. For I have seen crowns broken and forged anew, snatched a star from the starlit sky, and traded a season for half the world, I whispered in crepuscular. Now that dawn crawls forward unbid, O save NOC, grant me might to wield, and the conceit to wield it fearlessly. Where there is rampart let my hand make a road, and creation deny not my will. The crows cawed, a resounding cry like the crack of a whip against the night sky, and night flooded my veins thick and pure. I almost lost my foot, but at my side Acqua held me up by my elbow, having left Tarek to stand alone, and I gasped as I forced my staff of you to rise. Deny not my will. I hissed once more. Night struck out, like a wave and a strike of thunder, like a flood raging down a riverbed long gone dry. And where it found resistance, I clenched my fingers against the long haft of few and burned. Creation scarred it, so that the blackened and bleeding scabs would stand at the threshold and mark the path to be taken. It was like riding a tide, every moment a struggle, and I swallowed a scream as I felt my strength ebbing. I would not break, not before the work was done, not even when the coolness of night blazed like smoke in my veins, tainting my every sense, and in the far distance I felt the distant glare of light marching like a harsh vanguard. Catherine, Acqua whispered against my ear. Catherine, you have to stop. Was she holding me? When had she? Some pried off the hand that had gone around my waist, and it was put around a shoulder at least. Someone taller than I. I grit my teeth, for all the distractions had loosened my grip on the night. The work had slowed, suffered. Long and delicate fingers joined mine on the staff, and like a miracle the veil on my eyes lifted. Ironclad will became intertwined with my own, and I shared a feral, savage grin with Hierophant without either of us ever looking away from the howling darkness before us. You can still wield, I whispered. Ushkaran, I dimly realized. A god rode my mind. Catherine, for many months, Hierophant whispered back. I have learned things. Power billowed out, and I was no longer a fool of a girl clinging to a tiger. We were woe, standing side by side. And though we were battered things no creature in this world or any other had ever earned submission of us, we painted in night with bold strokes, feeling those around us flee backwards for the storm in the making. Kamina laughed in the back of my mind, and it was eagerly that she opened the floodgates between us. Andronike hesitated, until a splash of night boiled stone like water, and we shaped it like clay without ever glancing. After that there was a well of hunger, and gods below but the power they granted us. Raised stones melted away into liquid strings like festival banners, spinning into roiling winds of night. With 4 hands we sculpted the stone prayer to long-dead gods of Arcadia, and usurped the old sacraments like thieving masons in the garments of priests. 2 tall pillars, covered with words that were a godless prayer in a dead tongue, were molded and carved. And atop them dropped down the closing of the threshold, a stone-like door being slammed shut, woven from the scabs and burns, sealed in rock where the nature of it could be obscured. Power would fade in time, we knew. But the hurt, the scar? Some transgressions had weight by virtue of being what they were. This would hold for a very, very long time. After an eternity, we half fell to the ground, Masego's fingers clumsily leaving my staff as I used it to steer us away from tumbling down like drunks. We still crouched, exhausted and exhilarated, as the sense robbed from us by the scale of what we'd wielded and built slowly began to trickle back into our minds. We'd felt something like this once before, in Dormer. There'd been more of us, though, adjutant and archer as well. We'd marched forward into the heart of the enemy, bearing the story of the woe like a banner. This had been a smaller thing, I thought, the queen of lost and found, and the Hierophant crafting a miracle out of power and pride. But, gods, it had been like a drink of the sweetest of wines, like honey on the soul, and some part of me almost wept that it had ended. "Look, cat," Masego croaked out. "Look." I followed his trembling finger and beheld the gate of stone we had raised. The runes inscribed on the 2 great pillars that I knew, were 20 feet tall and 20 apart were no as gibberish to my eye where before I had known them, as if they were my native tongue. But the thrum of them, the crawling flow of power going up them through the barrow like they were rooted there, it sang to me. Of the twilight just beyond, a mere smear of blood on stone away. And all that power was kept bound, kept locked, by the rough and massive stone pressing down, and the scars it held within, like a secret under seal. "It's beautiful," I said. And it was, in its own terrible way. We stayed there in the snow for a long time, at the heart of a circle of raised stones we'd unmade and forged anew, a barren barrow top caressed by the winds. We stayed there until dawn crested in the distance, the faraway lights that'd be the final touch on our work. Lo and behold, I murmured. The first rays of the sun struck the stone, and, as if reflecting from the spiraling runes and stretches of ancient symbols, spun like a dust whirl between the tall pillars. Just long enough a glimpse could be had of the realm beyond, of the endless starlit sky and the shady hills that could be journeyed to any journey's end. "There's always something more, isn't there?" Masego whispered. "Another horizon, another wonder, another threshold to cross into deeper unknowns." It was his own truth he spoke, I thought, but and I heard the echo of Indrani's as well. But what was restlessness in her, wanderlust? In him was instead awe. "We're not done yet, Masego," I said. "We've bled to get where we stand, and when we come out on the other side we'll not be the same people who began the journey. But we are so very far from done." He nodded, slowly. "Tomorrow will be ours," the Hierophant agreed, tone tranquil the way old and dark waters were tranquil. "And if there are any who would deny us that, we will wrest it from them with bloody hands." The words sang, and the world with it, as my old friend found the truth of third aspect, and we sat silent in the warm light of dawn. Book 5, Interlude, Iron. There are only 2 sorts of freedom to be found in praise, the tyrant's freedom, and the freedom to do as the tyrant said. Extract from the memoirs of Hiram Banu, the 90-year Chancellor. Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procur, Princess of Salia, Prince of Rhenia, and Warden of the West found that her patience ran thin these days. Not for a freshly developed failure of character, she decided, but rather because there was simply so much to do and so little time to see it done. Petty temporizing from others had once been something to tolerate out of courtesy, to maintain the ties of etiquette binding all to civility, and so providing a common tongue. Yet now every instance was measurable loss. And never a frivolous one, either, for all the decisions of middling import she could pass on to subordinates she already had weeks ago. Therefore, when the first Prince of Procure entered her solar at a brisk pace, she was quietly irked by the absence of one of the 3 men she'd sent for. The Principate of Procure could be said to have 3 great assemblies of spies, when counting those attached to the sole office of the first prince, and not the particular of who sat on the throne. The first and foremost was the Circle of Thorns, whose webs of informants abroad had been the eyes and ears of the rulers of Procure for centuries now. Its current highest patron, the skeletal and balding Louis of Sartrans, rose smoothly as she entered. A noticeable moment later, the other man in the room, Balthazar Serigny, followed suit. That hirsute bear of a man, his face a bold battlefield between ferocious eyebrows and an uncompromising beard, was the head of the Silver Letters. A pack of thieves and assassins grown so successful some centuries past, they were given official sanction and from then on used as the spies of the first princes within the boundaries of the Principate itself. Balthazar the Bastard, as his subordinates called him without speaking of the circumstances of his birth, had opposed Cordelia's rise to power during the Great War and remained in place after her crowning largely because he was too difficult to swiftly replace and the successor she'd handpicked for him was not yet ready. There should have been a third on his feet there, Simon of Gorgalt, standing in the name of the Holy Society. That one was as much a diplomat as a spy, for the Holy Society and its assembly of highborn lay brothers and sisters was at times more an informal channel of communication with the House of Light than shadowy obtainers of secrets. Gorgalt's lateness grated on her more than it should have. Cordelia knew, for knowing the man, it would not be without reason. Yet his close ties with the House, and in particular the Holies, that informal assembly of the influential within the House whose equally informal decisions ever became formal policy, were doing him no favor in her eyes of late. "A good morn to you both," the first Prince of Procure calmly said. She paused long enough to allow the 2 spymasters to return the courtesy. "Be seated," Cordelia Hazenbach ordered. "We will begin without Brother Simon." The blonde Lycanese pressed her skirts against her legs to more elegantly sit her chair, dismissing the attending servants with a polite shake of the head when inquiries were made by silent look. She had no intention of entertaining these men long enough for refreshments to be required, much less a meal. Besides, should she offer either, etiquette would require small talk be made over them before serious matters were spoken of, and she had absolutely no intention of wasting half an hour on inanities when Procure was rarely more than one calamitous day away from annihilation. "We will attend to the Izaran situation first," Cordelia stated. "Gentlemen, am I to understand that disaster was truly averted?" The men shared a silent glance, the rapacious-faced head of the circle and the half-wild former fantassin who'd killed and blackmailed his way to supreme prominence in the Silver Letters. It was the latter that spoke first clearing his throat in a surprisingly dainty manner for a man of his looks and conduct. "We have confirmed that the foreign forces have all begun to evacuate the plains," Balthazar the Bastard said. "It was made known to the rank and file of both the army of Callow and the legions of terror that winter quarters will be raised in errands before they went through the gate. So I believe it likely the Black Queen intends to keep her word." Of that there had been little doubt in the first prince's mind. She'd read a transcript of these lease accords, passed along by hasty scrying. It was becoming increasingly evident they'd all severely underestimated Catherine Foundling, and that her game was a long one indeed. Cordelia's cold blue eyes moved to the other man sitting across from her, inviting elaboration. "The League of Free Cities has agreed to begin marching south, and to the offered sale of supplies as the cost you offered," Louis said. "The hierarch himself is said to have granted full authority to his advisory council over the matter, though the tyrant of Helike remains the dominant force among it. Though not by so large a margin as he would have been before what her people had taken to calling the prince's graveyard. An ornate affectation, given only a single royal had died instead of abdicated, yet the Alaman's fondness for grand appellations was not to be denied. The League's audacious, foolish, some would call it, march through the waning woods to take the Principate by surprise had meant it would need to live off the land after the supplies it brought began to run out, given the lack of supply train. The situation for them was not yet dire, yet the Circle of Thorns had learned that they had perhaps 2 months left before their grain ran out, which was something of an issue for the invaders, given that the Carrion Lord had already stolen or torched every granary in the heartlands of the Principate. There was nothing left for them to steal in turn. Offering just enough supplies to fend off starvation in exchange for a retreat south had been a gamble, but a necessary one. She could not let more than 100,000 foreigners camp in Isère while talks took place here in Salia. For one, it was much too close to the capital. More importantly, if the League's armies stayed in Isère so much enough of a force to check it even if truce was currently being had. Oh, Kairos Theodosian would no doubt turn on her as soon as the conference came at an end and he'd secured whatever prize he now sought. Yet by that time the armies of the League would be much further south, perhaps as far as Tenerife, and the military situation would have changed. The Black Queen had, after all, admitted to making bargain with the kingdom under concerning sale of armaments and implied to Arnaud that arrangement could be had there between herself and the Principate. That meant delaying resumption of hostilities with the League a valid tactic, for by the time the blades came out again, the massed levies Cordelia had ordered in all southern and western principalities would be furnished with fresh dwarven weaponry and be ready to hold the line against the League's treachery. It would have ruinous costs in both lives and gold, but it was either that or allowing the tyrant of Helike to dictate the course of the war on Keter however he wished. The Prince of Rhenia had sent her own people to die and abandoned her kinsmen to the dead. She could and would stomach Arlesite conscripts bleeding to defend their own lands. Louis of Satron's pause was smoothly filled by the other spymaster a heartbeat later. My people in Isère had a look at the delegations when the Black Queen opened the ferry gate for them, Balthazar said. Getting too close was judged risky. The Jacks are sharp-eyed and there's goblins skulking around everywhere. But we believe the agreements were honored when it comes to soldier strength. Cordelia's brow did not rise, for she was better bred than that, yet she politely expressed surprise. Even the Carrion Lord? She asked. The offer extended had been an escort of 4,000 for every representative attending the conference, which Cordelia had intended to mean the Hierarch and the Queen of Callo. Now instead there was a certain General Romina representing the interests of the Empire ever dark and requiring their own escort, which was unfortunate confirmation the Drow were on the move once more. The suggestion the Carrion Lord would attend as representative for the dread Empire of Praise had been like ash in Cordelia's mouth, given the man's cold-blooded scheme for the death of thousands and thousands of innocents. In all fairness, Foundling seemed to have understood the delicacy of that situation and offered a compromise. She'd be responsible for the man's actions while in Procure, and as her dependent, he would be allowed only 1,000 men in escort to be deducted from her own 4,000. The blonde Lycanese suspected the hand of Vivian Dartwick in those terms, whose diplomatic acumen had proven greater than one would expect of a former chosen. He seems to have brought only 400 legionaries, Balthazar said. Though given how popular he remains with parts of the army of Callo, he's hardly vulnerable. Not that Cordelia was fool enough to entertain assassination at the moment. Not with his apprentice, who, it seemed, still remained fond enough of him to seek his release regardless of reports of their quarreling after the doom of Lys, having become so crucial to the survival of the Principate and perhaps even the continent itself. The amount of forces coming close to Salia made her uneasy, in truth. For 1,000 drow, possessed of strange eldritch powers at night by all reports, for 1,000 Eastern legionaries, and a mixed force of 4,000 from the League, whose finest were from Helike. The Dominion would bring 4,000 of their own, though they'd proved unreliable allies in many ways, and the First Prince had provided 4,000 of her own soldiery to stand for the thalassocracy of Ashur under thin pretense. Salia was hardly undefended, of course, and Princess Rosala Melanza would be bringing 10,000 soldiers besides as a guarantee. Yet 16,000 foreign soldiers within a day's march of the capital was not something to take lightly in any circumstances, much less these. Countries grown weak often found their allies had grown hungry. Then it seems we had survived the crucible, First Prince Cordelia calmly said, and must now begin preparing for the one waiting beyond the horizon. If I may, Your Most Serene Highness? Louis of Sartans asked, and she moved her hat in concession. Our allies in Ashur are becoming increasingly desperate, and when word of the bargain struck for the retreat of the League that despair will turn to fury. It would, Cordelia privately agreed, for every step that took the armies of the League further from Procure took them closer to the shores of the thalassocracy. All the while the fleets of Nice kept blockading the island nation and sinking even fishing boats, very clearly aiming to starve Ashur into submission. The bargain would be seen as a betrayal, not entirely without reason, and Cordelia's assurances that this was maneuvering would ring hollow so long as they were not paired with some manner of relief for Ashur, which she could not provide so long as the League's fleets had the run of the Samite Gulf given that no Arlesite principality had a considerable military fleet to call on. Largely because of Assuran bribes and threats, one might uncharitably add. We will have to exert pressure on the League during the conference, Cordelia agreed, lest we lose Ashur entirely to spite or surrender. If a common front is put forward to at least allow for grain barges to be allowed through, there would be hope to offer. That would require Callow to back us against the free cities, Balthazar grunted. They're trying to get a foot in the Grand Alliance, so it's not impossible, but the Black Queen's no fool. She'll not let herself be brought into the fold before she's squeezed us dry of every concession she can prior to alliance. I am not so certain. Lewis disagreed, bony face gone pensive. No force under her command has ever resorted to looting or foraging while campaigning in our lands. Though I would agree she has distaste for the well-bred, I would venture she'd be rather sympathetic to the plight of starving Assurance. It is not an uncommon trait in tyrants who have popular support. Cordelia was, in fact, inclined to agree with the leader of the Circle of Thorns. Catherine Foundling had a record of trying to spare commoners the worst of war even when it was inconvenient to her armies, and the army of Kalos regulations were perhaps the strictest on the continent when it came to civilians. Unfortunately, the first prince found it dubious that the Bat Queen would antagonize the League of Free Cities on behalf of the Grand Alliance without some manner of concession, which was not unreasonable, given that she would be taking on risks for nations that had warred on her own, but was most definitely unfortunate. The fair-haired first prince only had so many concessions she could make and was reluctant to begin doling them out too early in negotiations. She might have to regardless, Cordelia grimly conceded. Choices were the privilege of those mighty enough to afford choosing. There will be a need to approach her in private after she arrives, the first prince finally said. That much had never been in doubt, truth be told, though the extent of matters in need of discussion sometimes felt like to Cordelia like it increased by the day. The first prince found herself in the unpleasant diplomatic quagmire of having to negotiate with a need to preserve an empire's dignity without having an empire's might to ensure it. Whatever alliances she might have once been able to call on were now stretched thin, the chosen so unreliable as to be worthless, and to add one more complication, the silver letters were adamant that the Black Queen had become somewhat popular with alliance armies that had been on the field. The entire host had been plagued with dreams, allegedly the work of the Choir of Mercy, that had shown a span of the heroics that had taken place in these twilight ways. The result had been flattering to the Queen of Kalos' reputation, to say the least, though the transcripts of some of these dreams had been disturbing to read. The cunning that Foundling had shown that night was more dangerous than the power, in Cordelia's eyes, though the power was the stuff of nightmares as well. Now it was good as certain that the Kalawans would follow their queen with fanatical devotion into any war she chose to wage, gods above. Even as some kind of priestess of darkness, she'd receive the tacit blessing of angels, which would be a great boon if these negotiations saw fruit, but a cataclysm otherwise. More worrisome was the apparent oath by every great line of the blood to support her bid for joining the Grand Alliance, as it had received the approval of the Grey Pilgrim. To Levantines, that might carry as much weight as that of the choir he was said to be servant of. When Rosala Melanza's soldiers came to Salia, and the Levantines with them, they would find a city that still spoke of the Black Queen as the arch-heretic of the East and a perfidious enemy. The survivors of the campaign in Isère would not take well to being called liars, much less the potentially disastrous epithet of heretic. It could all turn into an ugly circumstance with frightening ease if Cordelia was not very, very careful. Merciful heavens, what had the world come to when she could expect the Black Queen to be a calming influence on the proceedings? The first prince would not be blinded by relief at a withheld blade or a sudden surge of sentiment. Yet she could not deny that Catherine Foundling seemed to be trying to claw back the continent from the brink of the abyss. She was a horribly inconvenient person, it was true, but she'd also proved she was capable of restraint and a degree of foresight, which Cordelia could not truthfully say of all those who had a seat in the highest assembly. That Calernia might end up bound by a set of treaties even more far-reaching than those of the Grand Alliance had rankled, at first, but looking upon the content of the lease accords the first prince had been forced to concede they might be of genuine help in stabilizing the continent. That the rules of behavior they proposed were elemental meant they were likely to be functional in practice even when binding such fractious individuals, and that most chosen and damned would be inclined towards enforcing them. A flying fortress rarely benefited anyone but the one flying it, and so even another villain might delight, in seeing it brought down along with arrival. And as for the chosen, Cordelia was far past needing convincing they too were in need of similar restraints. That the same plague that had wiped out a detachment of Presi legionaries had also wiped out an entire town on the shore of Lake Artois without a single breakout elsewhere before or since was a damning hint of who was responsible for it. There would be consequences to that, one day. The dawning truth of the last few days had been that the Black Queen intended to bring forth an order to Calernia, and that this order was not too inimical to the order that Cordelia Hazenbach had been trying to bring forth since she was but a girl. It was not the resounding victory for good that the first prince had wanted, yet it was compromise she was willing to live with. She fully intended on securing as many gains as she could for Procure and the Grand Alliance, yet she would do so with the preservation of the Accords in mind. In truth, there were some aspects she'd found thrilling. This posited city in the Red Flower Valleys? It was, she hoped, an end to wars between Callow and Procure. With this cardinal forbidding the march of armies and the only other land route between the two realms the stairway up north, war would become highly impractical to wage. 3 kittens in a ribbon could defend the narrow pass of the stairway against a princely army, if they had the nerve, and having a great city at the crossroads between the east and the west of Calernia would allow for trade between adjoining realms to flourish and make hostility even more costly a prospect. And there was much to gain in having such a neutral ground where diplomacy would be had even on the darkest days. No, Cardinal would have much greater reach than even the Black Queen seemed to realize. A sharp rap against the closed door had Cordelia raising her voice to grant entrance to the servant. A man in livery hurried in at her invitation, and after courtly bows came to whisper in her ear. The first prince of Procure's lips slightly thinned, and she nodded a dismissal. Brother Simon's absence should be excused, it seems, Cordelia Hazenbach crisply said, for he has been detained by order of the House of Light. The Holies are calling the highest assembly to session. 2 of the most skilled spymasters alive looked at her with faces betraying utter surprise. That's madness, Balthazar said. It's treason, Lewis said, tone cold. In time of war, no less. Your most serene highness, this cannot be allowed to pass. Nor will it, Cordelia Hazenbach said, voice like iron. It appears I have at last found an end to my patience. Book 5, Interlude, Rope. First, gifted, iron to bind, and rope to kill. First of the 3 so-called Mavian entreaties, found on raised stones across much of eastern and Procure. The anger had come, white-hot and blinding, but it did not last, for Cordelia had learned calm at her mother's knee. Mother might have never held an audience or passed judgment without swallowing a sigh of impatience at been the bare-bones ceremony of a Lycanese court, but then she'd never been a creature of halls and laws. The Rhenian blonde still remembered being taken on her first hunt out in the mountains, her ever-restless mother still as a statue for half a night as they waited for the stray rattling to come into arrow's reach. Patience, Sparrow, Mother had whispered. Patience and quiet, and take your kill only when the time is ripe. The arrow had taken the rattling in the flank instead of the neck, and even at 7 Cordelia had been ashamed at the mistake, but the lesson of the night had lasted longer than the chagrin. It had been years since the first prince had held a blade larger than a knife, much less strung, and fired one of the sturdy shortbows her people kept for children and the weak, but unlike Margaret Hazenbach, once Pappenheim, she'd not been born for the song of steel and strife. These halls, these laws, were the blades she knew how to wield, and it seemed someone had begun quite the ambitious game, just under her nose. The thought lingered and spread after she sent out her messengers, summoning to the ancient palace of the Merovingians every trustworthy sword and spear she had in Salia. After that release of anger, the venting of frustration, her temper cooled, and she began considering the details of this apparent folly. The Holies had called into session the highest assembly, which, while truly a power they held if only obliquely, the House of Light had the right to present petitions directly to the assembly on any day of the year, even on days where no session had been called, which meant the act presenting such a petition could turn into functional summons to one, had been used only sparingly since the liturgical wars. They had also ordered the arrest of Brother Simon by their own guards, along with consignment to one of the house's basilicas in the capital. The summons themselves were not an overreach on the surface, though likely in practice. Yet the arrest of one of Cordelia's own spymasters and formal court official was a direct challenge to the office of First Prince. One done in wartime, when she held an absolute majority in the assembly that could not easily be shaken. Using Simon of Gorjalt's arrest and detainment as a pretext to discipline the holies would not be a popular measure, not when darkness loomed to the north and faith in above was the last comfort for so many, but neither would it be the stuff riots were made of. Not when Cordelia had paid lips to whisper her preferred telling of the tale in every great tavern and brothel of Salia, which the priests knew well she had. They had, in the past, complained of her savaging of the reputation of Amadis Milnan and his allies through such means by the intermediary of the now-arrested brother Simon. They would know that so long as sanctions were fair and artfully phrased, she would be able to lay them without much trouble, and that after such lasting conflict she would settle for nothing less than a crippling confiscation of wealth, grain, and lands. Every priest, not serving provable purpose in their current position, sent to the northern fronts to provide healing and moral succor. Cordelia had been pressing for these measures or milder manners of them for some time now and been denied again and again. There was no true short-term gain the first prince could think of that would be worth the bleeding she would inflict on them in its wake. That was concerning as it meant, in all likelihood, that the House of Light intended to force her to abdicate. Agnes would have warned me, Cordelia thought. Though her cousin's peering eyes had been on the darkness to the north and the madness in Isere, she would not have missed so glaring an attack, and mentioned it even if it were doomed to failure, which the fair-haired prince was unwilling to believe out of hand. There was always a way to end a reign, even if it was as simple as a knife in unscrupulous hands. And so the deeper game she'd glimpsed began to take shape, for while one failing was a mistake and two ineptitude, but three could only be deliberate. Of that sudden awareness Cordelia gave no outward sign. Though assessing her current situation, she felt her stomach clench. The Rhenian princess had moved from her solar to the beautiful Gallery de Herons, after sending out her summons, for the gallery with the great windows overlooked the outer courtyard where her trusted soldiers would be coming to gather. It was large enough to accommodate an assembly of captains before they set out as well, which she'd been giving instructions in arranging even as she considered the words she'd speak when addressing them. She'd had servants fetching tablecloths and refreshments to make the entire affair seem less of a hasty arrangement. But the great gallery was rather empty of other company. The first prince idly strode towards the great open glass window, a time-worn but still powerful enchantment on the windowsill, keeping out most of the wind and cold from winter's last gasps. Cordelia pretended to enjoy the view, though in truth she'd been gazing to see if any of her Lycanese soldiers had come. They had not, and the soldiers in the courtyard below were all in the livery of Salia itself, which meant they were little more than city guard and of suspect loyalty. Half a step had her body angled, so she could study the gallery through its reflection on the glass. As she casually set a hand on the lukewarm windowsill, in allowed fatigue, she truly felt to reach her face. 8, 9, 10 servants in the hall, all with an Alaman's look to them, none that she'd brought with her from Rhenia. Louis of Sartrans had departed some time ago to reach out to any circle of Thorn's agents in the capital, yet the second of her 3 spymasters had remained at her side. Balthazar the bastard had taken being so surprised by the holies poorly and been in constant conference with some of his spies since. He offered fresh reports to Cordelia regularly, having early on found out where Brother Simon was being held and confirmed that ever-current sitter of the assembly had been sent for by the House of Light. Even as the first prince watched, a woman in rough fantassin leathers was allowed in by the guards guarding the southern entry to the gallery and made her way to where the head of the sliver letters was seated to whisper in his ear. The ferocious-looking spymaster heard her out, replied in a low tone, and sent her off. Cordelia looked away before her scrutiny could be noticed, instead assessing the guards surrounding her. 8 at the southern and northern entrances, all in Salian livery. There were another 3 discreet doors in the gallery, from what the tall blonde could recall, though through the glass reflection she could only see 2. Servant entrances for 2 of the 3, and the last would lead to a privy room for guests too inebriated to stray far to relieve themselves when feasts were held in this gallery. She knew which of the 3 was the first servant door. One of the maids she had sent for cloths mere moments had left through it, yet did not know the other 2, which meant attempting to leave through one risky. Cordelia knew there would not be 2 chances to slip the noose, which was why she studied the soldiers assembling below in the courtyard. Near 50 now, still all Salians. Could that many truly have turned their cloak? Were she trying to isolate the first Prince of Procure within her own palace, she would have only moved after ensuring she had enough conspirators to do so, yet there was no telling if her enemies had been forced to move early. Having kept the jaws closing around her hidden so far might mean as much. springing from fear of what she might do were she aware, or it might simply be consequence of a preference for discretion. The odds were better down there, she thought, than with the guards at the entrances. The courtyard must be at least 10 feet below, and solid stone. Her blue dress, while not so impractical as to make it impossible for her to move quickly, would still be ungainly. The first Prince of Procure kept herself from stiffening when her spymaster's recognizably heavy gait was heard before her. She turned to glance at the approaching Balthazar, allowing the faintest hint of impatience to touch her face. "Your most serene highness," the black-haired man said. "I've news from the city." "Speak," Cordelia invited. "There have been riots in the streets," he grimaced. "The priests have claimed that you mean to crown yourself queen and incited the people to violence." "Unfortunate," the first Prince of Procure said. "They will have to be dispersed, by club if not by speech. Best to act promptly before the unrest can spread." "How many soldiers have arrived?" 200 in the palace barracks, and those that can be seen below," Balthazar said. "I would starkly advise against taking to the street with numbers less than 500, your highness. Salian riots see stones thrown and knives bared even in times of plenty." And there it was, she thought. A feasible reason for her to stay here in this hall, cooling her heels as the city went to the dogs around her and conspirators carried out their coup. Balthazar Serigny was one of them, of that there can be no doubt. The holies could not have her unseated without a vote in the highest assembly, and they could not possibly be so foolish as to expect that such a vote could be won without preparation. The House of Light must have reached out to fence-sitters and the discontent, which the silver letters should not have missed given their heavy presence in Salia. And to think that Cordelia herself had ordered them to strengthen their presence, in order to expunge the last of the eyes of the Empire from the capital. She'd invited the wolf at her table, believing it a hound. At least, the Renian thought, the conspirators had failed to secure enough votes to unseat her properly. They would not be resorting to such methods if they could use legitimate ones instead. On the other hand, if she was made prisoner and another candidate for her office presented, how many of her allies would truly stay with her? Cordelia's grip on the highest assembly had not been gentle, though she had been careful never to ruffle feathers without good reason. Some would turn, though, she knew. Some already had under her very nose. "Send for Captain Haas," she said, making her face imply restrained desire for a frown. Balthazar would not accede to that, for Andrea Haas was the head of her personal retinue, and a hardened killer besides. Cordelia's heart clenched when she realized that her old compatriot had likely been assassinated as a prelude to the coup, though it could not be certain. Agnes, no, they would not touch Agnes. The augur was too important a strategic asset for them to hurt, even if she was Cordelia's cousin. "I can do nothing for anyone from the bear's den," the first prince thought. "First I must escape." Balthazar grimaced, as if reluctant, and she gazed at him with polite impatience until he gave answer. "Captain Haas had been drinking," the spymaster said, "and is half in a stupor at the moment. I would send for a priest to sober her, your highness, but given the circumstances—" "As you say," the first Prince of Procure said, "the entire priesthood is suspect until proven otherwise." "I'll send for the current ranking officer, if you'd like," Balthazar offered. "A Lieutenant Beringer, I believe." So the conspirators had even sunk hooks in one of hers, Cordelia thought with distaste. It could be a hostage had been taken, she considered, but then she would not glorify the stuff her people were made of. They could be just as venal and treacherous as anyone else. And there were some who might say that the way Cordelia Hazenbach had sent no host to bolster the defense of the Lycanese realms meant she'd betrayed them first. All of her soldiers here had kin who had either fought at Twilight's Pass or died there. No, their loyalties were no so ironclad as they might have been a year past. "So long as it does not detract from muster," she idly said. "It seems the hell gods have my plans in their eye tonight. We'll crush them as soon as we have our forces in order, your highness," Balthazar Serigny said. "It is a matter of an hour at most." Cordelia inclined her head by a fraction and then looked back down into the courtyard, a clear if silent dismissal. There were perhaps 100 soldiers now, some of which had noticed her presence. Not a single one wore anything other than a Salian tabard. There was movement in the corner of her eye, and the first prince almost tensed before she forced herself not to. And then Balthazar nailed the windowsill with a dagger, biting into the wood, just as her fingers clenched against the wood until they paled. "Always were sharp, weren't you?" "For a savage," the man casually said, and whistled. Half the servants unsheathed knives, while a pair of guard on the southern entrance and a single one to the north were slain by their comrades without hesitation. One of the maids tried to run for a door, but a thin man in servant's livery threw a blade without missing a beat, and it went through the back of her skull. The others screamed and obeyed when told to sit on the ground with their hands behind their head. It was the lack of a flinch, was it not? Cordelia calmly asked. It's a good trick when you're dealing with a scheming one, Balthazar grinned. Anyone would flinch, expect someone thinking they might have a reason. Not. 2. What was it that gave us away? Agnes would have warned me, the first prince said. If she did not, it was because someone prevented her from doing so. And only the silver letters, of all the many possible conspirators in the city, had the means of doing that. They had, in the end, caught the most damning of the weakness in an oracle. A warning meant nothing if it went unheard. It had been 4 days since Cordelia last spoke to her cousin. She'd meant to do so, she truly had. Yet there was so much to do, and if the augur had an important insight, she'd send a messenger to say as much. The servant who were not silver letters had all obeyed and knelt, and Cordelia felt her blood turn cold when she saw Balthazar trade a look with one of the assassins. No, she hurried said. Do not dash. Throats cut the servants dropped to the side, one after another, as they twitched and gurgled the last of their life away. Cordelia did not look away. She had not known their names, not one of them. Yet she would learn them, if she survived, these innocents who had lost their lives because she'd not been quite as clever as she thought she was. That was unnecessary, the first prince said, voice raw. The bearded man chortled. Going soft, are you? Balthazar said. Can't have witnesses to this. Hazenbach, lest the priests find their scruples after the deed is done and decide to turn on me. So the holies truly are in revolt, Cordelia said, forcing calm. You did not simply suborn some of my people and feed me a lie. Wouldn't move without them, the spymaster said. No, without the righteous sword at my back this would have been mere wickedness. The man grinned, revealing crooked teeth. This is a buff's work, though, or I've been assured, Balthazar said. Though the full amnesty was more to my taste than some old fool's early absolution, I'll tell no lie. Amnesty. And there it was, why she'd kept speaking to this stain of a person even as the blood of innocence spread across the paneled floor. Balthazar Serigny was a gloater, and one who had a particular distaste for his social superiors as well as Lycanese, though the second came as a surprise to her, truth be told. There'd nary been a hint of it before today. Amnesty over killings within the bounds of the capital could only be extended by the ruler of the Principality of Salia, which was however happened to be the first prince or princess of Procure. This was, currently, Cordelia herself. The conspirators had therefore a clear successor for her in mind, one that had gone as far as putting their name to a pardon before the bloody work of dethroning Cordelia had even begun. And there were only a very few people in Procure who could feasibly fill her seat so smoothly. Amadis Milnan might have, before his abdication, and now in his stead Princess Rosala Melanza, who in truth had become a stronger candidate than Amadis had ever been even at the peak of his influence. Her own uncle, Prince Klaus Pappenheim, might also gather such support as the foremost general in the Principate, as that realm lay on the brink of destruction. Prince Ariel of Arons might squeak through as a compromise candidate, but the man lacked strong ties outside the Eastern Principate. Not the kind of figurehead around which a coup would be birthed, and certainly not when hundreds of thousands of soldiers were marching through eldritch paths into his lands. No, of all these the only practicable candidate was Rosala Melanza, who, aside from middling talent and scheming, had spent most of the last year on campaign in a principality where scrying was impossible, which meant either Princess Rosala had hidden her cunning very skillfully, someone of influence was behind her, or this was a foreign plot to cripple Procure, just as it seemed possible for it to be saved. Cordelia's heart whispered of militia, the old enemy in the east, but the dead king was conceivable foe as well, though through clandestine intermediaries, for the Rhenian doubted even the lowest of the low would strike bargain with the hidden horror directly. Or, Cordelia grimly thought, they might be fools. They grew scared of what they saw on the horizon, rustled up someone of high enough birth, and used them as a figurehead for this ill-advised butchery. That the holies might truly be so arrogant as to presume they'd be able to force the election of their chosen candidate without any real support seemed unconvincing. But Cordelia Hazenbach was not so conceited as to deny that the measures she'd taken to ensure the survival of Procure might lead others to act against her this dramatically, out of fear or principle, or perhaps even the heady potion that could be brewed from both together. It did not matter, in the end. Order would be restored, and everyone who'd lent their hand to this utter lunacy made to dance at the end of a rope. Balthazar, sure he had her in hand, moved away from the window. Now be a good girl and sit down in a corner. Cordelia, the spymaster grinned. You might even make it out of this alive, if you do as you're told. He'd left the knife in the windowsill, she saw. That simplified matters. The blonde princess snatched the dagger's handle, ripping it clear of the wood. The large, bearded man looked at her with a mixture of contempt and amusement. He was a former soldier, a hardened killer, and significantly larger than her. There were more than a dozen soldiers, and silver letters as well, now all casting eyes on her. Uncle Klaus, she thought, would have said something outrageously obscene before baring his sword and attempting to fight his way through. And, brave, stubborn old warhorse that he was, he would have died trying. I suppose even the run of the litter will know a little fighting. Balthazar, Serigny laughed. Go on then. First prince. Impress me. The princess' cool blue gaze swept the room, burning every face into her mind. Names she might not have, but this would suffice. Patience, Sparrow. Her mother's voice rang. Patience and quiet, and take your kill only when the time is ripe. Before spring comes, Cordelia Hazenbach calmly said, I will see you all hang. Before they could reply, she slashed at her own breast before dropping the dagger. Shallow but long, the wound bled vividly and began soaking her dress. Even as surprise and confusion bloomed across the faces of those looking at her, the first prince climbed the windowsill and threw herself down into the courtyard. The landing was painful, and she did not suppress her scream as she felt her leg crack. Murder! Cordelia called out to the crowd of soldiers looking at her. Treason! Serigny tried to assassinate me. It was time to find out, she thought, whether Alaman's gallantry was an empty boast or not. Book 5, Interlude, Candle. Fear not faith in the unworthy, for to be fooled is shame only on the undeserving. Extract from The Faith of Crowns, by Sister Salienta. Brother Simon of Gorjalt had been, for near half a bell now, wondering what manner of madness might possibly arouse the leading souls of the House of Light to such actions. His arrest had been impeccably polite, his detainment in the back hall of the Celandine Basilica, coming along with a nice wine from one of the lakeside monasteries, and what was admittedly the finest roasted quail he could ever remember having. The accompanying plums had been flavored in the manner of the famous sacred recipe, dipped in sweet brandy for 7 days and 7 nights. The name was a delicious little jest for the learned, as it was said that before Ariana Galadon had first founded the House of Light in the West, she'd for 7 days and 7 nights prayed by the shores of the Lake Artois. A shame that his enjoyment of the meal had been spoiled by the way a pair of armed guards waited by the door, a reminder that any attempt to leave would be tactfully but firmly rebuffed. Simon was morbidly curious as to whether they'd go as far as striking him, should he insist. Though only a lay brother, and so not hallowed by vows, he was not without repute in the house. Looking at the cast of the tanned faces, Arlessites both, and from the resemblance perhaps even kin, he decided that violence was not so improbable. The grandees of the house must have brought hands they were certain of from isolated holdings in Valensis and Orense, where the ancient grants of fortress monasteries by the Arlesite reals had never been rescinded. It was an open secret among certain circles that orphans were taken in and raised for such purposes, particularly after long winters when desperate families found they had too many mouths to feed. The House of Light might be forbidden by law to field armies, but it was hardly defenseless. Simon sipped at the potent red in his cup, enjoying the bouquet even as he considered what must now be done. And here he was isolated from his fellows in the Holy Society, which barred him from ascertaining how deeply this conspiracy ran. For this was a conspiracy, there could be no doubt about it. He'd been taken when coming to the Basilica for an urgent council with a dear friend, Sister Dominique, whose position in the middle ranks of the holies meant anything she deemed urgent was very much so indeed. Alas, there had been no Dominique awaiting when he arrived, only a handful of apologetic priests and a detachment of guards. Brother Simon wondered if she had betrayed his trust of her own initiative or been ordered to. Oh, there'd never been any doubt that Dom's greater loyalty would be the heavens and their house. That much had been made clear when they'd parted ways many years ago, after she'd refused the deeper courtship he sought. I will suffer none to rival above in my affections, love, not even you, she'd said. He believed the friendship to have survived the end of their other tie, but this seemed to be a day of revelations. Simon drank a deeper sip than was strictly proper, wasting the vintage like some Calawan lout. It was the way of the ebb and the flow, he consoled himself. It seemed his vigilance as the first prince's eye on house affairs had lapsed, for he'd glimpsed no hint of the conspiracy before it struck. The failure stung, more from the consequences of it than his wounded pride. By now, he thought, that Animal Balthazar would have seized her highness and a purge of her loyalists would be taking place. None, and the Lycanese least of all, could be counted on to take the deposition of a Hazenbach with anything remotely like placidity. The holies would have sent for the current sitters of the highest assembly before making their move, but the cautious among them would have delayed setting out. It might not matter. First, Prince Cordelia's most ardent supporters were all on the northern fronts, leaving only Acermenes to speak for them, and there were tricks of procedure to deal with those. If enough of the royalty in the city had turned conspirator, anyhow, an outright majority from the onset was laughably improbable, but even half a dozen princes would be enough for the fence-sitters to believe the conspirators had a chance, especially with the silver letters in the house behind them, and the first prince kept under watch until she could be formally deposed and perhaps even put to judgment. Simon's ponderings were jarred astray when the door between the guards was opened, a woman in pale robes striding through. Age had been kind to Dominique of Blancbriand, tinting her hair more silver than gray and leaving her both straight-backed and lithe. Those gray-green eyes, though, ever smiling? They had not changed at all since he'd first gazed on them, when they were both 15 and Simon still believed his rightful name to be Simone. The lay brother drank again, for it would be a terrible faux pas to let the Principate begin its inevitable spiral into annihilation without being at least slightly drunk. Brother Simon, Sister Dominique greeted him. Her smile was forced, for being sent here against her will, pretending she had not been the bait in the trap to catch him, or because she was being forced to civility by circumstance. He could not tell. It ought to be interesting to find out. Sister Dominique, he replied, setting down his cup to daintily wipe his lips with the attendant silk cloth. I am sad to say you've missed the quail. She looked mildly taken aback. At his lack of open resentment, perhaps? He nearly sniffed in disapproval. If that were the case, she had spent too long speaking with House Firebrands. Even if a lay brother, Simon was an Allemans of proper birth. It was to be expected he would walk to even the gallows with a bonhomie and splendid indifference, much less suffer a turn of the ebb with grace. I already ate, though I thank you for the courtesy, Dominique said. Ah, but at least let me offer you a cup of wine, Simon gregariously said. You there, with the sword. As both guards bore such a weapon, there was some degree of confusion until the one to the left gestured at himself hesitantly. Indeed, the spymaster said, do fetch a cup for Sister Dominique, and make it silver, by the gods. This is a coup, not a Lycanese debutante ball. He did not bother to speak to the guard any further, knowing that in circumstances such as this confidence was the key to being obeyed. He invited his old friend to sit across from him, smiling pleasantly, as if he were host instead of prisoner. Poorly hiding her bemusement, Dominique sat. Why are you? She began hesitantly. It is an Arlesite red, Simon told her, sounding surprised as he glanced at the bottle by his now finished plate. Copper would taint the bouquet. It was not what she'd been speaking of, as they both knew, but that was their way to get to someone with the upper hand talking. Confusion and blithe refusal to acknowledge they had anything of the sort. Simon's fascinating summer as a young man with a lantern lodge in Tartessos had taught him that a gentleman could get away with nearly anything, given sufficient audacity and an amicable bearing. You seem in a congenial mood, Dominique ventured. Simon smiled, and from the corner of his eye saw the guard returning with a silver goblet in hand. The man hesitantly set it on the table, as if he did not know quite how it should be done, and after an awkward half-bow made as if to leave. The lay brother restrained him with a gesture and let out the faintest hint of a sigh. My good man, he said, Sister Dominique is one of the holies. Do you intend to make her pour her own wine? The guard looked vaguely panicked for a moment, before venturing a no, touched by a heavy Tolesian accent. Ah, as he'd thought. Most definitely one of those trusted sword arms from Arlesite lands, likely even a lay brother himself. Proper vows taken would naturally forbid violence, save if given exemption by holy tribunal, but these had only rarely been granted since the liturgical wars. The man clumsily poured wine for his old friend, who protested it was unnecessary all the while. The guard looked deeply relieved when Simon dismissed him, further marking himself as a figure of authority. I had feared you might be distressed, Dominique cautiously said, after taking a polite sip from her cup. Aggrieved, perhaps, Simon conceded. These cloak and dagger theatrics are rather unseemly for servants of the heavens, though I can understand the necessities involved. Something like relief touched her gray-green eyes, and that burned Simon more than all the rest, for it meant she did care for him, After all, at least a little. Yet she'd gone through with it anyway. It would have been better if she were only using their old closeness, he thought. Cleaner. I argued for your involvement, Simon. I truly did, Dominique told him. I told them that your silence was out of hopelessness, not malfeasance. They might even have listened, had Serigny not argued so strenuously that you were Hazenbach's creature body and soul. Of course he did. The brute, the diplomat side. His value would have lessened if you had another among you with close access to her. Gaze careful as he spoke, he found no hint of a hesitation before she nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Balthazar the bastard's involvement had been a given, since such a great plot could hardly have taken place in Salia without the notice of the silver letters, but it was heartening to learn even by implication that the Circle of Thorns was not involved. Louis de Sartrans had no part of this spasm of lunacy. The silver letters were too valuable to antagonize by insisting, Dominique told him, faintly apologetic. And there were fears he might turn on us if he felt the cause to be in too frail a state. Now, it was most unlikely either the Holies or a creature as leery as Serigny would have put treason to act without a patron of sufficient influence. There were only so many of these in Procure these days, and among those one stood out above all others, Princess Rosala Melanzo of Equitan. She hardly seemed the kind of woman to try her hand at such an affair, but then the most successful of ambitions were often the most skillfully hidden. A prod was in order to see what might yet come tumbling out. I imagine he pressed Princess Melanzo for a pardon before committing to anything, Simon idly said. I've never known the bastard to have faith in anything but favors rendered. Dominique looked at him amusedly, nursing her cup. Clever Simon, she said. Fishing for answers, are we? Ah, and yet she did not deny. That was telling, for all she had not outright told. I imagine I shall have to resign my position in the Holy Society, after her election, he mused. A poor way to end my tenure, but retirement would not be such a terrible thing at my age. It might not have to be so, Dominique said. He made his eyes widen in surprise and leaned forward when she invited him to do so. We have been corresponding with her for months, she murmured, and she's expressed very devout sentiments. There was talk of restoring the house's ancient seat in the highest assembly, Simon. Not even after the liturgical wars was that seriously spoken of, but with the hidden horror warring on us, Melanzo says the heavens must be brought to the fore once more. To Simon's knowledge, Rosala Melanzo was no more devout than most Proceran royalty. That was to say, she had Salienta's tongue and Bastian's hand, though he rather doubted the Holies had been suddenly convinced of her deep and abiding respect for the House of Light, of her deep and abiding desire for overthrowing the woman who'd made her mother drink poison, however, that they'd believe, and perhaps simple base hunger for power as well. And in such dark times, well, why would Princess Melanzo not restore the house's long-abolished seat in the assembly? It was only natural to pay stronger heed to the light of above when the night grew long. That such a seat would bring the influence of the Holies to heights not seen since the fresh first days of the assembly must not have weighed on the scales at all, surely. Brother Simon de Gourgault had spent most his life serving as a bridge between the royalty of Procure and its priesthood, finding loyalty belonging to neither but instead to a higher calling, peace. He had served, willing, for he saw in the Holy Society a function that would prevent the coming of another 3 liturgical wars. Pride in robes and crowns was an unfortunately common affliction, and a company of men and women with a foot on both shores went a long way in smoothing away conflicts that might otherwise have grown into harsher things. Yet the truth was that Simon had oft leaned more strongly towards the house, as for all its many flaws it served good more genuinely than any other institution on Calernia. Princes and princesses, even the finest among them, so often chased venality and power at the expense of those they were meant to be the just stewards of. It was a bitter thing to be faced with the truth that the House of Light could be just as grasping. It would be a grand thing, Simon breathed out in wonder. Dominique leaned back, smiling contentedly. The seat could not be yours, naturally, she told him. Yet you might say I am the foremost candidate for it, and should election confirm me, I would find great comfort in the keeping of an adviser knowledgeable in such matters. Not the most subtle of offers, though it did have the benefit of both plausibility and political significance. I would be honored. The lay brother smilingly lied. They both sipped at their wine. It will be different, under first Princess Rosala, Sister Dominique casually told him. There'll be no more of Hazenbach's heresies and tyranny. Gods, the gall of that woman. She might as well have declared herself queen, stacking the assembly with her lickspittles and those she bullied into submission. And for what? To make peace with the arch-heretic if the East and her helper the Carian Lord. No mortal ruler can overturn the decision of a conclave, Simon agreed. In truth, he'd wrestled with the first prince's decision himself, in private. That Cordelia Hazenbach had grown increasingly iron-handed could not be denied, though he'd always reminded himself that every method she had used to strengthen her influence was legal and with recorded precedent. The peace talks with the Black Queen and the Carian Lord had been hard to swallow. Both were infamous damned who had wrought great suffering on the Principate, and the Queen of Callow in particular had been declared arch-heretic of the East by a greater conclave. Bargaining with such a monster was to stray from the path the gods above had set for their children, undeniably. Yet what else was there to be done? Would the gods truly prefer the destruction of Procure and all its people to making peace with one of the damned? Simon could not believe it so. Such a thought reminded him too much of the light gone cold in the eyes of some of the older priests, those who spoke of shepherding needing the stick as well as the kindness, and how sparing one was straying from the will of the gods. There was valor, there was virtue even, in refusing to compromise with evil even in the face of death, in holding principles above life. Yet Simon de Gourgault could find no good in sending millions to their death when it need not be so. It was a poor shepherd that let wolves take the entire flock. And this talk of sending priests to the north as if they were soldiers, this demanding the house's belongings as if they were hers to dispose of, Dominique continued, tone genuinely angry. Did you know there are no house holdings in Lycanese principalities, Simon? All lands belong to the princes, and even chapels must pay rent, as if they were tenant farmers. That is what Cordelia Hazenbach sought, mark my words. It had to be done. It must have been a difficult decision, he said, sounding sympathetic. Her goblet was mostly empty by now, and he poured it full anew without her taking much notice. She'd always been a lightweight. Of course not, she replied. The will of the heavens was clear. A choice made in clarity is hardly a choice at all. I can only imagine, the silver-haired man said. There will be no need to stretch your spirit for such. Dominique teased, suddenly leaning forward. I had expected this to be difficult, Simon, but I did your faith disservice. In truth, I came to make request of you, before your pleasant hospitality distracted me. Anything, for you, Simon smiled. The Holy Society's eyes in the city are needed, Sister Dominique told him, and they will not acquiesce to lending aid without your word. What shall we seek, he asked. Serigny botched the work, his old friend said with open aversion. Hazenbach tricked some of the palace garrison into protecting her and escaped into the city with a handful of soldiers. We need to know with whom she took refuge, but her lackeys have barred their manses to all priesthood. Your fellows, though, will not find all such doors closed to them. It was a labor not to close his eyes and breathe out. Oh, gods grant you all mercy. They'd lost the first prince. Even if it was truly Rosala Melanza who'd been trading letters with the conspirators all this time, then their pardons were now no better than scrap parchment. Nothing less than civil war would topple Cordelia Hazenbach if she was not a kept prisoner, and that left them as the fools who tried to execute a coup mere days before foreign armies arrived. If they did not find the first prince soon, everyone involved in this was as good as dead. Her Highness was no Alamans or Arlezite to hesitate at chastising priests. She'd hang them all without batting an eye. Serigny, at least, would know that well, and he would not be afraid of turning to great bloodshed if he felt cornered. Something needed to be done. Of course, Simon agreed. I shall need ink and quill. I'll have them brought, Dominique smiled. Simpler to walk to a scrivener's desk, I would think, he amusedly said. It would be unseemly to send guards back and forth like fetching boys. I suppose, Sister Dominique chuckled. You'll need to write quite a few letters, besides. They rose, and to steel himself Simon drained the last of his cup. He gallantly offered up his arm for his old friend to take, and they made for the end of the hall unhurriedly. There are some who will need to speak with me in person, Simon said, sounding pensive. So it is plain I am not being coerced, you see. Still, given the ruckus outside, an escort would not go amiss. I will send for guards from the cathedral, she assured him. Though I'll need to sit in on such councils, you understand. The holies would not agree otherwise. It is only natural, Simon dismissed. I am not yet trusted. Dominique patted his arm approvingly, like one would a dear friend. Or a pet. You have always been blessed with an understanding nature, Simon, she said. It is one of your greater virtues. He made himself look pleased. I shall blush if you continue in this vein, he warned. A discreet glance ahead told him the guards were only half paying attention to them as they approached. The timing, he thought, would be of some importance. Did I ever tell you of the summer I spent in Tartessos? Simon smiled. With the lanterns? Dominique said. Little, in truth. She did not sound particularly regretful of that. They must have some wisdom to their teachings, I suppose, she conceded. I remember when you were hungry. Simon thought. When you burned with a need to read every book, speak with every stranger from a faraway place. When your eyes grew dark for the late nights, and you were furious of your body needing to sleep at all. I remember how beautiful the flame that moved you was, Dominique, and I mourn that woman for you are only what's left of her. Was this what happened? He wondered, when you began to believe there were no more answers left to seek. They refused to humor me before I ventured with a band into the Brocelian, Simon said, almost nostalgic. It was a rather fascinating experience. I met this woman, you see, by the name of Elvira, and she knew a remarkable trick. Did she? Sister Dominique patiently smiled. Oh yes. Brother Simon smiled back, gently extricating his arm just as they passed the guards. This would be his 74th winter, and it had been much too long since he'd undertaken strenuous exercise. Yet for all that his limbs no longer had the limberness of his youth, utter surprise had wings of its own. His fingers smoothly drew the sword of the guard to his left, and he pivoted slightly, ramming the pommel in the other guard's face. Another pivot, and he thrust the point of the sword backwards into the first guard's throat. Dominique yelled out in surprise. The other guard rocked back in pain and surprise as Simon ripped free the sword only to cut into the back of the survivor's neck. Messy blow, the lay broth judged. A killing one, but the death would be more painful than if he'd cut deeper. He left the sword in the corpse, and both dropped a heartbeat later. But the blood spray had rather marred his robes, it seemed. It does work better with an axe, the silver-haired man noted. She was quite right about that. You madman, Sister Dominique hissed. What are you dash? You were correct, Simon pleasantly said. A choice made in clarity is hardly a choice at all. Best to make a run for it. Simon de Gourgault mused as a woman he'd once loved cursed him loudly. Though she'd let it slip that there were so few guards here an escort would require more to be sent for from as far as the cathedral, it was unlikely there would only be two. Time to see if these old bones still remembered how to run in the face of certain death. Book 5, Interlude, Harp. Second, Beholden, Candle to Blind, and Harp to Still. Second of the three so-called Mavian entreaties. Les Horizons Lugubers was a tavern in the same sense that silk was cloth. None could lay foot within its glass and stone gardens without first having been vouched for by 3 patrons. And though the halls outside looked rather trivial, its insides were a maze of shifting private alcoves. They changed with the sun and the moon, the season and the weather, so that no 2 hours spent there would be quite the same. The nature of the establishment had made it a favorite of the Circle of Thorns since decades before Louis of Satron's tenure at the head of the league began, though it was under his stewardship that the circle became the hidden proprietors of it. Tonight's surroundings were the work of a young woman from the Principality of Orne, he'd been told, an artist who had once walked the fields of the Red Flowers Vallas seeking inspiration. The influence was plain to the eye, though for all the provincial origins it was exquisite to the eye. Redwood tables and sculptures of colors glass, angled so that the moon's shifting radiance and shadows would mimic the touch of wind on grass, were flanked by panes of green and gray painted in the Bourdonnais manner, with the occasional glinting metal thrown in. Pele-mele, to hint at the armor of fallen knights and fantassins. It was all rather appropriate, given the reason the circle was convening, and the Tartlang read the affair had been paired with by their sommelier lent the hasty proceedings a much-needed touch of civility. After the last of them arrived and took a seat, being poured their glass by the colleague to their left rather than a servant according to one of the circle's more practical traditions, Louis of Sartrans rose to his feet. His glass went up, matched by that of the other 12 men and women in the room, and he cleared his throat. To Procher and Her Most Serene Highness, he toasted. His words were politely echoed, and as one they drank before settling into their seats. Louis waited a few moments, tinted light casting red shadows like claws on his skeletal face, before addressing his peers. It would appear a coup is underway, the spymaster said. As of now, the involvement of the holies of the House of Light and the silver letters under Balthazar Serigny have been confirmed. The extent of the conspiracy beyond this is unclear, though a degree of royal involvement is only to be expected. At the other end of the table, the comfortably withered Antony of Bientalent rapped her knuckles against the table to signify a desire to address the table. Louis acceded to the request with a slight inclination of the head. My friends in City Guard tell me the conspiracy claims to be acting on the behalf of Princess Rosala Melanza, though they have not made this widely known, Antony said. Bertrand de Gonfalond, sharp-eyed and younger than most in this room, rapped his knuckles, but a moment later. Louis paused for a moment longer than necessary before allowing him to speak. An unspoken reminder that lack of courtesy to a fellow patron of the circle had no excuse. Given the prominence of Balthazar Serigny within the coup, Bertrand said, we must consider that this was made known to Antony's friends on purpose. Balthazar has some knowledge of our laws, as you all know. It was not impossible, Louis thought, or in truth even unlikely. The Circle of Thorns served no master but the Principate itself. That was its governing principle and foremost law. Not the first prince, not the highest assembly, and certainly not the House of Light. Given that the highest office in Procure was not hereditary, it had been understood by wise minds early in the nation's history that the Principate's spies abroad could be beholden to any one family or institution. The circle must ever be above the fray of schemes within the bounds of Procure, intervening only when there was foreign involvement. If the circle took sides in the assembly's little squabbles, it risked endangering itself and therefore the Principate's eyes abroad. In truth, that vaunted neutrality had been bent, on occasion, but never too far. Those who would have the ambition of playing throne-maker in the assembly were weeded out early in their tenure with the circle, long before reaching positions of true influence. Were these years of peace, or even less strenuous a war, an attempt to dethrone Cordelia Hazenbach by another princess would merit no debate. And it was undeniable that even in these delicate times the only acceptable successor to the first prince was Rosala Melanza, as no one else had the support or popularity to keep the Principate from falling apart. Yet Procure had come upon the antechamber of the end times, and now the lines between the foreign and the domestic had blurred. It did not help that the bastard might be behind what Antony's people had learned, as their young colleague had noted. The head of the Silver Letters had learned too much for comfort of their laws and methods during the Great War, and he was in no way above using Princess Melanza's name as a shield to keep the circle out of this affair until the dust had settled. To his left another knuckle rapped the table, Alejandra of Quinera departing from her usual sullen silence to raise her voice. It matters not if Serigny attempts to trifle with us, she said, voice faintly accented. It is not ours to decide whether Cordelia Hazenbach or Rosala Melanza will rule. It is ours to unearth whether the attempted transition of power is free of the enemy's meddling. There was a rippling murmur at the table at that, as much in consternation as approbation. Several knuckles rapped, though Louis chose that of Joachim of Essenrer, one of the elders among them, and the sole Lycanese. The circle had been careful that there should always be at least one from the northern principalities among them, though recruitment was oft difficult. They could not claim to speak to the interests of Procure without the rearguard of their empire having a voice at their table. It will be necessary to carve into the Silver Letters, Joachim said, voice oddly powerful for a man so old his skin looked paper-thin. They are the weak link. The house will have everything of import in cloisters and basilicas, but the letter openers brought in too many for every safe house to truly be secure. Louis hid his amused smirk at the dig at their opposition behind a sip of wine, as many others at the table. Letter openers. Joachim had mocked them as, for the head of the circle at the time of their rise to legal employ had mocked the thugs as a confederacy of letter openers and cut purses. There were some who said the name of Silver Letters itself had come from the way their first founders had made much of their wealth opening the correspondence of the wealthy and powerful to extort coin by blackmail. The smirk faded along with the taste of the wine on his palate as Louis de Satrans digested the rest of his colleague had said. It was true, but it would also carry consequences unless acted on properly. It appears I will have to be led astray by my personal loyalty to Her Highness, the head of the Circle of Thorns calmly said. As is our way, I will depart early to allow you to write the denunciation without my presence. He paused a moment. Louis supposed he should mayhaps be moved to say more, as if it proved that the Silver Letters or their fellow conspirators had not been induced by a foreign power. This would be the last time he addressed the Circle as its leader. Perhaps at all. Yet he had never been particularly prone to such flights of fancy, in truth, and he had known everyone at this table for decades. Theirs was not a profession that allowed for sentiment, and he would not insult their common service to the Principate by looking back upon it with unnecessary nostalgia. Theirs was grim and often foul work, and those who carried it out oft came to grim and foul ends. They had all known that long before earning a seat at this table. You know of my endorsement for my successor, Lewis said. And for the seat my removal would lease empty. As for the rest, he rose to his feet once more and raised his glass. Let none lay hand on this land, Louis de Sartrance said. Glass roses to match his, as one. Without bleeding for it. They replied, every last hard-eyed. You will be as a circle of thorns set around Procure. Their ancient founder Clement Meravins had charged, so that none may lay hand on this land without bleeding for it. If there was rot in the flesh, if the enemy prowled Salia on this night, then they would rip it out root and stem. Balthazar had not taken a seat at the table, instead leaning against the wall of the ornate hall of herons as he indulged himself by studying those seated. He'd not known the full breadth of their plot, as was not unusual in such things. Yet at this hour of truth the masks had come down, when this council had brought out those who wished to form the heart of the coming reign. It was no small company, near 100 to his count. His silver letters and the holies had formed the heart of the conspiracy, so he had known the involvement of near everyone of import. But now the rest of the lot had come slinking into the palace he'd taken for them to gather like maggots on a corpse. He found the disparity of those involved to be somewhat troubling. That they'd run thin in matters princely was only to be expected, given that near every royal that remained in Procure was on one of the northern fronts. But a harvest of two was not so trifling a thing. Prince Arsène of Bayeux, one of Amadis' old hounds now trained to heed Milan's hand, had been the easy mark. He had much to gain from the Princess of Equitaine rising to higher office, as one of her inherited partisans. Princess Cotilda of Ain had been a surprise when he'd first learned of her, and even now she seemed highly uncomfortable in the company of the others. It was principle that had turned her against Hazenbach, he gathered. The consolidation of the highest assembly into a tame thing had smacked to her of tyranny, and she'd approached the holies for moral guidance and advice, only to be brought into the fold of the conspiracy instead. There were only two other royals in the city, Renato of Solomons and Ariel of Arons, neither of which had been judged safe enough to invite. Prince Renato was one of Hazenbach's loyalists, now more than ever as a war against the League of Free Cities had miraculously spared his lands. And while Prince Ariel was more ambiguous in his allegiances, he also had a great many soldiers marching on his lands through these twilight ways. Both had only reluctantly accepted the summons to a session of the highest assembly, and immediately begun delaying on actually moving towards the physical assembly until their spies could have better notion of what was taking place. They'd learn little, Balthazar had seen to that. Between the bloody chaos in the streets of Salia and the mysterious deaths of the few captains and officials best known in the right circles to trade whispers for bribes, the easiest ways to gather information had been neatly closed. The true trouble with those two was that now that Hazenbach had made a fool of him and escaped his own damned hands, it was quite possible she'd taken refuge in the manse of one of them. Both princes had refused entrance to both the city guard and the House of Light. Prince Renato's captain of the guard splitting open the head of an overly ambitious city watch officer without batting an eye. Those manses could be taken. The conspirators had the numbers for it. But it'd be hard fighting, and neither of the royals part of the coup were willing to agree to it. The precedent might be dangerous to their kind, after all. A motion passed in the highest assembly could pry open those gates, most likely, but the masquerade there had to be played out first. For all that the conspiracy was currently lacking princes, with a little enthusiasm it could begin the work of making a few. There were candidates on hand. Hazenbach had seen to that when she'd begun her little trick with the restored Guillermont decree. She'd had men and women of the right blood and birth to serve as successor candidates for every principality left leaderless by the prince's graveyard. Much like how those who'd plotted to unseat the Lycanese savage had enjoyed the very refreshments in this hall that Hazenbach had arranged for her own captains, these royal candidates would now be crowned and made the conspiracy's creatures instead of the first princes. It would begin soon, for the summons to the highest assembly would soon have been sent a full bell ago, and when that time was reached the sessions could begin even with the absent. A mere 2 votes would not be enough to pass anything, of course, but there the holies had come of some use. While the crown heads were away from Salia, they had left behind Assermenes, sworn surrogates who could vote in their stead. By oath these surrogates were to vote only by the will of their prince or princess, yet the House of Light had applied both fear and faith to good effect. It was the will of the heavens that certain measures be passed, and to vote even by oath-breaking was sinless. To refuse was to serve the enemy, whose dark hands had touched the heart of Cordelia Hazenbach and corrupted her body and soul. Those priests could not convince Balthazar had seen to himself, now that the augur was no longer an issue. hostages, blackmail, and naked threats had been enough to secure a narrow majority. He'd have preferred to hold the session without even waiting for the whole bell to pass, but both the royals and the holies had refused to hear of it. Rosala Melanza's ascension to holy rule was not to be marred by even the slightest of procedural faults. The former Fantassin thought them fools for it, for though they worried of such details being used to overthrow Melanza down the line, they were forgetting they first had to get the fucking princess on the throne, which he suspected would be harder to achieve than expected, given the discordance of conspirators he was looking at. There were Salians there, officers in the city guard and the garrison, as well as bureaucratic officials. Hasenbach's harsh measures against corruption in the capital had seen kinsmen from most great families in the region lose a sinecure and the assorted income. And as she'd refrained from purging the old guard that had acted with probity, quite a few had nursed private hatreds of the first prince for years and only now come out to settle them. It had been Balthazar himself who dug out half of those malcontents, having his fresh flush of agents in the capital find out who had grudges while ostensibly looking for Presi infiltrators. Yet Prince Arsene and the holies had stumbled across quite a few themselves. It had been the realization of exactly how many enemies Cordelia Hasenbach has made that had prompted the conspiracy to act, as well as the understanding that the window of opportunity was slight. A coup could not be had while there were foreign armies within marching distance of the capital, and Melanza had been exceedingly clear that she could not be seen to be doing the overthrowing herself. It had to be settled before she arrived in Salia. Still, the gods had smiled on them when the time came. Some scrivener in the house had unearthed a precedent from the liturgical wars about a priestess regency in Segovia that had one of the holdover faction in the holies swing over into the camp preaching direct action, swinging the House of Light's influence entirely behind the coup just in time. Some agents of Prince Arsene had caught sight of the priests moving guards into the city, and the Prince of Bayeux had tentatively reached out to the holies, adding the weight of his own growing conspiracy to their own. It had all fallen into place, just before the last chance any of them would have for years if ever, and so Balthazar had set aside his own wariness of Princess Rosala in favor of backing the coup to the hilt. Never again would he have such an opportunity, and Balthazar Serigny would not let that fucking murdering savage rule one moment longer than he had to. Not when his own sister had never even gotten a grave in Bruss, just gotten thrown into a mass grave with the rest of the Fantassins by the northern butchers. He might have suffered through that, in truth, even if that had been the day where he'd thrown his support entirely behind Princess Constance Yvain. But Salieri getting an arrow in the back for coming too close of the Neustrian camp after dark? Balthazar considered himself a callous man and did so with some pride. Calluses were what grew from rough use, honest use, and though poets and highborn could afford sentiment the likes of him found just as costly as any other luxury. Yet even for him, a sister and a husband was too much. It had been like poison in his veins every time he looked at Hasenbach, the knowledge that if she'd just stayed in her fucking frozen wasteland like Lycanese were meant to, then someone proper could have put an end to the Great War, and the only two people he'd ever slightly cared about would still be alive. And he could do nothing, for even intent would be smelled out by Hasenbach's pet oracle chosen. So he'd smiled and served and waited, even as she made plain she meant to replace him with some twit from Leones. He'd kept it all inside him and placed men and women he owed in useful places because one day, there would be an opening. And it had come, hadn't it? Because there truly had been eyes of the Empire in the Salia, and his people had caught them along with their papers, including a dated suggestion of how to arrange the murder of the first prince, mentioning the Carrion Lord's own theories of how the powers of the augur worked. Given that the Eastern monster had run a merry chase around the Heartlands while making a fool of every force in the West until the Peregrine caught him by surprise, Balthazar had read those theories with great interest, and, upon deciding they were reasonable, finally reached out to the holies afterwards to lend a hand, and perhaps a few suggestions. Not that they'd ever trusted him, which was admittedly not unwise of them. 7 priests from the very upper ranks of the holies were in attendance now, representing the House of Light along with their swarm of lesser priest attendants. The priests had been scheming for longer than any of them, as it turned out. Balthazar had seen some of their correspondence with Melanza, and while it had begun innocently enough, also it had begun months ago and grown increasingly treasonous as it went. The Princess of Equitan had struck gold when she'd raised the notion of restoring the house's seat in the highest assembly, by his reckoning. That had been enough to move the ambitious to begin convincing the not. and after that it had only been a matter of time until enough priests fell on her side. I'd been bold of her to use the royal seal of Equitan on some of the correspondence, though Balthazar had noted she'd been clever enough to do so only on those letters which were seemingly innocent. Not all had been pinned by her, for perhaps a third were identical to the samples of former Prince Louis Rohanan's handwriting the silver letters had in their possession. Yet, given how deep the once ruler of Cruzans was known to be in her counsels, that was not unexpected, if surprisingly trusting of her. It might be that Rohanan was to be her formal consort after her election. It was unfortunate that the situation in Isère had made it impossible to send someone directly in the army camp. Sophie of Lyonesse was watching Melanza like a hawk for exactly such a thing, but it had been observed by his agents that the letters were in fact coming from the heart of the coalition army. He'd even intercepted one, and used it as an introduction to begin his own private correspondence with the princess. That had been the last confirmation needed for Balthazar, as while someone else might be willing to offer him an empty pardon, there was no one else who should be interested in very obliquely suggesting that Rosala Melanza's younger brother and rival claimant, at court here in Salia, should perhaps meet with an unfortunate accident in the chaos of the events to come. She likely had her own agents to arrange such a thing, Balthazar knew. So he'd taken the request for what it was, an extension of trust to bring him more fully into her camp. It would be a pleasure to work with a woman such a deft hand at the ebb and flow, especially one who had the foresight to hide it, unlike so many of her peers. And so the House of Light had begun to debate whether the actions of Simon of Gourgault have made him graceless, as the known murderer of lay brothers of the house. The spymaster's eyes snapped up at the old man who'd been speaking of the holies from the south. A clarification, Balthazar the bastard said. Was Brother Simon harmed before being returned to confinement? Gods, let them not have bled the old man. Balthazar was not particularly fond of him, but the Holy Society had friends in many high places, and if they began whining about their leader being harmed during the coup, there'd be an outrage. The Arlesite priest purpled at being questioned in such a manner, but there was no one in this hall who did not know who Balthazar Serigny was now, or why crossing him would be a costly mistake. He was not, the Holy said. Balthazar's brow rose in surprise. Gourgault was long past his prime, but it was known in some circles he'd had quite the adventurous youth. He would not have gone quietly. He was not harmed at all. The spymaster pressed. The priest spoke through gritted teeth. He was not returned to confinement. Cutthroat. The Holy reluctantly said. He escaped. Oh, those fucking fools. Did they not realize how that changed things? Balthazar, much as it burned to admit it, had blundered when he'd failed to seize Hazenbach more forcefully. But now the silver letters were out in force. Every priest in the city was keeping an eye out for her, and the manses of her supporters were under constant watch. It was known she'd fled into the high districts after making it out of the palace, and those had been closed down by guards and garrison, so it was a certainty she was still in there. If she was in anywhere but the manses, it was only a matter of time before she was found. If she was in one of the manses, she could only wait helplessly there. It was still a dangerous situation, given the cunning of their quarry, but one that could be salvaged, especially if the highest assembly came through. But now Gourgault would be out in the streets, and all his little friends and their little hiding places that no one else knew about would be open to Hazenbach the fucking moment the other spy found her. Which he would, because for an old sack of bones he was sharp as goblin steel. Serigny, Prince Arsène said, voice cutting through the room and demanding silence by simple virtues of his station. What troubles you? It troubles me that our friends in the cloth have let slip one of the few individuals capable of smuggling Cordelia Hazenbach out of the capital. The head of the silver letter flatly said. The silence that fell was deafening. That cannot be allowed, another of the holies said. She is to stand judgment before the heavens and the highest assembly. Shall either bother themselves to fetch her? Balthazar cuttingly replied. Anger from the priests, which like most of them was growing rather tiresome. Enough! Prince Arsène yelled, and when heated lowered his voice. You have a suggestion to make, I take it? I'll need at least 2,000 men, the spymaster said. Retinues, city guard, or garrison, it matters not so long as they are steady and will obey orders. And what will they be ordered? A Salian captain suspiciously asked. We know what part of the city Hazenbach has fled into, and we've sealed it off, Balthazar Serigny evenly said. Yet I have received fresh information that, in her despair, the wicked prince has struck a bargain with Below and is now attempting to bring forth demons into the city. There was a pause. For the sake of Salia, the bastard smiled. We shall have to burn her out. Wearing heavy cloaks, in deference to the last winter chill, and not any great need for discretion, two tall silhouettes strode within the southernmost gate of Salia. The Witch of the Woods frowned, smelling blood and smoke, and inclined her head to the side questioningly. Order must be restored, the White Knight calmly agreed. Book 5, Interlude, Bone. Here's the only justice I care to bring across the Valles, a sword in a just hand. Queen Elizabeth Albin of Callow, the Queen of Blades. The stone hit the man square in the cheek, and he screamed in pain as bone-broke blood began trickling down. Another few followed, though most were detritus snatched off the street instead of loose pavement. This was the first time Sister Marie ever saw a stoning with her own eyes. Though some of the older scriptures did mention the practice in specific circumstances, traitors and Solomons had been dealt with in such a manner. In those ancient days when the Arlesian Confederacy stood and the Gigantes still tried to bring their rebellious escaped slaves to heel on occasion. A case could be made, Sister Marie decided, that in these troubled days a northern Insalia was close enough to a traitor for this not to be without precedent. Please, the man begged. I'm not even like an ease, it's a dash. A clump of thrown ice interrupted the man's words. Was that a tooth Sister Marie had glimpsed? Hard to tell, for the torches cast only wavering light, and the screams of the crowd were distracting. Odds were the man truly wasn't like an ease. He'd hardly be the first one with a vaguely northern name to be dragged out of his shop tonight to stand before the judgment of the crowd, but it hardly mattered. The young priestess sermon had whipped up a frenzy in the odd 100 Salians who attended her temple regularly, and it was not an easily quelled thing. Brother Remy, who stood between her and the holies, had been clear that nothing must be said that would temper the righteous wrath of the people against Princess Hazenbach's attempt to make herself a queen. Procure is no queendom, Sister Marie screamed, to the approving roar of the crowd. It is an assembly of the highest in the eyes of the heavens, and let all tyrants dash. Her eye caught sight of a glinting thing, spinning. She turned in surprise as a dark-skinned man caught a coin with an open palm. The crowd had parted around him without even realizing it, Sister Marie realized. Like a school of small fish around a larger one. Calm eyes found her own, serene in the midst of the screaming chaos. A heartbeat later there was a burn of blinding light, and she felt searing pain going through her skull before she felt nothing at all. Sister Marie's headless corpse fell to the ground. Everything about the neck turned to ash. Disperse, the White Knight evenly told the crowd. Louis de Satrans found, to his surprise, that he must have missed field work. He did not consider himself a sentimental sort, but there was a strange pleasure to seeing to the necessities by your own hand. Like filing a nail, he thought, or cracking a joint. The man before him, the dark room, was awake, though the hood on his face had been enough to cow him into stillness for now. Perhaps the silver letter agent even believed that by keeping his focus he'd be able to retrace his steps to this particular safe house. If so, the head of the Circle of Thorns commended him for his dedication. Not that it would help. Proceed, Louis ordered. The hood was ripped off by one of his helpers, and the unremarkable face of a middle-aged man with luxurious blonde curls was revealed. The spy blinked at the sudden restoration of his sight, but found he could not see well. Surrounded by glowing mage-light orbs, the man was bound sitting in the sole island of light within the interrogation room. Louis's own presence would be reduced to a voice from the dark until he wished it otherwise. You're making a fucking mistake, whoever you are, the spy called out. My mother, Louis said, voice dry as dust, was a huntress of great skill. Stag, boar, even geese and swans in our lands by the shores of Lake Artois. She insisted I learn, but I never succeeded at sharing her enthusiasm for the affair. They'll know I'm missing, the man said, fear beginning to win over anger in his tone. Few good things ever happened to bound men in dark rooms being told wistful stories. If you return me to my people, I'll argue leniency, the spy tried. Otherwise they'll fucking rip you apart. I don't care how high your birth is. I'm a silver dash. Letter, one of Louis's helpers completed from behind the prisoner. We know. Then what do you want? The prisoner hissed. From you, Louis said. Nothing you will not give soon enough. He slowly rose to his feet, then glanced to the side. There was quite the selection awaiting, for the Circle's facilities in the city were well equipped. But there is one part of her insistence I thank my mother for, to this day, Louis de Satrans mused out loud. For she was old-fashioned, and demanded I skin and cut my kills myself instead of allowing a servant to do so in my stead. His fingers closed around the flensing knife, elegantly inlaid with silver. Look, I'm willing to talk, the spy hastily said. Just tell me what you want to know, and dash. You know nothing of import, the helper said. Your position is that of a bottom feeder in Balthazar's band of beasts. Then what is it you want? The spy desperately said. For you to scream loudly enough that it will carry to our other prisoners, Lewis mildly said. It truly had been kind of mother, to ensure he would learn young to have a precise hand with a knife. And how to use it, too. There was surprisingly little difference between a stag and a man. Under the skin, anyway. What's the damned hold-up? Prince Arsène yelled from atop his horse. Balthazar Serigny suppressed a sneer. The man had insisted on coming, yet barely left the palace grounds before beginning to complain about every little thing. The tall spymaster discreetly palmed a knife in the long sleeve of his greatcoat and barreled forward on foot, elbowing the soldiers ahead of him so he could reach the front of the column. There was little difficulty in finding out what the trouble was when he'd arrived there, however. The men and women in their way were a ramshackle bunch, a patchwork of different arms and uniforms when they even had either. There was Salian city guard in there, and garrison as well, but others were civilians, many fair-haired and older, Lycanese veterans who dragged themselves awake and into the streets in the name of one of their own. The loyalty Hazenbach still commanded among her kind, even after abandoning them to the wolves, was outright disturbing. Some youths in elaborate arms and armor, clearly highborn and perhaps even distant royalty, had gallantly gathered as well. They were the loudest by far. Their challenges to the soldiers that were in principle led by Prince Arsène of Bayeux, and in practice by Captain Julien, who Balthazar owned, were both boastful and improbable, as was Alaman's custom. The spymaster was reluctantly impressed by the young woman who baldly asserted she would kill them all with half an icicle, one-handed, if they dared to take another step forward. Still, this was a waste of time, and time was his most dangerous foe at the moment. With every passing moment, that old fuck Simon had been loose in the capital for longer, and the chances he'd found Hazenbach rose. And though Balthazar's middling esteem for the man had dropped even further when he'd failed to sniff out such a large conspiracy amongst the holies, there was no denying that the Holy Society had a wide array of friends and hiding holes in the city. If Brother Simon got his hands on the savage, the coup was unlikely to recover from it. Which meant there was no time to humor the fools who'd raised a ramshackle barricade across the street, barring the way to the near 3,000 men the conspiracy had gathered to smother any chance of Hazenbach's escape in the crib. There were a few hundreds at most, and would be swept away in moments if it came to blades. The head of the Silver Letters shoved aside one of his own soldiers, who was standing around hesitantly as insults were hurled at her. Fucking Salian garrison. They had no spine and hardly more pride. The former fantassin approached the barricade and raised his voice. By order of the highest assembly, you are charged to disperse, Balthazar called out. You are aiding treason and heresy by standing in our way. That saw some hesitating, for both offenses he'd named were capital ones, and there tended to be generous in doling out death when it came to rooting them out. A Herstuda, bearded old man, drunk, by the looks of him, leapt over the barricade with only a long knife in hand. Crook, the man said, Lycanese accent thick. Crook and servant of crooks. Henoven fell for you, and now you slide the knife. You will not get another warning, Balthazar called out, ignoring him in favor of the crowd. Lest dawn fail, the old man screamed, and hundreds roared it out with him. Fools that they were, they charged out from the barricade. Balthazar hastily retreated, loudly calling for a shield wall to be formed, and the slaughter began. Francesco grit his teeth and struck again, finally smashing through the wooden shutters. The others let out a whoop of joy, and Anselm helped him clear away the broken remains before going through the window. Moments later, the other man opened the door from the inside, and the lot of them went into the shop, a few looking for any coin that might be kept by the drapier, but less ambitious looters simply grabbing every roll of cloth and displayed tapestries they could. It was all a sin, Francesco knew, but virtue did not fill stomachs. That pretty tapestry displaying verses from the Book of All Things might, though, so while ashamed he carefully unhooked it before folding it under his arm. From the ripping sound to his side, not all his fellows had been so delicate in taking it. What waste? Drop everything, a woman's voice called out, or you'll not leave here alive. The drapier herself had come out from the back, he saw when he turned. She was overweight and long past 50. So the sight of her brandishing a slender duellist's sword while in a nightdress was more laughable than worrying. We'll take the sword too. Thank you, Alessandra chortled, mocking the woman they were robbing. It was a hard crowd he ran with these days, but with a crime to his name the city guard ran him off whenever he tried to attend the first prince's almsgivings. Who else was he to run with? if he did not want to starve or die of cold out in the streets. Francesco caught a flicker from the corner of his eye and saw a coin spinning up, and though it spun so well and high it should have touched the ceiling, instead it vanished. There was some hooded figure leaning against the door's sill behind them all, but Francesco barely noticed, for the silhouette that had spun the coin moved like the wind, and then Alessandra's head was rolling on the floor. The man, for Francesco now saw it was a man, paused to take a look at Anselm before killing him too. One stroke of his longsword. That was all it took, and as the looters began to flee, the stranger repeated the process again and again. A look, a strike, a death. The drapier had pissed herself at the sight, though he could hardly judge her since he'd done the same. The man finally turned to him, tall and dark-skinned, and with eyes that Francesco met entirely by accident. Within he saw a spinning coin, silver, one side bearing crossed swords, and the other laurels. And then it ceased, and laurels was what he came back to himself, and knew this to be a glimpse of madness. The stranger's sword rested against his neck, and he tapped it lightly with the flat side. "Amend your ways," the White Knight said, "while you still can." Then he moved to the side, and Francesco flinched in anticipation of a changed mind or a cruel game coming at an end, but the man instead took a look at the drapier, who'd fallen on her knees and dropped the sword, trembling in terror. "You have reason to be afraid," the stranger coldly said. "They see all." There was a flash of light, and the drapier's charred corpse tumbled back, half the face whispering ash. The man took a last glance around before walking out of the charnel yard, the hooded figure following him without a word. Francesco threw up and nearly choked on the filth, for he was weeping in relief. "Interesting," Louis de Sartran said, washing his hands clean in a water basin. He dried them with a silk cloth before setting it aside. The full weight of his attention went to the woman at his side and the report she had recited by memory, promising that she would have such talent for recall without any notes, though Louis was in no position to make an official commendation. If it turned out that the silver letters had not been used by a foreign power, then his ordered abductions and torture of their members would be taken a gross overreach of the Circle's mandate. Should this be the case, he would confess to having abused the resources of the organization out of his deep personal loyalty for Cordelia Hazenbach and take full responsibility. For that fiction to be kept, however, it must appear as if he'd acted on his own unknown to his peers. A commendation on record would rather strike a discordant note. It appears that as far back as 5 months ago the silver letters began unearthing Presi infiltration, his helper said. Interrogation of a captured spy yielded information that led them to several safe houses, including 2 holding scrolls and correspondence. Balthazar Serigny is said to have taken great personal interest in the findings of the second one. And we missed operations of this scale? Louis frowned. How? Of all these, only the 2 eyes of the Empire in Madame Susalon's brothel were known to us. Their capture and death were made to look like criminal activity, however, so they raised no alarms, the woman replied. As for the rest, the silver letters appear to have found a genuine precise spy chain unknown to us. That the bastard had not passed along everything related to the Dread Empire to the Circle of Thorns at first opportunity was impolite, but not outright damning. It could be argued that the Circle's inability to ferret out the Presi had voided obligation for the silver letters, and this incident in and of itself was not enough to justify the assault on them Louis had ordered. As he had said earlier, however, it was an interesting detail. Have every known and suspected Presi infiltrator in the city looked in on, immediately, Louis de Satrans finally said. And it is time we deploy all our acquisition assets. Sir? She murmured, sounding surprised. Find me someone who had a notion of what was in that correspondence the bastard took, the spymaster order. Neither gentleness nor discretion are any longer a concern in achieving this. Are the firebreaks ready? Balthazar asked. The wind had picked up, though by the standards of Salian winter this was still a rather mild night. Though the tall killer knew that decisive action was needed for Hazenbach to be put down, he had no intention of burning down the entire capital. Though Princess Melanza might be grateful for what he'd done, she'd still have to order him killed to appease the mob. Not being a fool, he'd ordered firebreaks to be dug around the high districts and great masses of snow carted up to prevent the fires about to be lit from spreading. It would be enough, most likely. With a little luck, it'd even snow later that night or come morning, and even the embers would be put out. They are, Captain Julian agreed. Are you certain this is wise, sir? Lots of royals have manses in this part of the capital. They might take issue with returning to ashes instead of a nice salon. These are hard times, Julian. Balthazar mildly said. And we've confirmed that Prince Cordelia has set mages to summoning demons to take back the city somewhere within the districts. The ritual must be disrupted no matter the costs. The other man did not believe him the slightest, though he was wise enough to keep silent. In truth, though for those of some learning this was a wild accusation, Balthazar had not chosen that particular excuse without reason. Few Proserans knew much of magic, and it was well known that Hazenbach had brought some of the magikers back to prominence by founding her Order of the Red Lion. Those with little knowledge of sorcery, which happened to be the overwhelming majority of the Principate, would find it believable enough. As for the learned, they would know well enough not to cross a broadly popular first princess with great command of the highest assembly and the enthusiastic backing of the House of Light. So be it, Captain Julian said, murmuring, God save us all, under his breath. For all his dithering, he was prompt in having the fires started. Balthazar had ordered they begin with the northmost sections and rake their way down, to flush out Hazenbach if it was possible. It was still best to have her imprisoned instead of dead if possible, though not so such a great extent he'd let an opportunity to put an arrow in her pass. The high districts had sewers, which he had watched by his people, and every way out of them was currently held by soldiers and guards. The noose would not be slipped, not by a woman who was suspected to have a broken leg. The torches hit the oil-soaked bundles of wood and roared out, beginning to spread into the attached mats. As the fire crackled merrily, Balthazar the bastard smiled, for he'd have the savage in chains before dawn even if he had to go street by damned street. Lieutenant Pauline had been feeling nauseous for near half an hour, now, and emptying her stomach had helped absolutely nothing. She was city guard, she told herself. She wasn't meant to handle messes like this. There must have been at least 200 corpses scattered around the street where the authorities had clashed with the rebels, most of them belonging to the poor fuckers who'd gone after garrison soldiers under Julian, while armed about, as well as your average street tough. The shield wall had scythed through them like wheat, though stubbornly quite a few had kept coming. Some old veterans and garrison men stayed loyalist had tried to get a shield wall of their own going. But Captain Julian had brought archers, and there weren't enough shields on the rebel side to be able to even remotely take an organized volley. The whole thing had been a massacre, and the smell of it was now lingering in her nose and mouth, even when she covered it with cloth and faced wind blowing the other way. Gods, if only she'd not had a taste for poppy brew. If her debts had not been so deep the silver letters would never. It mattered not. They were deep as could be, and she owed to the wrong sort of folks. Hazenbach had been a decent enough sort to the people of the capital, but not so saintly. Pauline would burn down her own life for the first prince's sake. Weren't no saints anywhere in Salia, as far as she could tell, and a woman had to take care of herself when the going got rough. She just wished the stench would go away. Stack the bodies together properly, she yelled through the cloth. The carts need to be able to pass through the street when they're carried out. And all of you just standing around, lend a fucking hand, would you? Only her own guards heeded the instruction, the idling soldiers and fantassins, silver letters, most likely, ignoring her outright. Considering they made for half the 100 she'd been left with, it was no surprise this bloody mess was going on forever. Even if the damned carts did finally get here, they'd all be stuck waiting until guts and corpses no longer clogged the way. The bastard ran this coup, looked liked, and he'd not trusted her enough to let her guards handle this alone. Fair enough, but the man could at least have left her with more than goddamned watchers if she was to have this street cleaned up enough it didn't look like a butcher's yard under morning light. Half of them, a man's voice calmly said, were hardly even armed. Lieutenant Pauline nearly jumped out of her own skin. The man who'd talked was some tall foreign fucker, though well-dressed. Probably one of Balthazar's, if he'd made it through the other blockades unimpeded. Maybe he'd know when the carts would be coming. There was a hooded woman at his side, the guard then noted, and she could see bits of a mask in the shadows beneath. Yeah, definitely some sort of spies. They were armed enough, Pauline grunted. And you're sounding awful judgy for one of theirs, I got to say. I do not judge, the dark-skinned man refuted. Though judgment has been passed on you nonetheless. You're not one of Balthazar's, Lieutenant Pauline said, stomach sinking. No, the White Knight said. Though I expect we shall meet in due time. I shall mark the exculpated Antigone. For the rest, do as you will. The woman cocked her hooded head to the side as the wind suddenly picked up, and the last thing Pauline ever saw as a blade shining like the sun. And you are quite certain, Louis de Sartran said, that it concerned the augur's limitations? Yes, the dark-haired prisoner said. I saw only part of the scroll, but it claimed to contain the Carrion Lord's own thoughts on the matter. And there it was, the trap the tower had laid. It had been done cleverly enough, the emaciated spymaster had to admit. If that scroll had been found on the first foray of the silver letters, Balthazar would have recognized it for the dangled bait that it was. Instead, it had been a progressive, heady climb for the other spymaster. Information extracted that led to more, operations successful, but never too easily, until he'd found quite the cache of compromising documents, including this particular scroll. Likely Serigny had held some doubts as well, but ultimately decided that not even the Empire was so callous as to sacrifice near 100 spies and hirelings altogether to simply feed someone information. He never quite had gotten the measure of the eyes of the Empire, had he? Oh, Balthazar had prevented their successes on occasion, but there was a reason that the webweaver's pawns were for Louis and his peers to deal with, and not the bastard. Clever as Balthazar could be on occasion, he was used to the deceptions of the ebb and flow. Shifting alliances and secrecy, the labyrinthine procedures and precedents of the highest assembly paired with blackmail and the occasional assassination. And the tower did use those means, it was true. But the tower was a cursed beast that swallowed its own tail. There was no gambit too ruthless for it. Worse, after the scribe and the mysterious Lady Ime had wrested the reins from the hands of their predecessors, they had proved to be exquisitely deft hands at the game. Some of the ways the Circle's agents and mercantists had been dislodged had been so superbly executed that Louis had been more admiring than angry when reading the reports. Under the tenure of those two, the eyes of the Empire had become the peer of the Circle of Thorns in every way. He had a great deal of respect for that society, and he'd studied them for decades. This had the telltale marks of a pre-sci conspiracy all over it. It was always their preference to fund and empower local turncoats rather than to introduce a plot of their own whenever possible. Under dread Empress militia, the Empire had turned again and again its wealth into poison flowing through the veins of the Principate, and this was no different. Yet when the reports from the other order had began to pour in, what had been clear instead became muddled. "Pardon me," Louis said. "I don't believe I heard you correctly." "They are killing each other, sir," the helper said. "It is not a coincidence. We've 10 separate instances confirmed of known or suspected Imperial agents fighting. A factional struggle between the eyes? It was said that the Black Knight and the Dread Empress had sundered ties, but the Circle had been dubious given the lack of follow-through on either side. It would not be the first time that those two feigned quarrels to draw out foes and slay them. It was not, however, impossible. In 7 out of 10 instances, the party being attacked was trying to start a fire in the city, the helper recited. In 2 out of the 7, magic was used by the attackers. In all 10 instances, the attackers won and retreated. We have several being followed. The mages, Louis thought, were the trouble here. The great advantage of prey spies was the ability to transmit what they learned by scrying, which greatly complicated ascertaining if a suspect individual was truly in contact with handlers. Which was why the eyes so carefully guarded the identities of their mages and procur, often preferring to lose an entire band of spies on the ground rather than endanger that more important component. 2 had already been outed tonight, and more might follow, which meant either this gambit, whatever its meaning, was worth burning them and potentially a very significant potion of the eyes of the Empire in Salia, if not all of procur. Or, he grimly conceded, there truly was factional fighting within the eyes. Between the Empress and the Carrion Lord, or more practically speaking Lady Ime and the Scribe. The former was said to never leave the tower, if she even truly existed, but the latter, she was alleged to have been in the Heartlands at some point in the past, though the information had been judged unreliable. It was not impossible for her to be in Salia at this very moment. One side was attempting to start fires, another to prevent such actions. It could not be that arson itself was the liability, for given the utter chaos in the capital, it'd be nearly impossible to seriously contend that praise had been responsible for the fires. Not when Balthazar's band of pawns was happily starting a few without prompting. The riots will grow worse if the fires take hold, Louis frowned, thinking out loud. Both those of the First Prince's partisans and those of the conspirators, more specifically the House of Light, who could stir the people to anger like few others. Still, Cordelia Hazenbach was not without friends in Salia and remained popular with the people, in particular soldiers, retired or otherwise, but also artisans and the poor. Fighting has begun in earnest between our own people and the Silver Letters, his help noted, as well as the Eyes and the Silver Letters, though that has been infrequent and we believe possibly accidental. Louis de Sartran's eye sharpened. Where, he asked. Where are the Eyes and the Letters clashing? The particulars had to be sent for, but the ember of inspiration had struck, and slowly he followed the thought to its conclusion. As always, the devil was in the details. One might credibly conjecture that at the moment there were 4 assemblies of spies in Salia: the Silver Letters, the Circle of Thorns, and what one might venture to term the Preci Arsonists and the Preci Hatchets. The Hatchets, as it happened, were the key, because as descriptions were confirmed it became clear that there were significantly less of them than the Arsonists. This was known because some of their executioner crews were sighted several times. The Preci Arsonists were being clipped away by the Hatchets with methodical precision before they could light fires in vulnerable parts of the cities, where it might easily spread. Now, the Hatchets did not intervene when Silver Letters and Arsonists fought, but they themselves had raided several Silver Letters safe houses, which meant that the Preci Hatchets were trying to prevent the Arsonists from carrying out a plot, while most likely trying to get their hands on some damning piece of evidence. Meanwhile, the Silver Letters were being fallen upon from all sides, including the Circle's more martial assets, while lashing out essentially blindly. The Hatchets were being used to contain and clean up a plot someone had evidently judged ill-advised. Given their small numbers but efficiency and eerily skilled coordination, as well as their precise strikes at Silver Letters safe houses, Lewis believed he knew who was heading them. He sent for his coat and arranged for an escort to accompany him back to Les Horizons Lugubers. The other members of the Circle would be long gone by now, but it was not they he intended to meet. "Sir," the helper said as he was let out, "I had a room set aside as you ordered. Who should I let the watchers expect?" "Oh, you might say she's an old friend," Louis de Sartran smiled, "though I expect she'll let herself in." The princes were folding, and Balthazar could almost taste the victory in the air. The last 2 royals in the city that were not already at the highest assembly had sent messengers expressing they would not be setting out to attend, and that they would go accompanied by their retinue given the disorder in the city. They'd ordered that the blockade was to move aside for them and their escort when they arrived, which Balthazar had arrived, so long as only men on foot and by horse came, and every single one was inspected before being allowed to pass. They'd grown desperate now, enough that neither Prince Renato of Solomon's nor Prince Ariel of Aaron's had even brought up that the head of the Silver Letters was torching the district where their own manses stood. They'd recognized it for a lost cause, and they were falling in line. Captain Julian had protested letting the retinues out in the city, but they were less than 2,000 in whole, so Balthazar had disagreed. They were elite soldiers, true enough, but they could not seize the city with so few. If they took the palace, they might be able to hold it against greater numbers, but Balthazar had ordered then only 20 soldiers be let in by Prince, and any attempt to force entry with more be met with violence. Given that the conspiracy's own soldiers were the ones on the right side of walls and gates, at the moment, even if the 2 princes had struck an unlikely alliance, they simply did not have the strength to take the palace with steel. And even if they did, by some miracle, they could not defend it. While it might be true that the servants in the palace had been fond of Hazenbach, and some even protested her seizing, he had Silver Letters among their number that had opened secret ways into the palace if it need be retaken. Watching another manse burn down, the ferocious-looking man waited at the edge of the blaze's warmth for the latest word out of the palace. By now the Holies and Princess Clotilde ought to have crowned their pet princes, and the decrees could start being passed in earnest. Cordelia Hazenbach's deposition would likely be the first. The soldiers had begun piling the wood by the walls of another manse, while another detachment briskly inspected the servants and lesser nobles that had come out of the last before sending them south in small groups. When the messenger did arrive, one of his own Silver Letters, he noticed Rosalie. Less than pleasant a person, but utterly without scruples and so reliable for all manners of work. "Have I missed the election of First Princess Rosala Melanza?" Balthazar amusedly asked. The red-haired woman grimaced. "You haven't," she said. "The highest assembly hasn't even officially convened yet." He was, for once, more utterly surprised than furious. For a moment, at least, then fury claimed its due. "What?" Balthazar hissed. "Are they all drunk? It's been most of a bell. What could possibly be taking so long?" "They can't enter the chamber of assembly," Rosalie said. He blinked, unsure how to respond to that. Had some enchantment been laid upon the threshold? "They don't have the key," she explained. There was only one, in the hands of the Master of Orders Dash. One of Hazenbach's. Balthazar frowned. "No one can find him," Rosalie said. "He must have fled the palace. I have our people looking for him, but he could be anywhere by now." In principle that was a blow, as the highest assembly could only hold session within the chamber and any motion passed outside of it would not be binding, but only in principle. Are you telling me no one can simply batter down those doors? The spymaster growled. Given their age, a few good soldiers ought to be enough. Princess Clotilde has refused, Rosalie darkly said. And the holies have agreed. They say it would cast into doubt the legitimacy of Milan's ascension to break open the chamber. Of all the bouts of bloody lunacy, Balthazar cursed. He called for a horse, after that, and for Prince Arsène as well. This part of the city was under control. Now it seemed they were needed back in the palace. Balthazar Serigny would see this coup succeed, even if he had to batter down the fucking doors himself. Book 5. Interlude, Mirror. Third, Taking. Bone to wind. And Mirror to fill. Third of the 3 so-called Mavian entreaties. Louis de Sartrans had been speculating to himself as to how long he would have to wait before his guest arrived, and had ultimately settled for less than an hour, which, given the sheer bloody chaos in the city and the difficulty to move around the streets, and so have information carried through them, he felt was generous of him, which was why his face went blank when he entered the private alcove at Les Horizons Lugubers, and he found someone already seated at the table. You are late, the scribe said, her chanton flawless. The head of the Circle of Thorns, for the first time laying eyes on a woman he'd crossed blades and wits with across half of Calernia, immediately tried to commit her appearance to memory. Obtaining a description of the webweaver had so far proved impossible, but now he saw that she was an ink-stained hands. Louis was debating how to pass the knowledge to one of his helpers as soon as possible when he realized he had nothing to pass. The moment his eyes left the scribe, he knew nothing of her height, color of the eyes, even if her hair was long or short. He knew not whether her skin was dark or pale, or indeed anything at all save that she had ink-stained hands. Fuck, Louis thought, made unusually vulgar by the depths of his irritation. I would apologize, but I see you helped yourself to the wine, the spymaster replied. 2 cups had been filled, hers already touched, and though he had no intention of putting his mouth anywhere near something the webweaver had poured, he accepted the delicate crystal glass when she offered it. He settled into his seat, the 2 of them surrounded by swirling panels of bottle-green glass and hanging stone lanterns that seemed to transmute all of creation in jade. Shall I begin by reminding you that your presence in Salia uninvited is an act of war when truce has been declared? Louis mused. Then it is for the best I am not here, the scribe replied. Given the seriousness of the situation, shall we dispense with the preliminaries? Louis felt rather cheated that after all these years of wanting to meet one of his few peers in the trade, he'd have to set aside the games of their kind. But he had to admit there was little time to spare. Despite what appeared to be the webweaver's best efforts, Salia was on fire. Several of them, in fact. It would be judicious of us, the thin man conceded. It appears that you are looking for something, my friend. He'd been told the eyes, or at least the faction among them not attempting to set the city increasingly more on fire, had hit yet another warehouse of the silver letters while taking a carriage to the Horizons. Whatever it was that scribe was seeking, she was seeking it urgently. I am, the scribe said. 2 things, as a matter of fact. I will require your aid in finding them. Brother Simon watched the man drop, bleeding from the throat, and fall into the filth of the sewers. Age was catching up to him, after his exertions in leaving behind the hospitality of the holies, so he'd gone and rounded up a few friends. They had, in turn, sent for friends of theirs. One of the several results of that unfolding awareness had been Simon of Gorjalt's presence in the sewers of the high districts, under the escort of 30 well-armed fantassins. The friendly young woman who'd just snuck up to the silver letter who'd failed to hear them approach and decisively dispatched him, sheathed her short sword, then waved the others forward. The lay brother cast a lingering look at the corpse floating on the surface of the river of excrement and trash, grimly thinking that with the amount of corpses his band had sown tonight, the rats down here would be rather well fed. He'd been breathing from his nose from the moment his escorts had ripped open the grid over the river of filth flowing into the muddy fields of the Petit Oblique, better known as Constance Ars by Salians, as the drop into the old river and rain channels meant many threw their waste there for it to be washed away, and been grateful for the hurried pace into the sewers proper. There'd been precious little crawling, for which he was thoughtful, for later in the underground tunnels the wealthy and highborn of Salia had built the sewers at near a man's height, so that whenever blockage was had it could be dealt with promptly and not stink up their beautiful manses should the wind grow capricious. Balthazar was not a fool, so the silver letters were keeping watch in the tunnels, but a quick and heavily armed group could tear through such a cordon if it struck without hesitation. They'd met with success so far, though Brother Simon had silently tempered the victories with the knowledge that it was only a matter of time until a corpse was found. And the moment one was, the silver letters would come down here in force. Perhaps even with garrison soldiers, which given their better arms and armor would be even more troublesome to deal with. No, while his group had been able to enter the high districts by the sewers, but leaving through them would be another story entirely. As it happened, Simon had some notion, though the risks would not be small. Yet there must be a part of the district where the blaze was weaker, and given enough wet blankets and snow, it had better chances of success than assault. Anyhow, given the numbers the conspirators had surrounded the districts with. Here, a voice whispered. Simon followed the gesture with his eyes and found indentations in the wall, with rusting iron grips above them. A makeshift ladder to return above, thank the gods. Where will we be? The old man asked. Maybe a street away from Prince Renato's manse. The same fantassin who'd been guiding them through the sewer said. Can't be sure if there'll be people, so we have to move fast. It was agreed upon in murmurs, and one of the fantassins took the lead in climbing up. A heavy wooden trapdoor barred in steel was opened and lowered as quietly as possible, and they all fled upwards one after another. The night wind was a blessing after the stink of below, Simon thought, even though it carried the scent of burning in the distance. There were soldiers in the distance to the side, piling up wood, but they were busy with their work and did not look their way. The infiltrators hurried regardless, closing the trapdoor as quick as they could and fleeing for the shadows. They were hailed the moment they arrived in sight of the walls of the Prince of Solomon's, and even earlier than Brother Simon had believed they would be. Renato's retinue was out in the streets in great numbers, as if preparing to leave. Simon was not unknown to the prince himself, though none of the officers among the soldiers knew him by sight, yet the lingering stink of his travels by sewer earned him some consideration when he claimed to be at odds with the conspirators. The head of the Holy Society had attempted to have the Prince of Solomon's warned that he would be coming, but the messengers must have been waylaid, for he was unexpected. Prince Renato himself was having his horse saddled when Simon was brought to him in the outer courtyard. Brother Simon, the mustachioed Artless said, I am told that the Holy Society has been protesting this lunacy. It did even when I was still prisoner of the House of Light, Your Grace, Simon agreed. I am pleased to see you of a like mind. There will be a reckoning for tonight, Prince Renato warned. One way or another. The lay brother mutely nodded. I may have a method to smuggle Her Most Serene Highness out of the districts, if I may be allowed to speak with her, Simon said. The Artless prince's face flickered with surprise. You do not know, then, Renato said. She is not here, Brother Simon. It was a ruse. Before Simon could ask where the first prince had then gone, genuinely bemused, both of them turned when soldiers in the courtyard began to yell in surprise. The lay brother swallowed drily when he saw what appeared to be an entire manse rise high in the night sky before being suddenly smashed downwards to a chorus of screams. That, Simon of Gorgalt thought, rather changed things. It would be easier to look if I knew what to send my colleagues looking for, Lewis mildly said. He'd promised nothing, not that his word given in such a situation would be of any worth at all. His duty was to Procure and Procure alone. Everything else was noise. The first is correspondence taken from one of the Empire's safe houses, she said. It includes an entirely academic exercise by the Black Knight as to how one might arrange the assassination of Cordelia Hazenbach past of the vigilance of the augur. Academic, was it? Lewis knew of no less than 12 plots aimed at the murder of the first prince since her coronation that could be traced back to either the woman in front of him or the black-cloaked devil she answered to. They'd been thwarted in part by the Circle, in part by Agnes Hazenbach's unerring guidance, and in part by the quality of guards Cordelia Hazenbach surrounded herself with. The only surprise here was that, if the scribe was so desperately seeking to get her hands on the scroll that had enticed Balthazar into treason, it might genuinely be the Carrion Lord's own words. It was a feasible explanation for why she might be trying so hard to find it. The revelation would be damaging to her master. Or his naturally suspicious mind whispered, after planting that ruinous seed the scribe was now attempting to remove the evidence. Yet she had revealed that scroll's existence to him, while she must be uncertain of whether he knew of it or not. Which meant whatever drove her was urgent enough, she was willing to take the risk that the Circle would take the correspondence itself, or that she infiltrated the Circle deeply enough she already knew of our awareness. He mused. In which case, she is building credibility for a later lie. Ah, but he'd not felt this vital in decades. It was like a stiff tonic dragging him back to the days of his youth, when the burning in his bones had not yet calmed. It was quite exhilarating to want to crush someone so very utterly, as he did the scribe. As for the second, it is stolen imperial property currently held in a silver letters warehouse, the webweaver said. Which is why you will help me, Louis de Sartrans. There can be no legal theft of Presi property while in a state of war with the Dread Empire, Louis noted. And that is a bold claim besides. Also an accurate one, the scribe said. For after the legionary detachment accompanying the carrion lord onto Lake Artois by barge was wiped out, the boats were brought back to shore, and the silver letters had hired hands there, ready to claim first pick of what lay in the holds. The old spymaster forced himself to recall what he knew of the force that had been found dead to the last on the barges, allegedly through some terrible miracle of the Grey Pilgrims. Numbers had been moderate. The only officer of note had been the veteran from the conquest known as Marshal Ranker. Ranker, yes. A goblin. Goblin munitions, Louis said with feigned serenity. They seized goblin munitions. The silver letters have been contracting alchemists in attempts to divine the recipe for our traditional munitions, the scribe agreed. They have also brought into the city what I estimate to be 3 full carts worth of goblin fire. Prince Renato brought only a small escort when they sallied out, all mounted, and provided a mount for Simon as well. There was no point in bringing great strength, for they'd seen rise in the sky how such would be answered. No, best to flee if things went badly, and for that horses and few soldiers were best. Brother Simon felt almost guilty of such wariness against what could only be one of the chosen, but not all such souls were kindly ones, much less kindly hands. The regicide had famously held no compunctions in tearing through whoever stood in her way when she pursued a quarry, and the lay brother had heard troubling things about the Grey Pilgrim. Long before the man became involved with the Black Queen, too. The 10 riders went down the street at a brisk trot, finding a graveyard of broken stone and corpses among which 2 silhouettes stood. One turned towards them, masked and cloaked in green, while the other spoke to a kneeling man. Simon spurred his mount onwards, casting his voice loudly. "Hail, chosen," the lay brother said. The hero who'd been speaking with a soldier glanced back, revealing dark skin to the torchlight, and Simon was thus able to name him. This would be the Assuran hero that had been summoned by the first prince, the White Knight, whispered, among some priestly circles, to be in the service of the choir of judgment. The chosen looked back at the kneeling soldier, and before Simon could so much as speak another word, the kneeling man's head was rolling among the stones. Some of the soldiers behind him breathed in sharply at the sight, either shocked or afraid. "You are not of these silver letters," the other chosen stated, her voice a woman's. "Who then are you?" There was something about the words that had Simon's mind ask you. Almost like the heroine had not been speaking Shantan, though obviously she had been. "I am Brother Simon of Gorjalt, from the Holy Society." The diplomat introduced himself. "Prince Renato of Solomons." The prince introduced himself, leading his mount to stand by Simon's. Brave man, the prince. Arlessites often were, though they had a way of turning that virtue into a vice. "I am the Witch of the Woods," the heroine said. "He is the White Knight. We seek the man called Balthazar Serigny. Do you know where he is?" The White Knight turned to look at them, eyes utterly serene even as his sword dripped blood. "We are here for a reason, Antigone," the Assuran said, almost chidingly. "To meet them, perhaps. Do you know where the first prince is being held?" "She has freed herself from the trap of the traitors," Prince Renato said. "Have you then come to support her cause?" "There is no cause," the White Knight said. "She is the first prince, that is fact. What more need be said?" "Then you must help us," Brother Simon says. "For my colleagues will have gathered every sword they can from the city guard and the garrison, every loyal man and woman in the city, but even with the help of loyal princes and the retinues we will find it hard to take the palace." "See," the White Knight smiled, glancing at his comrade. "Always a reason." Oh, Louis thought. Those utter fools. Like no one had ever tried to piece together the goblin's recipes. The Stygian magisterium was said to have spent a fortune in repeated failed attempts. The thalassocracy had a standing reward for any goblin munitions in any state, and even the first prince herself had briefly tried to have alchemists reproduce the ones known as sharpers, before admitting that whatever the process involved was the Principate simply did not have the sorceress know-how to match it. And now a significant portion of the eyes of the empire was going around the city setting fires, when they should be well aware that all it'd take was a single drop touching flame, and and the city would burn green, as was the telltale mark of the Black Queen bringing her enemies to heel. Militia wants to sink the lease accords, Lewis said. Yet you are attempting to protect them. What? Because I have been ordered to, the scribe replied. Her closeness to the Black Knight was well documented, true enough, and with the lifting of the veil over Isaiah it had become possible to scry again days ago. All it would have taken was a face-to-face conversation with the Carrion Lord, and the matter would have been settled. Of course, that much implied she had already been in Salia, that she had been here, and that the eyes of the Empire in the service of Lady Ime, instead of herself, had somehow succeeded at fomenting such schemes without her knowledge. Which was, in a word, absurd. The strife between precise spies was too recent, Lewis decided. And though he dared not underestimate the eyes of the Empire, neither would he overestimate them. The way Balthazar Serigny had been played, and likely other conspirators as well, was beyond the reach of most precise spies. It was your scheme, wasn't it? Louis de Sartrans suddenly said. All of this was plotted in concert with the tower. And then the Carrion Lord pulled your leash. The bones of the aftermath of the initial plot might have taken were still there. Cordelia Hazenbach dead, the House of Light irreparably discredited by the fire and the coup, Rosala Melanza crowned first princess, but illegitimately so in the eyes of most. Large swaths of the Principate would outright rebel, and even if the dead king was beaten back, there would be no keeping the Lycanese and Procure after this. They'd fight bitterly to secede, and many of Prince Cordelia's steadiest allies with them. Either Keter devoured us whole, or we'd collapse in the wake of our survival. Lewis thought half-admiringly. And with the house perhaps purged and inevitably disgraced, there would be no one left to mediate between the combatants. It had been a very comprehensive scheme, terrifyingly so, until part of the schemers had turned against it, anyway. If that were the case, such a plan would have been made when Lord Black was held prisoner by heroes, the scribe said. You need our help, the spymaster smiled. To find those munitions before half the capital burns green and your master ends up being held responsible. You need my help, the scribe replied, before half your capital burns green and hundreds of thousands die. It will cost you, Louis de Sartrans nonchalantly said. Her eyes narrowed, but she answered through gritted teeth. Resigned. Oh, this was delicious turn indeed. What do you want, she asked. Praise had attempted to lay hand on Procure, Louis mused with a thin smile. As the charge of the Circle of Thorns ordered, it was time for the dread Empire to bleed for presumption. Balthazar felt his face turn ashen. His mind stalled, for a moment, in utter surprise and dismay. He nodded at Rosalie in acknowledgement afterwards, who once more this might had been appointed the carrier of ill news. This time, though, much worse than the last. You would do well to listen for once in your misbegotten life. You jumped up Fanticin. Brother Bertrand sneered, Arlesite accent thick. If you expect to keep your station after Princess Rosala's election, you should learn dash. Shut your fucking mouth, priest, Balthazar the bastard said, voice gone flat. The rest of you, listen to me closely. There was a ripple of surprise among the crowd. They'd agreed to speak with him when he'd insisted that the damned door to the highest assembly needed to be battered down because of his prominence within the conspiracy, but none of these were used to being spoken to in such a manner. You dare speak dash, Brother Bertrand began. Balthazar glanced at one of his men, and the priest's nose broke with a wet crunch a heartbeat later. A sheath weighed quite a bit, especially with the sword still in it. If we do not enter the highest assembly and depose Hazenbach within the hour, everyone here is dead, the large spymaster calmly said. The princes of Solomon's and Aaron's broke through the encirclement of the high districts and gathered a crowd of armed malcontents. They're coming for the palace. We have the run of the palace, Serigny, Princess Clotilde replied. We've retinues of our own and loyalists, as well as the walls. We could hold 10 times our number, and I've doubts they have gathered such. If that was all they had, I'd hardly care, Balthazar grunted. We could break them all at once. But there are 2 chosen with them, the White Knight and the Witch of the Woods. This is good news, Serigny, Sister Adelaide dismissed. We need only send an envoy, and they will come to our side, perhaps even bearing Hazenbach herself. She is a heretic. The 2 of them have killed somewhere around 300 people since they've entered the city, best my people can tell, Balthazar said. At least a dozen were priests. They are coming for our heads, ladies and gentlemen, not to lend a hand. A great deal of consternation ensued. The holies, in particular, remained unconvinced that the chosen would not embrace their cause. Amusingly enough, there was talk of Hazenbach having seduced the White Knight, or the Witch of the Woods, or both, as well as the less salacious talk that she might have lied to them so they would misunderstand the situation. One even suggested they were in truth damned and not chosen, though there were few takers. The more practical suggested envoys be sent to the chosen regardless, to clarify the situation, to which Balthazar agreed mostly, so they'd cease their shrill whining. Fear, though, finally got the lot of them moving. They all knew that so long as Hazenbach was the first prince, they were all rebels. Deposition followed by an election, even a hasty and dubious one, would change the situation. The White Knight was said to be a scrupulous observer of the law, when there was law to be had, and even a parchment hat was better than none at all when it was raining outside. Their soldiers and guards were sent to hold the fortifications around the palace, key parts of the inside carefully garrisoned as well, and then they finally marched on the chamber of assembly. A strange procession of priests, highborn, and spies. Only 4 soldiers, enough to carry a large bench that they immediately began ramming into the ancient doors. Once, twice, thrice, and then the doors opened. Seated on the tall seat of her office, flanked by soldiers and the bearded master of orders, the first prince of Procure awaited them all in the full and resplendent regalia of her rank. Hazenbach, Balthazar snarled. Why are you here? The highest assembly is in session, traitor, Cordelia Hazenbach said, face a mask of frigid contempt. Where else would I be? Wintereye. 41. Should personalities among your band be clashing overmuch, consider leading the band into grave peril. Either friendship or a corpse will ensue, which remedies the issue either way. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author unknown. Merciful gods, it truly was a terrible job, but someone had to do it. Today that person was Ernest, and though he'd gone as far as offering up his entire savings to anyone in his company willing to go in his place, there'd been no takers. Either he'd not saved up enough to tempt someone into the risk, or they'd wisely decided that a corpse could spend no coin. Captain Noemi, her rank meant she did not have to participate in the lottery. The damned lucky witch had ordered 6 of his fellows to come down to the shore with him, enough that even if the dead struck there should be at least one runner left to bring back the news. Ernest's last attempt to sway one of them into taking his place was met with jeers and one promise to comfort his sister if he did not make it back to shore. Victor, the last one had been. He'd remember that. The rowboat was cramped and uncomfortable, though even in winter it had been kept oiled and clean so it would remain in good shape. Ernest, by what he intended to claim was a coincidence, smacked Victor in the face with the oar when his companions pushed him out into the lake. The waters of Lake Paven rarely froze even at winter's peak, but they were icy cold and prone to ripping currents that could easily tip over a small boat like this one. Still, that was the last of Ernest's troubles this morn, for he'd been sent out to see if any of the dead were lurking beneath the waters. Orders had come down from Prince Gaspard himself, it was said, that all forces by the shores of Lake Paven and the tomb were to survey the waters every day. Rumor had it that Langaroche, further up north, had fallen after heavy fighting because the undead had massed in great numbers under the surface of the lake before striking just before morning. The people had fled in time, but now the entire northwest was said to be buckling under the weight of the dead's offensive. The young man glanced back to the distant shape of Sungren, the fortress town on the hilly slope where he'd been born, and prayed once more it was too small a town to be worth the hidden horror's attentions. They hardly had the men to resist an incursion if it came, for many had been called north to the capital where the enemy had struck hardest. Yet the siege there had been broken, Ernest reminded himself. The war was not yet lost. A scream from the shore shook him out of his thoughts, reminding him simply rowing out would serve no purpose. Carefully, he went looking through the cloth bag hung at the front of the boat and took out a handful of small round stones. As he'd been instructed to, he leant over the side of the boat and dropped 3 in a line. Whatever it was the priests had done to the rocks, it worked as they'd said it would. Light bloomed as they sunk deeper, casting a warm and broad glow. Now he only had to wait until it touched the bottom of the lake. Repeat this twice more, and he could— oh gods no. Standing in still and silent rows at the bottom of Lake Paven, hundreds of figures in ancient armor spread out as far as the light was cast. Ernest desperately scrabbled for the oars again and began rowing, screaming out in alarm for his companions still on the shore. But with utter terror, he saw from the corner of his eye one of the stones he'd dropped bounce off the side of a skeletal thing's bronze helmet. It looked up, an eyeless leering skull, and the young soldier nearly pissed himself. He hardly made it another 20 feet, screaming all the while, before a spear's tip punched through the bottom of the rowboat, and it began taking water. He tried to keep rowing for a few heartbeats, even as more iron spikes went through the wood, but the weight was too much and his arms too weak. There were dark shapes moving under the water's surface, but what choice did he have? Cursing, he leapt off the boat towards the shore and began to swim in the icy waters. There were things trying to grasp at his feet, but he was quicker than they, even though his limbs were growing numb, and he swallowed cold and scummy water, but against all odds he made it near the shore. Enough he could find his footing on the ground below the water, which was then spear took him in the back of the leg, and he screamed as hooks sunk into his skin, and something dragged him back into the deeper lake. Fingers closed around his throat to keep him still, and though he panicked, he realized after a moment they were warm. And coming from the wrong way. A large woman in plate, with a helmet shaped like a snarling badger, grinned at him. Stupid brave, the stranger praised. But this hurt. And then he was screaming and flying through the air, blood spurting as the spear that had been put in him accompanied him still stuck in his leg. He landed half weeping, the pain and vicious bite of the wind on his wet body too much for him to take. The wet spear broke, though the head only digged deeper into his flesh. Someone wrapped a blanket around him, and faces he could hardly make out for the tears hastily brought him up to the fire near the watchtower further up the hill. There's a priestess on her way, someone said. We'll take out the spear then. You did good, Ernest. Gods, you did good. Who was that? Near the shore, he croaked out. Don't know the name, but I know what the other one told us what they go by, Victor quietly said. The valiant champion. Levantine, I gather. A chosen, Ernest shivered. With the warmth of the fire and blanket his vision was beginning to stop swimming. He looked back to the lake and thought he must have gone mad or been poisoned, but the others breathed in sharply and some even began to pray. All along the shore, for what must have been a mile, shapes began to emerge from the water. The dead walked, garbed in iron and bronze, flesh and bone dripping water. And further from the shore great shapes broke the surface, gargantuan snakes of bone and leather and crackling sorcery. And in front of them stood only two silhouettes, sharply glared at by the morning light. Women, both one in wet plate with a great axe resting on her shoulder, and the other in a coarse green cloak tunic that went all the way to her feet. She turned, revealing that behind the long locks framing her face, she wore a mask, and flicked some droplets of blood against the rocky shore. The world shivered, and Ernest rose to his feet. They'll die, he said. There's too many, and the snakes dash. Look! Another man croaked. Gods! Look! Lake Paven screamed and tore back, the waters fleeing the shore as if terrified, and snapping up most the undead with them. A few soldiers who'd already reached solid ground strode forward uncertainly as the lake continued to retreat, though any who dared to approach the pair were casually dispatched by the valiant champion. She smashed through them like they were glass, never needing more than a single blow and moving with blinding swiftness. The snakes, there were 3, Ernest now counted, broke free of the waters pulling back and with sky-tearing screams tore forward. The chosen in the snarling badger helm glanced at her cloaked companion, who nodded distractedly. Laughing wildly, the valiant champion began to run towards the gargantuan monsters. There's a few still loose, Ernest said, glancing to the sides. We can handle those, at least, Victor said, grunting. In the distance, one of the great snakes struck at the champion, who slapped the massive maw with the flat of her axe, and after a rippling sound the snake was tossed back like a rag doll, hitting the lake and causing waves. That's the Witch of the Woods, it is, another soldier said, grabbing his spear. Heard about her. Walloped the sovereign of the red skies real good when they fought. She's not even the leader of that bunch, I hear, Victor said. It's some Assuran knight. Before their eyes, the waters that had been drawn back by the witch began to ice. Tendrils of frost went through, like ink in water, and thickened as they went. Gods, Ernest thought, what manner of a man could command women like these? Henno caught her wrist before the blade could claim more than a scratch on the mirror knight's chin. He would have liked to restrain the painted knife entirely, for the threats she was screaming in Lenara were not mild ones, but he could not. His other hand had seized the wrist of the mirror knight instead, catching it before he could finish drawing his sword. You dare? The mirror knight thundered. Not at Hanno, but at the painted knife, who snarled back in kind. Enough, the white knight said. The Levantine tries to slay me in broad daylight and dash. If you do not release your grip, I will crush your wrist, White calmly said in Shanton, then changed to Lenara. Kalia, drop your blade. Did you not just hear him call the scouring of Vacii necessary? She hissed. Thousands of my people killed, children choking to death on ashes and dash. I will not ask twice, Hanno calmly said. Snarling at him once more, she did. Kristoff released the grip of his own blade as soon as he no longer felt threatened, though the dark-haired hero found he had little sympathy for the man. In some ways it was a relief that Procure gave birth to so few heroes, for Hanno had known none save for the rogue sorcerer who'd not at one point or another stirred black rage in heroes from another nation. The Mirror Knight was a good man, principled and well-meaning, yet his rustic attitudes and insistence that Procure's wars abroad had been for the good of Calernia were being received increasingly poorly by the heroes of the Dominion. If he stilled his tongue more often, it would be a negligible issue. Unfortunately, Kristoff was both opinionated and frankly rather easy to bait, which he inevitably was, by one of the several heroes who considered him pompous and in need of a good thrashing. Blood was spilled, the Mirror Knight flatly said. There must be answer to that. Are you requesting, the White Knight peacefully asked, the judgment of the Seraphim? The other man's face shuddered, and he curtly shook his head in denial. The painted knife, whose Shantan had improved with the months she'd been in Cleves, understood enough to chortle at Kristoff's expense. Hanno's gaze moved to her, quelling, and she stalked away like a proud cat. A spar with the vagrant spear would settle her, he hoped. You've lost less than thimble of blood, Kristoff, a cultured voice drawled. Shall you require less than a thimble's worth of justice to go along with it? The repentant magister had yet to finish the cup of wine in her hand, for she'd been more interested in spectating the aftermath of the careful barbs she'd sent the Mirror Knight's way than in finishing her drink. Lounging in her seat in heavy velour robes, the patrician beauty wore a sardonic smile that could widen or dwindle but never quite entirely left her face. Nephele might have renounced the sordid practices and sorceries of the magisterium, but she'd yet to shed their taste for making a game of others. Even after it had nearly come to blows between two heroes, she seemed entirely unrepentant, which might have amused Hanno, given her name, were he shallower sort of man. As it was, instead he considered to be as much if not more at fault for the incident as the two who'd reached for steel. Nephele, he warned. Stygians. The Myrmidon shrugged from the side, speaking Aenean. What else can be expected, even from one claiming repentance? Bereft of her armor for once, the slender woman was sitting on his cot and polishing the large bronze shield whose holy blessings were as a song to Hanno's name. The repentant magister's smile had sharpened the moment she began speaking. Neither had hidden the strong and instant dislike they took to each other the very moment they met. When the exarch ran you of Penthess like a whipped dog, Nephele conversationally asked in the same obscure tongue, is it true that you were jeered at by the mob on your way out? Heroes were not meant to gather in great numbers, Hanno thought, not for so long. Not without a common enemy they could all strive against, and though the dead king was that, he was simply too distant to fill the need. He could not be found on the field, which left instead a crowd of heroes, each itching to fight the war on Keter in their own way, without the slightest desire to heed anyone's commands or any notion of how to remain civil with others, just as stubborn. Keeping the peace between them was like trying to teach humility to a cat. The Magister does not speak untruth, the Mirror Knight said, having ignored the exchange he could not understand. Can the Dominion's band of heroic killers now cut their allies without consequences? Nephele speaks to stir up amusement, Hanno flatly said. And you gave offense with your words that was no less than the scratch of a blade. Kristoff's face set mulishly. I do not deny that the sanctions visited upon Vacii were harsh, yet they were hardly dash. Ah, I'd forgotten. The Myrmidon mused, still in Aenean. When Procerans have a massacre, we have to call it sanctions. Instead, what was that? The Mirror Knight sharply replied, having caught the tone if not understood the words. Is fuck him. The Myrmidon replied, her Tolesian heavily accented. You. Nephele helpfully clarified. She means fuck. You. Kristoff. The Mirror Knight reddened. He was a young man, and proud. Too many slights had been offered to him tonight for him. He'd chew on them for weeks. It was the persistence of the repentant magister in stirring the pot that bothered the Assuran, as much for the stirring itself as her persistence in doing so when she'd been confronted about it. She did not usually continue past the first verbal raking of her claws on someone's back when caught out. The White Knight's gaze moved to her hands, which he found steady, but then to the cup she was holding, which was, as he'd noted earlier, still full. So was the open bottle at her side on the table. Are you drunk, Magister? Hanno suddenly asked. The smile vanished. Of course not, Nephele replied, tone serene. A lie, Hanno thought. He glanced at the other two heroes. Kristoff had followed, but as the Myrmidon spoke nothing aside from Aenean, barely passable trader talk and a smidge of Talesian, she was utterly in the dark. "I would ask you for use of the room, Mirror Knight," he formally asked the Procession. The man was still furious, but now he was also confused, and aside from it, all his natural manners won out. When politely asked a minor favor by someone he considered a social superior, Christophe would feel the need to grant it with aplomb. He acceded to the request. The Myrmidon would require better reason, so instead Hanno asked her to see if the painted knife had calmed, and if not, if she could be talked into a spar with the vagrant spear. The Panthesian was quite taking with the latter, if not in a romantic sense. Their very public matches had become one of the favorite entertainments of the army in Cleves. "Am I to be punished now?" The repentant Magister smiled. "I have been a bad girl, and since we have the use of the room, would that help you?" Hanno frankly asked. She blinked in surprise. He thought it a little sad that she had grown so jaded of her own life she no longer genuinely sought companionship in others. "If all it takes is asking, it is cruel no one has told Antigone." Nephele chuckled. That brought out no reaction from him. Hanno understood the Witch of the Wilds perhaps better than anyone not of the Giganis could, for the silent tongue they shared had 100,000 nuances, but not a single lie. They knew where they stood, and what could and could not change from it. Insinuations thrown against that were like an egg tossed at a rampart. "No, then," Hanno frowned. "Drink is not a remedy, Nephele." "A remedy for what?" the repentant Magister asked. "Your hands shake without it, I think," the White Knight said. "How many bottles have you drunk?" The heroine's face tightened, and so he knew he'd been correct. "I am not weak," the sorceress said. Hanno sat at her side. How many times did it make now he'd been in this position? The strain was getting to all of them, one way or another. They were far from home, drowning in death, and forced to stand shoulder to shoulder with people they might otherwise draw blades on. The exhaustion they felt was making them all quarrel more than they would have otherwise, for though their bodies were often kept rested by their names, the same could not be said of their minds. "When you left Stygia, you renounced the sorceries you were taught," Hanno gently said. "Not all," Nephele said. "Enchantment and clairvoyance, healing and strengthening. I am still mistress of these, for all I have cast aside. But the curses and destructive sorceries the Magisterium was fond of unleashing on its enemies, or had been, before Hanno and the Ashen Priestess personally slew its finest sorcerers, she had renounced. The magics she used were useful. For all that some of their companions had expressed regret, she was the one to come north with them instead of the rogue sorcerer. But in the face of relentless tides of death, they would not save her life. Fear, Hanno thought, was at the heart of this. That could not easily be mended, but in sharing its hold could be lessened. So they spoke of many things, the two of them. For once pressed, the heroine seemed almost eager to speak. They always were, when they searched his face and found no castigation there. Why they could expect it he did not know, for while Hanno often diverged in belief from his companions, he had never once thought them his lessers. He, too, knew fear, still remembered a corpse and a trick, words wielded like knives. Certainty and blindness. The monster had said, "I have ever wondered at the difference." The sorry song of doubt, for a monster's curse in defeat might be dismissed, but not so a gloat in victory. "We must seem so petty to you, White Knight," Nephele bitterly said, "with our doubts and our failures. You have come a very long way to fight for the sake of people you never knew. Against an enemy some claim cannot be defeated," Hanno gently said. "Even at the worst of the casual cruelty you have offered, never once did I think of you as petty. Why do you all hold me in such esteem?" He could not help but wonder, for even those among the heroes in Cleves that had never once obeyed his commands still seemed to consider him as a figure of authority, though not one to which they were beholden. It was as if they all knew something he did not, something that set him apart from the rest, and he knew not what it was. So instead he stilled his tongue and held Nephele when the bottle was empty, and she wept for the home she loved as much as she hated, for the golden life she had left behind, because she could not stand to see men in chains. He held her as she broke and helped her rise when she put herself together again. She'd not needed him, not truly. The woman she'd been the moment she spurned everything she was raised to embrace was the true face of her, not the malice that came out when fear and exhaustion won. They never seemed to understand it. Hanno had learned that every single one of them had a light in them that was not so easily put out. He put the repentant Magister to bed, after, and took his leave. It was not yet too late to call on Prince Gaspard and Princess Rosala to discuss where the dead were striking. There would be no rest for the wicked if he could have it otherwise. Book 5. Interlude, and yet we stand. There are some who will, for what was writ in this volume, call me traitor. Name me a hater of all that we are. But it is untrue. I weep at what we are, for I see what we could be, what we tried to be until we lost our way. An empire unlike any other, where the law is just and measured and rule belongs not to one but many. It is not hatred of the patient, to despise the disease. Extract from the conclusion, The Ruin of Empire, or A Call to Reform of the Highest Assembly, by Princess Eliza of Solomons. Agnes still missed the tall peaks and blue skies of Renia, but sometimes in this particular garden it felt like she had never left. It was the bareness of it, she supposed. The palace was filled with gardens, each competing to be more ornate and opulent than the last, and this one had lost the contest. A handful of bare trees, a broken headless statue of a man Cordelia insisted was first Prince Clother Meravins, and two roughly uncomfortable stone benches. Agnes Hazenbach liked the one by the statue best, for she could glimpse the skies while enjoying the familiar sensation of being surrounded by the tall walls of the open courtyard. The traitor guards owned by Balthazar Serigny had allowed her to return to the garden from her rooms, and even allowed her some illusion of privacy. Though every way in and out was heavily guarded, within she had been left alone. It would change nothing, of course. Not with her. The sky told her the hour was near. Hunter ascendant, the hound's eye waning. But not quite there yet. And so the augur treads softly on the snow to the bottom of a dying tree and bent to pick up a thin and long branch. She returned to sit on her bench and, leaning forward, began to trace signs in the snow. Iron, rope, candle, harp, bone, mirror. And as she finished the last stroke on the old symbol some called the verdant mirror, she came. Leaning forward as well from her seat, the wandering bard gazed at the signs in the snow. That old Mavii trick? The bard chuckled. Gods, it's been ages. And so, Agnes Hazenbach thought, it begins. Balthazar drew his sword before the savage was even finished speaking. Surprise gave way to rage at having been made sport of in such a manner. She'd never even left the palace, had she? Some servants must have hidden her in their quarters while the soldiers who'd save her ran off towards the high districts carrying some other blonde woman in her clothes. His silver letters dropped the bench they'd been meaning to use as a ram and reached for their own blades even as the tall spy suppressed a grimace. He had 4 of his own, and he was fair hand with a blade himself, but Hazenbach had a fully 20 soldiers spread out in the chamber of assembly, all of them sailing in garrison, from their tabard. Prince Arsène of Bayeux did know his way around a sword, from what Balthazar remembered, but the Princess of Ain would be dead weight in the fight. The priests even worse, though some might serve as healers at least, and damn Hazenbach. But even though the amount of sworn delegates and royal candidates with his group meant they outnumbered her, significantly few of those would be willing to draw a blade on the first prince even if they had one, or knew how to wield it. One of the holies, Sister Adderley, he recognized, strode forward bold as you please even as the soldiers unsheathed their own swords in response to his people. Cordelia Hazenbach, Prince of Renia, you stand accused of heresy, Sister Adderley announced, voice echoing across the chamber. All of you. Throw down your swords and dash. The House of Light has not yet been given leave to speak. The Master of Orders cut through. Be silent or be removed from this chamber. Rosalie. Balthazar spoke softly without turning, eye on the enemy soldiers even as the priests began blustering. Fetch reinforcements. Now, at least 60, we may need to force the room. His agent whispered assent, and she began a slow retreat, though she'd break into a run the moment she passed the corner. Cordelia Hazenbach's blue eyes followed her leaving, but she said nothing. Did she have them surrounded? He wondered, and so did not care because Rosalie was about to be slain? Or did she truly think that he wouldn't have her dragged out of the chamber and stabbed the moment he had them in? The woman was a northerner, but not without cunning, so she could not possibly believe the latter, could she? The highest assembly has been convened, Cordelia Hazenbach said. Assermenes, sit the thrones to which you are sworn. I will brook no more delays. You've been accused of treason, heresy, and tyranny, Princess Clotilde of Ain said. You have no right to sit that throne, Cordelia Hazenbach. Such accusations may be brought only before the assembly, when it is convened, the blonde royal said. It is not convened until the sworn delegates and the sitters present have claimed their seats. Unless, of course, you intend to give the House of Light right of trial over Proserpine royalty. Fuck, Balthazar thought. For though the trick itself was mere procedure, it would. The heavens spare none their judgment, be they high or low, Brother Bertrand proclaimed. Curb your tongue, priest. Prince Arsene of Bayeux said. We come to unseat a tyrant, not crown the holies in her stead. In mere moments, one of the priests with a better head on their shoulder would step in and retract the hasty claim, or at least nudge it to the side, but the damage had already been done. Hazenbach had been aiming at neither the house nor the two royals in the chamber. It was the sworn delegates she'd had in her sights, who'd just seen the two great legitimate powers of the conspiracy, the crowns and the robes, turn on each other without hesitation. They're losing trust in this coup. Balthazar cursed as he saw many of them fall into blank expressions. The priests had converted some by conscience, but others he'd seen to with threats, and those threats lost power if it did not look like Balthazar Serigny would be able to carry them out by the time dawn rose. Glaring heavens, Rosalie needed to hurry with the reinforcements, or their support would melt like snow in summer sun. And if he had to put a sword behind every neck before the votes were taken, would the White Knight truly stay his hand when he broke through the lines? Balthazar suspected not. The House of Light would not venture to pass judgment over royalty without the consent of the highest assembly, Brother Philippe of the Holies said. This is a dash. Hazenbach gestured discreetly at the soldiers flanking her, and spears were slammed into the floor with deafening fracas. The House of Light has yet to be given leave to speak, priest, the Master of Orders said. Wait until your petition is brought forth, or see yourself expelled from the chamber. Assermenes, to your thrones, or you will be taken as abstaining from the session. The sworn delegates, to the silence of the priests and the dismay of the other two royals in the chamber, moved towards their thrones in charged silence. Balthazar eyed Hazenbach closely, gauging whether he might be able to close distance with her without the soldiers getting in the way, but no, he was being watched and his agents with him. Why haven't you removed me from the chamber yet? He wondered. Or taken him prisoner, or anything else realty. Hazenbach had the advantage right now, before his reinforcements arrived, so why was she not acting? She'll pull through, your cousin, the bard said, comfortingly. Don't you worry about it. Agnes wanly smiled. I have known Cordelia since we were girls, she said. I have better measure of her than anyone else alive. That was not a boast, though Agnes would not claim that she was closest to her royal cousin of all their kin. Yet the oracle had seen her across many choices, many fates, many mistakes. And across none of these did Cordelia Hazenbach cease to be fundamentally the same woman she'd been when, fresh to her throne and strangled by her many responsibilities, she'd still made time for her odd cousin who liked to speak of flocks and stars. The same woman who'd sent her handmaids to look at the wares of southern merchants for birdwatching almanacs, and on Agnes' 17th name day even obtained for her a bolide eye. The truth at the heart of Cordelia Hazenbach was that she always chose kindness when there was a choice to be made. Agnes glanced at the play of shadows on the wall, moonlight and starlight, and the denial of both, glimpsing what might yet be. Crossroads, crucible, hallowing. The oldest treachery in the guise of the writ of angels. How tired she was, of walking on the line between abyss and abyss, of measuring her words as if ear was lent to every single one. How long had she been waiting for the end now? Sometimes she got lost in the blue sky and the distant winds, listening to distant cries carried by the wind and the truths they whispered of. There were days where Agnes no longer knew her age or the face of her mother. What had her father whispered in her ear before he died? But she knew truths and the coming of more, and in the end that would be enough. Her choices had been made before she was even given the opportunity to make them. Iron to bind and rope to kill, the augur quoted. At first they reddened those altars for blessings, for revels, the bard said. But it was desperation, later on. The Arlessites knew the secrets of steel, and though the Mavii were wonder-makers in stone, theirs were wonders of peace. Fetters for hand and feet, the slow death of a night and day, the augur said. To call forth the lords and ladies of the Fae. They were a thing of beauty, leading their supplicants in battle, the bard fondly remembered. Yet even that was not enough to turn the tide. The Arlessites had simply learned too well at the feet of the Titans. The legends say they went willing, those who hung, Agnes said. There was a time, the bard softly agreed, when the days of the Mavii darkened, though, so did the practice. Oath-breakers, first, then the craven, then the defenseless, and bitter seeds bore bitter fruits. But they went willing, once upon a time, Agnes murmured. The bard nodded, silent. Sometimes there is a need for bleeding, the augur said, looking up at the horizon. Plumes of smoke had begun to rise, for Salia was burning. She would ask the gods to forgive her, but she sought no absolution. Let her silence drag her all the way to the hells, if it was what she deserved. The numbers in the assembly were still in their favor, if the delegates they'd twisted the arms of held. Balthazar saw there were as many thrones empty as not within, and if they crowned their royal candidates, then Hazenbach was done for. She still had the votes for Rhenia and Salia, but the other three Lycanese principalities had no representatives, and neither did Prince Renato and Prince Ariel. The conspiracy had the rulers of Bayeux and Ain as well as sworn delegates for more than enough. Aquitaine, Tenerife, Segovia, Brabant, Orne, Cleves, and Hainaut. Using those votes, they could crown another 6 princes and princesses, the same who'd abdicated at the prince's graveyard, and from there they would have a majority of votes even in the absolute sense. The legality of the proceedings would be much harder to deny if the sworn delegates held. If Hazenbach did not clutter the session with other matters, so no such votes could be taken. It doesn't matter, Balthazar the bastard thought, eyeing the soldiers still keeping watch. Let her play queen for a little longer. It will matter not a whit when I have more swords than her. The moment could not come too soon. As is ancient law, a representative for the House of Light may now come forward and speak to the petition being put to the highest assembly, the Master of Orders said. Let the second order of the evening begin. Second, what had she? If she was keeping to the pretense of legality, when what could she even owe? Fuck. The summons by the House of Light meant the formal session had begun hours ago, when Hazenbach was the only sitter in the room. As long as she kept to majority votes that didn't require a quorum or to matters in simple need of formal recognition, without voting, then she could have done a great many things without breaking the letter of the law. Potentially, Balthazar Serigny grimly realized, every empty throne in the chamber now had a formally recognized sworn delegate in the person of Cordelia Hazenbach. It'd never hold up to a serious contest when a full session was held, true, but then it hardly needed to. So long as she survived the night, Hazenbach would no doubt be perfectly willing to have everything on the record for this session struck, and maybe even express apologies for her abuse of procedure. If she sounded highly unapologetic while making such repentance, it might actually improve her popularity with some of the Alaman's royalty. They did enjoy a brisk turn of fortune in the ebb and flow. The House of Light put forward Sister Adelaide as their speaker, which the spymaster held his breath over. At least they'd had the sense to name someone broadly familiar with the assembly's procedures, by the looks of it. When they had the advantage, the Holies could afford to break such rules as a show of power, but if they did the same on this night, it would instead reek of uncouthness and desperation. The House of Light, in the name of the gods above, brings forward charges of greater heresy against the first Prince Cordelia Hazenbach, Sister Adelia announced. Let all in creation know that the line of Hazenbach has fallen and estranged itself from the grace of the heavens. And what proof does the House of Light bring for these claims? The Master of Order asked. She has made peace with the arch-heretic of the East, declared so by a great holy conclave, Sister Adelaide said, voice rising in pitch and heat. She has forgiven the Carian lord's great slaughter of Proserans and even offered truce to the wicked tyrant of Helice and his master, the butchering hierarch. The priestess had turned to address the delegates instead of Hazenbach and her bearded creature, to his approval. She too understood that if they were to keep the veneer of legality for all this, it would be by keeping that petty lot on their side. Yet they were not without qualms, Balthazar saw, for they feared setting a precedent. If the delegates vote here, on formal record, that the House could unseat a first prince for not obeying the dictates of a conclave, then they were going to have to answer very pointed questions by their own masters as to why they'd ever allow the House such power over the assembly. Yet Sister Adelaide did speak for the House, which was very much respected in moral and holy matters, and it could not be denied that Hazenbach was making pacts with an awful lot of damned. Point of order, the Master of Orders said. The first prince, after seeking the assent of this very highest assembly, offered truce to the Queen of Calais and the League of Free Cities. Not peace. No formal agreement was reached over the fate of the Carian lord. A technicality, Balthazar thought, which shouldn't matter. If the sworn delegates were going to be swayed by the accusations of heresy, they'd not care about such quibbling. If they weren't, they'd hardly care anyway. Yet Hazenbach was being very careful to keep every part of this as lawful as she could. What was her game, and where were his damned reinforcements? They were such vain, temperamental creatures, the bard mused, even at the heyday of their influence. I suppose we all are, in our own way, but the Fae were always a kind apart. Candle to blind, Agnes quoted, and harp to still. They despise being in debt, You see, even such a small one as Ropeslain in their name would induce, the bard amusedly said. But a circle of candles would make them mindless when they witnessed it, and then beautiful songs soothed them into a more amenable disposition. Boons could be wheedled out, then, or lesser oaths. The augur had taken different lesson from them. A candle in the dark drew everyone's eye, even when it was what was unfolding in the shadows that needed to be seen. And a sweet song, a beloved pleasure? That was a diversion one did not want to see through, even when they could. Never trust a man who smiles easy. Had those been the last words of her father? No, it couldn't be. Frost had crept across a branch, in the shape of a hawk with wings extended. Providence was smiling down on her. Some nights, some days, she could look until her eyes watered and hardly catch glimpses of anything. Tonight the signs were overflowing, crowding her senses like eager courtiers even when she sought no answers. The wind sang songs, death, death rising with the smoke and schemes over a treacherous altar of jade. But Agnes shook her head. She needed to center herself, or she would be lost. I am Agnes Hazenbach, she murmured. I am Agnes Hazenbach, and I am here and I am. Now. She tightened her fingers around the stick she still held, proof of her claims, and breathed out. The secrets, the signs, slowly ebbed away. Oracles always have it the worse, the bard said, sympathetic. Mortals aren't meant to see the way you do, so close to the deeper truth of things. The kind of foes you have to fight can't be slain. And they always win. Agnes thought. There would be a day where she went too deep, glimpsed things so far beyond her understanding, that there would be no coming back. Not whole, not even close to it. And she was already touching the limits of what she could do. Trying to peer around the edges of the darkness that shrouded the dead king was a thing of horror, the endless chorus of screams and crazed laughter. Or even worse, deeper in, the chilling serenity of the voices worshipping him as a god. Yet she had seen things, learned things. The Black Queen, at least, was brutally straightforward in her refusal to be seen. Thrice the augur had woken up fallen in the snow, livid claw marks that soon faded on her arms and the taste of blood in her mouth. Yet she had learned from that too, and from that learning shaped finer sight. Or had it been the other way around? Had she first glimpsed the wandering bard and learned from this? Or had she only seen the shadow of any of this, and taken all sides of the crossroads in other lives? It was hard to tell the difference, sometimes. You are seer as well, the augur said. I see things, the bard snorted. But a seer I am not. Like a bird of misfortune perched atop the tower. You see it all below, Agnes said, and her own voice sounded distant. Stories. I know many stories, the other woman agreed. You know stories, the augur softly laughed. All. The stories. All. The time. As if they unfolded beneath your wings, and you need only look down to see the lay of them. You pick, and choose, and swooped. How does it not drive you mad? Moonlight on frost, lizard, yawning, a distant bird in the night, halfway between the lone sentinel and the weeping man. Danger, the world whispered. Tread lightly, as if she needed be told. She should not have spoken so much. It has been a very long time, the bard lightly said, since someone grasped that. It must have been about family, Agnes frowned. He always talked about family. He was a terrible father, but he never knew it. I studied her, then looked away. The icicle it was melting, and it was weakening, and it would break in 3, 2. Vain, temperamental creatures, the bard mused. As are we all. Broken. For now. Oh, it had been a mistake to let her speak. Balthazar understood it now. Better they had all fled and only returned when they had the soldiers to drag Hazenbach out, rather than this. It was like watching a 9-son Arlesite duelist toying with a notchless swaggerer. Seated on the seat that had once been that of Clother Merovins, the founder of the Principate, Cordelia Hazenbach kept silent as if this was all beneath her. The Master of Orders answered in her stead, never once hesitating. The priests went first, Sister Adelaide leading the charge. The Holy set out their case for the unseating of Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procure, and though they were not without cleverness, they were methodically taken apart. Dealing with villains, they said, was moral taint. It made her unfit for the office. And even the hidden horror had held his blow, which was clear indication of bargain struck with the abomination. No treaty of peace has been signed, and the dead king's withdrawal was effected by the Black Queen and not the first prince. This is of her own admission, confirmed by the augur. She was shown herself to be without mandate from the heavens by failing to bring the 10th Crusade to success, both in Calais and in Isère. Princess Rosala Melanza held command at both the Battle of the Camps and the Prince's Graveyard. She'd intervened in the affairs of the House of Light, which was beyond the authority of any mortal ruler, and schemed to pervert the decision of a greater holy conclave. No such decree has ever been passed, and it would require the consent of the highest assembly to act against the House of Light. She was a tyrant, having stacked the highest assembly with her associates in clear perversion of the rightful order of Procure as set by its founders. At that Hazenbach finally made a noise. Sharp, scornful laughter as she eyed the procession of royal candidates standing to the side of the thrones. Shame burned more than a few faces. The House of Light then tried to make an argument using a precedent from the liturgical wars for a regency of the realm by the holies, but unfortunately it relied on the premise of the first prince being prisoner, and so fell apart when it was pointed out that Hazenbach clearly was not, and so no regency could be considered as needed. They priests were, after this, visibly at a loss. Prince Arsène and Princess Clotilde, like Balthazar sensing that they were losing the reins, then tried as well. Arsène of Bayeux boldly suggested that the chaos in the capital was proof she had lost the trust of the people, and so of the assembly, and that the election of another first prince was necessary for the stability of the realm in these dark times. The lawful procedures to unseat a first prince are known, and have not been attempted, which begs the question of what the Prince of Bayeux intends if it is not the lawful manner. The Princess of Ain instead stated that Hazenbach had overreached her authority and made a mockery of the procedures of the highest assembly, naming specific instances, repeated emergency votes held in quick succession, the granting of broad authority and precautionary amnesty to Arnaud Brobois that even included the power to negotiate diplomatic settlements with damned, assigning the former Princess of Lyonesse under the command of Princess Melanza while granting her authority over Princess Melanza, which undermined the very appointment made by the highest assembly. None of these, Clotilde of Ain conceded, were strictly speaking unlawful, but they were perversions of the intended meaning of the procedures of the highest assembly, and to allow them to happen without consequence would inevitably lead to the collapse of the principate of its reduction into a mere kingdom. That struck a note with some of the sworn delegates, but not enough to recover from the continued verbal slaughter. The grievances were solid in their eyes, Balthazar suspected, but not worth all this strife, and not in time of war. Prince Arsène tried his hand again, insinuating that the foreign troops marching on Salia were meant to force the will of Hazenbach on even princes, but at last the savage bestirred herself. The Master of Orders hastily recognized her right to speak, cutting straight through the Prince of Bayeux's rising speech. "Are you quite finished?" Cordelia Hazenbach calmly asked, blue eyes like ice. Hands on the arms of the ancient throne of Salia, the blonde princess gaze swept across the assembly. "For near an hour now I have sat here, awaiting a single justification for the way the capital outside this palace is burning to the ground," she said, voice like the crack of a whip. "For the deaths that continue to happen even now. For the loss of trust this will cause in the allies we require for our very survival. For the way our enemies will see weakness and tear at our throats." She drummed her fingers, scathingly. "Well," she said, "I await still. Speak, if any of you can." Silence reigned, and not merely for reason of procedure. "I thought not," Cordelia tiredly said. She breathed out slowly. "This farce is at an end," she said. "There is not even the slightest of pretenses for you to legitimately take power in Procure, and you have not the strength to do so illegitimately. Surrender now, before I am required by law to have you all put to the sword." And then, the sweetest of sounds, armored boots treading fast on a wooden floor. Balthazar discreetly glanced back. Rosalie was at the head of them, and though there were less men than he'd wanted, barely 40, it would be enough. She was good at talking, Hazenbach, but it was hard to talk when you had a sword through the throat. "Ah," the bard hummed. "There we are. Bone to wind," the augur said, "and mirror to fill. Still on that, are you?" the bard amusedly said. "The bone is twofold, yes," Agnes said. "It took me long to understand. Sometimes they open barrows, and there are finger bones. Around them twine was wound, very long ago. I was told this, by a tribunal of owls from Hanovin." "Owls," the bard slowly repeated, as if dubious. "Owls are terrible gossips," the augur said. "Never tell one your secrets. The twine was an oath, they told me." "Owls, huh?" the bard muttered. "I'll have to remember that." They had it right. The twine was an oath's length. They learned to keep count. After the first few times one of the lords stayed longer than the oath lasted. Even the gentlest of the Fae have sharp humor. Bone is also the bone of man, Agnes solemnly told her. We stand not without it. We move not, act not. It is. The word stalled. Had the shadow always touched the tree at that angle? No, stars moved here. The moon did not blink, it circled. Ah, solemn fingers in three, the mark of the tribunal. Not the owl's, though also with wings. The white night was near, and the 3 fingers were touching one of her own footsteps leading north. Ah, the front of the foot and not the back. Forward, coming, grim ending. Yes, it was as she had seen. Quintessential, the bard said. Yes, Agnes smiled. To have the bone of them is to own them, to have them wound around your fingers like twine. Clever Mavii. Nature can be shaped, the bard disagreed. It can change. It doesn't even take all that much. Sometimes all you need to do is throw a stone in the pond, and the ripples will see it done. Ah, the augur thought. Is this what you believe we have done? Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procure, Prince of Rhenia, Princess of Salia and Warden of the West, did not stand as the silver letters entered the chamber of assembly and began spreading out. She had expected this, known it was coming since the moment she decided against leaving the palace. They would try strength when all else failed, and there were enough foes here her 20 Salians were likely to lose. And yet she stayed seated. Rhenian blue dress going down to her feet, high-collared and matched for the sapphire set circled of white gold she'd chosen to wear over her golden curls. She simply stared down at the spies that had turned on her and made all of this possible. And here we are, Cordelia said. The true face of all this, swords and ambition, both bare for all to see. Surrender and I won't need to have you dragged out by the hair, Balthazar said, smiling wide. Your Highness. Him she ignored, instead looking at the silver letters behind him. If you obey him, if you truly bear swords and spill blood on the grounds of the Chamber of Assembly, it will be the end of you, she told them. Threats would not cow the likes of them, so she need make it plain this was no such thing. It does not matter if I live or die, she said. Whoever takes my place, whoever sits this assembly, they will need to see you all dead. Publicly, loudly, excruciatingly painfully. Because if they do not make an example that resounds through the ages, one that quells the very thought of anyone ever doing something like this again, they will never be able to safely sit this hall again. She gestured at the holies. Do you believe they will protect you? She said. The House of Light will not even be able to protect itself from the consequences of this. Every priest in this room will be sacrificed by the rest of the holies, for they have openly committed rebellion, and no first prince could countenance such of the house. Do you understand now? If you obey Balthazar, he has killed you. Silence struck once more, until Balthazar cleared his throat. She's right, he said. Savage that she is, she's right. This got botched, so now we need to tie up all the loose ends. The tall, hirsute killer cleared his throat. Hazenbach went mad, having made pacts with devils, and used her wicked powers to slaughter the entire highest assembly, Balthazar the bastard announced. We'll torch it after just to be sure. The silver letters hesitated. But then they started to advance, swords high, and 2 began to close the doors so no one would escape. It was madness, Cordelia thought. She'd known Serigny might go mad, try to burn her out, and made certain the secret passage out was unencumbered. But this was madness. No, it was worse than that. It was service to the enemy. It was every ugly, dark impulse she had tried to smooth out of Procure, growling and lunging for her throat. And now she was to flee from it, again? As if swords and brutality were enough to rule the heart of the Principate? No, she would not have it. She would not skitter away once more, abandoning good men to swords, this realm to the heedless animals that would rule it. She was the Warden of the West, not. Before the doors of the chamber could close, a sword was slid through them. As if the heavy oaken gates were light as feathers, they were forced open and a tall man in plate and a trailing cloak advanced. My apologies for disturbing the proceedings, the White Knight politely said. I am looking for Balthazar Serigny. The wandering bard went still. What have you done? She hissed. Agnes laughed. Exactly what you wanted me to, the augur wheezed. Just a little too quickly. She was meant to dash. Meant, Agnes hissed. Meant. As if you did not meddle, bird of misfortune. As if you did not pull long strings. You changed nothing, the bard said. I changed everything, the augur said. She has a choice now. They always make the same choices, the bard said. You'll learn. Mirror to fill, Agnes said. With iron and rope we died, and you came. With candle and harp we danced, and you stayed. She cackled. But I have the bone of you, wandering bard, she said. I have the bone of you, and in my mirror you found nothing but your own reflection. You have not fooled me, Longstrings. You may just have destroyed everything, the bard said. Everything, child. The dead king dash. There is one truth in this world that cannot be broken, Agnes Hazenbach, the augur, calmly said. I have learned this from portents many and varied, spoken to birds from strange and distant skies, as well as consulted with the secret whisperers of the winds and clouds. She leaned forward, erasing the 6 symbols she had drawn in the snow. Would you like to know them, bird of misfortune? She asked. And then, only then, did Cordelia rise to her feet. She nearly fell, face paling for the pain of leaning on that broken leg. This, she knew, was the White Knight. The sword of judgment made to walk the grounds of creation, silver coin in one hand and death in the other. She advanced. Chosen, Brother Bertrand called out, sounding both relieved and expectant. These silver letters conspirators would murder us. Bring to them the judgment of the seraphim, in the name of the heavens. The White Knight cocked his head to the side, rolling a silver coin between his fingers. You are one of these that call themselves the Holies, yes? The man asked. The heavens have bestowed this honor upon us, Brother Bertrand proudly agreed. That is certainly possible, the dark-skinned chosen agreeably replied. A flick and the coin went spinning, up and up and up. Cordelia's hand moved quicker than her mind, than her flesh, and she snatched it out of the air. It burned against her palm, scorching. She swallowed the pain. Enough, the first prince of Procure said. There will be no killing. The chosen was watching her with wide eyes, before something like surprise and awe flickered across his face. You are, he said, sounding moved. I have never seen it with my own eyes. And she felt it too, pulsing through her veins, the mantle that was within her reach. His judgment she had ended, for there was only one fit to pass it in these chambers, and it was the Warden of the West. Even the burning against her palm seemed distant, like her flesh was being filled with something. No. She fought the pull, the inevitability, everything it entailed. She fought it tooth and nail. There was nothing greater than this flesh, this moment, and this place and the laws that bound them all. She had only one master, and it was the Principate of Procure. The coin burned into her flesh, and she cast it down. The White Knight's face went ashen. This is, Cordelia said, the Principate of Procure. We rule with accord and law. We mete out the same justice to the highest soul and the lowest. We fail that principle, often and utterly, as men and women have failed principle since the first dawn. But I will not renounce it. Not for a day, not for an hour, nor for a single breath. This land will know no queen, no empress, no pale-clad warden to stand above all others. In her palm the laurels had been burned black, a wound she knew would never heal so long as she lived. Conspiracy will be tried by our laws, Cordelia Hazenbach, and no one else's. She could be the law, the first prince knew. After this, looking in the eyes of those around her, seeing the loyalty that was blooming there, the faith, she could take it, and first prince or not, she would be the only law Procure would need. With scheme and knife, with ruthless will, she could purge the rot and turn Procure into what it should be instead of this. No. Cordelia thought once more, and this time it was barely a struggle at all. She returned to her throne, and the moment she sat the conspiracy was finished. It does not matter, the augur said, if on the other side stand kings and monsters and all the gods that stride this earth. It does not matter if the odds are paltry and the signs scream of defeat with every silent voice. Blue eyes and a warm embrace. Of course you'll live with us now. You are family. You always will be. This she would not forget until that final venture beyond where she was meant to go. I will, Agnes said, always. Always. Bet on Cordelia Hazenbach. Book 5, Chapter 72, Rumours. Reputation is as a wild horse, gone at a gallop and returned at a trot. Arlesite saying, tell me what you've learned, I ordered. The small town the envoys of the first prince had led us to was called Roquefali, and though it was not particularly pretty or luxurious, it did have the benefit of being mostly empty. Apparently, during winter, most of the countryside around Salia went empty, with the seasonal laborers or farms and fields the locals called manants, migrating into the capital with whatever coin they'd saved up. The Calawan in me balked at the notion that good, honest farmers could be effectively forced by poverty to take refuge in a large city, but Hakram had noted it was a little more complicated than that. Unlike my own people, who tended to leave the family home and strike out on their own unless they were in line to inherit property or trade, Alamans apparently tended to form in closely knit clans of kin that bought property belonging to the family itself and not individuals. The young and fit worked fields during the warm seasons. The return to the family's house or houses in Salia with that wealth once winter rolled in. It was all very communal and rather strange to my own sensibilities. Still, practically speaking, it meant that there'd been a large string of mostly empty towns and villages within a day's march of the capital where all the mini envoys and armies could be settled. According to my scouting lines, and Robber, who I'd let loose to skulk with for sole instruction not to start a diplomatic incident that wasn't fairly deniable, and the chatter amongst us diplomats, settling my men in Roquefilly meant I was between the League's town and the Dominions. Amusingly enough, they'd put General Ramina and its drow past the Dominion, possibly in an attempt to separate them from the rest of my delegation. Considering most of the firstborn were prompt to violence and spoke not a whit of Shantan, I suspected anyone trying to negotiate with them on the sly would have ended up having a rough time even if I'd not been the first under the night. Still, heavens take pity on whatever poor fucker Hazenbach would send to probe the intentions of the drow before it came to negotiation. Princess Rosala had garrisoned her larger army in between us and the capital, though she'd had to split them into 3 smaller forces in different towns. Not that her soldiers would complain much, I imagined. Much like mine, after so many months of campaigning, they'd find sleeping in an actual bed surrounded by actual walls to be the height of luxury. Worryingly, though, Melanza had promptly vanished into the city. So had the Grey Pilgrim, my watchers told me. At a guess, it might relate to the fact that someone had set the damned capital on fire since we'd last spoken with the first prince. The smoke was lingering over a large chunk of Salia, visible even from miles away, and if the capital of Procure was anything like lore, an uncomfortably large amount of it must have been made of wood. Probably even more, I grimly guessed. Salia was said to be the largest city on Calernia, larger than even Ater, which boasted around 500,000 souls. You couldn't house that many people in stone. No empire in creation was so extravagantly rich. Whatever it was that had happened, though, I needed to know of it. If I was about to be blamed for yet another fucking fire I'd not started, best I know of it before I ended up accused before gods and men. Thankfully, we'd had Jax in the city, and Vivian had been very far from idle these last few weeks. There was a reason I'd seen so little of her. There was an attempted coup, Vivian Dartwick bluntly said. For all that these days she was Lady Dartwick in more than an honorary sense, as my heiress designate to the throne of Callow, she was still the head of the Jacks. I was genuinely unsure if the Fairfaxes had kept spies of their own before the conquest, though I assumed they must have. If there'd been such a web of informants, Black had long destroyed or suborned it, which meant we'd had to start very much from scratch. As a result, though the quality of the reports of the Jacks was fairly solid, the eclectic nature of the organizations they'd been put together from meant there were some glaring blind spots in our tradecraft, and that our people were usually very much outmatched by the spies of other nations. Not least, I'd admit, for what was likely the same reason the Fairfaxes had not had a reputation for being particularly well-informed. Spies were expensive. Even without getting into bribes and hirelings, just keeping the Jacks fed and clothed and paid was painfully costly. If trade with Praise and Procure didn't pick up after the wars came to an end, we might have to disband parts of the Jacks simply because we couldn't afford to keep such a sprawling array of agents. For now, though, Dwarven Gold would prop us up. It had certainly opened more than a few doors in Salia that would otherwise have been closed to us, not to mention loosened a few tongues. East or west, everyone liked to make a little coin on the side. Fuck, I eloquently said. This was an informal council, without even the full roster of the woe. Masigo had gone to speak with the rogue sorcerer, and Archer had mentioned she was, sisters bless, just going for a walk, though in truth all those with an interest or proper role in the proceedings were there. Vivian as my heiress and the head of the Jacks, Hakram as my right hand, and Acua as, well, Acua Sahelian. Whether that was a good or terrible thing had wildly carried depending on the time and situation since I'd first met her, but at the very least she'd never been slow on the uptake. Pretty much, Vivian agreed, brushing back a strand that had slipped below her milkmaid braid. City's boiling over with rumors, and we don't have anyone anywhere close to the first prince's inner circle, but we've gathered at least a little more than your average man in the street. For one, the House of Light and the Silver Letters were heavily involved. The Silver Letters were one of the Principate's several informant networks. Merciless gods, how much must it cost to run a solid network across even just the span of Procure, much less? 3. And said to be in particular the one concerned with the affairs of Procure itself. The Circle of Thorns, the second, were charged with gathering secrets abroad. We'd caught a few of their people trying to get into my court, and even the regals before they'd been gelded, and most likely missed a few more. The eyes of the Empire had continued to out them to me even after relations between militia and myself had cooled all the way to ice, though there was no telling if those had been the Tower's people or scribes. It was the third and last that was surprising me, though, because if the house had been part of the coup, then they should have been as well. Not the Holy Society? I asked, although their whole mandate was keeping an eye on the house. Their nominal head, a certain Brother Simon de Gourgault, was sought by parts of the city guard on charges of murder and heresy for some time before the first prince crushed the coup, Vivian replied. It seems he was fooled, but not complicit. As I recall, the head of the Silver Letters was an interesting little man by the name of Balthazar Serigny, Acua said. Unless that changed? She glanced at Vivian, who had not hidden her dislike in the slightest, but remained professional. My spy mistress shook her head. Interesting how, Hakram asked, as in the eyes have been working on him for more than a decade. I know not to what purpose, however, Acua said. None of my mother's spies ever rose high enough in the ranks to be brought into the scheme, though the lady scribe would know. Fuck, I thought, this time at least refraining from speaking it out loud. We couldn't be blamed for the bloody House of Light deciding now was the time to start a fourth liturgical war, but if the Silver Letters were the fault of the scribe, then that put us in the deeps as well. Black was viciously loyal to those he considered his own, at once both one of his best and worst traits. He likely wouldn't have agreed to throw her to the hounds even if she deserved it a few years ago, much less now that the calamities had begun dropping like flies. That makes for spies and priests, Adjutant noted in his gravelling voice. Which princes were involved? They would have needed a candidate to replace Hazenbach. It's not common knowledge yet, not in the streets, but apparently this was all in the name of Princess Rosala, Vivian said. Acua's fine eyebrow arched, as if to remind me she had predicted the possibility of strife between the first prince and the first halfway decent princess I'd ever met. It didn't fit, though, not to me. We'd discussed how the two rulers might skirmish through the highest assembly and debate over the accords, but neither Acua nor Hakram had ever brought up a coup as a possibility. Neither knew Cordelia had effectively stacked the assembly in her favor back then. I then reminded myself. Even still, I had a hard time reconciling the same princess who'd been the first to toss her crown, the princess who'd plunged her sword in the earth and sworn oaths of gratitude, with someone who'd risked the madness that a coup in the narrow window where we had a truce with Keter might bring on us all. She would have to know that the Lycanese would take is a betrayal beyond forgiveness if the first prince of their people was deposed not even halfway through a war with the hidden horror. She left for the capital not long after settling her soldiers, I said. I don't suppose you know on what terms. We have someone in Louis Rohanen's serving staff, Vivian smiled. She went livid when it was intimated this was from her hand, and threatened something called the liar's leash on anyone who'd repeat such slander. She left with hardly an escort, too. Don't suppose you know what this leash is? I frowned. My heiress shook her head. From context, it is likely to be unpleasant, the former thief said. It is an ancient Arlezite punishment for one who speaks calumny of a real. Acua conversationally provided. A hook tied to a long line of twine is put through the tongue of the liar and tied to the tail of a horse, which the real then rides for a mile. If the liar survives the mile without the hook ripping through their tongue, the gods above have judged their lie to have been accidental. Otherwise, what is left of their tongue is to be carved out and buried beneath the gate of the real's fortress. Vivian looked split between sharp irritation at being shown up on even such a slight detail and disgust as the old Arlezite ways of justice. Mind you, Acua had said, real, and not prince, which was a telling detail. It meant it predated the founding of the Principate, which for all its many flaws, was significantly less prone to elaborate executions than its predecessor states. Mind you, I could cast no stones there without being a hypocrite. My people had indulged in some excruciatingly brutal ways of killing proof traitors, especially those who struck bargains with praise. It had been delightfully horrible to read about public drawing and quarterings, or even the rarer red hangings. As a kid, I'd taken me a year to realize the unlikeliness of books about the worst excesses of Calawan justice being so easy to get your hands on. Black you prick. But as I aged, I'd been left to wonder at the monstrosity of hurting even a traitor so carefully they could be hanged by their entrails. Even the Dia Wraith had dabbled in impalement whenever the clans made a run at the wall, though their worst they'd always kept for whenever they got their hands on a dread emperor. I supposed I shouldn't be surprised Acua knew about this, given that the Presi had quite literally written the definitive books on this. But why would she have cared about some Arlesite? Oh, you looked into bits like that for all over, didn't you? I said, reluctantly amused. When you still believed you were going to conquer the whole continent. Acua looked only mildly embarrassed. Attention to ironic detail is the difference between a triumphant and a nihilist, she defended. Gods, I could not wait to pass that on to Indrani and see the utter mockery that would follow. That ought to be weeks' worth of entertainment right there. Maybe even a full month if Robber was dragged into it. Adjutant cleared his throat, which I allowed without resistance to drag me back to the matters at hand. As amusing as that had been, we did have more pressing matters on our hands, like the fact that someone had torched part of Salia, and that someone I must by extension answer for might have been involved. Hells, assuming I wasn't just blamed on general principle. Although, the commander of the legionaries I'd brought was General Abigail, so who knew? Maybe this time she'd get the blame, regardless of involvement or general infeasibility. Fucking William. I couldn't believe people still thought I was responsible for Marchford. Both times. 2. Thank you very much, Chider. Cordelia Hazenbach remains first prince, however, Hakram half-asked. Like me, he'd assumed that if she wasn't that news would have been the first thing spoken. She is, Vivian confirmed. She also came out of the mess smelling like roses with the highest assembly and highly popular in Salia itself. Rumor has it she prevented the summary execution of the conspirators so they could stand proper trial instead right after they tried to assassinate her. Which brings me to another important part. She drew breath. Both the White Knight and the Witch of the Woods are in the city, she said, blue-gray eyes narrowing. The White Knight was the one attempting to pass judgment on the conspirators before Hazenbach interrupted him. I leaned forward in my seat, feeling a mixture of surprise and respect ripple through the other two as well. She told the hatchet man of the choir of judgment to step out? I said, and a heartbeat later my stomach sunk. Shit. Catherine? Vivian asked, sounding surprised. I thought you'd be pleased. It shows great adherence to principles in accord with, well, the Accords. Hakram had been with me longest and was most familiar with my way of thinking. He got it first. It shows will and fearlessness, as well as strong belief, Adjutant said. And it is a powerful story. We know what brew these are the ingredient for. Better than even odds she got a name out of that. I cursed. Can you really see the White Knight backing down otherwise? And that was an issue, because if Cordelia had come into a name, then the wandering bard could now reach her at will. Fresh off her transition, she'd be flush with power and confidence. If hers was anything like mine, which would make her harder to influence in some ways and significantly easier in others. Especially if the augur vouched for the bard, which unfortunately seemed quite possible. Hazenbach wouldn't have years of history with the intercessor, though no ironclad trust. I could work with that if I moved quick enough, which it seemed I'd have to. That is the end of the notion of named being excluded from ruling, I'd say. Acua calmly mused. That clause is dead in the water, if First Prince is now more than a mere title. Wouldn't be First Prince, I thought. Too weak a story, too many strings attached. A name that could be made illegitimate by a vote of the highest assembly, that had to be sanctioned by such a vote in the first place. No, it'd never form properly unless. It'd be something along one of the few lines the disparate peoples of Procure had in common belief. If not for the House of Light apparently being part of the conspiracy, I would have bet on it being from Holy Scripture, but as things stood it had probably drawn on a narrower stripe of commonality. The Fair Prince, maybe? Procure didn't really have any strong unifying stories, which made it difficult to predict. No point in guessing when I knew so little. We'll see, I grunted. There's rule, and then there's rule. Wizards of the West had been the royal wizards of Callow for centuries and wielded both wealth and influence as well as their magic, but they'd not owned land and only rarely commanded armies. I might have to compromise on the degree of power named were allowed in rulership, but simply flying a white flag over the matter wasn't in the cards. Rumors are split as to who is responsible for all this, Vivian said. You are prominent among them, Catherine, but both the Black Knight and the Dead King are preferred culprits. My people believe that the First Prince is actively encouraging the perception this was the work of the hidden horror, for both political and diplomatic reasons. She's discrediting the priests, Adjutant said, huffing out soft laughter. They can't be holy men, if they were the pawns of the Dead King. Preparing for a purge, you think? I asked. She hangs the holies, and the House of Light in Procure is essentially leaderless. Given the times, The house might look to a hero or the assembly for leadership until they've managed to name a fresh batch of replacements. I cocked my head to the side. There weren't a lot of prominent priestly named at the moment. The Grey Pilgrim, arguably, but he was effectively Levantine royalty, so it was doubtful Processons would fall behind him. Roland was Alamans, but also a wizard, and what Procession heroes were there aside from him? There'd been some knightly man at the Battle of the Camps, if he was still alive, and I vaguely remembered the forsworn healer working with Procession priests on the shield trick that had fucked us on the first day, but I knew next to nothing about that hero save for the obvious. The diplomatic benefits are obvious, Acua said. If these holies, claiming for the silent heavens, now there's a lovely swindle, were the pawns of Keter, then everything they have done in the last few years is suspect, including naming you as arch-heretic of the East. You sound a little sad, I accused. Oh, it'll be useful for negotiations, the Shade said. But such an epithet is quite prestigious in certain parts, you know. The benefits of a retraction with Calernia at large outweigh the prestige it gained her in praise, Hakram said. I would not dare imply otherwise, Adjutant, Acua said, gracefully dipping her head. It'll cost them, though, Vivian suddenly said. It was a greater conclave that declared you arch-heretic, not just the Processons. The speakers from Asher and the Lanterns from the Dominion were also involved. If I'm reading the Pilgrim right, the Lanterns might actually be grateful for the excuse, I said. They're having a hard time reconciling it with Mercy not smiting me to ash. Their only way out is saying I tricked Theophanim, which no one wants to roll the dice on while they're here to disagree. She's still effectively saying that her priesthood alone, of all the Western ones, was compromised by the dead king before making it shoulder the whole blame for the nomination, Vivian said. It's a massive loss of face for the Procession house, Cat. You believe the first prince wants to revisit the balance of power set by the liturgical wars, Acua said, sounding surprised but also a tad intrigued. Arguably, Cordelia Hazenbach has been scrupulously observant of the authority of the House of Light until now, even when it was at her detriment. That was before they took a swing at her, I said. And they've been at odds with her policies for some time, too. I'm not necessarily agreeing with what Vivian is saying, but measures she would have balked at a few months ago might be on the table now. It would go some way in explaining her insistence on strict lawfulness in dealing with the conspiracy, Hakram said. It allows her to drag the holies through trials before the highest assembly, bringing out the ugly details of how they tried to meddle with the secular powers. She'll get support from powers that might usually be on the fence. Even the royals close to the house won't want to let it stay in a position to try this again. Public trials of priests while we're at war with the dead king? I said, that could get messy. Not sure she'd risk that. Traitors or not, their house. People won't be comfortable with priests in front of a tribunal when the dead are the gate. I'd expect her to go for property over privileges, if she does act, Acua noted. All those monasteries and abbeys with attendant lands. The tax exemptions as well. The war efforts would justify the measures and leave the appearance of the old order intact while severely curtailing the influence of the house in truth. Ultimately, so long as it does not affect her ability to negotiate with us, it is only somewhat relevant to our affairs, Hakram finally said. Our stance going forward hasn't changed, I agreed. An additional degree of caution, maybe, but if Hazenbach is able to keep the White Knight under control, it's not a major concern. I'd prefer if he wasn't there at all, Vivian sighed. Now the tyrant gets his trial. We could have put him off for months if the knight had stayed away. Not sure I'd want to find out what Kairos might do to get him to hurry up, considering he began a war with Procer just to get him there, I said. Obviously we'll need to keep a close eye on him, Vivs, which is why you're Jack's dash. It was a pleasant surprise to have a door to be knocked on, after the Everdark in the fields of Isare. Adjutant bade our sentry to enter, and the young orc in legionary armor passed a message. The Carrion Lord requested audience and had mentioned he was bringing an old friend. Well now, I thought. The Jacks had done admirably well, all things considered, but it wouldn't beat hearing of this madness straight from the horse's mouth. Time to see what the scribe had to say for herself. Book 5, Chapter 73, Discerning. Poison is the weapon of the trade, knife the weapon of the intimate, and sorcery the weapon of war. To use any for the improper purpose is the mark of inferior breeding, save if greater game is yet afoot. Extract from the Behaviors of Civil Conduct, by High Lady Mchumba Sahilian. Acua leaked a sensation of query into the night, an implicit question as to whether or not she should leave given the nature of our arriving guests, but I shook my head. While she was close to neither, she was likely to be a fairer hand at reading them than either Vivian or Hakram, and that lack of closes itself was not without its uses. I doubted a distraction as petty as that would be enough to get beneath the skin of the scribe, but it took more than one stone to build a house. Adjutant smoothly rose to fetch another 2 seats without my asking, while Vivian pressed into my hand a cup before pouring her own. Cold ice-cold water, sadly, but I did get drunk a lot faster than I used to these days, so perhaps that was for the best. Only a fool blunted the edge of their sword just before tugging at a tiger's tail. Might not be necessary, I reminded myself. It would not do to assume hostility from Scribe because of the less than stellar terms we'd parted on last time we spoke. Or even with those in mind, given that if my father asked her to play nice, I believed her likely to do so. Still, I'd recently learned that Black did not have nearly as tight a leash over the scribe as I'd once assumed. It would not do to presume in favor of her either. It was still half a surprise every time to see Black in anything but plate when it was daylight, though I noted that while he wore a dark tabard and matching long-sleeved tunic, the faint hint of a coat of mail could be seen under them. Hard to unlearn a lifetime's worth of paranoia, I supposed, though when it came to praise it could not realty be called paranoia, could it? Scribe was as slippery to the eyes as she'd always been, even when I was actively trying to watch her. It wasn't invisibility, for she was definitely there, but trying to notice. Anything about the villainess had my attention sliding away like water off a duck's back. She had ink-stained hands, and she was not tall, although she might just have been slouching. Her clothes were loose and made of cloth. I bit the inside my cheek, using the pain as a spur as I narrowed my eyes. She had pale, seemingly bloodless lips. They were not smiling. Black took a seat at Adjutant's invitation, and I only then realized how long I'd been staring at Scribe, with only little to show for it. Something to revisit later, perhaps. I sent an idle prayer to my patronesses, though who knew if they'd deign to intercede for such a trifle. Would I be correct in assuming you have been parsing through the reports of the Jacks? The Carrion Lord calmly asked. More or less, I agreed. Speculating as to the consequences of the mess, too. An insider's eye of the affair would be appreciated. The last sentence I spoke casually, though none here were fool enough to believe it. I was reserving anger along with judgment, but I was less than pleased at the fact that Cordelia Hazenbach had apparently come rather close to being buried in a shallow grave. If the eyes of the Empire truly had been either authors or helpers to this episode of convulsive stupidity, I would see to it that heads would roll unless very good reason was given. And I did not mean it as a figure of speech. This once. Black glanced at his aide, either ordering or encouraging. The eyes of the Empire were involved, the scribe calmly confirmed. Not directly, but in the nascent stages of the conspiracy and on its edges when it came to a head. Do the Processors know? Vivian flatly asked. The Circle of Thorns did as it took place. By now I would venture this has expanded to the first prince and her most trusted, Scribe said. My eyes flicked to my teacher, whose face had remained serene, even as one of his oldest companions casually admitted she'd just attacked the Principate in front of Cordelia Hazenbach, while we were under formal truce and headed for the negotiating table besides. He was unmoved, so there was likely more to the story. At least some semblance of a reason for me not to denounce Scribe as an agent of the Tower and send her fucking crucified corpse to the First Prince as an apology. Elaborate, I coldly ordered. After the ambush sprung by the Grey Pilgrim that saw Lord Black seized, the Tower reached out to me through the eyes of the Empire, Scribe said. The Empress intended a rescue mission in Salia, paired with a strike at the internal stability of Procure, and given the circumstances I agreed with the necessity. Lady Ime and myself, over the span of several months, laid the groundwork for certain factions within Procure to come to the conclusion a coup was feasible. The rumors that Rosala Melanza was backing the coup, Hakram gravelled. They were not simple slander. It was difficult but not impossible to impersonate her by letter, Scribe agreed. Given that neither the House of Light nor the Silver Letters used scrying mages, and the First Prince's own order was rendered helpless by the interdict cast over Isère. We've had a convincing forgery of the royal seal of Equitan since the Procession Civil War, when we funded Inner Melanza's bid for the throne through the Pravis Bank. The coup happened, I said, which means the trigger was pulled on this scheme, and recently too. After you were informed of my intentions for treaties with the Grand Alliance, I was ordered by Scrying Link to end any ongoing operations, erase any evidence of Presi presence in the capital, and ensure the loyalty of all agents in the city, Scribe agreed. I glanced at Black, who inclined his head in confirmation. In this I did not succeed, Scribe said. IME had several long-term plants among our scrying mages I was unaware of, and she used the tower's clout to mobilize the eyes in the capital for action before I could clean up all loose ends. It appears the Empress had judged the lease accords to be an existential threat to herself and her continued reign. Well, I grimly thought, she wasn't wrong about that. Given actions that could not be denied, you had to ensure your loyalists among the eyes were seen as undertaking damage control, Acua quietly said, which is where the Circle of Thorns was brought in. The First Prince will not take the word of anyone here as to the actions of your agents, but she will heed the reports of her own spymaster. A calculated move. Concessions had to be made to the Circle in order for their leader to agree not to spread knowledge of our involvement beyond the necessary, and hand over the written proof of Presi involvement, Scribe said. I gave formal agreement to the Presi and Calawan delegations backing the First Prince when she requests relief ships be allowed through the Nicaean blockade around Ashur. I'd likely have agreed to that anyway, I mused. Oh, I'd have tried to exact a little something to sweeten the pot, or made a show of asking for nothing in exchange to foster a sense of debt between myself and Hazenbach. But this was not a great loss for me. I was still swimming in leverage. On the other hand, Scribe had just entered a binding commitment in my name. That she presumed to speak for me was galling enough. Considering that Black was effectively my dependent under Procession law at the moment, Hazenbach would not be entirely without grounds to kick up a fuss if his aide made promises and then they were gone back on. It'd never hold without the strength to enforce it, and I could cut right through by sending the highest assembly the charred corpse of Scribe along with a polite note informing them she in no way spoke for me. But it'd sour my reputation with some people I badly needed the willing collaboration of. Worse still, though, was that simply by speaking in my name when negotiating the cover-up the Scribe had implicitly stated I was in some way related to this. Sedately, I set down my cup on the table. I'll not insult your intelligence by asking you if you know what you've done, I calmly said. I assume if you were willing to be in killing distance of me, you have further explanation as why I shouldn't execute you out of general principle. Black's lips thinned, but he did not object. Neither fucking should he. If Adjutant had entered a binding agreement on the behalf of the Black Knight, back in the day, even if my teacher had then judged it worth upholding, he would have put Hakram's head on a pike as a warning for anyone else wanting to overstep. All else aside, I was the Queen of Callow and a villain in my own right. That someone not in my service or given my explicit permission had presumed to speak for me in such a delicate situation was worthy of violence. The Empress was aiming at the Accords themselves, apparently considering them the primary threat, Scribe replied, voice unruffled. The silver letters brought stolen goblin fire into the city, and IME's agents set fire near their safe houses in attempts to trigger a blaze. Such an event would have destroyed large swaths of Salia, and, given your reputation for the substance's use, affected popular opinion enough to make negotiation near impossible, especially for a weakened First Prince, be it a surviving Hazenbach or a freshly elected Melanza. The odds were more than fair that the Grand Alliance itself would collapse. I smoothly drummed my fingers against the table. Her answer, unspoken as it had been, was that she might have overstepped, but she'd done so while in the process of averting what could have been a great crisis for me. Certainly one much worse than the minor concession this had ended up costing me, and the unfortunate implications to Scribe having spoken for me could be smoothed away by making it clear to Hazenbach it had been an exception and not to be taken as face value again. It still got stuck in my throat that her own personal failure to get her house in order would cost me, and that Militia's unimpeded schemes would be considered my problem, but I supposed an argument could be made that I was the one who was diplomatically cornering the Empress. Scribe's repeated mention of the Accords as the main target was certainly hinting at that heavily. Black cleared his throat. Regardless of circumstance, he said, offense was given. We will offer reparations to the Kingdom of Callow for having drawn on its influence to clean up our own mistakes. Scribe did not speak for a moment, as if reluctant. As of this morning, the Jacks serving under Duchess Regent Keegan of Callow have been granted access through liaison to my informants within the wasteland, the scribe said, along with a list of all suspected militia agents within the kingdom. My brow rose. Those were not small things. Black had been outing militia's agents in my kingdom for a while now, true, but he'd done it slowly and at a pace Vivian was adamant had been chosen so his own agents would not be outed by the revelations. And the cooperation with Scribe's own faction in the eyes would go a long way in keeping Keegan from ending up in a grave between Ratface and Enkindle. Those were heavier reparations than I would have felt comfortable asking for, if I'd set the terms, which my teacher would know. I thought, meeting Green Eyes with my own. This was not just reparations, it was a polite, gift-assisted request not to kill Scribe for having crossed me, which I was finding difficult to refuse, all thing considered. Black was being genuine here, I decided. This was more or less the way he dealt with allies. But there was something about the way Scribe was acting. Oh, she didn't like me. Which was fine, as the sentiment was broadly shared. The cordial beginnings of our acquaintance had begun to fade effectively the moment I sought power independent of my teacher, which I suspected had simply moved me from asset to liability in her eyes. Still, while she didn't like me, I would not deny she was an intelligent woman, which was where the flaw could be found. My temper had waned some, these days, but not quite that much. So why would she test it by appearing reluctant over Black's reparations? She had to know I'd not be all that well inclined towards her, and exactly what those reparations were meant for. Meaning either she didn't consider her life or freedom worth these concessions from the perspective of the resources available to Black, which was too warped a view to be objectively credible, or she was playing me. Playing up reluctance so I'd feel more grateful for my teacher's contrastingly fair attitude? Could be. It would be just like her to damage her own reputation to prop up his own. Even made sense from a tactical perspective, given that she and I were unlikely to ever be on good terms, and so the loss relative to gain was greater. Except that I could taste it in the air, now that I'd noticed a flaw. I was being sold a story. Not the way the Pilgrim or the Bard would, no. That wouldn't be Scribe's game. Instead, I'd been invited to stroll through a house of mirrors so that I could take in my own reflections and hold them as truth. Even my father's blunt but sincere bribery had been used as an ingredient in the brew, something I'd find and read as true and so believe the rest was true. So, I was being had, and Black hadn't been brought in on it. So was this really malicious ploy at all? It was true the Empress was only losing so much even if it became public she'd helped along the coup, considering the Grand Alliance had been founded in large part to bury her, and the Accords would entail her removal regardless. This could be militia realizing that openly allying with Keter had burned too many bridges, and that the same alliances taking shape to drive back the kingdom of the dead might turn towards her, if victorious. Sloppy work, by her standards, but then she had to be running out of tools to use. On the other hand, if I was frustrated in my efforts to establish alliances to the west, she had to know I'd be headed east instead, and with a sword in hand. Short-sighted, yes, but honestly still a feasible mistake if militia was desperate enough. Which she had to be, with the tribes having taken Foreman and the Dread Empire on the edge of rebellion from repeated defeats. Feasible, though, was why people thought the hooded figures with tattooed eyes on their skin were the true eyes of the Empire instead of the chatty innkeepers. Feasible meant you stopped looking because you had the answer. Yet I couldn't see, frankly, what Scribe had to gain from all this. Appreciated, I said, not bothering to force a smile. I'll want a report of everything that took place so no detail can be sprung on me at the table. Naturally, Black conceded. He dipped his head in thanks, trusting in the word I'd just as good as given. Vivian, I said, I'll need you to arrange a scrying session with Duchess Regent Keegan as soon as possible. I'll see to it immediately, she briskly replied, rising to her feet. Acua, I said, simultaneously dumping into the night a sense of stillness. We still need to bring General Ramina into the loop. As you say, dear heart, she smiled. In the night she shaped her will as a sense of action, then a question, and I assented through the same. Neither of us missed a beat, or otherwise gave sign of this. I'll arrange for that report presently, then, my father said, sounding rather amused as he rose to his feet. His old friend followed suit without missing a beat. Scribe, I said, a word if you would. I'll require a few more details out of you in case Hazenbach sends for a private meeting soon. I'm not walking into that blind. The report dash, she began. Eudokia, Black sharply said. She returned to the seat. I nodded thanks at my teacher, who acknowledged them with a discreet dip. No, he most definitely hadn't been brought into this. I smiled at Hakram, who was lingering behind me, and drained my cup of water before handing it to him. Clicking his fangs in amusement, he moved to fill it again. Scribe waited patiently even as I reached for my dragonbone pipe and slowly stuffed it, only then clearing her throat. If you could refrain, she said. A heartbeat later, I felt Acua's working slither around us, smooth and silent, and tapped a finger against my pipe to light it. I puffed out, waiting until Hakram had set down the filled cup at my side before speaking. You get one chance to tell me the truth, I said. After that, my patience will run out. Adjutant's muscles shifted the slightest bit, coiling as he readied for strife. He'd not hesitated in the slightest, I thought with affection. You are seeing shadows of your own making, Scribe said. I breathed in, then spewed out a steam of smoke. Hakram, I said. Over 200 pounds of raw fighting orc struck with blinding quickness, leaping across the table and catching a surprised Scribe by the throat. She began screaming for help. I leaned back into my seat. We're under containment, I said. Screaming won't help. They betrayed us. Adjutant casually asked, slamming her against the wall and dragging her gasping form up the wall. She's lying, I said. But whatever she's up to, Black isn't in on it. You are making a mistake, Scribe gasped. There is no deceit, only your need to be right. She didn't try to bring Black's name into this, for which I afforded her a sliver of respect. You had months with the eyes in Procor, I said. Oh, I'm sure that everything you told us about how it unfolded is correct in detail. That there were plants answering to Lady Ime among the mages, even that the order to start fires near possible munition locations came from the tower. What I don't believe for a moment is that you couldn't have prevented it from happening. You had. Months. With the eyes in Procor, Scribe. What was your game? Black, I thought, would not question her story. It wouldn't even occur to him, I thought, the same way that it would not occur to me to wonder if Adjutant was lying to me. Too much of the bedrock of who we were depended on the certainty that they could be relied on, even when all else failed. Sometimes we fail, Catherine Foundling, Scribe gasped. Sometimes it is not malice, or scheme, or treachery. Sometimes we just fail. I will torture you, I frankly said. I won't like it. But the stakes here are too high for me to leave stones unturned out of squeamishness. I'll bleed you. And if that doesn't work, I'll ask one of my people to peel your mind like an onion until the secrets come spilling out. We trained this in you, Scribe laughed. I suppose it is our own doing, in the end. There is nothing to be found, Black Queen, save the unraveling of what you have wrought. I blew out a long breath. Rip out an eye, I said. It occurred to me a moment later that Hakram had only one hand left, made of bone, and that it was already holding up Scribe by the throat. I had begun to rise, to do the dirty work myself, when I saw Adjutant was moving. At the end of his stump, folds of gleaming translucence were taking shape, almost spectral on appearance. They folded into themselves, methodically, until a broad clawed hand had come together. I glanced at his face, saw only the pleased baring of fangs, and the point of two claws touched above and beneath Scribe's eye. And then the hand dispersed. No, Adjutant said. I blinked in surprise. Pain won't do anything to a woman like that, Catherine. Hakram said, calmly studying Scribe. And neither will something live having her mind sliced open. We don't have anything else to threaten her with, Adjutant, I flatly said. We do, he disagreed. Send for the Carrion Lord. Let him see this. I began to tell him I'd sent Black away in the first place to spare him this when I noticed stillness. Scribe had gone utterly still. Even through her aspect I could feel that. Hakram had found the pulse of her, somehow. She's not kept him ignorant out of disloyalty, Adjutant said. Have you, Scribe? Silence. I suppose you would understand, wouldn't you? Scribe rasped. You love him, Hakram Deadhand said, almost gently. Not a call of the flesh or a tender feeling. The way a knife loves a steady hand. The way a sparrow loves flight. It can't be helped. It felt wrong, to be here. Like I was intruding on a moment to which I alone of us could claim no kinship. Yet my mind turned heedless of the rest, cogs falling into place. The details had been there all along, hadn't they? The conversations I'd had with Scribe were few, but one had mattered more than the rest. When I'd tread the halls of the tower for the 5th time, and she had whispered a dangerous secret in my ear. Ranger and I disagreed on many matters, Catherine, but there was one thing we always agreed on. Was it really that simple, that? I hesitated to say petty, but what else could it be called? No, not petty. Personal, and in a way that was worse. Militia, I croaked out. This wasn't about Procor or the Accords or anything else. You did all this, so he would have no choice but to kill Militia when he returns to the wasteland. Book 5, Chapter 74, Partial. Trust not oaths. From a liar they are wind, from the true they are needless. Panthesian saying. Gods, I should have seen it from the start. What did Scribe actually care about, in that all-consuming way named cared for things? It wasn't land or wealth or glory. All of those she could have easily claimed from her position at the side of the Carrion Lord, and no one would have batted an eye. She hadn't, though, and neither had she claimed any formal authority beyond what her service to Black brought. She'd been a shadow, the spider at the center of the web. Named could be quiet, subtle even, but rarely in the manner she'd been. I doubted more than a dozen people on Calernia knew what Assassin's face looked like, but he had a reputation. He'd done deeds, however grisly. Scribe, though, even in Callow, where she'd effectively run the bureaucracy of the occupation for 2 decades, she was known as little more than Black's aide. When Named wanted something, they acted, and those actions rippled consequences outwards in ways that had little to do with power. It was the role that cast a long shadow, not unnatural swiftness of limb or the heady thrum of an aspect unleashed. Yet when thought was given to the matter, the scribe had been slightly more than a shadow. She'd been my teacher's shadow, in particular. There was something about Amadeus of the Green Stretch, or perhaps his ambitions, that must have drawn her to him. She had little stake in the empire, though, and was not from it. She'd herself told me she was not born of it, and Black had once told me they'd met in Delos. I could go mad trying to parse together the desires of such a purposefully obscure stranger, though, so why even try? I could see what mattered to her simply by looking at where she hadn't faded into the background. She'd cared for the old calamities some, less so their children. Masigo rarely spoke of her, but in the end it was my father she'd attached herself to. Fear of pain or death wouldn't work on someone like Eudokia. Adjutant was right about that. You'd have to threaten something she cared about, and as far as I could tell, one of the few things she valued in this world was the trust between her and Black. Hakram had caught scent of that, far before I could even begin to glimpse the shape of the truth, and so now I had a knife to rest against the throat of that trust. No longer strangled or threatened, the villainess slowly rose to her feet and talked. It was necessary, Scribe said, and considering your personal and political enmities with militia, none of this should be unpleasant to your ear. Acua's folly had been permitted and even somewhat obliquely funded by the Tower. I had not forgotten that. Acua Sahelian would pay her dues for that and more, but the Dread Empress would not be spared the settling of all accounts. And her debt had only grown, with the brutal attack that had been Knight of Knives. Some of those losses had been personal, too. Ratface would not soon be forgot. Only now I had to wonder if I'd been steered, didn't I? If Scribe could do it to Black, someone she loved and trusted, she would not bat an eye before aiming me at her enemies. On the other hand, would the Empress not have tried to cast the blame on Scribe for that if she could, even if it was even slightly feasible? And there was General Istrid's death during the Doom, too. Juniper's mother had taken a knife in the back, and it was still anyone's guess who'd wielded the blade. These days I was inclined to flip a coin over whether it had been the Empress removing one of the key Black loyalists in the legions, or the matrons getting their pieces in place and giving me opportunity to swallow up leaderless legions into the nascent army of Callow, which I had, promptly enough. Now, though, looking back, militia had lost 2 legions, and the supreme commander of my freshly strengthened armies been given good reason to despise the Empress. There was no end to that rabbit hole, if I tumbled down it. As far as I'm concerned, this can only end with militia's head on a pike, I conceded. But this is not a reasonable way to go about this, Scribe. Shit, you were more than just playing with fire. Procker might have collapsed. If someone put a knife in Hazenbach, all for something an honest conversation might have achieved instead. That is where, Scribe calmly said, you are wrong. There was no tremor to her voice, no hesitation. She believed what she said. And she also didn't give the slightest fuck about the hundreds of thousands of deaths that might come from the Principate toppling. No, I darkly thought, she wouldn't. Sabah had been the only one of the calamities who gave more than a passing thought to the lives she took, which made it all the more a tragedy she'd been the one to die first. I expect we're not about to have a stirring discussion about whether Cordelia Hazenbach truly is the key to keeping the Principate functional, I cuttingly said. He would have forgiven her, Catherine Foundling, Scribe said, without ever using the word forgive, but that would be the truth of it nonetheless. No matter what any of us said, he'd make peace again. Look, I'm not going to argue he doesn't get sentimental on occasion, I said. To be blunt, there's a reason I'm still breathing. But he's still Black. There's lines, and if he has to choose between the praise he wants and militia dash, he'll try for both, Scribe said. Offer her to be his chancellor, another leap of faith, trusting that she would be one of the few who never schemed the death of their tyrant. That would not be acceptable, I sharply said. If she takes a ship across the Tyrian Sea, I won't pursue, but she doesn't get to stay anywhere near the reins of power. Not after all the shit she's pulled. He knows that. It won't matter. He always forgives, Scribe said, and under the calm tone that were an old and cold anger. Militia, Ranger, even Weeksa, who spurned one of the few ways the Empire could be corrected without steel and hand out of sheer petty apathy. He always forgives them and takes up the work instead. It will kill him, Catherine. It has been killing him for years, but this once he might as well slit his own throat. I will not have it. I almost denied her, the words on the tip of my tongue, but then I thought of Arcadia, of the Queen of Summer, holding Masigo and I in the palm of her hand, and how she's still not come the closest to killing me that day. He would be angry if I killed you, Ranger had said, her desire to take my life almost a physical thing. But we've been angry before. It passes. The scribe had known my father for a very long time, and though she was warped in some ways, as all named were, she was not necessarily wrong. There were ways that weren't as risky, I said. None that would hold under scrutiny, which you can be certain will be had, scribe said. And the thing was, if you counted Black's life above everything other concern, I could even understand why she'd believe this was what needed to be done, and why she'd assume I'd go along with it too. As a play, it had finished isolating Militia from every other halfway trustworthy actor on Calernia, at this point, who aside from Kairos would even consider bargaining with her. It would ensure that Black would climb the tower, putting someone at the head of the Empire I could trust when I abdicated. And while Hazenbach still held the reins of Procker, her position was weakened just ahead of pivotal negotiations. Now that this had been carried out successfully, I only benefited from the outcome of her scheme. Oh, no doubt she'd have preferred I never catch on. But this was not a fatal mistake to her, was it? I gained nothing from outing her and would lose quite a bit from tattling. Now that the Jacks could benefit from her agents in the wasteland, I had an actual reason to want her to keep breathing. The arrangement would likely die with her. Would Black kill her if he knew? I honestly wasn't sure. He'd tolerate manipulations for Militia, I suspected, but then he'd considered the Empress his superior. Not so with this one, I thought. It wasn't worth the risks, I finally said. And you know, if he ever learns about this, he'll snap. There are 3 people alive who know of this, Scribe said. I felt a pang of irritation. Don't be daft, I said. He's a villain. So are you. So am I. Secrets like this always come out with the likes of us, Scribe. And if you don't do it on your own terms, it'll be on some heroes instead. There were simply so many ways for secrets to be snatched from even the grave. Some manners of necromancy, echoes in Arcadia, or even just a very improbable, but not outright impossible, human mistake. Providence wasn't a panacea for all ills that handed you everything always, the way Black had once intimated to me. But it did make sure that if there was a chance in 100, all a hero needed to do was roll the dice. You speak with great certainty, she said. Yet I have buried greater sins than this, and never did they rise from their graves. You've never been in everyone's eyes like this, though, I flatly replied. Every great power on the continent is looking at Salia and the smoldering remains of your plot, Scribe. Else, you've got the White Knight and the Grey Pilgrim here. You really think 2 choir busybodies like that aren't going to get even a hint from up on high? There are limits to how much even angels can intervene, she said, sounding irritated. It is not a rule that the heavens see through every scheme, else there would be no purpose to ever scheming. They have no reason to even begin to look, so dash. How are you not getting that you're not playing iron sharpens iron in the fucking wasteland anymore? I snapped. This isn't killing teenage heroes in Callow before they get their first aspect, Scribe. You're trying the odds with the goddamned fate of millions on the line. Every hound the heavens have to send sniffing at the ashes, and you think dash. A hand came to rest on my shoulder, though it was not warm. Cat, Hakram said. This no longer serves a purpose. I breathed out angrily. I'd not even noticed getting to my feet, much less the clatter of my abandoned pipe against the table. Ash had spilled, though not enough to start a fire. Fine, I said. You're right. This is not acceptable, Scribe. A decision made in anger might be regretted, Adjutant cautioned. My fingers clenched. My instinct was to drag her, by the hair if need be, in front of Black and let the truth spill out. But Hakram was right. There'd be long-lasting consequences to that. And until I could separate my instinct to go through with this from my harsh urge to see Scribe getting the rude awakening she'd been bargaining for, it would be best if I stayed my hand. I'll hold my tongue for now, I said. I will require guarantee that you will first speak with me, should you unwisely choose revelations, Scribe said. Fuck you. I almost said. You get nothing from me, you. But Hakram's bony fingers squeezed my shoulder slightly. Fine, I got out. Both adjutant and I knew she might start scrambling for leverage over me the moment she left the room. But if she did take off the gloves and flay her alive before use her reanimated puppet corpse to call off whatever she'd schemed. The days where I was willing to let the calamities twist my arm were long past me. I snatched back my pipe, though the Wycliffe was spoiled. Out of sheer pettiness, I hobbled to cut in front of Scribe as she made for the door. Wasn't much, but it did slightly help my mood. Even after the anger cooled, no answers had sprung forth, because there were some choices that had no clean way through. It had been one of my earliest lessons as the squire, and though I wished it hadn't proved as repeatedly and brutally true, there was no denying it had. I could have slipped away into a warded room with the same half-counsel I'd gathered earlier to debate the matter, let their advice carry me through the noise until some sort of conclusion took form. I didn't, for I'd grown weary of the same words echoing around my mind again and again. A counsel sounded deeply unpleasant at the moment, and though I knew indecisiveness could be a costly thing to a woman in my position, a day's staggering would not change too much. Dawn would carry with it a great many hopes, for messengers had come from Salia, and the delegations were to be received at midday. As agreed, an escort of 400 would be allowed to every representative save for Black, who was, effectively, here as an extension of my own delegation. It would have been wiser to head to bed brisk and early, but restless, and the coming of darkness had me too awake for it. I went out instead, shedding all escorts save for the handful of mighty I sensed trailing me in the dark. The countryside around Salia was, well, rather mundane. Given all the wild things one heard about the Principate's capital, I'd half expected everything within 10 miles of it to be a pleasure garden dripping in jewels. But this could easily have been Callowan countryside. Lands did not look so different from one another when covered by ice and snow. Though the village where my soldiers had been quartered, Roquefeli, had nothing of note all that close, I was surprised to find a light fluttering in the distance after ghosting past my guards. It was coming from structure, too, though not a large one. Curiosity drove me forward, limping as I went and leaning on my staff of yew. The mantle of woe I'd left behind, traded instead for a warmer fur-rimmed cloak that Hakram had sewn me. It was quite lovely, and he'd even reminded my whining about all my clothes being black. It was a pleasant shade of deep green instead, almost like the color Archer favored. I blinked in surprise when I got a good look at where the light was coming from, for though the sight was not that odd, I'd not expected to see it. It was a small farm I was looking at, though it must have been used for cattle herding as well by the looks of the low wall to the side. Someone had hung a lantern on the side of house, off a rusting iron hook, and I caught a grunt of effort coming from near the low wall. Light in my limp, I moved onto the snowy path and found a man working on the cattle wall. It had been shoddily built, I thought, more piled stone than anything else, and a large swath of it had collapsed. Some had used a shovel to break the snow and ice and was steadily stacking the stones anew. Brow raising, I took a closer look. Not a Procerin, this one, at least not by birth. His skin had that Thalasina tone to it, too pale to be Sonic, but too dark to be Tagreb. Tall and built like a working man, with fuzzy hair cropped even closer than even Legion regulations demanded, he'd shed his coat. Instead, he wore a long-sleeved gray tunic he'd rolled up the sleeves of, and I let my gaze linger just a moment on the muscled forearms and calloused hands. He was rather plain-faced, I saw when he turned to glance at me, and either clean-shaven or hairless. His dark brown eyes had a sense of steadiness to them, peace almost. "Can I help you?" he asked in flawless Shantan. Almost embarrassed at having stared, I gestured towards the wall he was working on. "Won't hold without mortar," I said. "And it's a little late in the year for that. Won't take properly in the cold." He looked surprised. "Are you a mason?" he asked. "I have a friend who works with stone," I shrugged. Insofar as Pickler could be said to be doing then, when she crafted engines to tear down walls. I took another few steps, moving to the side of the path so I could lean against an intact part of the cattle wall. "Spring is coming soon enough," the stranger said. "It may hold. Hopeful sort, aren't you?" I drawled. "I see no purpose to ever assuming the worst," he replied. "It seems like a tiring way to live. You get more pleasant surprises that way," I hedged. "You don't have the look of a local, if you'll forgive my saying so." "I am not," the man agreed, body shifting as he stacked another stone. "It is not my farm, if that is your question. I was given leave to use it while waiting for a friend." "Here," I said, genuinely surprised. "You know there's delegations close, right? The League further east, and Kalos just to the west. That's a lot of jumpy soldiers. Not to mention I'd let Robert loose. He wasn't going to around stabbing farmers, although this definitely wasn't one, but he wouldn't be above a bit of a scare if he got bored." "I had heard," the man said. "I warned my friend, though she cared little for the warning. Headstrong, I said, genuinely sympathetic. Indrani wasn't exactly what you might call a pliable young maiden, even when I wasn't actively insulting her. Rather, the man said, amused. And she dislikes cities. It will do her some good to stretch her legs. Been in Salia then? I casually asked. I have, he said. We are being hosted in the city. Not Levantine, by the look and sound of you. I mused. Sure as hell's not Prosrin. Assurin then? A long time ago, the man agreed, then shifted to Lower Meason. You are Callowin, yes? Lore born and raised. I agreed in the same. Come with the Black Queen, I would think, he said. More or less, I said. You a translator? I expect with the amount of people coming into the capital, there's bound to be good coin in it. He was perhaps in too good a shape for one, but it would rather impolite to outright call him a mercenary who'd picked up a few languages while out on campaign. A hired blade wouldn't make it into any place of import, but with foreign soldiers in Salia and knowing their tongues would be a skill people were willing to pay coin for. I know a great many languages, the man said. You might say I have a gift with them. There was an almost rueful note to his voice when he said that. Yeah, that wasn't a mercenary. No idea what he actually was, but I was leaning towards whatever the thalassocracy's equivalent of the eyes of the Empire was. Were you at the prince's graveyard? He suddenly asked. I nodded. It is said that angels seeded dreams among soldiers of all armies, he said, dark eyes lingering on me. I'd gotten an interested look or two in my life, and this wasn't one of them. He'd assessed me as someone who knew how their way around a blade, checked my frame, my stance, for calluses on my palm. Yeah, definitely. Not a common mercenary. Didn't get one, I said. But I've heard the same. He slowly nodded. Unfortunate, he said. I wanted to speak with someone who had dreamt. Oh, I asked. Dubious about the arch-heretic of the East not getting smote by angels. He looked amused. It is a meaningless title, he said. I cocked my head to the side, honestly surprised. It comes from no sacred writ. It has the blessing of no choir nor the assent of the heavens, he elaborated, seeing my curiosity. If priests declare the sun to be wicked, does it make it so? I think you have a large enough conclave. Probably yes, I mused. The man's lips quirked into a smile. He hoisted up another stone and set it down before wiping his brow and pulling down his sleeves. Picking up his coat, he moved to sit by my side on the cattle wall. You do not think much of priests, it seems, he said. Hey, priest is usually a good thing, I drawled. It's when you've priests in the multiple that the trouble starts. They've a way of starting to believe that whatever they agree on is the truth, and it's all downhill from there. Is there not a house of light in Callow? The man asked, sounding surprised. Sure, I snorted. But it's never been overly guilty of agreeing on anything. Mind you, they still keep to the book. It's the priests that have no priests at all. My mother kept to the gods below, the man admitted. She was rather bemused at the notion of formal priesthood. I glanced at him. Sonic, I guessed. He nodded. I'd been right then. He had mixed blood as was. Had. Been now. I reminded myself. Common in Thalassina. From Thalassina, he said. I grimaced. Hope you didn't have any family there, I said. I do not know, he admitted, then frowned. It is true, then, that the city was sunk into the sea. Large chunk of it went up in smoke, way I heard it, I said. And that much sorcery, even when you're just close. It was his turn to grimace. Yeah, I suspected that had not been a pleasant way to die for those unlucky survivors. Heavens shepherd their souls beyond, he murmured. A well-meant sentiment, I thought, though most priests would sneer at it. The man pushed himself off the wall and put on his coat. Good make, but well worn, most likely not a noble then, and with a smile offered me his hand. Hanno, he introduced himself. I went still for a heartbeat as it all came together. Slowly, I breathed out. Catherine, I said, clasping his wrist in a legionary's handshake. His eyes widened, the slightest bit. Black Queen, Hanno of Arwood said. White Knight, I replied. Fancy meeting you here. Book 5, Chapter 75, Analog. I assure you, Chancellor, that with but a few words they'll come around to agreeing with me. Almost like an incantation, really. Dread Emperor Imperious. Good grip, I thought, as he clasped my arm tightly once back before withdrawing. I was warned about you, the White Knight conversationally said. He was a dangerous man, I knew, for heroes usually were. Yet I did not feel particularly endangered, for by all reports Hanno of Arwood was not the sort of madman who'd draw a sword thoughtlessly. I leaned on my staff to push myself up on the low cattle wall, pressing my cloak against the back of my leg with my other hand so it wouldn't bunch up. That's better, I thought. Took the weight off my bad leg. Were you? I replied. You don't seem all that worried. Not that sort of warning, he said. The Grey Pilgrim called you a thresher. My brow rose. I was a city girl to the bone, true enough, but it was still a Calawan city. I knew a thing or two about farming, if only in principle. Like for grain? I asked, cocking my head to the side. He had a rather honest face, I decided, for all that it was plain. The calm on it wasn't affectation, no? It was just the consequence of being so amiably unruffled by all that went on around him. Perhaps not even something he knew he showed. One that separates the wheat from the chaff, the White Knight quoted. He argued that there are bestowals that, by their nature, draw to them both great loyalty and great enmity. Sounds like Tarek, I conceded. Mind you, I've always found he throws words like fate around a little too easily. Anyone who ends up making waves will draw both enemies and allies. There's nothing magical about it. There is, when so many of those allies were once your enemies, Hanno said. I am told that most of your closest companions fought you at some point or another. Well, not that many. Indrani had introduced herself by ambushing me, I conceded. Vivian too. Juniper and I hadn't exactly begun as bosom friends, and there was a reason that I'd ripped Akua's heart out of her chest. Shit. Hakram had always been a delight, though, and Robber had mostly been other people's problem, which by goblin standards was positively saintly. I forcefully refrained from thinking too much about how the Everdark had turned out for all involved. Oh gods, I muttered. I genuinely can't argue with that. If I'd lost that argument in my own head, I somehow doubted it'd go my way spoken aloud. The hero softly chuckled. It is not unlike sculpting, I've found, Hanno said. What your hand knows, what you have crafted, is not what the eyes of others see. Been mistaken a few times, have you? I asked. He agreed with a nod. Often it is misunderstood what the choir of judgment is, the White Knight said. I've been asked to adjudicate land disputes, to settle disagreements over scripture, and once even to decide on the rightful owner of cattle. He breathed out, as if exasperated by the whole of it. The seraphim do not attend to earthly laws, or even holy writ, Black Queen, Hanno of Arwood said. They render only one manner of judgment, and it is not fettered by anything of creation. That'd be the spinning coin and the I'm aimed a blade across the throat. I take it. If the coin spun for ever soul on Calernia, it would show the laurels more often than not, the White Knight said. The circumstances in which it is prone to spinning, however, have favored the showing of the swords. And that doesn't bother you? I asked. He cocked his head to the side. Why would it? The White Knight asked. If only wicked men are judged, why would another end come of it? And you don't think you're passing judgment as well? I frowned. That is not my place, he said. The coin doesn't flip on its own, you know, I pointed out. And as far as I know, you don't toss it for everyone you meet. The hero looked frustrated, but only in passing. I supposed I hadn't been the first person to say as much to him. He was one of the great names of our generation, true, but he was also a pretty personable man, all things considered. You are Queen of Callow, the White Knight said. Don't suppose you could get me that in writing? I drily said. If getting the Sword of Judgment to put it to parchment didn't end up settling the legitimacy of my rule, nothing ever would. He blinked, visibly bemused. Ignore that, I sighed. Yes, I am Queen of Callow. Couple other titles too, but that's the highest one. Then, unless I am mistaken, you have right of high justice over all in your kingdom, Hanno said. That was slightly more complicated an issue than you'd think, actually. High justice. Essentially the right to sit in judgment of anyone no matter how high their birth and the severity of their crime, had been moved around some these last few decades. Before the conquest the answer would have been a straightforward yes, as the ruling king or queen of Callow had been one of the few figures able to sit in judgment over anyone. Under Black the right of high justice had in theory devolved to the imperial governors, though in practice he'd been the one holding it. Though his authority came from the tower and not a crown, he'd been the only man in the kingdom which could sit in judgment of both governors and the remaining nobles. It was no without reason that when I'd called my teacher the crownless king of Callow, not even the choir of contrition had gainsaid me. These days my kingdom's laws were a messy jumble of old preside decrees and dusty Callowan laws. But as the anointed queen of Callow, I did in principle have right of high justice. If I started going after the few nobles left through even legal means, though, I'd have a rebellion on my hands. I'd allowed my court to squeeze the northern baronies in their coin purse, but nowhere else. And God's forbid I ever try to pass judgment on Duchess Keegan even if she ate a full cartload of babies in broad daylight before 100 witnesses. By law I do, I conceded, as one with the right to pass judgment over any Callowan. Hanno said. Did you then proceed to drag every man and woman you encountered before a tribunal? My brow rose. You don't stand judgment in Callow without having broken a law, I said. And I do not bring into the gaze of the seraphim every soul I encounter without reason, the White Knight replied. Nor would I stand benumbed and allow a life to be taken before my eyes while I asked for their verdict. I do not judge, Catherine Foundling, because I recognize the fallibility of what I am and what I know. It does not mean I am blind or helpless. It means that where others have no choice but to be burdened with uncertainty, I am not. That was rather more reasonable than I'd expected of the man, I admitted to myself. My brushes with choirs had been less than pleasant, most of the time, so I'd been predisposed to seeing lunacy lurking in one who had openly sworn himself to do the bidding of one. Black had been less than flattering in his assessments of the man, too, though he'd also cautioned that the White Knight was both intelligent and an exceedingly dangerous and versatile killer. Then again, I could hardly imagine my father ever sitting down to have a polite chat with a hero, or the opposite, in all fairness. Over 2 decades of the calamities smothering heroes in their narrative crib had rather thoroughly burned that bridge for both sides. I still found the notion of the seraphim being considered an authority over even a chamber pot rather revolting, but hardly enough to draw a blade over it. So long as that authority was not forced on anyone, and it stayed well out of my kingdom, it fell under the category of someone else's problem. If the nations of the West wanted to grant the right of high justice to the choir of judgment, that was their decision to make. Of course, there was one little issue with all this. And villains? I asked. Don't they always get a flip, White Knight? He smiled, though it was a distant sort of smile, one straddling the line between reminiscence and the aloofness of professional attending their trade. He stood before me, little more than a well-built man in cloth, and still he spoke with an authority that could not be denied. Conviction was at the heart of names, I knew, and this one did not lack faith. Black was one of the finest hero killers Calernia had ever known, and he'd gone after Hanno with the full roster of the calamities while the White Knight led a disparate band of greenhorns. And the man stood before me still. Some of that could be laid at the bard's feet, at her schemes, but only so much. Even the intercessor could not make a sharp blade out of straw. Are all those that worship the gods above to be called good? Hanno replied. No, I said, but worshipping below is against the scriptures, isn't it? Heresy. Do you worship below? He asked. I curse in their name, mostly, I drawled, rather amused. But I've been called an odd duck amongst my kind. Most villains do in fact keep to the gods below. I knew Hakram did, though it was in the orc way under the name of the hungry gods. He wasn't particularly pious, though, and considered it a private matter besides. Indrani's utter indifference to all things religious probably counted as some sort of heresy, I was pretty sure. And while Aqua worshipped the hell gods in that very precise way that did not exclude attempted murder and usurpation, that worship was not less sincere for it. That her growing fondness for heroics had not been paired with conversion to the ways of the House of Light had been a source of some amusement to me, particularly since even if she was a wasteland aristocrat, she knew her way around the book of all things better than I did. The choir of judgment does not follow scripture, Hanno reminded me. It was written by mortal hands, a fetter like any other. But if a villain, say, made a carriage out of skulls, I said, then let the sentence hang. Grave robbing is not a particular concern of the seraphim, the White Knight replied, sounding almost amused, especially when it is only presumptive. But you'd keep an eye on them. After that, I shrewdly said, as I would keep an eye on a man walking into a house with a bared sword, Hanno said. While the man in front of me was far from an idiot, I suspected he'd be deeply unpleasant to argue with. I wouldn't assess him as the kind of silver-tongued schemer I'd come across more than a few times. Oh, it was possible a long game was being played even if he was a hero. But my instinct was that he was much as he put himself forward, and I'd stayed alive this long by listening to that little voice when it tugged at my attention. And right now that voice was telling me that the White Knight didn't have to be my enemy. I didn't relish the notion of angels passing judgment through someone else's hand, and I very much doubted that Hanno would stay his work even if I asked him to pretty please do so, but he could be accommodated. If he worked within the bounds of the Accords, and even worked to enforce them, hells, he might be a legitimate boon. Heroes would follow the gray pilgrim out of respect for the man, but if the White Knight endorsed something, a lot of people would take that as the blessing of the choir of judgment. There were parts of the continent where that carried a great deal of weight. Even now, after the 10th Crusade and the fury that had followed the Salian conclaves, Callow was still one of them. Everything he'd said fit with what I knew of his actions. He'd come to be involved in the Free Cities because the tyrant had started a war, and as far as I knew never fought where there wasn't a villain involved. He'd come as part of the Southern Crusade, which was a mark against him, but it was largely black he'd been there for. And while I loved my father a great deal, I couldn't deny that he was a monster twice over. I believed him to be the man who'd stood between praise and its worst impulses for decades, and perhaps the monster needed to reform the Dread Empire into a nation that wouldn't vomit its poison over the rest of Calernia every few decades. But that in no way made him a good man. It was not unjustified to want to kill him. That didn't mean I'd allow it, or that it would not make things objectively worse if it happened, but I wouldn't delude myself into thinking that Amadeus of the Green Stretch was not a monster. He was other things, too, but that didn't expunge the first truth him. In the end, I didn't have a lot of axes to grind with the White Knight, and he'd proved one of the more reasonable heroes I'd come across. Hanno had even gone north to fight the dead king, and only returned to prevent the tyrant from having a continent collapsing tantrum. In all honesty, that put him pretty high up my list of people who hadn't severely fucked up in the last year. He had Black Beat, for one. You don't take issue with mortal laws, then? I said. It would be absurd to, he noted. Lest the heavens themselves rule. What other way is there? And if those laws applied to even named? I pressed. A law need not be just, Hanno of Arwood said. It need only be a law. I would no more bend my neck to such a wrong than any other threat. I'm not talking about settling right and wrong for all of Calernia, I said. That's doomed. Howling hells, let's not even talk about good and evil. Not even all of good agrees on the same boundaries. No, I mean basics. You can't tell name that regicide is over. Neither heroes nor villains would obey that. But limiting the means by which it can be done? That might work. And it'd end the practice of burning down half a city to kill a tyrant or usurp a throne. Not laws, these, the White Knight said, eyes curious, but rather rules of engagement. My veins thrummed with excitement, because unlike Tarek he'd not needed to be led to that. He'd grasped it, quickly, and did not seem opposed in the slightest. The dark-eyed hero let out a little noise of understanding. Ah, he said, I see now your cleverness in making such rules so basic. If the expectation placed is so low and named still fail to clear it, none will desire to support them. Neither others who bear mantles, nor the powerful without, for only the erratic would break such bare-bones rules. The vast majority of named will see their lives go untouched, with only the most radical being restricted. He paused, looking at me with an expression I found difficult to place. This is more than rules of engagement, the White Knight said. This is a blade swung at the most callous servants of above and below. Within a few generations of grand gestures being harshly answered by all other powers, you would excise that entire manner of thinking from the named on Calernia. Not even Black had caught that, I thought. Oh, he'd seen parts of the Accords as being meant to restrain the most destructive aspects of praise, but he'd not really gotten it, because at the end of the day, he did not think of stories the way I did. He'd stayed alive as villain occupying my home, a hotbed of rebellion, by avoiding ever getting caught in a story or pattern that'd get him killed. Unlike me, unlike Acua even, he only rarely wielded like a weapon. It was the same with the Pilgrim, though, in his own way. Tarek carried around on his back the weight of all his tragedies, but at heart, he was a guest in the stories of others. Sometimes a guest who ended that story before it could grow into something dangerous. Others a wise old man who nudged it to something more acceptable, but the Peregrine as an entity remained constant, always playing the same few roles in different stories. He'd know a great many of those, but it would be his nature to think of them as a landscape he'd traveled far and wide, not something that could shift and change. If the Flying Fortress crowd and the Contrition Ritual crowd always die, always fail, people will remember that. I quietly agreed. Gods know it'll be public enough when the hammer's brought down. And when it's been happening for long enough, well, everyone will know that sort of thing doesn't work. Same way heroes don't die when they're thrown down cliffs or villains don't get beaten on the first step of their plan. And with most named having a stake in ensuring at least the barest of civility is maintained between their kind, the odds are strong that your rules will last long enough to make that mark, Hanno said. It is a sound notion. Then you'd be in favor of such a set of rules? I asked. He half smiled. They did warn me, the White Knight pensively said. I almost cursed. Gods, let this not turn into a damned flop, where by simple nature of having been proposed by a villain this entire concept was to be dismissed as a plot of below. That would be bitterly disappointing after the rest of this conversation. I've not spoken a single lie, I said. Which makes you singularly dangerous, Hanno agreeably replied. My fingers clenched until the knuckles went white under the gloves. You misunderstand me, the White Knight said. That you are silver-tongued and perhaps one of the most dangerous people alive does not mean I am dismissing your proposal, Black Queen. Then what does it mean? I asked. That I understand what the Grey Pilgrim meant now, Hanno of Arwood said. You have a pull, Catherine Foundling, that drags others into your wake, either as followers or as wreckage. I am glad to have seen it myself before we first met on formal terms. It would have been startling. That last part he spoke ruefully, as if mocking himself. There doesn't need to be anything mystical about this, I insisted. I don't have sole claim to the Accords, not in the slightest. I speak for them because I'm in a position to, not because they're solely my horse to ride. I don't know what you think, Dash. I very nearly agreed, the White Knight amusedly said. Just now, without thinking twice. After speaking with you for not even an hour. Because you are reasonable, well-spoken, and even charming in what I assume to be a rough Calawan way. That last one was kind of insulting, I decide, but the rest pretty flattering. I cleared my throat. Still not too late to agree now? I gallantly tried. No, perhaps not, Hanno calmly replied. But it is certainly too early. He suddenly twitched, head turning to look at the far south. I couldn't hear or see anything, at this distance, and it might be a little gauche to call on night to aid my senses next to the sword of judgment, so I refrained out of politeness. My friend is returning, the White Knight said. It took a moment for me to place it. The Witch of the Woods? I asked. He dipped his head in agreement. A great she-wolf walks with her, he said. Neither are fond of cities. I'll take my leave then, I said. I could on occasion recognize a hint when it was sent my way. I dropped down onto the snow, softening the blow with my staff, and tightened my cloak around my shoulder. Wouldn't be too long a walk back to camp, and I probably should head to bed. I had quite the day ahead of me tomorrow. Good night to you, White Knight, I said, dipping my head in salute. And to you, Black Queen, he replied, doing the same. I cleared the path, though as I crossed back into the plains I was stopped by a call. I expect they will not grow fonder of cities overnight, Hanno said. He wasn't speaking loudly, but his voice carried perfectly. Might be I go for a walk, then, I replied without glancing back. The yew-staff dug into the snow as I limped back home. Thump, 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 and I wondered if it truly should go. There might come a day where the coin went up spinning in judgment of me, after all. Not this winter, not this year, maybe not even this decade. But one day? Oh, there'd been a shiver of that going through the conversation. Violence coiled and controlled, but never too far from the surface. As a younger woman that might have disturbed me, but these days it simply marked him to my eye as someone able to handle strength properly. Still, I now understood why many heroes deferred to that man. He was so utterly at peace with the power he wielded, and what he wielded it for that looking on the surface of that placid pond, you'd only ever see your own doubts reflected. I wondered if he'd hesitate, if on that day the coin showed sorts. I wondered if I'd hesitate to kill him before the coin ever began spinning. Neither you nor Snow held answers for me, save that when night came again I would return. Book 5, Chapter 76, Procession. Orphan am I, yet with many mothers and fathers. At once ruler and ruled, yet never only one. Famous Proserpine riddle, referring to the city of Salia. I'd never been all that fond of the cloying amount of ceremony that accompanied rising up the ranks. Oh, I understood the reasons for it. I'd argued the matter with Black back in the day, when we still had our lessons in Aether. Said that it was absurd to treat a king or a general as if they were gods, that the more you set distance between the people making decisions and the people about which those decisions were made, the more you ran risks of losing perspective. I still believe that, truth be told, but after years in command of armies and a few wearing a crown, I could better appreciate the points my teacher had made back then. When someone was invested with a great deal of power and authority, treating them like a stranger off the street meant treating all that power and authority just as casually. That tended to foster bad habits. In praise, the lie of militia and Black's invincibility had kept rebellions from flaring up because they just seemed. Beyond that, Black always ended up crushing his foes. Militia always ended up having been 3 steps ahead of everyone else. It was the same principle for this, more or less. The more ceremony you surrounded someone with, the more they seemed different, apart from the rest. And, since they were of a different breed from the common man on the street, their authority need not be fought and their power need not be questioned. That was the reason why my morning had turned into a damned slog when it came down to it. There were 4 delegations that the Principate of Procure was to welcome into Salia officially for the peace conference at the capital, and while I would have been happy with being ushered in through the city gates without first needing to bribe the guard, that just wasn't the way diplomacy was conducted between great powers. No, this had to be a. There were around 300 of us, arrayed in our finest. A full cohort of legionaries in their parade grounds best made up the heart of it, veterans from a half a dozen fields, most of which were old to my service. 30 knights of the Order of the Broken Bells added a dash of Calawan flair to it, though their hymn-inscribed armor and long lances had been proved to be anything but decorative in conflict against foes of creation and beyond. They brought with them tall streaming banners, numbering 3. The Third Army's own golden numerals on blue, carrying with them the cognomen of Dauntless. I'd granted them at Sarcella, as well as the fresher edition of Crow Wings at the bottom corners. The broken bells of bronze set on black that were the heraldry of the sole chivalric order of Callow trailed in the wind besides it, and last of all my own. The laden silver balance on black, what Hakram had told me my people now called the crown and sword. And under it words I now longer called my own. Justifications matter only to the just. I'd been considering having them struck for some time now, but it would draw questions I was not entirely ready to answer. I'd been made just as gaudy as the rest of this procession, put up in full plate for the first time in ages, though it was one without a helmet. My hair had been put up a long, elaborate braid, and I'd put on a crown for once. Silver set with emeralds, the practical crown I'd worn when actually moving around in lore instead of sitting on the fancy chair in full regalia and attempting to look wise. It was not a coincidence that Lady Vivian Dartwick, herself sitting astride her mount in a beautiful blue dress, wore a crown as well. A slight circlet of silver, without jewels and much less ornate than mine, but a crown nonetheless. She was heiress designate to the throne, after all, and though still a lady in title arguably, she had higher status than any Procerin royalty save for Cordelia Hazenbach. I'd begun to consider the virtues of outright sending for General Abigail so I could entertain myself at her EXP, to consult with the senior commander of my escort, I meant, when Adjutant finally dragged his carcass back to me instead. The Procerins had finally given the signal, so as soon as Hakram was standing by my side, our procession began moving forward. For all its fame, Salia had yet to impress me. This far west it was hardly rare for a great city to expand far beyond its walls, especially if it had seen little war as the capital of the Principate had. Even southern Callow had dabbled in that bad habit. Salia, though, seemed to have more territory outside the distant yearning walls than behind them. It wasn't slums, at least not near the road we were led through. But it was certainly a chaotic mess, since it seemed construction was only overseen by the sides of the large roads that led to the deeper city gates. The smell of mud and shit was staggeringly potent even in winter, and chimneys were belching smoke upwards seemingly endlessly. By the looks of it, all the cattle and workers that would be out in the fields around the capital during fairer seasons had migrated to this riotous outer city for the snows. Houses were wood and mud, rarely stone, and they'd been built in tight clusters like 1,000 strange little islands separated from one another by muddy street moats. The stone road that led towards the Griffin Gate was clean, though, and swept clear of snow. No house was ever built less than 40 feet away from either side, though merchant carts of food or trade goods filled much of that empty room instead. Small crowds had gathered by the side of the road, though they dared not approach soldiers. At least they seemed more in the mood to stare than throw stones. The deeper we went into Salia, the more it began to resemble the Procerin towns and cities I'd seen, as if order was radiating from the center of the capital and waned the further from it you stood. Streets began to have a semblance of order, shops with hanging signs and neat little houses raised in stone with tiled or thatched roofs. It all looked rather prosperous, though not the kind of wealthy the stories about the beating heart of Procure had led me to expect. Oh, I'd not deny the city was damned large, but then so was Ater, and the wasteland's capital was a treasure trove of grand architecture. Mind you, large swaths of Ater were half abandoned and only filled when famine drove the desperate to the tower's shadow, while it looked like every damned inch of the capital of Procure was crawling with a dozen people. Still, the looming cathedrals beyond the yearning walls in the distance were distinctly less impressive than the gargantuan horrors of the city of gates. Procure was a younger nation than any on Calurnia save for Levant, I thought, for all its great wealth and power. It was almost an hour all told until we stood before the Griffin Gate, The great panels of bronze on its wood listing every first prince and princess to have ever reigned. It opened to the sound of trumpets, and beyond it was revealed the sweeping Merovin's Avenue. Great statues of marble flanked on us on both sides, beginning on my right with the stern gaze of Clother Merovins, the first to ever be elected to the office of first prince. I suspected the man's actual furs had not been quite so rakishly cut, or offered glimpse of what was admittedly an impressively muscled chest, but that was the Allemans for you. They're not all royalty, did you know? Hakram said. I glanced at him and cocked an eyebrow. Famous generals and officials can earn one as well, he gravelled. One of Rosala Melanz's ancestors is further up from the days before the Melanzes were royalty. He conquered most of northern Levant for the first prince of the time. I don't suppose anyone's told the blood about that. I drily asked. I believe it might be one of those inconvenient truths we must all politely ignore, Hakram replied, clicking his teeth in amusement. The brassy call of trumpets jarred us out of the conversation. The Procession welcome was laid out before us, a riot of silken banners under brightly armored horsemen and even more colorful highborn. Every line with a seat in the highest assembly had sent a representative, by the looks of it, because that was a great many banners, and an infuriatingly large amount of very nice war horses. They could have outfitted a good company of heavy horse with that, the wasteful fucks. Ugh, this was going to be as bad as the tower, wasn't it? All rubies the size of a fist used to bloody bench decorations and gold slapped onto things that had absolutely no need of being made of gold. Which, to be fair, was essentially everything except certain coinage and maybe crowns. A representative for the first prince herself, an old man that carried the title of Master of Orders, one of the important officials in the assembly, as I recalled, though he shouldn't be royalty himself, formally greeted us. I forced a smile through the greeting and let Vivian answer it in my place. That drew attention from our hosts, but then it had been meant to. The sooner it was made clear to people that Vivian was truly meant to be my successor, the better. Advance resumed with the additional escort, though still at an agonizingly slow crawl. Salia itself was worth a second look this deep in, though, I'd admit to that. The yearning walls were well built and apt to weather a siege, I'd say that much, and their shockingly rose-gold stone shining like a mirror under the sun. Hakram continued to speak in a low voice as we passed through, his own research on the city far dwarfing the few books I'd opened in expectation of my visit. Salia itself was often said to be split in two parts, the city yearned and the city yearning, a reference to some ancient poem that had established the name of its walls, with the city behind them being yearned and the city outside being yearning. Passing the gate had brought us into the city yearned, and into the portion of it known as the Low Districts, so named not for the poverty of their inhabitants, but rather in contrast to the high districts to the west, which had been raised on high hills. The low districts covered nearly a third of the city yearned, stretching across its south, and the knowledge that it wasn't even the wealthy Salians that lived in these parts had my stomach clenching in envy. The houses were all stone, often several stories high. Adjutant noted that renting was common practice in these parts, and very lucrative. It was not rare so see colored glass windows. These were artisans, I thought, traders and officials. Yet their wealth clearly rivaled that of the minor nobility of Callow, if not outright surpassed it. How much richer would the nobles be here? I'd read that Procure was arguably the wealthiest nation on Calernia, some of its princes surpassing even the famously rich high seats of praise, but I'd never really understood until now how far down that wealth went. When Vivian had told me, before the 10th Crusade, that it had been brutally expensive to bribe even the servants in the holdings of the Prince of Isère, I'd assumed the jacks were had, or that she was exaggerating some for effect. Now I could believe that even the servants in the capital of that principality had been well off, by my people's standards. It was a bitter pill to swallow, that the Principate had been basking in all this while my ancestors were dying in droves just to keep praise in its shore of the Wassalidi. Merovin's Avenue led directly to the old palace and the highest assembly, but that was not our destination. We diverted northeast through another broad avenue, going through the districts known as Les Vendeuses. Great open-air markets, I'd been told, though we skirted the edges of them only. The route we took led through pleasant sights instead. Some streets seemed to be bordered entirely by great winter gardens artistically adorned with glasswork and sculptures, others filled with guild halls and mansions that competed for the most elegant manner of opulence. It was with some amusement I noted that not once we passed in front of a house of light. The crowds were something of a surprise, having thickened the further in we went. I'd expected jeering and rocks, But while there certainly wasn't any jubilant cheering, we were being treated as a show rather than, well, the enemy incarnate. The knights probably helped, I decided, for they were a popular sight with children. Orcs were as well, though more in fascinated horror than positive appreciation. They'd probably never seen orcs before today, I thought. Or goblins, or Tagreb and Sonic. Even Kalawans were rare this far west, these days. It's another world, I thought. One that knew nothing of the blood-soaked fields of Stredges, of the eternal back and forth between knights of black and white and their grand armies that clashed every few decades. They did not understand the dread of seeing a city rise into the sky, heavy with death, or the way greenskins still flinched at the call of our knights' horns being sounded. All we had in common with these people was worn history, slights, and boons long past, and how little did that really weigh. I understand you less than I understand Presai, I thought, watching the people of Salia. I know their truths and their conceits, their mad ambitions and dark splendors. But you? I know so little of you it could be said I know nothing at all. It was a humbling thing, to know that. A daunting one as well. The world was large, and even this meager sliver of it was vast. Could anyone really change something that immense? A troubling thought, and not one I wanted to linger on. It was a relief when the procession ended at last, and we entered the restricted district where our provided lodging stood. It was called the Lineal, for it had once been the ancestral grounds of the Meravins chieftains turned royalty of Salia. They had kept large grounds to themselves, the seat of their power when another line claimed the title of first prince or princess. Now that the Meravins were long gone, the Lineal stood as almost a city within a city that was under the sole authority of the ruler of Salia. Its significant attached incomes were one of the great boons of the title, and as the old seat of power of royal line, it was a beautiful place. I'd expected a manse and some attending barracks for my soldiers, something along the lines of the nobles' houses you could see in Lore's Whitestone Quarter, but instead we were directed to what was effectively a small palace. The grounds surrounding the structure alone were larger than the palace in Lore, and I suspected this was a winter pleasure palace and not anything official. I reined in my horse after passing through a pretty copper gate sculpted like a flock of chubby naked cherubim playing laughingly, slowing zombies stride in the courtyard. There were servants swarming all over the place, which were most likely spies, and I almost bit the inside of my cheek. It was going to be a damned pain keeping track of all these people with my limited escort, so I'd probably have to cordon off a part of the palace and have it guarded and warded at all times. Any chance at least. One of them isn't spying for Hazenbach. I sighed and asked Hakram. Of course, Adjutant amusedly agreed. There's probably a few working for other royals. I accepted his offered hand to dismount, wincing at the impact, and when a stable hand hesitantly approached Zombie, I suppressed a grin. I glanced appreciatively at the sandy-haired man, who while approaching a winged undead fey horse looked more like he was wondering if she'd fit in the stable than if this was in any way wise. Don't touch the reins, she'll bite you, I said. Zombie, the man is going to show you where the stables are. My mount huffed, displeased. You can't come in with me, I patiently replied. This is a very nice palace. It'd be impolite. I glanced at the stable hand, who was now seemingly wondering what he'd gotten himself into. I could sympathize. She'll follow you to the stables, I said. Leave a stall open for her, but she'll wander around for a while still. If she gets anywhere she's not supposed to, send for me. But she'll be good, won't you, Zombie? I scratched her mane, and she whinnied. Liar, I muttered, not entirely without affection. I flicked a glance at the stable hand one last time. Don't feed her anything, I instructed, even if she whines. She always fills her stomach, but she doesn't actually need to. You know what? Just don't feed her anything. Let's leave it at that. I'd hastily amended my approach when even implicit discussion of necromancy made the man look like he was about to faint. He bowed, looking like he was one stern talking to away from weeping. It will all be done exactly as you say, Your Majesty, he said. It would have been polite to call what followed retreating, but I knew what it looked like when someone legged it. Don't you say a damn thing, I grunted without turning. I would never, Hakram lied, the filthy traitor. I can feel your mockery without even looking at you, I complained. Would it help your mood to terrify a gardener as well, my loyal right hand? Said. I turned just to flip him off, though the deepening amusement on his face, like the world's ugliest green cat had just caught a bird seasoning itself, warned me I'd just missed something. A young woman in Salian livery had been approaching, and was now looking like she'd had no idea queens could gesture obscenely, and she wasn't sure whether she should pretend she'd never seen that or not. God's damn it, Hakram, I thought. You know Hazenbach is going to read about that in a report, don't you? Just say whatever it is you were sent for, I tiredly told the woman. She bowed. I was sent with a message scroll, Your Majesty, she said. As I recalled, in Procession etiquette people weren't supposed to hand things directly to royalty. I glanced at Hakram, who stepped forward to accept the scroll. He broke the seal, featureless, a mere press of wax, and glanced at the contents. An invitation, Adjutant said. For, I asked. Tea with the first Prince of Procession, Hakram said. She awaits us in this palace's own parlor. Book 5, Chapter 77, Artless. Even the most skilled of liars are only ever wielding a lie. Truth is the superior artifice, for it will strike deeper than even the most perfect deception. Princess Beatrice of Solomons, later 13th, first Princess of Procession. I'm not going to lie, I muttered under my breath. It pisses me off a little that anybody can be rich enough to have a room dedicated to tea drinking. Hakram was ahead of us, engaging our guide in what sounded like idle conversation about Salian cloths and their obvious superiority to that of the despicable, yet superficially similar works from Lang, so I could vent my indignation without every sentence making it straight to the first prince's ear. I expect they'll have one filled with only spices, should we look, Vivian drily added. You know, to make the one that's just a giant gold ingot stand out less. Right? I grunted. Hells, Vivs, you were born noble dash. A barren line, short on land and incomes even before the conquest, she reminded me. I shot her an incredulous look. Those poor nobles, so very impoverished. Did your house have stables? I asked. I'm not dignifying that with an answer, Lady Dartwick informed me. I bet your servants had matching livery too, I scathingly said. You have servants with matching livery. Your Majesty, she exasperatedly replied. I said. More like I'm borrowing them for a few years. And I'd help if any of them wanted to find real decent honest work, like running a tavern dash. Nests of criminal activity, aside from those in better quarters, Vivian told me. I almost gaped at the audacity of that. You're the queen of thieves for Callow, I indignantly said. Mere rumors, she smoothly said. All I'm saying is that your notion of what good, honest work is tends to be rather skewed given We're in Procession now, you know, I growled. Lace Majesty's something they actually enforce here. Everything, Vivian mused. You're everything, really. Didn't you used to participate in an illegal fighting ring? I was also a waitress, I defensively said. That was lawful. Wait, why am I justifying myself to you? You used to be the bloody thief. Have you actually ever had a job? It's sad to see one so steeped in her criminal ways rising so high. But these are dark days, Vivian sighed. That's a lot of backtalk, coming from someone who couldn't even murder Hakram, I muttered. Is no one ever going to let that go? She complained. Do you all want me to murder Hakram? Now, you niggling harpies? Don't you think I won't? You'll drive me to it. There was a commotion in front of us, the attendant that had been sent to guide us concernedly asking Adjutant if he was all right. He had, I grasped from context, stumbled, and let out a choking sound. Merciless gods, he'd been eavesdropping with his name the whole time, hadn't he? My cheeks burned a little, but I cleared my throat and put on a mask of queenly dignity. Vivian looked mildly concerned about her dear friend Hakram Deadhand having stumbled, a degree of shamelessness that was positively royal of her. We were close now, the guide told us with an unnecessary amount of bowing. Do you think it still counts as a labyrinth if it's this full of tapestries and nice woodworks? I asked. It really was nice woodwork, too. In the same style as those in the royal palace and lore, which I'd grimly admit to myself probably meant we'd imitated a Procession style. They also had tapestries that weren't about hunting, nature, and warring with praise, which I'd confess was a nice change of pace. It's the classic Alaman scheme, my queen, Vivian drily said. If you throw enough jewels at your enemy, they're bound slip and break something eventually. They'd be in a lot less shit if they'd put some of that tapestry coin on good walls instead. I grunted in agreement. Don't be silly, your Majesty, Lady Dartwick sardonically said. This is the Principate. If there is need of a wall, that's what stacking peasants is for. I swallowed a laugh at that. I'd never heard that one before, and serving drinks in a tavern that catered to both legionaries and Calawans meant I'd heard a lot of cheap jokes at the expense of Procession. Under the Empire's occupation, it had been safer to go after Procession than to take a shot at praise. Since not even the most quiescent of my people had been entirely free of the urge to take a verbal swing at the wasteland on occasion, Procession had been getting rough treatment among my countrymen even before the 10th Crusade so selflessly provided them with fresh ammunition. Relentless mockery of our hosts had me in a rather pleasant mood by the time we arrived at the small hall where the first Prince of Procure was awaiting the three of us. The fair-haired woman who'd been chatting with Adjutant the whole way rapped her knuckles against the door to signal our arrival and bade us farewell, looking almost reluctant at ending her conversation with Hakram. A major domo in tasteful silks emerged from the room and bowed, intimating he would be announcing us. As the guest of highest rank, etiquette dictated I enter first. Her Majesty Queen Catherine of Callow, first of her name, protector of Daoin and high priestess of the Everdark. He had a pleasant, ringing voice, exactly the kind you'd want in someone charged with announcements. Queen of Callow, huh? Not so long ago Hazenbach had refused to even recognize me as queen in Callow, much less the rightful liege lady of Duchess Keegan of Daoin. And someone had been talking to Drow, though that might simply be the consequence of the pilgrim feeling chatty. I entered, the polish played on my frame, making me regret having left my staff behind with every step I took. A bit of night smoothed the pain quick enough, but when that ended, I'd be left feeling the consequences of my pride tonight. I stepped into the hall, followed by the announcement of Lady Vivian Dartwick, heiress designate to the Kingdom of Callow. Much as I disliked the Procession propensity for luxuries, I could not deny that the parlor before me was a beautiful piece of work. A tall plaster ceiling led into great arched windows of glass that let in the winter midday sun, the lighting coming to rest on a long, low table of painted wood covered by a perfectly transparent pane of glass. The walls and draperies were in a pleasant pale green, and the seats prepared at the table looked sinfully comfortable with their matching cushions and broad armrests. The first Prince of Procure was seated at the center of the table, two people standing behind her in respectful deference, and I advanced to the table as behind me the announcement of Lord Hakram Deadhand of the Howling Wolves, the Adjutant, sounded. One of those two people behind Hazenbach was long familiar to me. Princess Rosala Melanza's classic Arlesite good looks were only called into attention by the light mail and closely cut tabard she wore, but it was the sword at her hip worthy of a raised eyebrow. Few people were allowed to be armed in the presence of the first prince. I'd worn no sword today, and so divested myself of nothing. But Hakram had left behind his axe and Vivian a surprisingly high quantity of knives before we were allowed into this wing of the palace. A point was being made by Hazenbach, one directed at me. I trust Rosala Melanza to be armed and standing behind me. Procure is not so divided as you think. The other one behind Hazenbach I did not know, though he was quite aged, if bearing that burden rather well, hair having gone a distinguished silver instead of white or falling, and wearing well-tailored but otherwise rather humble robes. On his right shoulder 2 pale hands intertwined had been embroidered, which struck me as priestly imagery, but I would not assume anything in a place like Salia. I imagine introductions would come soon enough, regardless. The first prince waited to speak until Hakram had come to stand at my right, a towering pillar of steel and muscle, and Vivian at my left, just as whip-slender and hard-eyed as in her thieving days, but grown steady in a way she'd never been while named. Welcome to Salia, Queen Catherine. The first Prince of Procure greeted me. It had been about a year since I'd last seen Cordelia Hazenbach, though this would be our first meeting outside the unearthly domain of darkness and cold that I'd used as our bridge when I still stood Queen of Winter. As was often her habit, she dressed in the dark blue that was from the heraldry of her native Renia, the cut of it conservative. Her neckline ended an inch beneath her collarbones, but close on her frame. It was flattering, though there was no hiding that Hazenbach had been born with a warrior's build, tall and broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and hale complexion. Her discreet touches of cosmetics, golden eyeshadow that made the vivid blue of her eyes stand out even more, and the painted nails at the end of the wrists revealed by sleeves ending in an undercut of puffy lace, worked to shape her appearance rather than to change it, which I thought clever of her. If she'd tried to hide her features, it would have made her look comical, while as it stood her height and haleness only enhanced the palpable weight of her presence. Her crown was as a simple circlet of pale gold, holding back long golden curls I'd always considered to be the most appealing part of Cordelia Hazenbach. Rich and full, they cascaded down her back in perfect ringlets. Your hospitality has been impeccable, Your Most Serene Highness, I replied. She inclined her head in acknowledgement. Our honored General Princess Rosala Melanza requires little introduction for you, I am told. Cordelia smiled. But I expect my other attendant is not so well known. My elbow moved towards Vivian, softly and as if by happenstance, and her own pushed back against mine. Good, so she did know. Lady Dartwick, I said. Unless I am sorely mistaken, we are in the presence of Brother Simon of Gorgealt, current head of the Holy Society. Vivian smiled. It is an honor to meet such a distinguished colleague, Brother Simon. As I am honored to meet you, Lady Dartwick, the old man replied, lips quirking. That smile had been almost roguish, I thought. Must have been a heartbreaker in his youth, that one. Regardless, he was not in priest robes, so he should be a lay brother who'd taken no vows. Interesting, Hazenbach would want him here for this, though. There were implications to that. The first prince wordlessly invited me to sit, and there was a discreet shuffle as the order of seating was seen to. Myself first as reigning queen, then Vivian as my designated successor, then Rosala as a ruling princess in her own right, and then the broad equivalence in rank between Brother Simon and Adjutant, who while named was a villain and only actually owed lordly address under the tower's law. A small swarm of servants brought trays of silver bearing a teapot of Assyrian porcelain and matching cups, as well honey to sweeten the brew. They are yin tea leaves, Hazenbach pleasantly told me. Bitterer than the Baulite imports and the plants of the thalassocracy, though I find they have a richer taste. My own passing familiarity with tea came largely through Aisha's stock, which was Baulite leaves mixed with cheaper Assyrian ones, and the few times Black had served some while we were in a tear. His were from another country across the Tyrian Sea, though, which I suspected to be where the ranger's father was from. He didn't break out the cups often, which didn't surprise me given the astronomical cost of even a single pot's worth of brew. It was one of the few luxuries he indulged in, which I'd always found rather amusingly subdued of him given the sheer amount of power at his disposal. I'd brushed up on etiquette before beginning the journey to Salia, and made sure all my closest companions did as well, so none of us touched the brew after it was poured for us save when Hakram sweetened his own with honey. Princess Rosala did the same, I noted with amusement, and looked somewhat discomfited that only the orc at the table shared her tastes. So what is this palace, if you don't mind my asking? I said. It was the winter home of the Meravins, in the days where they still numbered many, the first prince said. After their line waned, it became the favored location for winter solstice balls instead, though it had not seen that use since the Great War. Not been in a feasting mood? I idly said. There were better uses for our coin and ours, Hazenbach replied. The latter is even harder to replace than the former, I have found. Was that an invitation to stop wasting time? I wouldn't exactly mind. Every day spent dancing around what needed to be done was one more day tossed away as our truce with the dead king came closer to ending. I understood the Principate had its pride and its ways, but the Principate was also on the brink of annihilation and more than slightly on fire. There was dignity, and then there was idiocy. I said, drawl thickening. Are we to actually talk, then, or do we continue this pleasantly inane ritual of taking each other's measure? We were past that a year ago, as far as I'm concerned. Melanza let out a choking sound, but my eyes were on Hazenbach. She had presence, as much as ever, but I wasn't feeling weight off of her. The kind name would bring to bear simply by being. Might be she was on the more discreet side of things, when it came to that, but that would be rather odd for a ruler. Temper tended to get ripples going, through, so it was worth a try. The Warden of the West studied me for a moment, and then allowed for an amused half-smile. She seemed, I thought, tired. It only occurred to me then that the golden eyeshadow might not be artifice of beauty, but meant instead to hide the dark circles of someone gone too long without sleep. Still, not a hint, huh? I'd be unusual for a fresh name to have that much control over their power. But then this Cordelia Hazenbach, and not a farm boy with a grudge and an old sword. She'd held the reins of the greatest empire on the surface of Calernia for years before she'd even had a name. If she had won. I have spent more than 12 hours preparing for this conversation, did you know? Cordelia ruefully said. Some of the finest minds in my service studied every scrap of knowledge we have of you, from your favorite wine to the tactics of your earliest battles. And this is what you came up with, I replied, brow raising as I cast a look around us. It all seems rather pointless, does it not? The first prince said. Yet what can I possibly arrange that would bring to bear even the 10th of the wrath of an angel, or a fraction of the horrors of the folly? We have nothing that can move if you do not wish to be moved, and more masterful hands than we have failed to use you. It is an unpleasant truth, this, and not one I find it easy to face. We have been at war almost as long as we've been speaking, I acknowledged. And there are things about your country I despise, and likely always will. The grounds for alliance between us are not fondness or kinship. Yet my people are in dire need of your help, Hazenbach said. And so as you have proposed, let us Talk. That was as clear an offer as I'd get, I figured, so I took her up on it. You do not seem to be named, I said. Cordelia Hazenbach brought her porcelain cup to her mouth and inhaled from the brew before taking a cautious sip. I am not one of the chosen or the damned, she confirmed, elegantly setting down her cup. I hid my relief. It might be useful to have a heroic first prince holding up the accords from her side, but to be honest, it wasn't worth the risks coming with the intercessor being able to meddle with Cordelia directly. Rather less elegantly, I reached for my own cup and took a sip. I didn't grimace, because I wasn't a damned savage, but it looked like Hakram had been showing wisdom in honeying his. Wasn't exactly an avid admirer of sweets, though, so even then it'd be rather like trying to put out a barn fire by throwing sharpers at it. Have your spies passed on recent news from the northern fronts? Cordelia asked. We've only ever had rumors from Lycanese lands, I frankly replied. As for the rest, we know the general state of it. Cleves was reclaimed. Hainault's last lines are on the edge of collapse, but little more. Prince Pappenheim has used the truce to solidify the lines in Hainault, though the dead king has seemingly massed around 600,000 soldiers to break them open anew when the 3 months end, the first prince said. Hanovin has fallen, as you likely know, and Rhenia has been scoured save for a handful of fortresses where my subjects suffer siege. Only one fortress remains standing in Twilight's Pass, and when it falls, and fall it will, given the great host waiting before it, the Principality of Bremen will follow in short order. Only Neustria will remain then, and I am told its lowlands will be effectively impossible to defend against an enemy with such overwhelming superiority in numbers. A heartbeat of silence passed in the wake of the stark assessment. The first Prince of Procure herself had just spoken of the war she was about to resume losing. Cleves has been reclaimed, Cordelia Hazenbach acknowledged, but at great cost. For chosen died, and more than 20,000 trained soldiers. Meanwhile, the enemy's ranks swell equally with every dead, be they farmer of princess. The fair-haired princess sat stiff-backed, but her voice was raw. My generals now believe that the battles for Cleves might in fact have been trap, she said. The fighting was meant to bleed our number of professional soldiers, you see, to thin the number of chosen and leave as much as a third of Procure's army stranded behind enemy lines when Hainault falls and the dead hordes close the circle behind them. Cordelia Hazenbach raised her cup again, hand forcefully steady, and took a sip. The porcelain cup then returned to the plate with so small a sound it might as well have been silent. The reclamation of Cleves, I thought, was the closest thing the Principate had known to a victory since the dead king had begun invading. Melanza had fought there. I looked at her now, and though her face is ashen, the fact that she did not disagree spoke volumes. How much of a blow must it have been to come to realize even that sole victory had been a greater defeat in the making? I will not lie to you, Queen Catherine, she said. You would find out regardless, given your ties to the eyes of the Empire and the surprising skill of your jacks. When the truce ends, if hostilities resume, the Principate will fall within 5 months at most. Her frank assessment of the state of Procure's northern fronts had rung loud in the silence. But this, coming from her, of all people, even Hakram stilled in surprise. The last strongholds of Hainault might hold for 2 months, perhaps, the first prince evenly said, after which the dead will tear into Brabant and the masses of refugees there, which will within another month make the numbers of the dead king too large to successfully fight on the field. If the armies in Cleves intervene to prop up Hainault, we will lose Cleves, and Hainault will then fall to a pincer regardless. She paused. The Morginter, the last fortress of Twilight's Pass, will likely hold until the other fronts have collapsed, Cordelia said, a hint of pride to her voice. Yet it will fall, and though the truce you bought us has allowed the southernmost of my people to flee into Allaman's lands, Her voice broke a little there. We do not retreat, Catherine Foundling, she said. Even when we should. It is not in our nature. Some will go as ordered, but more will flock to walls and fortresses, and they will die screaming defiance against the dark. It will be the end of us as a people. I said nothing to that, for what was there to say? When those fronts collapse, so will Procure, the blue-eyed woman told me. Already the cracks have begun. I have stripped the western principalities bare of grain to feed the heartlands and bare of men to fill our ranks. But keeping the northern armies supplied has emptied our granaries and our treasury. Foreign trade has broken down, and the principalities untouched by war grow weary of paying their taxes to Salia. Even if the kingdom underlifted its sanctions, we would not be able to afford their armaments. There will be starvation, and despite my best efforts, shortages of steel ensure that we can hardly even keep our current armies in fighting fit." She slowly breathed out. "I expect that the moment Salia falls, the Principate will end," she said. "Southern principalities will secede and form alliances with each other and abroad, throwing the rest of us to the dogs. To be frank, I'd expect Ariel of Arons to offer to pay you fealty for protection before it even came to that, and neither Bayou nor Orn would be far behind." Cordelia Hazenbach met my eye squarely. "You must understand, now, that I do not have a single thing to threaten you with," she quietly said. "I have no armies to send forth, no coin to cajole or coerce with, and my alliances are weaker than yours. Besides, those allies I do have would not war on you for my sake, for you have them bound by debt and respect. I have through steel and insult ended any inclination between us that could now be called on, much less between our respective peoples." The thing was, there was a part of me that was savoring the words. The same part that remembered my every desperate plea to this same woman to call off her armies and rapacious princes. That remembered every spurned offer of peace, every sentence of scathing dismissal and barely veiled contempt. She'd been so goddamned arrogant, telling me she could choose the fate of Callow because she had the swords and the righteousness, and that I should just go into exile like a good little thug after shutting my mouth and abdicating. And now she needed me. They all did, her entire alliance and the heroes behind them too. Even the Grey Pilgrim had good, as admitted to it. They had sneered and spat and tried to kill me, and now I fucking had them. Cordelia Hazenbach had laid out before me the death of her nation and her people, and yet I could not help but think that they'd brought this all on themselves. That if they'd left Callow alone, that if they'd let me fix it instead of hounding me every step for their own hungry purposes, they wouldn't be tumbling down the cliff right now. Then, to my surprise, she pushed back her seat and rose. Not well, in opposition to the understated elegance of her every other movement. It was clear her leg had been broken and not finished healing. The pain had her lips thinning as Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procer and Warden of the West, knelt before me. "I have a responsibility," Cordelia said, "to the people of the Principate. To rule, to guide, and to protect. To ease their worst inclinations and spur their finest ones. I have failed them in this." She was proud, Hazenbach. Not the kind of person something like this would come easily to. Not someone to do it unless she believed it to be necessary. Rosala was halfway to her feet, protesting her ruler kneeling before a foreign queen, but neither of us paid her attention. "I have no right to ask grace of you now, and no might to compel it," the first prince said. "So I can only beg that you act as I did not, and help those I cannot." That I'd savored this, for even a moment, tasted like ashes in my mouth. Because it wasn't her or her reign she was begging for. It was her people. And while I might not be leading a crusade into Procer, I could not deny it felt poisonous that I could be in this moment and begged it instead of begging. Not because I enjoyed the helplessness of it, but because I'd never liked to think of myself as someone who would need to be implored to save lives. "Get up," I said, voice rough. Enough. There was no need for this. I pushed back my own chair, rising to my feet, and the eyes of both Melanza and Brother Simon went to me. Watching, weighing. "Get up, Hazenbach," I said. "You and I are going for a walk."